Deep within the ancestral land of the Wu tribe, a grand palace sat suppressing the earth's veins. Above its gate hung two ancient characters, Pangu. This hall was called the Pangu Hall. Formed from Pangu's very heart, it was the true foundation of the Wu tribe. The hall's interior was vast and empty save for a single blood pool at its center. Its aura was heavy, archaic, and fiercely domineering. The central blood pool churned without rest. With every tremor, the entire Pangu Hall shuddered in response. 12 figures stood around the blood pool. Their bodies were towering, their presence pressing down upon heaven and earth. Blood energy surged around them like roaring tides. They were the very source of the mightiest race upon the primordial land. They were the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, all 12 ancestral witches had their gazes nailed upon the central blood pool. There a colossal blood egg floated and sank. Its shell was covered in ancient witch patterns, each line greedily devouring the power of the blood pool. Zhu Rong, one of the ancestral witches, stared at the blood egg, his voice trembling with excitement. Little 13 is finally about to be born. After the 12 ancestral witches had emerged, they discovered that one more ancestral witch remained unborn within the blood pool. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, this final ancestral witch was at last about to come into the world. Dijiang raised his hand and pressed downward, and at once the 12 strands of ancestral which might within the hall converged and withdrew. Gazing toward the blood egg, Dijiang spoke in a low, steady voice. He is yet to be born, yet he already stirs the very chi of the Pangu Hall. Zhu Jiuyin nodded slowly. His origin is awakening. In that instant, all 12 ancestral witches fixed their gaze upon the blood egg in unison. At the heart of the blood pool, the gigantic blood egg quivered lightly. Rings of blood light rippled outward, crashing against the hall's walls, only to be swallowed back down by the Pangu Hall. Within the blood egg, a strand of will awoke from a sleep akin to chaos. Chen could not open his eyes, yet he clearly felt blazing blood light all around him. Where am I? He asked instinctively, only to discover that his voice echoed solely within his own consciousness. Is this the underworld? Crimson filled the four directions, blood chi surged like tides and poured into his body. A stabbing pain lanced through Chen's mind as his remaining memories suddenly surged up. He remembered himself delivering food. Then a mud truck ran several red lights in succession and slammed into him, flinging him through the air. So I really got smashed to oblivion. This is way too absurd. And then nothing. Chen tried to move again. He could not. It's over. Don't tell me I've actually become an egg. In the next moment, an immense stream of information flooded into his consciousness. Hongjun, Pangu, Wu tribe, Pangu Hall, ancestral witch bloodline. The 13th ancestral witch. Chen fell silent for a long time. Then a voice pressed, almost comically low, resounded within the blood egg. Damn, I've transmigrated into the Hongjun. And I'm actually the 13th ancestral witch. Isn't this starting hand a bit too hardcore? His thoughts quickly stilled again. The Hongjun was no gentle place. Powerhouses filled every corner. Sanqing Nuwa Jian and Junti Hongjun Daozu. And above, the heavenly court of the demon tribe. Diju and Tai. The calamity of Wu and Yao. In the end, the 12 ancestral witches met a tragic fate, and the Wu tribe was nearly severed into extinction. The flesh bodies of the ancestral witches are unparalleled, yet they possess no yuan spirit. In divining the heavenly mysteries, refining spirit treasures, and severing the three corpses to prove the Tao, they suffer in every regard. If I truly am the 13th ancestral witch, then I must survive. And I must ensure the Wu tribe survives as well. Fortunately, at this point in the timeline, it was after the Great War of the Three Tribes, and before Hongjun attained sainthood. Thus there was still time enough for everything to be slowly altered. Just then a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on awakening. Treasure chest system successfully bound. Chen's consciousness jolted. A golden finger, cheat ability. So all those serialized online novels he had read were not in vain. A transmigrator must have a cheat after all. Treasure chest system. What functions do you have? The system's voice continued. This system is the treasure chest system. Each day, one level 1 treasure chest will be generated. 10 treasure chests of the same level may be fused into one chest of the next level. The highest is level 9 treasure chests. Of course, Master may also visit blessed lands across the Hongjun to sign in. In all such places, there is a chance of dropping treasure chests of differing levels. Treasure chests may yield all things under heaven. Chen asked at once, what can they produce? Spirit treasures, cultivation arts, divine abilities. All things across the myriad heavens and worlds are possible. Chen drew in a breath that did not truly exist. You talk a big game. Then is there a novice gift pack? The system fell silent for a moment. There is. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a level 9 treasure chest. Shall it be opened? Hearing that the novice reward jumped straight to the highest tier chest, Chen was inwardly stunned. Open it. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the law of the great Tao of strength. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the exclusive cultivation art ninefold Pangu mystic art. What? The great Tao of strength. That is the very law power of the great god Pangu. Chen had never imagined he would gain such a fortuitous chance. And there was even an exclusive cultivation art. Ninefold Pangu mystic art. Each turn was like ascending to a new firmament. Upon completing 9 turns, one could prove the Tao. 9 turns can lead to proving the Tao. The 5 characters exploded within Chen's consciousness, sending his mind into violent tremors. 9-turn Pangu mystic art. The grand Tao of strength and its laws. With such a beginning, fate itself is being overturned. Chen forcibly steadied his consciousness and immediately began circulating the 9-turn Pangu mystic art. Within the blood egg, the witch runes flared to life all at once. The power of the blood pool surged along the eggshell and poured inward, only to be devoured by Chen's fleshly body. Every wisp of blood energy that entered his body transformed into rolling essence, scouring his bones, tempering his blood, and hammering his physical form. Chen felt thunder and fire clashing within his body. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet within that agony hid boundless fortune. Come, he murmured. All of you come to me. If I wish to survive in the great desolation, I must first forge the firmest foundation. The 9-turn Pangu mystic art roared into motion. The methods of the first turn unfolded. Blood energy within Chen surged wildly, and his sinew and bones condensed inch by inch. The blood pool boiled in response. Outside, the 12 ancestor witches simultaneously lifted their heads. Zhu Rong's eyes widened, flames erupting from his shoulders. It moved. The blood pool has stirred. Gong Gong fixed his gaze on the blood egg as water patterns exploded beneath his feet. 13 is devouring the power of the blood pool. Such a way of devouring is truly ferocious. Verdant light flowed through Jumong's eyes. What formidable vitality! Before he is even born, his fleshly body is already undergoing metamorphosis. Shuaming's cold gaze shifted slightly. He is drawing the blood pool's power so violently that an ordinary grate which would explode in a single breath. Lightning danced across Qianliang's body as he rumbled. 13 has endured it. Qinwu let out a booming laugh. Good. The stronger the better. Ruxu raised a hand to press down the golden light around him, his gaze razor sharp. With such a foundation, once he is born, he will surely become the war god of our Wu tribe. Ho Tu's eyes held joy as she spoke softly. Do not disturb his cultivation. Dijiang nodded and raised his hand, pressing down. The power of space sealed all 4 sides of the blood pool. He sighed, then raised his face to look up, his expression solemn. The matters of the human Tao and heavenly Tao were inescapable. In the human clan's ancestral court, pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the clan. Zhu Juyin gazed at the blood egg, the vicissitudes of ages flowing within his eyes. For this cultivation, it will be 1,000 years, if short, 10,000 years if long. Dijiang said in a deep voice, it matters not. Our Wu tribe can afford to wait. Ho Tu looked toward the center of the blood pool, her voice very soft. 13 cultivate with peace of mind. Your 12 elder brothers and sisters are all here. Within the blood egg, Chen could not hear every word from the outside, yet he could feel 12 kindred auras guarding the surroundings. Those auras were domineering, weighty, fiercely protective. Warmth rose in Chen's heart. So this is the Wu tribe. Since I have become the 13th ancestor witch in this lifetime, I shall not allow the Wu tribe to tread once more toward a path of doom. Be it the Yao tribe's heavenly court or the great cycles of calamity. Whoever dares to oppress my Wu tribe, I shall shatter them with my fists. As that thought settled, the laws of the grand Tao of strength trembled. A strand of profound Tao resonance fused into Chen's body. His flesh and blood began to reorganize. His skeleton started to emit light. His heart thudded like a war drum, each beat tugging at the tides of the blood pool. The first turn was completed. Chen did not stop. Continue. This is still far from enough. The power of the blood pool reversed and surged once more. Time flowed on. Within Pangu Hall, years were not recorded. Inside the blood egg, Chen had already sunk into profound cultivation. The second turn of the 9-turn Pangu mystic art opened. This time the power of the blood pool was no longer gentle. It descended like 10,000 divine mountains, crashing into Chen's 4 limbs and 100 bones. His body condensed, then was shattered again to purge the tiniest impurities. Flesh roared. Bones rang like metal. The grand Tao of strength condensed into a Tao seal, sinking into his chest. Chen suddenly opened the eye of his consciousness. Break for me. With a low shout, golden red divine light erupted within the blood egg. The second turn was completed. The aura within Chen's body soared to the heavens. Deluo, golden immortal. In that instant he stepped into the realm of Deluo. Without borrowing a primordial spirit. Without severing 3 corpses. Relying solely on his fleshly body and the grand Tao of strength, he forced his way into Deluo, golden immortal. Pangu Hall shuddered with a thunderous boom. The blood pool surged into 10th Sanshang waves of blood. The 12 ancestor witches rose to their feet simultaneously. Dijiang took a single step forward, space folding beneath his feet. 13 is about to be born. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, flames shooting into the sky. Ha ha. After tens of thousands of years we have finally awaited this moment. Waterlight surged in Gong Gong's eyes. This aura has already stepped into Deluo. Jumong exclaimed in surprise. Before birth, he has already become a Deluo golden immortal. Ruxu's eyes were sharp as blades, golden chi ringing like swords. Such a foundation is terrifyingly strong. Xiangliang's lightning exploded outward as his face lit with excitement. Good. Our Wu tribe has gained yet another ancestor witch. Tianwu proclaimed in a clear voice. Once 13 is born, who in the great desolation would dare look down upon our Wu tribe? Joy also flickered in Xuanming's cold eyes. Pangu Hall shelters him. Father God's bloodline gives him birth. Even heaven's Tao cannot suppress him. Ho-Tu stepped forward, her gaze falling upon the blood egg. 13. It is time to awaken. At the center of the blood pool, the massive egg trembled violently. A figure rose within the blood light. Suchen opened his eyes. His body condensed within the blood pool, shoulders broad, blood chi, like coiling dragons, divine light coursing beneath his skin. Every inch of flesh seemed to have been tempered by the grand Tao. He lowered his head to glance at his hands. With a single clench of his palms, the blood tides of the pool collapsed on the spot. So this is the body of an ancestor witch. So this is the second level of the 9-turn Pangu mystic art. Suchen lifted his head, looking toward the 12 auras beyond the eggshell. It is time to go out. He spread his fingers and dug them into the shell. Which runes lit up, attempting to continue sealing the blood energy. Suchen's arm muscles tightened. The laws of the grand Tao of strength erupted. Open. The giant egg split on the spot. Cracks crawled across the entire shell. Blood lights spurted from the fissures. Suchen tore with both arms, and the entire blood egg shattered with a roar. The blood pool boiled. He took a single step out. No thunderclouds descended. No heavenly punishment fell. Pangu Hall firmly suppressed the earth veins and blocked all external prying gazes. Heaven's Tao could not enter. No tribulation lightning could arise. Suchen stood above the blood pool, black hair hanging down his fleshly body, breathing in and out blood light, the aura of the grand Tao of strength coiling around him. The 12 ancestor witches turned their gazes to him in unison. In that instant, kindred bloodlines tugged at one another. All sense of estrangement vanished from Suchen's heart. He stepped down from the blood pool, came before the 12 ancestor witches, and bowed with solemn respect. Suchen, meet the 12 elder brothers and sisters. Zhu Rong was the first to laugh heartily. Ha ha, little 13, you have finally come into the world. Gong Gong unusually refrained from retorting. Good. This blood vitality is quite strong. Ho-Tu stepped forward, her eyes filled with joy. Welcome, 13 brother. Suchen looked at Ho-Tu, feeling a stir in his heart. Thank you, sister. Dijiang approached Suchen and placed a hand on his shoulder. A heavy spatial aura probed and not oppressive, merely confirming the bloodline. A smile appeared in Dijiang's eyes. Good. Indeed, I am Suchen, the ancestor witch of the Wu clan. I am Dijiang, the leader of the 12 ancestor witches. Suchen nodded. I have met brother Dijiang. Dijiang turned, pointing to those beside him. Zhu Jioyin, master of time. Zhu Rong, master of the law of fire. Gong Gong, master of the law of water. Zhu Meng, master of the law of wood. Xian Ming, master of the law of rain. Chang Liang, master of the law of thunder. Shizi, master of the law of electricity. Tian Wu, master of the law of wind. Shibaisher, master of the law of weather. Ho-Tu, master of the Rusho, master of the law of metal and slaughter. Dijiang looked at Suchen, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Suchen, we the 12 ancestor witches each govern a great law. Since you are the 13th, you should also have your own law. Zhu Jioyin stepped forward a half step. Suchen, which path do you govern? Zhu Rong urged. Suchen, speak quickly. Let us see what great law the Father God has bestowed upon you. Gong Gong also stared at Suchen. Do not keep us guessing. Xian Ming said, speak. Ho-Tu's gaze softened. Suchen, no matter the path, it will be a joy for our Wu clan. Suchen looked at the 12 ancestor witches and slowly raised his right hand. The law of strength gathered in his palm. There were no flashy divine lights. Just a dominating aura that suppressed all laws. In the Pangu Hall, the blood pool instantly lay low. The 12 ancestor witches simultaneously changed color. Dijiang's pupils contracted. What is this? Zhu Jioyin suddenly opened his eyes wide. The law of strength. Zhu Rong exclaimed, what? Gong Gong stepped forward, the water light exploding on the spot. The law of strength. Zhu Meng took a deep breath. The great law governed by the Father God. Rusho's eyes gleamed with golden light. Suchen has actually inherited the Father God's law of strength. Chang Liang's lightning flickered chaotically, his face filled with shock. Ha ha. Good. Very good. Xian Ming's cold gaze stirred with waves. No wonder he could step into the great Luo even before his birth. Tian Wu laughed heartily. The Father God blesses our Wu clan. Shibaishi said solemnly, this matter must not be spread lightly. The emergence of the law of strength will surely shake the wilderness. Hotu looked at Su Chen, her joy deepening. Su Chen, you have received the great law of the Father God, and you must stabilize your heart in the future. Su Chen nodded. Sister, do not worry. As I am the ancestor witch of the Wu clan, I will certainly protect the Wu clan. Dijiang laughed heartily, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Good. Truly a blessing from the Father God. Zhu Rong eagerly stepped forward. Su Chen, let's go. I want to test your strength. Gong Gong sneered. Are you looking to get beaten? Zhu Rong angrily retorted. Gong Gong, do you want to say that again? Gong Gong said, I said you want to get beaten. Zhu Rong's flames erupted. Come and fight. Dijiang raised his hand to stop the two. Enough. Su Chen has just come into the world, let us first test his foundation. Zhu Jiui nodded. The law of strength is not to be underestimated. If one does not understand its depth, walking the wilderness in the future will easily bring about changes. Rusho said it is good to test it out. Chong Liang excitedly said I will come. Xianming shot him a glance. You do not hold back. Chong Liang disagreed. I can control my strength. Hotu looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, are you willing to give it a try? Su Chen clenched his fist, the aura of the great Luo roaring within him. He looked at the 12 ancestor witches, battle intent igniting in his eyes. Good. I also want to know how strong I am now. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. This is the spirit of my Wu clan sons. Gong Gong nodded. There is courage. Dijiang turned the power of space, unfolding. The Pangu Hall is transformed from the heart of the Father God. It is not suitable for combat. Let's go outside. Su Chen followed closely behind Zhu Rong. Please instruct me, elder brothers and sisters. The 12 ancestor witches stepped forward in unison. The space rippled. All the ancestor witches went outside. If Brother Zhu Rong wishes to test, I also wish to familiarize myself with this power. Zhu Rong's eyes brightened, flames swirling up from his arms. 13 brother, this is what you said. Dijiang looked at Su Chen. You just came into the world, you should take it easy. Su Chen shook his head, clenching his palm, as the tidal waves of the blood pool receded. Brother, do not worry. I want to know how far I can go now. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, turning and walking towards the outside of the Pangu Hall. Let's go. It is not good to display powers within the Pangu Hall. Let's go outside and see how sturdy your ancestor witch body is. Su Chen took a step forward, following behind Zhu Rong. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft stepped out of the Pangu Hall. Outside the hall, the earth was heavy, mountains loomed, and malevolent energy surged into the sky. Zhu Rong stepped onto the wilderness, and as his feet touched the ground, crimson fire erupted from the cracks. He raised his arm and shook it, and the laws of fire transformed into a scarlet divine chain that wrapped around him. 13th brother, let me make it clear first. I will not hold back too much. Su Chen stood opposite Zhu Rong, his black hair buoyed by blood energy. Brother Zhu Rong, feel free to strike. If I cannot withstand it, then it is my foundation that is lacking. Gong Gong stood with his arms crossed, water patterns swirling in his eyes. This kid has some real guts. Zhu Meng looked at Su Chen, the azure light swirling in his pupils. He possesses a heavy vitality, and his physical body surpasses that of ordinary great witches by a large margin. Xian Ming spoke coldly. Zhu Rong's combat strength among us is among the top 4. If 13th brother can withstand 10 moves, it will be enough to shake the witch clan. Rusho's gaze was sharp, golden energy condensing in his palm. I believe he can do more than 10 moves. Chong Liang grinned, lightning flickering between his teeth. Zhu Rong stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath him, transforming into a blaze as he charged at Su Chen. Receive my punch. The crimson fire roared forth, and the laws of fire pressed down on the void ahead. Su Chen looked up, raising his right fist to meet at the path of strength roaring within his arm bones. The two fists collided, and the sea of fire erupted. Zhu Rong's body trembled, retreating half a step. Su Chen also took a step back, his foot shattering the rock layer. Flames surged in Zhu Rong's eyes. What a hard punch. Su Chen shook his arm, blood energy surging. Brother Zhu Rong, come again. Zhu Rong let out a loud shout, bringing his palms together as flames filled the sky, forming a fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its mouth and swallowed mountains as it pressed towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not retreat. He spread his 5 fingers and directly grasped the head of the fire dragon. The laws of fire burned his palms, but the blood energy of his physical body forcefully suppressed it. He twisted his arm, and the fire dragon immediately shattered into countless streams of fire rain. Tian Wu's pupils constricted. He tore Zhu Rong's fire dragon apart with his bare hands. Shibaishi spoke in a low voice. This is not sheer brute force. There is a path of laws between his fists and palms. Hotu's gaze flickered slightly. The rhythm of the path of power. Dijiang nodded. 13th brother has inherited the legacy of our Father God. This path is very heavy. Zhu Rong roared, a sea of fire spreading from behind him. How exhilarating. Now receive my true fire, Zhu Rong. Scarlet, true fire transformed into a fire domain engulfing Su Chen's entire body. Su Chen stepped forward, allowing the true fire to cover him. The flames burned on his body, erupting with large swathes of crimson light. He spread his arms wide, internal chi and blood pounding like 1,000 drums. Open. The path of strength surged outward, tearing the fire domain in half. Su Chen stepped out from the fire, his body marked only by a few charred scars. Zhu Rong's expression changed drastically. This couldn't burn through. Su Chen did not give him another chance to gather fire. He took a step forward, the ground beneath him collapsing as he rushed in front of Zhu Rong. A punch descended. Zhu Rong raised his arm to block the fiery divine chain wrapping around him layer by layer. The divine chain shattered. Zhu Rong's arms sank and a deep chasm opened beneath his feet. Su Chen's second punch followed closely. Zhu Rong's shoulder exploded in flames, his body forced into a half-kneeling position. Su Chen's third punch stopped just before Zhu Rong's brow. The wind from his fist parted the flames on Zhu Rong's forehead, but it did not continue to fall. On the wilderness, the gazes of the ancestors of witchcraft were all fixed. Chang Liang gasped. 3 moves to subdue Zhu Rong. Tian Wu stared at Su Chen, her face filled with astonishment. Zhu Rong is not an ordinary ancestor of witchcraft. He fights heathen and ranks among the top 4 of us. Gong Gong also retracted his smile. 13th brother has just emerged and can accomplish this step. Xian Ming looked at the lingering laws of strength in Su Chen's palm. His physical body is still not fully accustomed to it. Once he is familiar, he will only become stronger. Zhu Rong looked up at the fist hovering before his brow. He paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good. I admit defeat. Su Chen retracted his fist, reaching out to help Zhu Rong up. Brother Zhu Rong, the laws of fire are fierce. If not for my strong physical body, I would not have been able to withstand this battle. Zhu Rong patted his chest, flames reigniting. Defeat is defeat. I, Zhu Rong, acknowledge it. Rusho stepped forward, golden light rising from behind. I will give it a try. Su Chen turned to look at Rusho. Brother Rusho, do you also wish to test me? Rusho raised his hand, the laws of gold condensing into a long sword in his palm. Zhu Rong's fire is fierce, but my golden energy is sharper. 13th brother, while your physical body can withstand fire, it may not be able to withstand gold. Su Chen's gaze grew slightly serious. Please, brother, make your move. Rusho's figure flashed, and the golden sword slashed down. The sword light split the ground, its edge aimed directly at Su Chen's shoulder and neck. Su Chen sidestepped half a step, slapping his left palm against the back of the sword. The golden sword rang out, the laws of gold cutting into his palm's skin. A droplet of blood flew up. Zhu Rong saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Be careful." Rusho's eyes gleamed with even more golden light. 13th brother, do not underestimate the laws of gold. Su Chen glanced at the wound on his palm, the flesh instantly knitting together. What sharpness! Then I shall be more serious. He stepped forward, cracking the wilderness beneath him. His whole figure charged into the light of the sword. Rusho slashed down 9 times, each strike aimed at Su Chen's vital points. Su Chen forged a path with his fists, clashing directly with the golden sword. The first punch shattered the sword light. The second punch scattered the golden energy. With the third punch, cracks appeared on Rusho's long sword. Rusho's expression darkened as he gripped the long sword with both hands. Gung Jin cuts the heavens. The laws of gold converged into a 1,000-jong sword shadow, striking down towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked up, the imprint of the path of strength in his chest vibrating. He brought his fists together, launching them directly at the sword shadow. The sword shadow fell, and the momentum of his fists surged against it. The golden light shattered. Rusho retreated 7 steps, each step leaving a deep pit behind. Su Chen seized the opportunity, closing in and pressing a palm against Rusho's chest. The force had not yet been unleashed, but the golden light behind Rusho had already collapsed. Rusho looked down at the palm on his chest, slowly exhaling. I have also lost. Zhu Meng's eyes shone with intense azure light. Even Rusho has been defeated. Tian Wu looked at Su Chen, her expression now changed. 13th brother's combat power is absolutely not comparable to an ordinary entry into the Great Luo. Shibaisher spoke in a deep voice. He lacks a nascent soul, yet the laws can enter his physical body. This approach is very close to that of our Father God. Ho Tu looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with growing joy. If 13th brother grows up, the witch clan will have another pillar to support the heavens. Dijiang said nothing, the spatial divine patterns flowing in his eyes. He knew Su Chen was strong, but Su Chen's strength at this level still shook him. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward at this moment, the power of time unfurling with his steps. I will give it a try. The expressions of the ancestors of witchcraft all became serious at once. Zhu Rong stepped aside, his expression grave. 13th brother, be careful. Brother Zhu Jiuyin's laws of time are quite troublesome. Rusho also reminded. If you are locked by time, you may not be able to exert your full strength. Su Chen looked at Zhu Jioyin, his gaze finally becoming genuinely serious. The laws of time. Please, brother. Zhu Jioyin gazed at Su Chen, the sun and moon revolving in his eyes. 13th brother, your laws of strength are extraordinary. But time and space have always ranked among the top 3,000 laws. If you can force me to use my true strength, you will have one half the battle. Su Chen nodded, his blood energy surging around him. Then I will go all out. Stepping forward, his fist surged directly towards Zhu Jioyin. Zhu Jioyin raised his gaze. Slow down. With a single word, time in front of Su Chen slowed down. His fist continued to advance, yet it felt as if it were trapped in a myriad of thick mud. Su Chen let out a low shout, breaking through the restraints of time with the path of strength. The force of his fist roared before Zhu Jioyin. Zhu Jioyin's figure swayed, retreating 10 zhang away. Not bad. You managed to break through one layer of my time lock. Su Chen remained silent and threw another punch. He stepped forward 9 times, each step shattering the ripples of time. Zhu Jioyin formed seals with his hands, and a dark sun rose behind him. Time flows back. The punch Su Chen had just unleashed rolled back half an inch. His body was also pulled back to its original position. Zhu Rong's eyes widened. This is the law of time. The punch from the 13th brother was just sent back. Gong Gong said in a deep voice. If it were me, I too would be held back for a moment. Xian Ming looked at the battlefield and said coldly, in this moment it is enough to determine victory or defeat. The bloodlight in Su Chen's eyes surged. Strength can open the heavens, and it can also break through time. He smashed his fists into the void, the power of his physical body crashing into the ripples of time. The ripples shattered. Su Chen burst forth from the receding tide, his fist finally striking Zhu Jioyin's palm. Zhu Jioyin's sleeves were shattered, and his body retreated 3 steps. The ancestral witches were all moved. Zhu Mang spoke up in shock. He hit Zhu Jioyin. Rusho's gaze sharpened. Breaking time with strength. The 13th brother's law is different from ours. Dijiang slowly nodded. The path of strength can indeed be compared with time and space. But this path is too difficult. Zhu Jioyin looked at the bloodstain that had split open on his palm, revealing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. 13th brother, you have surprised me. Next I will be serious. Su Chen took a deep breath, infusing his blood energy into his limbs and bones. Brother, feel free to come. Zhu Jioyin's eyes shone with both the sun and moon. At that moment the heavens and earth were enveloped by the aura of time. Just as Su Chen was about to step forward, his blood energy suddenly diminished. His punch had yet to be unleashed, but traces of time erosion appeared on his body. Ho Tu's expression changed slightly. Time erodes the body. Zhu Rong couldn't help but shout. Zhu Jioyin, be a bit gentler. Zhu Jioyin did not look at Zhu Rong, but fixed his gaze on Su Chen. If the 13th brother cannot even pass this test, he cannot claim mastery over the path of strength. Su Chen gritted his teeth, the 9 turns Pangu mystic art within him roaring in operation. His flesh was stripped of luster by time, yet was forcefully restored by the mystic art. He advanced under the erosion of time. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step the ground was shattered to dust. Zhu Jioyin's eyes glimmered with deeper appreciation. Still able to walk. Good. Su Chen suddenly raised his head, the path of strength transforming into a seal bursting from his chest. He unleashed a punch piercing through the power of time's erosion. The wind from his fist approached Zhu Jioyin's face. Zhu Jioyin closed and opened his eyes. Freeze. Su Chen's body suddenly stopped. His fist halted 3 inches from Zhu Jioyin's brow. In that moment blood energy surged throughout his body, yet he was pinned in place by the laws of time. Su Chen tried to break free, his bones emitting a thunderous roar. Zhu Jioyin raised a hand and pointed at his shoulder. The power of time rolled over him, sending Su Chen flying back, crashing heavily onto the wasteland. The ground collapsed, dust soaring into the sky. Zhu Rong rushed forward. 13th brother. Su Chen stood up from the pit, his chest heaving, his battle intent undiminished. I can still fight. Zhu Jioyin put away the light of the sun and moon, shaking his head. That's enough. In this battle, I emerged victorious. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, then clasped his fists. I lost. Zhu Jioyin approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. 13th brother, you lost without shame. You just emerged into the world, yet you could force me to use the time freeze. If you had emerged thousands of years earlier, perhaps I truly would not be your match. Zhu Rong immediately nodded. I believe that. If the 13th brother practices for several more thousand years, there wouldn't be many among us who could suppress him. Rusho looked at Su Chen, his battle intent still present. I will return to refine the law of gold. Next time we fight, I may not lose so quickly. Su Chen looked at Rusho and nodded seriously. Brother Rusho, feel free to come anytime. Gong Gong approached and patted Su Chen's other shoulder. Good lad. You've just emerged into the world and already restrained Zhu Rong and Ru Shou. Your reputation as the 13th Ancestral Witch is secure. Zhu Rong glared at Gong Gong. What do you mean by restraining Zhu Rong? Gong Gong snorted coldly. Did you not lose, eh? Zhu Rong's flames surged. I was merely helping the 13th brother familiarize himself with his strength. Su Chen looked at the two and said, if the two brothers wish to fight again once I am familiar with my physical body, I will gladly accompany you both. Zhu Rong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Good. This temperament resembles my witch clan. Dijiang stepped forward, suppressing the restless blood energy with the power of space. Not bad. The performance of the 13th brother today has been enough to reassure us. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes carrying the authority of an elder brother. However, you have just emerged into the world. Your physical body laws and divine abilities all need to be honed. Zhu Rong, Ru Shou, and Zhu Jiuyin engaging with you was merely to help you understand yourself. Su Chen clasped his fists. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Ho Tu spoke softly. 13th brother, first stabilize your foundation. Xian Ming nodded. Your potential is too strong. You must solidify every step. Chang Liang patted his chest and said, once you are familiarized, I will also test your fist. Good. I will not disappoint you all. Dijiang raised his hand, and the aura surrounding the ancestral witches gradually retracted. All right. Everyone should return and cultivate diligently. Also allow Su Chen to familiarize himself with his own. Su Chen nodded immediately. Brother Dijiang, rest assured. I will first thoroughly harmonize my physical body and the laws. Dijiang looked at him and said solemnly, the path of power you control is easier to injure oneself the more urgent it is. Zhu Jiuyin also spoke. 13th brother, time will provide you with answers. If you can refine the laws of power into every inch of your flesh and then fight me, the outcome will be hard to determine. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. 13th brother, don't just focus on Zhu Jiuyin. When you emerge from seclusion, come find me. I still want to test your punches again. Gong Gong glanced at Zhu Rong. Are you looking to lose again? Zhu Rong's flames exploded. Gong Gong. Ho Tu spoke softly. All right. 13th brother has just come into the world and needs peace. Su Chen looked at the ancestral witches and clasped his fists, saying, brothers and sisters, rest assured. Next time I emerge from seclusion, I will definitely be stronger. The ancestral witches all departed. Su Chen returned to the side of the Pangu Hall and sat cross-legged on a stone platform. He closed his eyes, and the 9 transformations Pangu mystic art slowly operated. The laws of power sank into his flesh and flowed along his bones. Every inch of his body was repeatedly washed by the Tao rhythm. Every trace of blood energy was compressed by the mystic art. Time quickly passed. Another several thousand years went by. During these thousands of years, Su Chen did not step out of the ancestral land of the Witch clan. Zhu Rong visited several times. Each time he wanted to spar with Su Chen, Ho Tu merely glanced at him, and Zhu Rong turned to leave. Gong Gong also came by. He stood at a distance and watched for a moment, murmuring, this kid's aura has deepened again. Zhu Jiuyin visited once. He gazed at the rhythms of power circulating around Su Chen, and the sun and moon subtly shifted in his eyes. 13th brother is currently refining the laws into his instincts. If he strikes again, the time seal may not be able to restrain him. Dijiang stood beside Zhu Jiuyin. Do you think he can defeat you? Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment. If only considering the last battle, now he has a chance of victory. Dijiang's eyes flashed with spatial divine patterns. Good. My witch clan has gained another true ancestral witch capable of supporting the heavens. On the stone platform, Su Chen's body trembled violently. The second transformation of the 9 transformations Pangu mystic art was thoroughly stabilized. In the next moment, blood energy surged again. Midway through the second transformation, it was done. Su Chen opened his eyes. He clenched his palm, and the surrounding space emitted a muffled sound. The laws of power moved with his intentions without any delay. Su Chen looked down at his hands. Midway through the second transformation, the laws have finally been fully mastered. If I were to spar with brother Zhu Jiuyin now, perhaps I could truly win. He stood up, retracting the blood energy into his body. He no longer had the sharpness he exhibited when he first emerged. Yet that power felt heavier. It was more like a divine mountain pressing between heaven and earth. Su Chen gazed into the distance. Najou Mountain, that is transformed from Father God's spine. The first divine mountain of the primordial wilderness must have many opportunities. According to the system's treasure chest rules, such places must yield high-level treasure chests. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Right, treasure chests. The system can obtain a level 1 treasure chest every day. I have been in seclusion for many years, so I must have accumulated a lot. Su Chen immediately spoke in his heart. System, synthesize all level 1 treasure chests. In the next moment, a cold notification sound echoed in Su Chen's consciousness. Ding. Sufficient number of level 1 treasure chests accumulated detected. Synthesizing. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a level 5 treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Level 5 treasure chest. Synthesized from level 1 treasure chests, reaching level 5 is quite good. The system notification sound rang again. Would you like to open the level 5 treasure chest? Su Chen did not hesitate. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the top-tier divine ability, the 7 Great Secret Organs Method. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Divine ability. The 7 Great Secret Organs Method. He immediately checked the technique. Profound information surged into his consciousness. Living beings possess 7 great secret organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, arms, and legs. Each time one secret organ is opened, it can temporarily enhance combat power tenfold. Su Chen inhaled sharply. What the hell? Each opened secret organ enhances combat power by 10 times. If all 7 secret organs are open, that would be a 70-fold increase in combat power. Terrifying indeed. A brilliant light surged in his eyes. The Witch Clan does not have a primordial spirit. Most divine abilities require a primordial spirit to activate. But this 7 Great Secret Organs method is different. It is based on the physical body fueled by blood energy and uses the organs and limbs as gateways. It is as if it was specially created for the physical bodies of ancestral witches. Su Chen said softly, I possess the 9 transformations Pangu mystic art and control the path of power. If I also cultivate the 7 Great Secret Organs method, who among my peers can withstand a punch from me? He raised both hands. Blood energy began to surge in his palms. The first secret organ is the arms. Su Chen sat cross-legged again, and the 9 transformations Pangu mystic art roared into operation. He pressed the 7 Great Secret Organs method into his arms. First, opened the secret organ of the arms. Blood energy immediately flowed into his arms. The 7 Great Secret Organs method unfolded deep within his arms. Su Chen clenched his fists and his arm bones trembled on the spot. What a domineering technique. Using the arms as the gateway, blood energy as the key and the path of power to suppress the secret organs. This is truly suitable for my witch clan. The 9 transformations Pangu mystic art operated in conjunction. The imprints of the path of power sank into his arms. Su Chen raised his fist and struck at the void. The void trembled, splitting open a pitch-black rift. He did not stop. One punch. Another punch. Each punch pressed into his flesh. Each punch vibrated the secret organ. Deep within his arms, the blood energy was continuously compressed. Su Chen shouted, open. The secret organ of the arms vibrated slightly, but did not completely open. A backlash force surged into his body. Su Chen's body shook and the stone platform beneath him cracked. Not enough. Then continue to strike. He stood up and continued to punch at the void. The punch energy pushed for thousands of feet. The void was struck with one crack after another. Just a little more. Come again. The shadow of his fist slammed into the void. Blood energy burned into his arms. On the arm bones, secret patterns emerged. As soon as the secret patterns appeared, they were crushed by the path of power. After shattering, they reformed. Boom. The void collapsed in a section. Within his arms, the first secret gate emitted a dull vibration. Su Chen's eyes flashed with bloodlight. I found it. Open for me. He struck out with a punch. The secret gate vibrated. A second punch followed. The secret gate cracked open a line. A third punch struck out. Su Chen's arms burst open and then healed again within the 9 transformations Pangu mystic art. Seeing Su Chen's reckless training, the remaining 12 ancestral witches also sighed, truly considering this 13th brother to be a training fanatic. However, we cannot fall behind. Either one by one, the ancestral witches also began to cultivate naturally, not wanting to lag too far behind Su Chen. Time flowed by. Between the primordial wilderness, the blood energy left behind by the 3 clans' great battle gradually dissipated. Groups of living beings began to emerge. On Kunlun Mountain, pure energy surged into the sky. 3 figures were birthed from the remnants of Pangu's primordial spirit. The energy of Taiji is profound. The majesty of Yuqing is celestial. The sharpness of Shangqing pierces the bull's head. When the 3 purities emerged, all beings in Kunlun bowed their heads. Taiji looked towards heaven and earth. Father Pangu opened the heavens, and we were born from the primordial spirit. Yuqing said solemnly, we must cultivate the great Tao and not betray our roots. Shangqing's eyes revealed a sword intent. The primordial wilderness is vast, and there will be challenges in the future. In the Wuzhuang temple of Mount Wanshou, the spiritual light of the earth veins surged. Zhen Yunzi stood beneath the ginseng fruit tree, his sleeves unfurling, the energy of the thick earth stabilizing a region. He looked towards heaven and earth and slowly spoke, a new order in the primordial wilderness has begun. I shall guard this earth vein and observe the great Tao of all beings. In the fire cloud cave, red clouds took form. The clouds and mist filled the cave. He laughed heartily. The world is so vast, it is time to go out and explore. The blood sea roiled. The ancestor of the underworld river stepped out treading on blood. Yuan Tu Abi emitted a murderous aura into the sky. The 12-petal karmic fire red lotus supported his form. The gaze of the underworld river swept across the blood sea. The path of killing is also a great Tao. From now on I shall be the master of the blood sea. On the sun star the Fusang divine tree ignited golden flames. 2 golden crows transformed from the true fire of the sun. Dijun had the He Tu and Luo Shu above his head, and there was a sense of dominance in his eyes. Dong Huang Tai, he held the chaos bell, the bell wave suppressing the true fire of the sun. Dijun looked towards the primordial wilderness. Tai, the myriad tribes of the primordial wilderness are scattered, and ultimately one sovereign is needed. Dong Huang Tai, he raised his hand to press down on the chaos bell. If elder brother wishes to contend, I shall use the bell to subdue your enemies. Dijun nodded. In this world, we shall have our place. Dong Huang Tai's gaze was fierce. If enemies come, we shall shatter them. In various places of the primordial wilderness, the innate sanctified beings began to emerge one after another. Mountains and rivers possessed spirits. Rivers and seas birthed deities. In the blessed lands of caves, many great powers opened their eyes. The energy of the new era began to sweep across the world. Within the ancestral land of the Witch clan, Su Chun continued to strike. Another 1,000 years passed. In the territory of the Witch clan, a great mountain stood at the edge of the wasteland. Su Chun stood before the mountain, the secret patterns of his arms sinking into his flesh. He took a deep breath. 1,000 years of striking. Today it is time to open. Su Chun raised his right fist. The secret gate within his arms was fully manifested. He tightened his left fist. The path of power roared down. Open for me. He struck out with a punch. The mountain exploded on the spot. Rocks flew into the sky. The earth veins were severed by the punch. Before the dust settled, a figure emerged from the shattered mountain. Su Chen's blood light in his arms receded. The secret patterns embedded in his flesh. He raised his hand to grasp, and the void immediately twisted. Su Chen looked down at his arms. The first secret organ, the secret organ of the arms, successfully opened. Su Chen's arms trembled, and the power of the secret seals surged violently through his flesh and blood. Bloodlight surged in his eyes. Tenfold combat power. Su Chen looked down at his fists, the fighting spirit in his chest igniting in an instant. Good. Indeed, these 7 secret seal techniques did not disappoint me. He raised his hand, and the void in his palm collapsed instantly. The path of strength pressed into the secret seals of his arms. Blood energy surged within the bones. Su Chun let out a hearty laugh. With this method, the combat power of my Wu clan will surely rise to another level. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to cast a blood command of the Wu clan. The blood command shot into the sky, transforming into 13 blood-red divine patterns. The divine patterns shook the ancestral land. Around the Pangu Hall, 12 ancestral witch auras simultaneously rose. Zhu Rong was the first to step forth from the flames. 13th brother, have you finally decided to emerge from your seclusion? Gong Gong approached by water, his gaze sweeping over Su Chen's arms. Your aura has changed again. Ho Tu landed before the stone platform, her expression gentle. 13th brother, what is it? Dijiang tore through space and stepped out, the space behind him collapsing. You summoned us here, it must be for something important. Zhu Jioyin stepped forth upon the waves of time, the light of the sun and moon flowing in his eyes. 13th brother, your blood energy is heavier than last time. Xian Ming's icy demeanor covered the ground as he spoke softly. It seems you have made great progress again. Rusho focused on Su Chen's arms, the laws of gold vibrating slightly. Your punches are more dangerous now. Zhu Meng chuckled. If 13th brother wishes to spar, let us agree. First, do not destroy the ancestral land. He was surrounded by powerful lightning patting his chest. If it gets destroyed, so be it. I want to see how far 13th brother can fight now. Tian Wu, Shi Bai Shi Shi He and Yu Ji appeared in succession. With the gathering of the 12 ancestral witches, blood energy filled the heavens and earth. Su Chen looked at everyone and clasped his fists as he began to speak. Today I have gathered my brothers and sisters here for a matter of great importance. Ho Tu inquired. What matter? Gong Gong also spoke up. If anyone dares to bully our Wu clan, we shall strike back directly. Ha, good. Just right to check on your cultivation over these thousands of years, 13th brother. Dijiang raised his hand, sealing off the surround. This matter concerns the future of our Wu clan. However, before I elaborate, I would like to challenge brother Zhu Jioyin once more. Zhu Jioyin's eyes sparkled with the light of the sun and moon. Ha, good. Just right to check on your cultivation over these thousands of years, 13th brother. Dijiang raised his hand, sealing off the surrounding space. Right here. With me protecting the ancestral land, you may unleash your strikes. Su Chen stepped forward. Brother Zhu Jioyin, please. Zhu Jioyin raised his hand, releasing the aura of time. 13th brother, be careful. As his words fell, time froze before Su Chen. As he began to move, he was immediately pressed down by the waves of time. Zhu Rong's pupils narrowed. Still using that move. Gong Gong said in a low voice. If 13th brother cannot break free, he can only be held back. Rusho focused on Su Chen's arms. No, his arms are gathering strength. Xianming spoke. This blood energy is deeply suppressed. Ho-Tu said softly. 13th brother has a hidden card. Su Chen shouted lowly, the path of strength bursting forth from his chest. He swung his right fist forward. The waves of time shattered a layer, then quickly closed up. Zhu Jiuyin remained motionless, his eyes revolving with the sun and moon. Time returns. Su Chen's fist strength was instantly reversed. His entire body was pulled back 3 steps. Zhu Rong frowned. Zhu Jiuyin took it seriously from the start. Chang Liang's eyes flickered with lightning. This time law is truly troublesome. Tian Wu focused on the battlefield. If 13th brother only makes a normal breakthrough, it will still be difficult to win today. Su Chen stabilized himself, blood patterns faintly appearing on his arms. Brother's time law is still so strong. Zhu Jiuyin said. Your path of strength is also heavier than last time. But if that's all, it won't be enough. He raised his hand and pointed. Set. The time divine patterns converged from all directions, nailing toward Su Chen's flesh. Su Chen's body abruptly stopped in place. His fist was raised halfway, but the blood energy was pressed back into his meridians by the power of time. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward, the aura of time condensing into a sun and moon will imprint in his palm. 13th brother, if this palm falls, you will lose. Su Chen's fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Then let brother see what I have gained during my seclusion. He suddenly shook his arms. Blood-red secret patterns emerged from deep within his flesh. The imprint of the path of strength pressed into the secret seals of his arms. Su Chen roared. Open! The secret seals of his arms burst open violently. His combat power surged tenfold in an instant. Boom! The power of time that froze him shattered on the spot. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes widened in shock. What? Zhu Rong stomped down hard, breaking the ground. What kind of divine power is this? Gong Gong's expression changed. His combat power has surged tenfold. Rusho tightened his grip on his long blade, the laws of gold ringing out. Tenfold combat power. If this were to land on me, a single punch could determine the victor. Xianming's cold energy rolled. Wu Clan's physical divine power. I have never seen it before. Ho-Tu's gaze trembled. Is this what 13th brother referred to? Dijiang's eyes flared with space divine patterns. Such a tyrannical divine power. Using the flesh to open the seals, using blood energy to urge battle. Changliang laughed heartily. Refreshing. This is the kind of divine power my Wu clan should possess. Zhu Jiuyin did not retreat, his hands forming seals simultaneously. The river of time. A river of time surged forth from behind him, spanning before Su Chen. Within the river, the power of time pressed down layer by layer. Su Chen's fist smashed into the river. As his fist fell, the river was instantly severed. Zhu Jiuyin spoke again. Reverse the flow. The severed river of time quickly restored itself, rolling back Su Chen's fist strength. Su Chen's left fist followed closely behind. Shatter for me. The two fists collided, and the secret seals of his arms erupted with blood light. The path of strength pierced through the river of time. The time law shattered layer by layer. Zhu Jiuyin's figure shook, his sleeves torn by the fist wind. Zhu Rong shouted. He broke through. Gong Gong was filled with shock. He truly broke through the river of time. Zhu Meng took a deep breath. With such combat power, if he were to open the remaining secret seals, who could stop him? Dijiang said solemnly. Let's see how it unfolds. Zhu Jiuyin still has the power of time to restrain him. Zhu Jiuyin closed his eyes simultaneously. The world and time instantly converged into one point. He suddenly opened his eyes. Set. A stronger time divine pattern descended. Su Chen's body paused for a moment. Zhu Jiuyin raised his palm, pressing the wheel imprint of time towards Su Chen's chest. The secret patterns on Su Chen's arms ignited with blood light. You cannot restrain me. He shook his shoulder, tenfold combat power surging throughout his body. The time divine patterns shattered. Su Chen lunged forward to stand before Zhu Jiuyin. A fist fell. Zhu Jiuyin raised his palm to meet it. The collision of fist and palm shattered the wheel imprint of time on the spot. Zhu Jiuyin's body retreated 100 feet, the ground beneath him cracking with countless fissures. Su Chen did not pursue, simply standing still with his fists retracted. The 12 ancestral witches watched the battlefield silent for a long time. Zhu Jiuyin withdrew, the light of the sun and moon walking back slowly. He looked at Su Chen with both admiration and shock. 13th brother, that punch of yours shattered my wheel imprint of time. Su Chen clasped his fists. Brother, I thank you for your kindness. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. No need for humility. I have lost. Zhu Rong was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Zhu Jiuyin, you have your day today. Gong Gong looked at Zhu Rong. What are you laughing at? If it were you up there, you would lose even faster. Zhu Rong surged with flames. Gong Gong, would it kill you to keep quiet for a moment? Ho Tu stepped forward, gazing at the secret patterns on Su Chen's arms. 13th brother, will this method damage your foundation? Su Chen shook his head. As long as the flesh is strong enough, it will not harm the foundation. I intend to pass this method on to all of you brothers and sisters. Dijiang's gaze sharpened. You wish to share it with us? Su Chen nodded. My Wu clan lacks a primordial spirit, making many divine powers difficult to manifest. This method uses the body as the door and blood energy as the key, perfectly suited to our Wu clan. It is called the Seven Seals, capable of opening the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, arms, and legs. Each seal opened grants tenfold combat power. As we are all of the same clan, this method should naturally be passed on to you. However, this divine power can only be cultivated by those at the level of Great Witch and above. Xianming spoke. If this method truly allows the ancestral witches to open the secret seals, our Wu clan's combat power will undoubtedly soar. Chang Liang clenched his fist. Hurry, share it with me. I can hardly wait. Su Chen looked at Chang Liang and raised his hand to unleash a blood-red divine inscription. Everyone, please do not rush. Although this technique is powerful, it requires the physical body to bear it. If one forcibly activates the secret seal, the backlash from the blood energy will damage the body. Dijiang stepped forward, his gaze suppressing the crowd of ancestral witches. 13th brother is right. This technique concerns the foundation of our witch clan. No one can act recklessly. Su Chen closed his eyes, his arms vibrating with the secret seal. Secret inscriptions emerged from his flesh and blood. He pointed with his finger, and the inscriptions split into 12 paths, each landing on the forehead of the 12 ancestral witches. The Seven Seals secret technique opens 7 locations. The heart contains the master blood. The liver contains the master vitality. The spleen contains the master burden. The lungs contain the master breath. The kidneys contain the master essence. The arm's secret seal is for offense. The leg's secret seal is for speed. The 12 ancestral witches closed their eyes simultaneously. The blood-red inscriptions surged into their bodies. Zhu Rong suddenly opened his eyes. So domineering. Once this secret technique enters the body, my arms feel like they're burning. This technique does not require the primordial spirit. It only recognizes blood energy and the physical body, said Xianming. No wonder 13th brother can use this technique to shatter the time will imprint. Rusho stared at his palm. If I activate the secret seal of my arms, the power of a single strike will multiply by at least 10 times. Chang Liang laughed heartily. Tenfold battle power. If I activate the thunder seal, who would dare take my punch in the future? Zhu Jiuyin looked at Su Chen. 13th brother, this technique can be cultivated in layers. First, nurture the secret gates, then activate the secret seals. Without a physical body like yours, one cannot forcibly break through all at once. Su Chen nodded. Exactly. That's why I said that anyone below the Grand Witch level should not cultivate it. Those below the Grand Witch level lack sufficient blood energy, of forcibly opening the gates will only shatter the body. Uta spoke softly. This technique should first be perfected by us ancestral witches. When the time comes for the witch clan to give birth to new beings, we will select a strong one to pass it down. Dijiang said solemnly, this technique will be classified as the core inheritance of our witch clan. Without our permission, no witch is allowed to spread it. The ancestral witches nodded in unison. Good. Su Chen raised his hand and imparted several dangerous points from the secret technique into everyone's consciousness. When cultivating this technique, one must stabilize the secret gates with their own laws. If the secret gates go out of control, the blood energy will clash against the 5 organs. Brothers and sisters being ancestral witches will naturally have no fear. But when passing it down to the Grand Witch, someone must protect the law. Huta looked at Su Chen, her expression more serious. 13th brother, you have made great contributions to the witch clan. Zhu Rong patted his chest. Whoever dares to speak ill of 13th brother, I will burn him first. Gong Gong snorted coldly. You should open the secret seal of your arms first before talking. Zhu Rong shouted angrily. Gong Gong, just wait. Once I master this technique, my first punch will be for you. Gong Gong turned and stepped into the water. I will wait for you. Dijiang waved his hand, and the spatial divine inscriptions enveloped the ancestral witches. Return to your cultivation. The sooner we master the 7 Seals secret technique, the stronger our witch clan will become. I will wait for you. Dijiang waved his hand, and the spatial divine inscriptions enveloped the ancestral witches. Return to your cultivation. The sooner we master the 7 Seals secret technique, Zhu Meng spoke up. You have just mastered the secret seal, it would be better to stabilize it a bit more. Su Chen shook his head. My body is already stable. The path of power has also entered my bones. If I sit any longer, my progress won't be quick. Dijiang did not ask further, only nodded. If that's the 12 ancestral witches dispersed. In front of the Pangu Hall, only Su Chen and Dijiang remained. Su Chen walked up to Dijiang and clasped his fists. Elder brother, I plan to visit Buzhou Mountain. Dijiang looked at Su Chen, thought for a moment, and said, are you going to see the remnants left by the Father God? Su Chen nodded. Indeed. The spine of the Father God has transformed into Buzhou Mountain. We ancestral witches were born from the essence blood of the Father God. Naturally, I should go there once. His mind stirred. Such a blessed land as Buzhou Mountain must have treasure chests. If I can sign in there, I might open a great treasure. Dijiang did not notice what Su Chen was thinking. He only looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with flowing spatial divine inscriptions. We ancestral witches have also been to Buzhou Mountain before. The pressure there is immense. Ordinary innate divine beings who climb the mountain will feel pressure on both their bodies and primordial spirits. But you, being an ancestral witch born from the essence blood of the Father God, should have no major issues. Su Chen replied, Elder brother, do not worry. I am just going to take a look. If I encounter trouble, I won't act recklessly. Dijiang raised his hand. The laws of space coalesced in his palm. Silver divine inscriptions intertwined, forming an ancient mirror. The mirror was small, yet there was a force of space swirling within. Deep within the mirror, the energy of 12 ancestral witches subtly floated. Dijiang handed the ancient mirror to Su Chen. Take this. This is an array mirror I formed using my own spatial laws. If you encounter strong enemies, use your blood energy to activate it. Once the array mirror opens, the 12 of us ancestral witches will immediately sense it. At that time, no matter where you are, I will tear through space to come. Su Chen took the ancient mirror, feeling a slight heaviness in his palm. The spatial divine inscriptions in the mirror flowed into his blood energy, immediately connecting with the ancestral witch's aura. Su Chen clasped his fists. Thank you, elder brother. Dijiang said solemnly. 13th brother, your talent is astonishing. But the wilderness is vast, and there are countless innate divine beings. When you go out, you can fight, but do not underestimate the enemy. Su Chen nodded. I will remember. Dijiang continued. Buzhou Mountain is the legacy of the Father God. If anyone dares to attack you there, you need not hold back. A flash of battle intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes. If someone truly seeks death, I will send him on his way. Dijiang nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. Su Chen put away the array mirror and turned to look at the Pangu Hall. The towering ancient hall stood in the center of the ancestral land. Within the blood pool, the auras of which clan beings were being nurtured. They had not yet been born, yet heavy blood energy already floated around. Su Chen looked at the blood pool and spoke softly. Currently, the witch clan only has 13 ancestral witches. It won't be long before the bloodline of the Father God spreads across the land. At that time, our witch clan will truly stand in the wilderness. Dijiang stood behind him. That day is not far off. Su Chen did not linger any longer. He took a step forward, tearing through the long sky with his body. The blood energy transformed into a long rainbow, heading straight for Buzhou Mountain. The earth retreated beneath his feet. Mountains and rivers were left behind. He did not use any treasures or rely on escaping light. The ancestral witch's physical body crossing the heavens was the strongest escape method. A few days later, a great mountain loomed at the end of the world. Su Chen stopped and looked up. Buzhou Mountain reached into the sky. The mountain body penetrated the sea of clouds connecting heaven and earth. Endless pressure descended from the mountain, forcing the surrounding spiritual energy to coalesce into torrents. As Su Chen approached, the pressure fell upon him. The Pangu essence blood within him trembled slightly. The pressure did not suppress him. Instead, there was a sense of closeness flowing into his body with the blood energy. Su Chen's eyes brightened. This is Buzhou Mountain. The spine of the Father God transformed here. Outsiders who come must be suppressed by the pressure. But as an ancestral witch born from the essence blood of Pangu, I feel no discomfort at all. He stepped onto the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The Taoist rhythms surged, and the path of power operated autonomously within him. Su Chen raised his hand and pressed it against the mountain rock. The heavy aura flowed from his palm into his flesh and blood. He took a deep breath. Buzhou Mountain, I have arrived. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for signing in at Buzhou Mountain and receiving a level 9 treasure chest. As Su Chen stepped into Buzhou Mountain, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. What the hell? A level 9 treasure chest? Did it really give me a level 9 treasure chest? Buzhou Mountain truly deserves to be the transformed backbone of the Father God. Indeed, it is a top-tier blessed land of the primordial era. A level 9 treasure chest, that is the highest tier. Su Chen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the agitation in his heart. He had come all the way from the ancestral land, intending to find a treasure chest in Buzhou Mountain. But he never expected to directly open a level 9 treasure chest on his first sign-in. Such a level is enough to alter the foundation of his future existence in the primordial world. Su Chen's gaze was intense. Open the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring a growth-type supreme treasure. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. A growth-type supreme treasure. What is that? A supreme treasure that can grow. As soon as the thought settled, the void in front of him suddenly split open. A divine light surged forth from the depths of the void. The divine light descended, slicing through the surrounding currents of spiritual energy. The pressure from Buzhou Mountain came crashing down, yet it was forcefully split apart by that divine light. Su Chen stepped out and his arms resonated with a secret force. He fixed his gaze on the center of the divine light, his fighting spirit soaring. Come out. The divine light exploded. A gigantic axe hovered in the void. The axe body was ancient, and the blade was heavy. The axe handle was adorned with crimson patterns that flickered with sharpness. That aura was not overwhelming, yet it carried a fierce intent to cut through all methods. Su Chen gazed at the giant axe, feeling the Pangu blood within him resonate. An axe. It's actually an axe. He raised his hand and grasped forward. The giant axe did not evade, directly falling into his grasp. At the moment of grasping it, the axe body suddenly sank. The stones beneath Su Chen's feet cracked instantly. He trembled, his arms the path of strength compressing into his bone. The giant axe was forcibly lifted by him. It's so heavy. This weight is worthy of my ancestral shaman body. In the next moment, a piece of information about the treasure surged into his blood. The axe is named Cutting the Heavens. A growth-type spiritual treasure. Currently, it is classified as a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It needs to devour 5 pieces of innate spiritual treasures to be promoted to a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. This treasure does not require divine soul refinement. A drop of blood is enough to control it. Su Chen stared at the giant axe in his hand, his eyes filled with bloodlust. What the hell? A drop of blood is all it takes for refinement. This treasure actually doesn't need a primordial spirit. He tightened his grip on the axe handle. The shock within him could no longer be suppressed. The shaman clan has no primordial spirit, which is an inherent flaw. Ordinary innate spiritual treasures require a primordial spirit for refinement. Even if the ancestral shaman's physical body dominates the primordial world, it is difficult to truly wield many spiritual treasures. But Cutting the Heavens is different. It only recognizes blood. It only recognizes the physical body. Such a treasure is naturally born for the shaman clan. Su Chen let out a hearty laugh, shaking the foot of the mountain. What a treasure. Truly a good treasure. Although it is currently only a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it can devour innate spiritual treasures to be promoted. If it devours enough in the future, wouldn't it be able to become a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? And beyond that, a supreme innate spiritual treasure isn't impossible. If the opportunities are sufficient, even innate supreme treasures cannot resist it. His gaze fell upon the blade of the axe, and a surge of heroic spirit arose in his chest. Perhaps one day it might even be able to touch the realm of chaotic spiritual treasures. Cutting the Heavens. This name is bold enough. It also suits my heart's desire. The giant axe trembled lightly. The blood patterns on the axe body glowed, responding to Su Chen's words. Su Chen raised the giant axe, the blade pointed towards the heavens. On Buzhou Mountain, the pressure from the Father God still lingers. Today, having obtained this axe, let you accompany this ancestral shaman as I traverse the primordial world. In the future, if heaven suppresses me, I will cut the heavens. If the Tao obstructs me, I will sever the Tao. If a mighty figure bullies my shaman clan, I will use you to cleave his physical form. The giant axe trembled again. The blade exuded a cold light, slicing the surrounding spiritual energy in half. A satisfied expression appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Good. You are also willing to follow me. Then from today onward you will be my weapon, Su Chen. After he finished speaking, he raised his left hand, forcing out a drop of ancestral shaman blood. The essence blood fell smashing onto the axe body. The Cutting the Heavens axe trembled violently. The blood-colored patterns instantly came to life, flowing along the axe handle into Su Chen's palm. The blood energy within Su Chen surged violently. Cutting the Heavens was connected to his physical energy. No need for primordial spirit guidance. No need for altar refinement. A drop of blood fell, and a contract of weapon master was formed. Su Chen closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the sharpness within the axe. He saw a void space deep within the axe blade. That space was empty, yet capable of devouring the essence of innate spiritual treasures. As long as enough spiritual treasures were invested, Cutting the Heavens could continuously ascend. Su Chen opened his eyes, his smile even broader. Devouring 5 pieces of innate spiritual treasures will allow it to be promoted to a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. In the primordial world, while innate spiritual treasures are precious, they are not impossible to find. In the future, as I roam the primordial world, I will surely encounter those who cannot see. If they dare to block my path, this axe will have its sustenance. He looked down at Cutting the Heavens. Rest assured, I, the ancestral shaman, will not let you starve for too long. The Cutting the Heavens axe trembled, the blood patterns emitting a faint glow. Su Chen placed it horizontally in front of him, his arms suddenly exerting force. With one axe swing, The axe light shot out 100 feet, landing on a giant stone at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The stone immediately cracked. Deep within the cracks, remnants of the path of strength trembled. Su Chen sheathed the axe, the brilliance in his eyes growing brighter. What a sharpness! I have yet to activate the secret force of my arms, and with just a casual swing it possesses such power. If the tenfold battle power is combined with cutting the heavens, even the time will seal of brother Zhu Jiuyin would shatter once more. He thought of his brothers and sisters in the ancestral land, his fighting spirit escalating. Su Chen raised his hand, stroking the axe body. Cutting the heavens. Let's ascend the mountain together. Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the backbone of the Father God. This place has boundless Tao rhythms. Perhaps there are even greater opportunities. The cutting the heavens responded with a tremor. Su Chen turned his hand and carried the giant axe on his back. The axe handle slanted over his shoulder, the blade resting behind him. His ancestral shaman blood energy enveloped cutting the heavens, the two energies completely merging. Su Chen looked up towards the mountain peak, his foot heavily stamping on the mountain path. Buzhou Mountain. I, the ancestral shaman, have arrived. Su Chen, carrying cutting the heavens, climbed Buzhou Mountain step by step. And at the moment cutting the heavens was born. In the 33 heavens. In the purple sky palace. Hongjun also abruptly opened his eyes, sensing that something had just happened, as if the heavenly Tao felt a hint of extreme danger. It seems I need to accelerate the refinement of the purple energy to become a saint. To prevent uncontrollable changes. Hongjun raised his head to look at the purple energy in the void. Soon. I have already refined 90%, and I am not far from becoming a supreme saint. Hongjun raised his hand to suppress that primordial purple energy, gathering the Tao rhythms around him inch by inch. As long as this poor Taoist becomes a saint, even if there are changes in the primordial world, it must enter the great trend of the heavenly Tao. He closed his eyes, and the creation jade disk in the purple sky palace gently turned. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the sacred mountain Buzhou, Su Chen ascended step by step, his back bearing the axe Fatian. With each footfall, the primordial pressure of Pangu seeped deeper into his flesh and bone. Each wave of crushing pressure resonated once through the Tao of strength within his bones. Su Chen raised his gaze toward the unseen heights above, his eyes blazing with crimson light. Exhilarating. This oppressive aura of Buzhou Mountain is perfect for tempering my ancestral Wu body. Fatian trembled upon his back, its blade pulsing with razor-sharp radiance. Su Chen raised a hand and gripped the axe's haft. Patience. Over these past 1,000 years I've sought worthy sustenance for you. Alas, though Buzhou teems with opportunities, not a single true primordial spirit treasure has revealed itself. He climbed ever onward, searching relentlessly. Within mountain stones lay fragments of primordial spirit roots. Beneath ancient cliffs flowed a spring of primordial spirit water. In the depths of mist-shrouded valleys, several rare spirit herbs pulsed with iridescent auroras. Su Chen spared none, not even a glance of disdain, and gathered them all into his palm. Yet however precious they were, none could sate Fatian's hunger. Fatian craved only the primordial essence of true spirit treasures. Ordinary spirit artifacts were beneath its notice. As Su Chen crossed a jagged ridge, his blood qi surged violently within his chest. At the heart of Buzhou Mountain, the oppressive force intensified abruptly. Before him the path thickened with gravitational weight, as if mountains and oceans had descended upon it. His legs' secret gates vibrated fiercely, tendons and bones thundered like storm-racked skies. He did not retreat. His foot struck down, the mountain stone shattered beneath him. Again, Su Chen growled low, blood qi erupting from his legs like crimson lightning. He harnessed Buzhou's very pressure to forge his legs' secret caverns. 1 day, 10 days, 100 days. Su Chen sat cross-legged halfway up the mountain slope, blood-red arcane sigils bloomed across his thighs. With every opening and closing of his secret gates, the law of ultimate velocity coursed through his flesh and marrow. Su Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a torrent of turbid breath. My legs' secret caverns remain one threshold short of perfection. Were I to fully awaken them, my corporeal speed across heaven and earth would multiply tenfold, at minimum. Fatian quivered softly. Su Chen let out a low laugh. Impatient are you? Fear not. This ancestral Wu senses it. The heart of Buzhou holds no empty promise for me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a pillar of spirit light erupted from a distant valley, piercing the clouds, churning the primordial qi. Above the valley, a primordial formation materialized, intricate runes interwove, like celestial serpents veiling fate itself. Su Chen shot upright, eyes blazing with incandescent brilliance. Spirit light, and guarded by a primordial formation. Such a phenomenon can only herald something extraordinary. Fatian trembled more urgently still. Su Chen threw back his head and laughed. Let us go. If this truly is a primordial spirit treasure, today shall be your first feast. He took a single stride, his body cleaving through mountain winds like a crimson comet. His blood chi blazed forth as a radiant arc hurtling straight toward that fated valley. Meanwhile, not far from Buzhou Mountain, within a secluded cave dwelling, two figures opened their eyes simultaneously. One was a man with a human head and serpentine body, the Bagua Dao patterns swirling about his form. The other, a woman likewise serpentine, bore the concentrated aura of creation at her brow. The man was Fu Shi. The woman was Nuwa. Both were reincarnations of chaos divine beings born near Buzhou Mountain, bound to its destiny by threads of profound karmic resonance. Fu Shi raised a hand and performed a divination. Bagua patterns spun rapidly within his palm. Nuwa turned to him. Elder brother, what is it? A flicker of astonishment lit Fu Shi's eyes. Sister, I sense a treasure manifesting. Nuwa's gaze sharpened. Within Buzhou Mountain. Indeed, it bears affinity with me. The moment its spirit light rose, my nascent soul stirred in response. Nuwa rose, creation's divine radiance encircling her like living dawn. If it resonates with you, then we must see it for ourselves. Fu Shi furrowed his brows. Buzhou Mountain's pressure is immense. It is also the legacy of our Father God. This treasure's emergence may not go unnoticed by others. Nuwa spoke calmly. Elder brother possesses the foundational Tao of the Fu Shi lute. If the treasure relates to music or resonance, none may wrest it from you. Fu Shi nodded once. Let us go. Their forms dissolved into twin beams of immortal light, racing toward the source of the spirit light. At the valley's rim, Su Chun had already arrived. He gazed ahead, the entrance coiled with dragon-like formation runes. Countless primordial talismanic scripts cascaded downward, sealing the spirit light within. Inside the formation's spiritual energy roared like a celestial river, faint but unmistakable lute tones vibrating through heaven and earth. Su Chen's joy flared brighter still. Excellent. Truly a locus of treasure. Guarded by a primordial formation, whatever lies within must be extraordinary. He seized Fatian, but did not raise the axe. Fatian, though a lower-tier primordial spirit treasure, was too potent for reckless use. This formation was rooted deep within Buzhou's mountain veins, shattering it with Fatian wrist, damaging the treasure within. Su Chun clenched his fists. Both arms' secret caverns roared open. Crimson arcane sigils surged from his forearm bones. Tenfold combat power flooded his frame. He strode to the formation's edge and delivered a devastating fist. Break. Crack. Formation runes convulsed violently. Spirit light detonated at the valley mouth. Primordial scripts recoiled under sheer kinetic force. Su Chun advanced again, delivering a second blow precisely upon the same formation node. The node ruptured. A torrent of spiritual energy burst forth from the fissure. From afar, Fu Shi and Nuwa arrived just in time to witness it. Fu Shi's expression darkened instantly. An astonishing physique. Nuwa's eyes narrowed, creation light intensifying. He hasn't employed his nascent soul, not once. He shattered the formation with brute fist alone. Fu Shi stared intently at the colossal axe resting on Su Chen's back. His blood chi surges like an ocean. His body carries the indelible imprint of Pangu. He is an ancestral Wu. Nuwa murmured softly. So the ancestral Wu have already emerged to such a degree. That fist force, if any ordinary primordial deity drew near, their physical form would shatter in a single strike. Fu Shi's palm pulsed wildly, the Bagua patterns leaping erratically. Something is amiss. Every blow struck a structural weakness. Yet the ancestral Wu possessed no nascent soul. How could he perceive the formation's flaws? Nuwa studied the arcane sigils coiling along Su Chen's arms. Those limbs bear a unique esoteric art, brutal, unyielding. Fu Shi's voice lowered gravely. If he lands a few more blows, this formation will collapse utterly. Su Chen did not look back. He had sensed Fu Shi and Nuwa long before their arrival, yet he did not pause. Before treasure, precedence belonged to the one who broke the seal first. His third fist crashed down. The outer layer of the formation disintegrated entirely. His fourth blow struck. The valley floor split open, severing the formation's foundational roots. His fifth strike landed. The entire primordial formation wailed like a dying star, its luminous veil shattering instantly. Fu Shi's shock was palpable. 5 fists. He needed only 5. Nuwa spoke quietly. And he hasn't drawn Fatian yet. Fu Shi drew a slow, deep breath. Were he to wield that axe, its power would dwarf even this. Nuwa's gaze pierced into the valley's heart. Elder brother, the treasure is about to reveal itself. Su Chun lowered his fists. The crimson sigils receded into his flesh. He turned, meeting Fu Shi's and Nuwa's gazes with calm, unwavering poise. You arrived swiftly. Fu Shi stepped forward, palms clasped in respectful salute. I am Fu Shi. This is my younger sister Nuwa. We dwell beside Buzhou Mountain. And sensing the spirit light, came to observe. Nuwa inclined her head slightly. Greetings, Dao friend. Su Chen's gaze swept over them both. Fu Shi, Nuwa. Hearing their names, Su Chen was startled, yet unsurprised. He knew them well, one destined to become the Holy Mother of humanity, the other one of the three sovereigns of humankind. I am the ancestral Wu Su Chen. Fu Shi's eyes shimmered, the Bagua patterns flashing briefly. Ah, Su Chen, Dao friend. I felt the treasure's resonance moments ago. It bears affinity with me. Su Chen smiled faintly. Affinity. In the vast wilderness, possession belongs to whoever arrives first and breaks the seal first. Only then may one speak of affinity. Fu Shi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he could not deny it. In the vast wilderness, treasures belonged to those who seized them. The formation lay in ruins. Unimpeded, the valley's spirit light now blazed freely. A surge of primordial chi billowed outward. Simultaneously, a crystalline lute note rang across the peaks, pure, resonant, eternal. Su Chen halted mid-step, eyes locked upon the heart of the valley. Fu Shi and Nu Hua followed his gaze, eager to behold the treasure's true form. As the spirit light parted, an ancient lute materialized, serene, radiant, humming with the breath of creation itself. The guqin hung at the heart of the formation, its body resembling jade with the 7 strings gently quivering, emanating a grand primordial spiritual aura. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as for words swiftly flashed through his mind. The Fushi-chin. Could this be it? Su Chen raised his hand and grasped the ancestral witch's blood energy, transforming into a massive hand directly enveloping the guqin. The guqin emitted a clear and melodious sound, vibrating as it attempted to break free from his control. Su Chen snorted coldly. Did you think you could escape now that you are in my hands, eh? He clenched his fingers, his arms vibrating with secret energy, suppressing the spiritual essence decisively. The guqin let out a mournful cry as it fell into his palm. Fux's expression suddenly shifted. Within him, the 8 trigrams patterns surged violently, and a profound connection arose between his mind and the guqin. What is this? Fushi blurted out. Nuwa also looked at Fushi and asked, Elder brother, what happened? Fushi stared at the guqin in Su Chen's hand, his expression growing serious. He said to Nuwa, this guqin is fated to be mine, it concerns my future path. What should we do? This treasure is currently in the hands of the witch clan. Nuwa inquired, naturally casting her gaze towards Su Chen. Su Chen looked up at the two, his voice cold. What do you two Dao friends intend to rob it? Fushi stepped forward, but did not rush to act. No, not at all. Please do not misunderstand, Dao friend. I simply wish to discuss this matter with you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Discuss. Fushi nodded. I will exchange 2 pieces of primordial spiritual treasures for the guqin in your hand. Su Chen looked at Fushi, contemplating. 2 items for one seemed like a good deal, and it also created a cause and effect with the 2 on the opposite side. 2 pieces of primordial spiritual treasures for 1 top-grade primordial spiritual treasure. This transaction is acceptable. Nuwa, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of surprise, and said, Dao friend, you agreed rather quickly. Su Chen held the guqin in his palm, speaking calmly. Only when the treasure is in hand does it count as fate. You set the price and I will respond, there is nothing unpleasant about it. Fushi let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Dao friend. Su Chen looked at him. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Bring forth the spiritual treasures, and only then will I release my grip. Fushi nodded and turned to Nuwa, saying, Sister, lend me a piece of primordial spiritual treasure. This guqin is of great significance to me, and I cannot miss this opportunity today. Fushi only possessed 1 piece of primordial spiritual treasure, which would not suffice on its own. Nuwa said no more, raising her hand to reveal a piece of primordial spiritual treasure that flew out. The spiritual treasure entered Fux's palm, glowing with a dense spiritual light, its aura extraordinary. Fushi retrieved another item from his sleeve. The 2 pieces of primordial spiritual treasures combined caused the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble. Su Chen glanced over and nodded in approval. That's enough. Fushi presented the 2 treasures. Dao friend, please accept them. Su Chen did not hold back and reached out to take the 2 pieces of primordial spiritual treasures, enveloping them with his blood energy and directly absorbing them into his body. He casually tossed the guqin toward Fushi. Fushi caught it with both hands, his expression solemn. In that instant, as the guqin entered his embrace, the 8 trigrams patterns within him roared into operation, as if something deep within his primordial spirit had been lightly tapped. Since you have made the exchange, I will ensure you do not lose out. Now that this guqin is in your hands, treat it well when refining it. Fushi bowed solemnly. Thank you, Dao friend. I, Fushi, will remember today's kindness. Su Chen waved his hand, saying, We exchanged equally, no one owes the other anything. Nuwa looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with a newfound seriousness. Dao friend, your physical form is unmatched and your actions are decisive. Meeting you today has left a deep impression on me. Su Chen glanced at her. After all, she would also become a saint. It was wise to maintain a good relationship. You flatter me, Dao friend. Now that the treasures have been divided, let us not delay further. Fushi, holding the guqin, cast a deep look at Su Chen. If you have leisure in the future, feel free to visit my sister and me in our cave dwelling. Su Chen chuckled softly. If the opportunity arises, we will surely meet again. Fushi nodded. Farewell. Nuwa also slightly inclined her head. Take care, both of you, Dao friends. Su Chen waved his hand. Fushi no longer lingered, his sleeve sweeping as he and Nuwa transformed into two beams of celestial light, turning to leave. As their figures gradually faded, only Su Chen remained standing in the valley. Su Chen looked down at the two pieces of primordial spiritual treasures in his palm, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The axe called Fatty behind him trembled lightly. With this tremor, both pieces of primordial spiritual treasures in Su Chen's hands buzzed in response. Su Chen lowered his head to gaze at the axe. Eat up. As the words fell, Fatty suddenly detached from his back, the axe body, slicing through the air, its blade splitting open a blood-red brilliance. The two pieces of primordial spiritual treasures were instantly enveloped by the cutting light. The internal essence of the treasures awakened, unleashing primordial patterns that sought to break free and devour. Su Chen snorted coldly. Now that they are in my ancestral witch's hands, do they still wish to resist? He raised his hand to press down the ancestral witch's blood energy, suppressing the treasures. The two primordial spiritual treasures trembled violently. The blade of Fatty struck down, instantly shattering the primordial restrictions. The first spiritual treasure erupted in brilliant light, its essence engulfed by the axe body. The second spiritual treasure spun wildly, stirring up a wave of primordial spiritual energy. The axe body of Fatty sank, its brilliance transforming into a blood-red vortex. The spiritual treasure was pulled into the vortex, its spiritual essence emitting a mournful cry. Su Chen observed this, seeing his eyes flashing with bloodlight. Devour. The aura of Fatty surged dramatically. Lines of patterns illuminated on the axe body. The might of a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure surged from the valley, causing stones to tumble down from all directions. Su Chen reached out to grasp the axe handle. Fatty continued to tremble. The intensity of its aura was heavier than before, the axe blade exhaling cold light, suppressing the surrounding spiritual energy from daring to approach. Su Chen sensed for a moment and nodded in approval. It is still a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. However, its aura has strengthened significantly. Fatty conveyed a sense of longing. Su Chen chuckled softly. You are still lacking 3 pieces of primordial spiritual treasure essences to step into the mid-grade. The axe body of Fatty trembled lightly. Su Chen placed it back on his back. What is the rush? With the vastness of Mount Buzhou, the blessings of the Father God have not yet been exhausted. As long as we continue upward, we are bound to find more resources. He looked up toward greater heights. The pressure of Pangu descended from the mountain peak, heavy, as if the heavens were collapsing. Su Chen took a step forward, and the ground of the valley cracked open. Let us go. Continue climbing the mountain. He left the valley and resumed his ascent up Mount Buzhou. The higher he went, the heavier the pressure became. Every inch of rock felt as if it bore the weight of a world. Su Chen's shoulders trembled as the true form of the ancestral, which bore the weight of the pressure, thunderous sounds erupting from his bones. Fatty remained silent behind him, akin to a fierce weapon waiting for the next opportunity to devour. Su Chen traversed a cliff. Beneath the cliff, a primordial spiritual herb took root in the stone crevices, its leaves exuding a glow of dawn. Su Chen raised his hand and grasped, uprooting it completely. Got it. He continued onward. A spiritual spring hung from the mountain wall, with 3 green spiritual fruits floating in its spring eye. Su Chen enveloped the spring eye and the spiritual fruits with his blood energy, drawing them in. Also got this. Shortly afterward, he found a patch of red ginseng beneath an ancient tree. The ginseng had already developed spiritual essence and attempted to burrow into the ground. Su Chen stepped down, suppressing the earth veins. Do you still wish to escape before the ancestral witch? He bent down and gathered the ginseng into his pouch. Fatty trembled slightly. Su Chen patted the axe handle. These items cannot be given to you to consume. However, taking them back to the witch clan will benefit their body refining in the future. 100 years passed. He crossed a mountain ridge. 300 years passed. He shattered a patch of thunderclouds. 500 years passed. He sat cross-legged on a stone platform, using the pressure of Pangu to impact his legs' secret energy. Blood-red secret patterns illuminated his legs. The laws of rapidity traversed his flesh and blood. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. I am still a bit short. He rose and continued climbing. Above Mount Buzhou, the pressure was no longer merely a burden on his body. That willpower pressed into his mind, as if compelling all beings to bow down. Su Chen raised his head and pressed onward. The pressure of the Father God is indeed tyrannical, but I am the ancestral witch born of the bloodline of the Father God. This pressure cannot crush me. He stepped down and the stones beneath him exploded. The secret energy within his legs vibrated violently. A beam of blood-red divine light surged from his legs. Su Chen's figure flickered, instantly crossing over tens of thousands of zhang of mountain path. He halted, his gaze brightening significantly. The secret energy of my legs has been formed. The speed of my physical body traversing the heavens has increased tenfold. What a pity. His cultivation did not break through, but being able to unlock another form of secret energy was still a good harvest. He continued to ascend. 1,000 years passed. Su Chen finally reached the highest point of Mount Buzhou. At the summit, the pressure of Pangu was thick to the extreme. Su Chen stood there, the blood energy within him slowly circulating. He scanned the surroundings, his eyes devoid of disappointment. In this 1,000 years I have not encountered any primordial spiritual treasures. He raised his hand and numerous remnants of spiritual roots, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and spiritual springs emerged one by one. Each bore a trace of primordial spiritual essence. As the wild goose plucks feathers. Since I have come across them, I shall take them all. Su Chen looked at these gains, nodding in satisfaction. He stored the spiritual items and sat cross-legged at the mountain peak. The pressure of Pangu bore down on him, refining the body of the ancestral witch. 100 years passed. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air that collided with the void, scattering the clouds. The pressure at the mountaintop has been refined to the limit. If I stay any longer, the gains will not be substantial. He stood up, tightening his grip on Fatty. It is time to descend. Just then his gaze suddenly swept toward a point not far away. The moment his eyes fell, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Behind a cluster of stones ahead, primordial spiritual light was concealed by the mountain's terrain. The spiritual light did not soar to the sky, nor did it leak out. However, Su Chen's physical senses were extremely keen, still perceiving a thick vitality. The blood light in Su Chen's eyes brightened suddenly. My! Fatty trembled as well. Su Chen fixed his gaze on that mountain formation. There is something there. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment he appeared before the cluster of stones. Su Chen waved his hand, blood energy swirling as the stones shattered and flew away. The concealed hollow in the mountain was revealed. An ancient vine took root in the rocks, the tendrils winding and its leaves exuding the essence of primordial creation. 7 gourds hung down from the vine. The 7 gourds were of various colors, each pulling a thread of the aura of the great Tao. Upon recognizing the tendrils of the vine, Su Chen's expression burst forth with joy. Truly blessed by the Father God. He strode into the mountain hollow, his gaze locked onto the gourd vine. Su Chen stared at the gourd vine, fully aware of what this item was. Primordial gourd vine. One of the top 10 primordial spiritual roots. I never expected to find it near the peak of Mount Buzhou. He stepped closer, gazing at the 7 gourds. The first gourd was purple golden, its aura dense. The second gourd was crimson, with internal spiritual light surging. The third gourd was green, with vitality continually flowing. The fourth gourd was black, exuding profound Tao rhythms. The fifth gourd was yellow-brown, pulling the essence of the earth. The sixth gourd was white, its sharpness hidden within the skin. The seventh gourd was purple-green, with the most mysterious aura. Su Chen did not reach out to pluck them. His gaze fell on the root of the gourds, then on the Tao patterns on the vine. They are not yet mature. Su Chen remarked. Each of these 7 gourds harbors great creation. If I forcibly pluck them, it would harm their foundation. He walked around the gourd vine. The primordial formation was hidden beneath the vine, connecting to the earth veins of Mount Buzhou. The light in Su Chen's eyes grew brighter. No wonder the treasure light is not apparent. It turns out to be protected by the earth veins of Mount Buzhou. If it were not for the ancestral witch reaching this place, I would indeed have missed it. Su Chen raised his hand and pressed it against the gourd vine, yet his blood energy did not spill. He stared at the 7 gourds, his gaze sharpening. It's still lacking in ripeness. If we pick them now, the essence will surely be incomplete. By then, the 7 gourds will fail to reach perfection and instead ruin the creation. Fation suddenly jumped behind him. The axe trembled, its edge pointing directly at the gourd vine. Su Chen pressed down on the axe handle. What are you so anxious about? The 7 gourds are not fully ripe, yet if we pick them now for you, it would be a waste. Fation still trembled. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Relax. When they mature, they will all be yours. Only then did Fation slowly quiet down. Su Chen walked around the gourd vine, stepping on the rocky ground. The earth veins trembled as he drew a thread of the Pangu's pressure. His arms activated secret seals, and blood-red patterns spread along his arms. Su Chen slammed his fist against the edge of the mountain depression. The rocks cracked, but did not shatter. Blood energy flowed into the crevices, transforming into numerous witch patterns. Su Chen let out a low shout. Rise. The energy from the earth surged upwards. A blood-red restriction rose from the surroundings of the mountain depression. The 7 gourds gently swayed their vines, inhaling the energy of creation. Su Chen raised his hand again. Conceal. The blood-red restrictions sank into the mountain. The spiritual light around the gourd vine was suppressed. The vitality was also obscured by the unyielding mountain's earth veins. Su Chen glanced at the formation and nodded. Without the projection of the primordial spirit, it is ultimately a bit rough. However, with the Pangu's pressure guarding it, and the ancestral witch's blood energy masking it, ordinary, innate divine beings would find it hard to detect. When you mature, this ancestral witch will come to collect you. He reached out and patted the mountain stone beside the gourd vine. Don't let others get there first. Fation trembled slightly. Su Chen chuckled. You remember well. Let's go. This trip to the unyielding mountain should come to an end. He turned and stepped out of the mountain depression. The Pangu's pressure pressed down still heavy. Su Chen's legs activated the secret seals, and his figure tore through the mountain winds. With one step, he crossed a 1,000-foot mountain path. With another step, he leaped over the thundercloud cliffs. The rocks beneath his feet retreated. The fierce winds crashed against his body, crushed by the ancestral witch's blood energy. Su Chen felt the power of the secret seals in his legs, and the blood light in his eyes grew brighter. This trip has yielded good results. The secret seals in my legs have been activated. Combined with the secret seals in my arms, I can multiply my physical power by 20 during battle. Among the great Luo golden immortals today, this ancestral, which can be deemed invincible. Fation emitted a soft hum from behind. Su Chen raised his hand to grasp the axe handle. And you? If you advance to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, even ordinary great Luo would not be able to withstand a single strike from me. He did not pause his steps, his figure like a blood-colored rainbow swiftly descending from the heights of the unyielding mountain. At the mountainside, the pressure that once made his body tremble now only caused his blood energy to roll slightly. Su Chen grinned. The stronger my body, the less the pressure from the Father God can temper me. Next time I come, if I can find the deeper Pangu relics, perhaps I can open another layer of secret seals. Fation's axe body sank. Su Chen looked down at it. I know you want to strike more powerfully. Unfortunately, I do not yet have a suitable axe technique. Just relying on brute force to strike lacks some great Dao changes. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in his eyes. In the future, I will see if I can open an axe technique from the treasure chest. If there is an axe technique that combines the power of the great Dao plus your fierce weapon's edge, who in the primordial world would dare to stand against me? Fation trembled violently. Su Chen laughed heartily. Good. You should also wait. His speed increased once more. The pressure of the unyielding mountain was thrown behind him. Days later, Su Chen stepped out of the territory of the unyielding mountain. He did not linger, heading straight for the territory of the Witch Clan. Outside the ancestral land of the Witch Clan, a malevolent aura surged like a tide. Below the ground, murky energy rolled. One by one, Witch Clan tribes stood around the ancestral Witch Hall. As soon as Su Chen landed on the edge of the ancestral land, he sensed 12 heavy auras sinking deep in the earth veins. His brow furrowed. They are all in seclusion. It seems the 7 great secret seals have made them restless. Just then, spatial ripples suddenly spread from the direction of the ancestral Witch Hall. A figure stepped out from the ripples. The newcomer was tall, with the laws of space swirling behind him. It was Dijiang. Upon seeing Su Chen, a look of joy appeared on his face. 13th brother, you have returned. Su Chen looked at Dijiang, surprise flashing in his eyes. Within Dijiang, a layer of secret seals had already been activated deep in his blood energy. The intertwining force of space and the secret patterns of his body made his speed and energy much stronger than before. Su Chen silently thought, as expected of the first of the 13 ancestral witches. Indeed, this talent is truly formidable. In such a short time, you have successfully activated a layer of secret seals. Dijiang stepped forward to Su Chen's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. 13th brother, how was it? What gains did you make on this trip to the unyielding mountain? The gains were substantial. Su Chen raised his hand and patted the axe handle on his shoulder. I have activated another layer of secret seals. Dijiang's eyes widened in shock. What? He stepped forward, causing the laws of space to tremble slightly. 13th brother, you have activated another layer of secret seals. Su Chen nodded. The secret seals in my legs. Now combined with the secret seals in my arms, my physical power in battle can increase even further. Dijiang stared at Su Chen, the blood energy in his chest roaring. I originally thought that being able to activate a layer of secret seals in such a short time was already quite fast. But compared to you, my progress seems slow. Su Chen chuckled. Elder brother, you flatter me. You control the laws of space. Your talent is inherently formidable. I merely borrowed the Father God's pressure from the unyielding mountain to temper my body and conveniently activated another layer. Dijiang shook his head. 13th brother, you need not be modest. The 7 great secret seals were created by you. All 12 ancestral witches benefit from your contributions. Now that you have activated 2 layers of secret seals in a row, this method truly shows its might in your hands. Chen did not continue this topic. He reached back and grabbed Fatn the axe body, resting horizontally between the two. The blood-red edge flickered, and the innate Dao patterns slowly lit up on the axe blade. Dijiang's expression changed. An innate spiritual treasure. He reached out, but then hesitated. Unfortunately, our witch clan has no primordial spirits, making it difficult to refine innate spiritual treasures. Such treasures in our hands can crush people, but it is hard to unleash their great Dao restrictions. Chen gripped the axe handle, infusing it with ancestral, witch blood energy. Fatn trembled violently, and blood light surged from the axe blade. A fierce edge slashed into the void, actually cleaving a crack in the spatial ripples beside Dijiang. Dijiang's pupils contracted. Can this treasure be driven by ancestral, witch blood energy? Chen shouldered Fatn. Elder brother, this treasure does not require a primordial spirit. It is controlled by blood. As long as the blood energy is sufficient, I can urge it to unleash its edge. Dijiang's eyes brightened with joy. What a good treasure. This is precisely the kind of item suitable for our witch clan. 13th brother, you managed to refine such a fierce weapon. Chen patted the axe body. Its name is Fatn. For now, it is merely a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. If it devours enough innate spiritual treasure essence, it can continue to upgrade. Dijiang looked at Fatn and couldn't help but laugh loudly. What a mighty Fatn. Our witch clan controls the physical body, battling the heavens and the earth. Such a weapon is just what we need. If in the future all the boys of our witch clan can wield such fierce weapons, who among those beastly tribes would dare to be arrogant before us? Chen's bloodlight flickered. This matter can be taken slowly. The essence of innate spiritual treasures is hard to find, and to mass-produce fierce weapons requires accumulation. Dijiang nodded. No rush. The witch clan is not short on time or blood courage. At this point, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, 13th brother, your return is timely. Chen looked at Dijiang, puzzled. Elder brother, what happened? The blood pool of the witch clan stirred today. It seems some witch beings are about to appear. Chen's eyes flashed with joy. Oh, this is good news. Our witch clan is currently in need of members. Dijiang nodded. Let's go. Follow me into the Pangu Hall. Chen put away Fatn and followed Dijiang into the depths of the Ancestral Witch Hall. The two passed through the heavy palace doors and arrived at the center of the Pangu Hall. In the center of the great hall, a blood pool churned incessantly. Within the blood pool, the essence of Pangu's blood floated with murky and blood energy intertwining, causing the very void to tremble. Chen looked at the blood pool, his expression turning solemn. This is the birthplace of the witch clan. Dijiang spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, we the ancestral witches were formed from the blood of the Father God. The sons of the witch clan are also nurtured from this blood pool. If I forcibly pluck them, it would harm their foundation. He walked around the gourd vine. The primordial formation was hidden beneath the vine, connecting to the earth veins of Mount Buzhou. Drops of blood. Within each drop of blood, the aura of the Wu clan pulsed. Dijiang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze intense. It's coming. Chen also looked towards the blood pool. The aura is not weak. This batch of Wu clan beings has a solid foundation. The blood began to stretch. Bones coalesced. Flesh grew. Tall figures stepped out from the bloodlight. Their bodies were robust, their blood and chi like a furnace. As soon as they appeared, the ground of the great hall trembled slightly. Chen glanced over, feeling somewhat astonished. I didn't expect that this batch is at least at the minor Wu level. Dijiang's eyes sparkled with joy. Good. If this batch grows up, our Wu clan tribe will become significantly stronger. Suddenly, the depths of the blood pool shook again. A larger drop of essence blood surged up from the bottom of the pool. As soon as that drop of essence blood appeared, the blood energy in the hall began to converge towards it. Dijiang's expression turned serious. There is an even stronger one. Chen focused on that drop of essence blood. The great Wu bloodline. The bloodlight exploded. A woman stepped out from the bloodlight. She was tall, with blood flames surging behind her, and the Wu patterns gathered at her brow, her aura overpowering all the newly born Wu clan beings around her. As soon as she landed, she knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to the ancestral Wu. The other Wu clan beings also knelt in unison. We pay our respects to the ancestral Wu. Dijiang raised his hand. Get up. You are transformed from the bloodline of our Father God. From today on, you are my Wu clan sons. The many Wu clan beings spoke in unison. We shall comply with the decree of the ancestral Wu. The woman raised her head, looking at Dijiang and Chen, and said solemnly, Jiu Feng pays her respects to the two ancestral Wu lords. Chen's gaze sharpened. Hearing the name of the great Wu she announced, he was surprised to discover it was indeed this great Wu. Jiu Feng could be considered among the elite of the Wu clan great Wus. Dijiang looked at the other Wu clan beings. Jiu Feng, take them out to cultivate around the Panga Hall. As for which ancestral Wu you will follow, that will be decided later. Yes, Ancestral Wu Dijiang. Jiu Feng stood up and led all the Wu clan beings out of the Panga Hall. As Jiu Feng and the others stepped out of the Panga Hall, Dijiang withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Chen, asking, 13th brother, how about you take this group of Wu clan beings? Su Chen laughed heartily upon hearing this. Elder brother, let's leave it be. Dijiang looked at him. You unwilling? Su Chen raised his hand and patted the axe behind him. Elder brother, I am more suited to be alone. Dijiang's eyes showed a hint of amusement. You little rascal. Su Chen shook his head. Elder brother, I can't stay idle. If you make me stay in our ancestral land to train the tribe I fear, I won't be able to sit still for 3 days. Dijiang laughed heartily. That does sound like you. Su Chen glanced outside the Panga Hall. The sons of the Wu clan will be taken care of by you elder brothers. If I stay in the ancestral land, I would lose some of my edge. Dijiang nodded. You do have a point. Su Chen knew clearly in his heart that he could not agree. He still needed to travel around the primordial world to refresh treasure chest drops. If he stayed in the ancestral land of the Wu clan, where would the treasure chests refresh? If he spent every day teaching the Wu clan to cultivate, wouldn't he be trapping great opportunities beneath his feet? Dijiang patted Su Chen's shoulder. 13th brother, I won't pressure you. However, among the newly born Wu clan, Jiu Feng has a solid foundation. If she wishes to join your ranks in the future, do not reject her too harshly. Su Chen chuckled. Elder brother, rest assured. If there are those who suit my taste, I will definitely cultivate them. I may not like leading a group of tribesmen, but I will not mistreat the Wu clan sons I find pleasing. Dijiang nodded in satisfaction. Good. Your words are enough. The blood pool gradually stabilized. The blood energy in the hall sank to the bottom of the pool. Dijiang turned to look at the blood pool, but the battle intent in his eyes did not dissipate. After the 7 great secret methods spread, all your brothers are in closed-door cultivation. I opened one layer of the secret method and realized how great it is for our Wu clan. 13th brother, you have opened a new path for the Wu clan. Su Chen's expression became slightly serious. Elder brother, this method is just the beginning. The Wu clan's physique is strong, but we cannot rely solely on our innate foundation. If we can continuously open secret methods and refine our bloodlines, our Wu clan will surely dominate the primordial world in the future. Dijiang's eyes swirled with the laws of space. After the fall of the Dragon Phoenix and Qiling clans, countless fortunes became available in the primordial world. Our Wu clan shall occupy some of it. Su Chen raised his eyes. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew the fate of the Wu clan. Dijiang looked at him and asked, do you plan to cultivate next or continue to venture outside? Su Chen did not hesitate and voiced his thoughts. Elder brother, I plan to leave the ancestral land and travel around the primordial world. You just returned and you want to leave? Su Chen nodded. I have already opened the double-leg secret method from my journey to the Unzu mountain. Staying in the ancestral land for intensive cultivation may not necessarily yield fast progress. The primordial world is vast with countless opportunities. I want to take another trip. Dijiang pondered for a moment. Your strength is indeed formidable now, but the primordial world is not limited to the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the past, during the battle of the Dragon Phoenix and Qiling clans, there were likely some great beings that still survived. And those hidden divine beings, each one deeper than the last. Su Chen raised his hand to grip the axe. Elder brother, rest assured. With my current strength, I fear no ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal. Unless they are above the great Luo. Dijiang focused on Su Chen, sensing the roaring blood and qi within him. The secret methods of his arms and legs surged simultaneously. The blood energy of the ancestral Wu surged within him, like rivers of crimson crashing against the openings of his flesh. Dijiang slowly nodded. Indeed, if you go all out, an ordinary great Luo would indeed be unable to stop you. Su Chen grinned. If elder brother is not at ease, just give me a few innate spirit treasures. I can have the axe swallow them for more security. Dijiang shot him a glare. You dare to speak up? Where would the Wu clan find innate spirit treasures? However, in the future, I can help you find some innate spirit treasures, since our Wu clan cannot use them without a soul. But when you go to the primordial world, if you encounter other beings provoking you, do not hold back. If someone above the great Luo makes a move, immediately activate the ancestral Wu blood mark. We ancestral Wus can tear through space to come to your aid. Su Chen felt warmth in his heart. After all, in his past life, he was a solitary wanderer and had never experienced the warmth of family. Elder brother, rest assured. If I truly encounter such old monsters, I will not act recklessly. Dijiang waved his hand. Go ahead. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Su Chen turned and walked towards the hall's exit. He strode out of the Panga Hall. Outside the hall, the murderous aura rolled. Jiu Feng was seated in the distance, meditating with the newly born Wu clan. Upon sensing Su Chen's presence, she immediately stood and bowed. I pay my respects to Ancestral Wu Su-chan. The other Wu clan members also stood in unison. We pay our respects to Ancestral Wu Su-chan. Su-chan looked at Jiufeng. Her bloodline was powerful, and the Wu patterns at her brow were already stable. With such a foundation, if she is tempered through battle, she will surely become a great general of the Wu clan. Cultivate well. Our Wu clan does not raise the weak. Jiufeng's gaze sharpened. Jiufeng will remember. Su-chan waved his hand. A wisp of ancestral Wu blood energy fell in front of Jiufeng. The blood energy did not enter her body, instead it condensed into a shallow Wu pattern before her. This Wu pattern contains a secret method known as the 7 secret methods. How much you can comprehend depends on yourself. Jiufeng took a deep breath, immediately knelt on one knee and gratefully said, "Thank you, Ancestral Wu Su-chan, for bestowing the method." After leaving the territory of the Witch clan, Su-chan raised his gaze towards the depths of the void. Yet another old matter surged in his mind. When would Hongjun achieve sanctification? In the present age of the primordial chaos, the situation has been firmly established. The 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin have long since become a thing of the past, withdrawing from the struggle of heaven and earth. The demon ancestor Luo Ho has also been defeated. The Western ancestral lineage has suffered severe damage, its spiritual essence scattered. After the conclusion of the Dao magic conflict, Hongjun emerged as the greatest victor in this world. The 3 clans have already come to an end. Su-chan murmured softly, his steps pausing as the blood light in his eyes dimmed slightly. Thus, by the calculations of time, Hongjun is likely to achieve sanctification soon. His gaze deepened, and as his thoughts turned, he added, "Once he achieves sanctification, it will be only natural for the Zhixiao Palace to deliver its teachings. That place is the gathering spot of the top powers in the primordial chaos. If I could pay a visit, it would surely yield some remarkable treasures. A journey like this cannot be undertaken empty-handed." As his words fell, he stepped forward, shattering the mountain peak beneath him. A blood-red rainbow suddenly tore through the sea of clouds, pressing forward with a fierce momentum towards the depths of the primordial chaos. Su-chan traversed one ancient mountain after another, his vast divine sense sweeping across the sprawling landscape. However, no matter how he sensed, he could not capture even a trace of the aura of an innate spirit treasure. 1,000 years passed quietly amid this search. He halted at a cliff, his brow slightly furrowed. With so many opportunities in the primordial chaos, why is it that not even a root of spirit grass is willing to show itself in my presence? 1,000 years. Not a single place has yielded treasures. Could it be that this system finds me too strong and is deliberately suppressing me? Just as this thought arose, a clear prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have obtained a level 1 treasure chest. Su-chan paused for a moment, then revealed a hint of helplessness. Another level 1 treasure chest. Such items are of no interest once opened. With a thought, he commanded, "System, check the number of treasure chests." Currently, there are 1,024 level 1 treasure chests. Would you like to synthesize a level 4 treasure chest? Su-chan's eyes flickered. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 level 4 treasure chest. The treasure chest landed in the system space, but Su-chan had no intention of opening it immediately. He focused on the level 4 treasure chest, his mind rapidly calculating. Level 4. Still too low. Now that I have become a primordial witch, my arms and legs have both opened their secret seals. Ordinary items are of little help to me. They'll hold on to it. They'll open it later when I can synthesize a higher level treasure chest. The system's prompt fell silent. Su-chan thought no more of it, and stepped off the cliff, eager to continue his journey. At that moment, a treasure light suddenly shot up into the sky from the distant horizon. The light pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the mountains and rivers for hundreds of thousands of miles, with cascading auspicious clouds constantly stirring the spiritual essence. Su-chan's eyes suddenly brightened. Innate treasure light. I've finally encountered it. The massive axe behind him trembled violently, emitting a low hum. Su-chan laughed heartily, his blood energy erupting like a boiling furnace. Let's go. Such treasures are meant to be mine. The blood-red rainbow pierced through the sky, creating a frightening wave of energy. Su-chan's figure crossed the void, traversing mountains in mere moments, heading straight for the source of the treasure light. The source of the treasure light was hidden within a deep valley. In the center of the valley, an ancient blue stone platform stood quietly. On the stone platform, a mass of innate spiritual light was slowly nurturing, and amidst the flowing brilliance, a treasure was gradually taking shape. Su-chan landed outside the valley, but did not strike immediately. He scanned the surroundings, and soon realized that many beings had already gathered here. These beings were mostly at the Golden Immortal level, with the strongest among them being a Tai Golden Immortal. The Tai Golden Immortal had black horns on its head covered in scales, with a fierce gaze that was clearly not friendly. Su-chan paid no mind to these beings, and sat cross-legged on a large stone, his gaze resting on the mass of innate treasure his expression calm. It is still nurturing. Taking it forcibly would only damage the treasure's essence. Then I shall wait. Silence enveloped the valley save for the treasure light that continuously pulsed the spiritual energy surging like tides. As time flowed, another 1,000 years passed. On this day the blue stone platform suddenly trembled. The innate treasure erupted with 10,000 feet of radiant light, and the mysterious yellow energy cascaded down like a waterfall, causing the spiritual energy around the valley to roar and the ground to subtly sink. All beings in the valley rose to their feet. The black-horned being's breathing suddenly grew heavy. The treasure is about to be born. Nearby, a golden-winged exotic bird spread its wings, its eyes filled with fervor. This aura is far stronger than that of ordinary postnatal spirit treasures. If I can obtain this item, my cultivation will surely advance further. The treasure slowly ascended from the stone platform. A heavy force pressed down, causing the ground of the valley to sink several feet, and the air became stagnant. Chen opened his eyes. Not bad. Though this treasure cannot be considered a supreme, innate spirit treasure, it is sufficient for the axe of heaven to have a good feast. The axe of heaven trembled slightly, transmitting a greedy and eager thought. Just as the jade seal was about to completely fly off the stone platform, although the beings in the valley were eager, none dared to act first. At that moment, an immense aura descended from the sky. The pure chi spread like a celestial river pouring down, and a figure stepped down amidst the radiant light. As soon as this aura appeared, all beings froze in place as if bound by an invisible force. The black-horned being's legs gave way and it knelt on the ground, its voice trembling. Great Luo, golden immortal. The golden-winged exotic bird hurriedly retracted its wings, its eyes filled with undeniable fear. A great Luo has descended. The nearby golden immortal, transformed from plants, trembled all over. It's over. This treasure has attracted a great Luo. We may not even have the qualification to watch. Another golden immortal whispered in a low voice. Look at that pure chi. It must have an extraordinary origin. This person's background is definitely not simple. Chen looked up. The newcomer wore a Taoist robe, his face stern, surrounded by swirling pure chi, and a cold arrogance was evident in his eyes. He descended above the valley, initially glancing carelessly at all the beings present before finally fixing his gaze on the innate treasure, speaking lightly. This object is good. The black-horned being lay flat on the ground, not daring to raise its head. I greet you, senior. The golden-winged exotic bird hurriedly spoke. We are merely passing through this place, and do not dare to contend with you for the treasure. The plant-formed golden immortal exclaimed urgently. If you wish to take this treasure, we will immediately retreat, not daring to linger for even a moment. The Taoist figure did not even glance at them. He raised his hand slightly, and the pure chi transformed into an invisible pressure directly enveloping the entire valley. His tone was indifferent, but carried an undeniable authority. I am the essence of Pangu, one of the 3 pure ones from Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing Yuan Shi. This object I shall take it. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all beings felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. The one who came was actually one of the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain. He was among the most renowned powerhouses in the Primordial Chaos, rumored to have a higher origin that could rival heaven and earth. Yet upon hearing the name of the visitor, Chen's face revealed a hint of an inscrutable expression. So it was him. No wonder when this person appeared, his blood within felt a faint agitation, as if encountering something exceptionally familiar. The 3 pure ones and the primordial witches are both manifestations of Pangu. One embodies his essence, while the other embodies his blood. The depth of their connection is hard for others to comprehend. Yuan Shi surveyed the fearful and reverent expressions of the crowd, feeling quite satisfied. This is the weight of the 3 pure ones. However, when his gaze landed on Chen, his brows furrowed sharply. This person had not shown any signs of greeting and exhibited no trace of fear. Yuan Shi's eyes turned icy, and he shouted angrily, Why do you not bow? Chen slowly lifted his eyelids, looking at him indifferently, his voice as cold as ice. Humph, are the 3 pure ones that remarkable? What of the great Luo, golden immortal? As soon as these words fell, silence enveloped the area. In the valley, all beings displayed expressions of disbelief, staring at Chen with wide eyes, as if looking at a madman. Is he looking for death? How dare he speak like that? Indeed, he doesn't even have a trace of magical power. Could it be that his cultivation is so low that he doesn't understand etiquette? Yuan Shi's expression darkened suddenly, anger surging like a tangible force. How dare a being publicly provoke the authority of the 3 pure ones? This is simply seeking death. Without any hesitation, Yuan Shi suddenly waved his hand, a jade, clear divine thunder, carrying a destructive aura, directly striking down at Chen's head. The jade, clear divine thunder struck down with a thunderous roar, crashing onto Chen. The lightning exploded, yet it left no trace of blood. Su Chen stood in place, casually brushing off the residual thunder fire from his shoulder. Is this it? He cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Shi, finding the divine thunder unimpressive. Yuan Shi's expression suddenly tightened. In the distance, a black-horned creature knelt on the ground, its eyes nearly popping out of its sockets. How is this possible? The golden-winged strange bird gasped, its wings trembling slightly. The jade, clear divine thunder. Anyone below the golden immortal would surely perish upon contact, yet he took it heated with his flesh. The grass and wood golden immortal trembled all over, his voice quaking. Clearly there were no fluctuations of magical power on him. How could his physical body be terrifying to such a degree? Another golden immortal's throat rolled, his face filled with horror. Such a physical body. Could it be a primordial sacred being? Other creatures could not suppress their exclamations. He didn't even dodge. Just now, the jade, clear divine thunder struck him directly, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Su Chen took a step forward, the stones beneath his feet crumbling bit by bit. Yuan Shi, your thunder technique is almost too light for me to even feel. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Your physical body, however, is indeed formidable. Su Chen looked up at him. Is there more? Yuan Shi's eyes swirled with clear energy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who exactly are you? At the same time, Yuan Shi sensed a familiar aura from Su Chen, as if they belonged to the same lineage. Su Chen raised his hand and placed it on the handle of the axe of heaven. I am Su Chen, the 13th Ancestral Witch of the Witch Clan. Yuan Shi furrowed his brows. The Witch Clan. The black-horned creature spoke with a trembling voice. The Ancestor Witch. The golden-winged strange bird hurriedly lowered its head. That is the Witch Clan, transformed from the bloodline of Pangu, and such a powerful being has emerged. The grass and wood golden immortal's face turned as pale as paper. No wonder he dared to withstand the jade, clear divine thunder. Another creature involuntarily retreated. The three pure ones transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit against the ancestral, which transformed from Pangu's essence. This treasure conflict is bound to overturn this place. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, his voice as frigid as ice. What of the Witch Clan? Su Chen grinned. Just because you claim to be the true Pangu primordial spirit, does that mean all beings must kneel before you? Yuan Shi raised his hand, summoning a beam of clear light that shot out from his sleeve. I am the true Pangu, thus I have the right. Su Chen stomped down, shattering the ground, sending stones flying. Coincidentally, my Witch Clan also bears the bloodline of Pangu. Yuan Shi's gaze pressed down heavily. I will take this item. Su Chen's blood energy surged explosively within him. I want it too. Yuan Shi flipped his palm, and a jade rui appeared in his hand. As the three treasures emerged, clear light pierced through layers of clouds. In the sky above the valley, three lights circulated, the pressure rising like a tide. The jade rui trembled lightly, immediately causing the surrounding golden immortals to be pressed down to the ground. The black-horned creature cried out in shock. A primordial spiritual treasure. The golden-winged strange bird pressed its wings against the ground. With such a treasure, who below the great Luo could contend? Yuan Shi stood holding the rui, looking down with an imposing gaze. Su Chen stepped back. Su Chen moved his arms, the blood energy within him bursting through his bones, producing a deep rumble. You think a mere spiritual treasure can intimidate me? Yuan Shi pointed with his hand. Three treasures restrain him. The jade rui shot out the clear light, forming mountains crashing down towards Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward, his fists smashing out simultaneously. The force of his punches collided with the jade rui bloodlight and clear light, tearing at each other furiously. The valley's ground cracked open, even the green stone platform shook violently. Su Chen's shoulders sank, being pushed back a step by the jade rui. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered, a hint of astonishment flashing in his gaze. To be able to withstand a blow from the three treasures, you have every right to be proud. Su Chen steadied himself, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. You have some strength. Yuan Shi spoke coldly. If you retreat now, I will not hold it against you. Su Chen lifted his head, the blood patterns on his fists glowing fiercely. Come again. Yuan Shi's gaze turned icy. You seek your own suppression. The jade rui fell again, the clear energy forming a canopy of light that enveloped Su Chen. Within Su Chen, the secret arms exploded open. Blood light burst forth from his arms, transforming into two thick blood pillars. His bones resonated as the ancestral witch bloodline surged and roared within him. Tenfold battle power erupted in an instant. Su Chen punched out his fist, penetrating the clear light sky curtain. The jade rui was blasted back. Yuan Shi raised his hand to catch it, retreating half a step in midair. The black-horned creature's mind buzzed. Did he just repel the three treasures? The golden-winged strange bird's pupils suddenly constricted. His power has suddenly surged several times. The grass and wood golden immortal lay on the ground, not daring to raise his head. A great Luo golden immortal wielding a primordial spiritual treasure was actually pushed back by him with a single punch. Another golden immortal's voice trembled. The ancestral witch's physical body has become this formidable. Other creatures lowered their voices filled with dread. If Su Chen were to summon a weapon, could Yuan Shi still contain him? In Yuan Shi's palm, the three treasures of the jade Rui trembled incessantly. He stared at Su Chen's arms for the first time, revealing a serious expression in his eyes. What technique is this? Su Chen shrugged his arms casually. The Witch Clan's technique. Yuan Shi, no matter how strong the body, it is merely brute force. Su Chen strode forward, his steps steady as a mountain. Brute force to the face still hurts. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Impudent. Su Chen raised his fist, pointing it at Yuan Shi, the blood light on it still lingering. If you only know how to flaunt the three pure ones, then this treasure today belongs to me. Yuan Shi activated the jade, clear celestial light, the laws around him intertwining, his momentum rising sharply. Today I will let you know what it means to be the true Pangu primordial spirit. Su Chen sneered. I will also let you know what it means to bear the bloodline of Pangu. Yuan Shi formed hand seals the three treasures of the jade Rui, hovering above his head, the clear light surging. The jade clear technique. The three treasures of the jade Rui suddenly expanded, the three lights converging into a divine mountain of clear light. Yuan Shi raised his hand and pressed down. Suppress. The divine mountain of clear light crashed down space, emitting ear-piercing cracks. Surrounding the valley, many creatures were swept away by the shockwave. The black-horned creature crashed into the mountain wall, blood spilling from its mouth. This is the true means of a great Luo golden immortal. The golden-winged strange bird lay amidst the rubble, its wings trembling slightly. Yuan Shi is angry. He wants to crush this ancestral witch. The grass and wood golden immortal curled up on the ground, trembling all over. That clear light sealed off all directions, making escape impossible. A golden immortal's face was filled with horror. If Su Chen were to keep taking blows with his fists, he would likely be buried underground. Another creature gritted its teeth, fixating its gaze on Su Chen. Not necessarily. He hasn't used the axe behind him yet. Su Chen looked up at the descending divine mountain of clear light, the blood patterns on his arms glowing even more fiercely. Yuan Shi's gaze turned icy, his voice carrying the weight of heavenly might. Su Chen, it is not too late to bow your head now. Su Chen reached back to grasp the handle of the axe. Bow my head. The axe of heaven suddenly shook, blood light erupting from it. Su Chen withdrew the axe from behind him, the blade pointing skyward, blood energy soaring into the heavens. Eat my axe. The blade slammed brazenly into that Yuching immortal radiance. Violent bloodki burst along the haft of the axe. The Phaeton axe hungrily spat and swallowed murderous light, its killing intent soaring to the heavens. Boom. It cleaved with a reply. Yuan Shi's pupils contracted in an instant. This axe is no low-grade artifact. Blood veins flared across Su Chen's arms, roaring to life like a barbaric dragon awakening. Open for me. The Phaeton axe descended, bearing the scattering clear light down with irresistible force. Under the axe's edge, the Yuching principles were torn apart, shattering inch by inch. The Sanbao Yu Rui trembled violently, wailing without cease. Yuan Shi raised a hand and bellowed, Sanbao, return. The Rui transformed into a streak of pure light and shot skyward, just managing to stand before the Yuching radiance. Su Chen leapt through the void, his black hair whipping wildly. Can it hold it? The Phaeton axe fell with oppressive force. Axe edge and Sanbao Yu Rui collided in a brutal impact. Boom. The void shook violently, countless jet-black fissures tore open above the valley. The Yuching radiance on the Sanbao Yu Rui exploded and scattered at once. That once world-shaking innate treasure was struck and sent flying backward by a single axe. Yuan Shi's palm trembled, his sleeve was shredded into tatters by the shockwave. What? The blackhorn being lay among the broken stones, eyes full of terror. The Sanbao Yu Rui was struck away. The golden-winged creature's throat tightened, even its voice quavered. That is Yuan Shi Tianzhen's innate treasure. The grass and tree golden immortal trembled all over, unable to steady himself. Had that axe fallen on me, not even my primordial spirit would have remained. Another golden immortal swallowed a mouthful of blood with difficulty. Zhu power. How could it be so terrifyingly potent? Another life form lay amid the ruins, releasing a hoarse, incredulous roar. He used no elaborate Dao arts. He relied only on his body and that single axe from beginning to end. Yuan Shi fixed his gaze on the Sanbao Yu Rui flying back. For the first time, his expression truly changed. How is this possible? Su Chen bore the Phaeton axe, his steps unbroken, his murderous intent boiling like molten iron. Yuan Shi Yu Rui cannot withstand one blow of mine. Yuan Shi reached to reclaim the Yu Rui. The moment it entered his hand, his arm sank slightly under its weight. The Yuching radiance roiled on the Sanbao Yu Rui, yet could not suppress the violent blood fury seared into the axe's scar. Anger flared like a conflagration in Yuan Shi's eyes as he said coldly, Su Chun, I am one of the three purities. How dare you harm my treasure? Su Chun raised his axe and pointed it at Yuan Shi's face, his voice like thunder. You dare seize my treasure, and I will dare split your face. Yuan Shi roared in response. Presumptuous. No sooner had the word fallen than Su Chun advanced a step. The ground beneath him ruptured with a roar. His figure charged before Yuan Shi like a falling star. A sudden jolt struck Yuan Shi's heart. So fast. Su Chun gripped the axe with both hands devoid of any wasted motion. Only a world-shattering swing was all he gave. The blade tore through layer upon layer of clear chi, aiming straight for Yuan Shi's crown. Yuan Shi's hands flashed in rapid seals. Yuqing immortal art, shield my true body. Pure chi burst from within him, Yuqing lights piling atop his head in frantic waves. The Sanbao Yurui rose again, straining to suppress the Fation axe. Bloodlight swelled in Su Chen's eyes. Explode. His arms where secrets lay hidden trembled with a thunderous pulse. A more savage power surged from deep within his sinews and bones. The Fation axe brimmed with ferocity, the blood veins along its haft flared one after another in searing brilliance. The Sanbao Yurui had scarcely come to strike before it was driven aside by the axe's edge and hurled outward. Yuan Shi's hands plunged down with force. The Yuqing radiance above his head caved inward, buckling under the strain. This force, Su Chen's roar shook the sky. Descend. The Fation axe continued to fall like a battering ram. Layer upon layer of Yuqing radiance was sundered, exploding into a sky of drifting sparks. The void beneath Yuan Shi could no longer bear such might and collapsed. The Blackhorn being's scalp nearly split with fear. Senior Yuan Shi is being crushed. The golden-winged creature cried out in alarm. He cannot stop it. Not at all. The grass and tree golden immortal lay on the ground, breath catching for a moment. Is this the Zuwu? Another golden immortal widened his eyes, horror pure and absolute. Even a Deluo golden immortal, using the Yuqing immortal art at full force, could not withstand this blow. A life form spoke out, voice thick with disbelief. After today, who in the primordial wilds will dare look down on the Wu clan? Yuan Shi ground his teeth and desperately poured forth his magic. Yuqing, unyielding. The Yuqing radiance swelled again, condensing into a dazzling Yuqing Dao pattern above his head. The pattern pinned the surrounding void and forcibly held the Fation axe suspended. Su Chen's arm muscles rose like bulwarks. The Zuwu bloodline raged within him like an angry sea. Unyielding. He spat. Today I will see whether you truly do not yield. Su Chen slammed the Fation axe down again. The Dao pattern gave a crisp, bright chime. Yuan Shi heard it, and his face drained of color. Impossible. Yuan Shi could not believe his art had been so easily suppressed. Su Chun bared his teeth in a scornful laugh. What would the famed Pangu Orthodox be afraid? I would never fear a brutish Zuwu. Yuan Shi retorted in fury. Su Chen's body rose another fraction, blood ki poured like a torrent into the Fation axe. Then let us see who fears whom. The blade ruthlessly shattered the Yuqing Dao pattern. All protective lights detonated and were gone. Yuan Shi lifted the Sanbao Yurui and held it across his front to block. The Fation axe struck the Rui with earth-shattering force. Boom. The Sanbao Yurui flew from his hand again. Yuan Shi's chest gaped open, bereft of further defense. Su Chun twisted his wrist, and the Fation axe slashed diagonally. Yuan Shi scrambled to retreat, but Su Chen's axe light was quicker. The blade bit hard into his shoulder. The Yuqing immortal body erupted a spray of clear blood. Yuan Shi uttered a scream of bone-deep agony. Ow! His form shot backward like a severed kite, smashing through half a mountainside. Yuan Shi staggered from the rubble, disheveled and stripped of any trace of his former arrogance. Su Chun raised his axe and gave chase, his murderous intent undiminished. Don't run. Yuan Shi recalled the Sanbao Yurui. The innate treasure's radiance had already dimmed to a poor glow. He glanced at the nascent innate treasure and then fixed his eyes on the approaching Su Chun. Su Chun sneered. Still want it. Yuan Shi's gaze darkened until it seemed to drip poison. Su Chun, today's matter I have filed in my memory. Su Chun crushed the massive stone beneath his foot with a stomp, contempt clear in his voice. What use are your notes? Try to steal it again, and it'll cleave you. Yuan Shi's chest heaved violently, the axe wound at his shoulder still bled. He ceased arguing. The dim Yuqing light wrapped his form and bore him away. Yuan Shi became a wan streak of light, fleeing into the distance, no longer daring to turn back for that innate treasure. Su Chen's displayed might was too terrifying. His treasure and his arts had been deployed, yet they were not his match. Had the battle continued, his end would have been grim. Better to live and bide the revenge. As long as the green hills remain, there will be fuel, Yuan Shi vowed. This grudge I will remember. The three pure ones are nothing but this. Su Chun gazed at the fleeing azure light, sneering coldly. The heaven-cutting axe trembled in his hand, bloodthirst surging upon the blade. Su Chen looked down at the remnants of azure light lingering on the axe's body. It's a pity there isn't a corresponding axe technique. Otherwise my previous strikes would have surely dealt with Yuan Shi well. He raised his hand and shook it, shattering the last wisp of azure light. Among the distant scattered stones, many beings remained prostrate on the ground. Su Chen turned around, scanning the surroundings. What's the matter? Do you want to snatch this treasure? The black-horned creature's face changed drastically, and it quickly bowed its head. We dare not. With your immense power, how could a little demon like me dare to lay a hand on it? The golden-winged creature flapped its wings and immediately fled. Run! Even Yuan Shi, one of the three pure ones, couldn't withstand his strike. If we stay behind, it's simply seeking death. The grass and wood golden immortal bolted away, roots curling up the earth, running faster than anyone else. This treasure has nothing to do with me. Whoever dares to snatch it, go ahead. Another golden immortal summoned their escape light, rushing towards the horizon without looking back. Only a madman would attempt to snatch it. Even the great Luo golden immortal wielding a primal treasure was injured by him. If we go up, there won't be anything left of us. Upon hearing this, the blackhorn creature got up and ran. Damn it! To leave alive today is already a blessing from the heavens. The remaining beings scattered and fled. In the valley, only the sound of falling debris remained. Su Chen watched them disperse and withdrew his gaze. He hoisted the heaven-cutting axe onto his shoulder and stepped towards the azure stone platform. On the platform, the primal treasure continued to exhale spiritual light. The light spread in rippling circles along the stone platform. Su Chen reached out to grab it. The pattern on the stone platform glowed, attempting to block his palm. Su Chen's fingers suddenly pressed down. Shatter for me. Blood energy pressed down, and the pattern immediately collapsed. The treasure trembled violently, trying to escape through the void. Su Chen stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to rumble ominously. Still trying to run. The blade of the heaven-cutting axe was raised, pressing directly down upon the treasure. The treasure was instantly pinned in place. Su Chen reached out and grasped it, casting a glance. Just a low-grade primal treasure. The heaven-cutting axe emitted a low, resonant hum, and the blood patterns along the axe body illuminated one after another. Su Chen patted the axe body. Devour it. The heaven-cutting axe suddenly shook. A blood-colored vortex opened on the blade. The low-grade primal treasure was ensnared by the vortex, and its spiritual light was torn away. The treasure struggled violently, emitting a sharp, trembling sound. Su Chen pressed down with his palm. Behave yourself. The blood-colored vortex roared and tightened. The primal restrictions on the treasure collapsed layer by layer. The azure light was consumed by the heaven-cutting axe. The blood patterns on the axe body surged violently. A fierce axe aura shot into the sky, cleaving the clouds in two. A look of satisfaction flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Not bad. Just 2 more primal treasures, and I can advance to mid-grade. The heaven-cutting axe vibrated even more violently, as if in response. Su Chen hoisted the axe back onto his back. Let's go. With such a vast primordial world, there must be some blind fools delivering treasures to us. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, the air was filled with pure energy. Yuan Shi transformed into a dim azure light and descended before Kunlun Mountain. As soon as he landed, the axe wound on his shoulder split open again. Azure blood dripped down, staining the white jade steps. Tong Tian was just emerging from his cave dwelling. Upon seeing Yuan Shi's appearance, his expression changed instantly. Second brother, how did you get injured like this? Yuan Shi covered his shoulder, his face darkening. Third brother, this is a long story. Tong Tian stepped forward, his sword intent surging. Who hurt you? In the primordial world, who dares to lay hands on my 3 pure ones? Yuan Shi did not answer immediately. The 3 treasures jade rui in his palm flickered dimly, and the axe wound still lingered upon it. Upon seeing the marks on the jade rui, Tong Tian's anger flared even more. Even the 3 treasures jade rui was damaged. Second brother, who exactly did this? Yuan Shi gritted his teeth and replied, the Wu clan. Tong Tian's gaze turned icy. The Wu clan. The 12 ancestors of Wu. Tong Tian naturally understood that they were of the same lineage and their strength should not be underestimated, but it was impossible for them to injure second brother so easily. There was one more person. He claimed to be the 13th ancestor of Wu Su Chen. Tong Tian grasped the hilt of his sword energy soaring into the sky. 13th ancestor of Wu. When did the Wu clan produce such a figure? Yuan Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent blood energy within him. This person's physical body is formidable, and he wields a vicious axe. That axe is extraordinarily capable of injuring primal treasures. Tong Tian's eyes gleamed with cold light. He dares to injure my second brother. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Just then a mysterious light descended from the cave. Taishang stepped out slowly. He glanced at Yuan Shi's shoulder wound, frowning slightly. Second brother. Take this. Taishang waved his hand. A golden pill flew out, its light swirling, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air before the Jade Void Cave. Yuan Shi took the golden pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his abdomen, azure light radiated from within him. The axe wound on his shoulder began to heal. The lingering bloodthirst continued to gnaw at the wound, but was gradually suppressed by the pill's power. Yuan Shi's complexion eased slightly. Tong Tian's gaze fixated on the axe wound, his murderous intent still present. Eldest brother. The bloodthirst within that axe is fierce. If it weren't for second brother's deep magic power, I fear that the malevolent energy would continue to invade his body. Taishang looked at Yuan Shi. What happened? Yuan Shi put away the three treasures, Jade Rui, anger surging in his eyes. Eldest brother. I was traveling outside and saw a place where spiritual light soared to the heavens, knowing that a primal treasure had emerged. Tong Tian asked solemnly, and then? Yuan Shi glanced at Tong Tian, his tone growing heavier. I arrived first intending to seize the treasure. Then the ancestral witch Chen suddenly appeared. He indiscriminately attempted to seize the treasure I had seen. Tong Tian's sword intent erupted in his eyes. He dared to rob my second brother's treasure. Yuan Shi nodded. Indeed. I thought he was also of Pangu's bloodline and did not wish to harm him. But he was arrogant and disrespectful, insulting my three pure ones as soon as he spoke. Tong Tian shouted angrily. What boldness! My three pure ones are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. How dare he insult us? Taishang's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Yuan Shi. Did you engage him? Yuan Shi's expression darkened. I only wanted him to retreat. He, however, summoned that vicious axe and attacked forcefully. I used the three treasures Jade Rui to defend, yet I was still injured by him. Tong Tian spoke coldly. The Wu clan is indeed overbearing, completely ignorant of etiquette. Second brother, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Yuan Shi's eyes grew colder. He even said that the three pure ones are nothing but this. Tong Tian's sword energy erupted instantly. Before the Jade Void Cave, the stone steps were split apart by the sword energy. Arrogant. A mere ancestral witch dares to underestimate the three pure ones. Taishang raised his hand to suppress the surrounding sword energy. Third brother first, let second brother finish speaking. Tong Tian suppressed his sword intent, but continued to stare at Yuan Shi. Second brother, where is Chen now? Yuan Shi slowly began. He took away that primal treasure. After I was injured, I could only return to Kunlun first. If we continue to entangle, he may strike again. Tong Tian's anger surged even more. To rob treasures and injure others, and still dare to strike. This Chen truly thinks my three pure ones are defenseless. Taishang's gaze fell upon the three treasures, Jade Rui. The axe marks upon it had yet to dissipate. He reached out and tapped it, infusing it with Taiching energy. The bloodthirst within the axe marks was forced out slightly, transforming into a wisp of malevolent light. Tong Tian gazed at that wisp of malevolent light, his expression sharpening. This malevolent energy is very pure. This person's physical body is absolutely not comparable to ordinary ancestral witches. Yuan Shi snorted coldly. Precisely because of this, he dares to act so arrogantly. He relies on his formidable physique and the sharpness of his vicious axe to forcibly seize treasures. Eldest brother, third brother, if this matter is not avenged, how will the beings of the primordial world view my three pure ones? Tong Tian immediately spoke. Second brother is right. If the Wu clan dares to step on the heads of the three pure ones, I, Tong Tian, will be the first to disagree. Taishang remained silent for a moment. This matter would be settled with the Wu clan later. Soon the master would be proving his sainthood. Taishang spoke solemnly. The master he referred to was, of course, Hongjun Daozu. In the era of the three clans, Hongjun had come to Kunlun Mountain and took in the three pure ones as disciples. Sage. Tongshin's sword intent faltered. That is the supreme, peerless existence. When Yuan Shi heard those words, a surge of fury still churned within his chest. Elder brother, are you truly going to let this pass? Taishang looked at the lingering blood key upon Yuan Shi's shoulder and slowly shook his head. It is not to be forgotten. Our master stands on the verge of attainment. Now is no time to breed needless complications. Wuzu's fortunes are waxing, and the 12 Zuu all bear the Pangu bloodline. If we were to strike at Buzhou Mountain now, it would be war between Sanqing and Wuzu. Tong Tian relaxed his grip on the sword. Very well. Since elder brother insists, I will hold my hand. Yuan Shi's face darkened, the Sanbao Jade Rui trembling faintly in his palm. Chen humiliated our Sanqing today, stole my chance, and damaged my treasure. You both must uphold the will of heaven and maintain order in the wilderness without error. East King Gong felt his blood surge. Taishang raised his hand to suppress the surging clear qi at the cave mouth. First cultivate. After the master's attainment, the pattern of Honghuang will surely shift. Then we shall see how the Wuzu choose to comport themselves. Yuanshu nodded but continued to stare coldly into the distance. Su Chen, you would do well to remain as formidable as you are now. Tan Tian withdrew his sword intent and spoke in a chill voice. If one day you fall into my hands, I will make you understand that Sanqing must not be dishonored. Taishang remained silent. Before Kunlun Mountain the clear Qi reconverged. Su Chen had no knowledge of how the Sanqing were deliberating atop Kunlun, burdened with the Fatian axe on his back. He continued to traverse the Hongwang land. Su Chen pressed onward, though his thoughts lingered on the Fatian axe's ascension. 2 more innate spirit treasures are required. Hongwang abounds with relics, yet finding the right one depends on fortune. The Fatian axe hummed softly against his back. Su Chen patted the haft. What is the hurry? With a treasure chest available, there will come a time you are sated. At that instant a cold prompt rang within his mind. Ding! 4th grade treasure chest detected. Proceed to retrieve. Su Chen stopped short. A 4th grade chest. A vein of bloodlight flared in his eyes. Not bad. The last chest gave me the Fatian axe. If this yields something fine, perhaps my corporeal body will advance another rung. The system voice sounded again. Chest location locked. Proceed immediately. Su Chen replied without hesitation. Proceed. As the word fell, the system's force pulled at him. The earth beneath Su Chen trembled violently. His figure became a streak of bloodlight, tearing the long sky as he hurtled toward the chest's location. Along the way, gale force winds struck him and shattered upon contact. From afar, Su Chen saw a Xian mountain rising between heaven and earth. The peak was not lofty, yet its spirit was rich and concentrated. Crimson mist flowed through the folds of the mountain, Lingji scattered across the ground. Wisps of Xiantian fire rose from the earth's veins, cradled by gentle cloudlight. With a single sweep of his gaze, Su Chen spotted the chest's radiance glimmering upon the summit. Found it. He descended in a single stride, landing directly atop the mountain's crown. As his soul met the ground, the entire immortal peak shivered lightly. The chest rested beside a reddened boulder ahead. Just as Su Chen was about to step forward, a voice emerged from the void, mild yet vigilant. Which fellow Taoist ventures into my Hongjun cave? Su Chen lifted an eyebrow. Hongjun cave? The red mists rolled, and a figure stepped forth from the cloudlight. The man wore crimson robes, his features gentle red clouds encircling him. His aura was deep, his yuanshan clear. He was plainly a renowned powerhouse of Hongwang. Su Chen was struck on the spot. Hongjun cave? He murmured, by the heavens. This is Hongjun Lao's field, is it not? Hongjun likewise sized Su Chen up. He saw a towering frame, blood keys surging, yet no outward trace of spiritual power emanated from him. What unnerved Hongjun further was the murderous aura of the great axe on Su Chen's back. Though the haft lay dormant, its shui sha pressed the summit's spirit herbs into bowing. Hongjun frowned inwardly. This man's fleshly body is extraordinarily potent. He gives off no yuanshan leakage, yet he treads the void. Could he be a Wuzhu strongman? Though I have not seen every one of the 12 Zuwu, I have heard their names, Hongjun mused. Who then is this man? Unwilling to instigate conflict, he raised a hand in salute. Fellow Taoist, you arrive at Hongjun Cave. What is your business? Su Chen glanced at him, then toward the nearby 4th grade chest. Only Su Chen could perceive the chest. Hongyun's eyes swept over Su Chen's face and followed his sight line to the reddened boulder where nothing lay. Hongyun's confusion deepened. Do you covet some spirit thing of my mountain? If it is but common spirit roots or fruits, speak your need. This poor Taoist does not claim great wealth, but I would gladly forge a favorable bond, Hongjun offered. Su Chen thought to himself, so it truly is Hongjun. Such a disposition, no wonder he later meets such misfortune. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Hongjun continued. Your blood key is astonishing, you must be of extraordinary origin. Yet this place is where I cultivate. If you have major business, speak plainly. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and cupped his fist. I am the 13th Zuwu of the Wuzhu, Su Chen. Passing by today, I did not expect this to be your day afield, Hongjun. When Hongjun heard the words Wuzhu 13th Zuwu, confusion welled in his eyes. 13th Zuwu. I only ever heard of the 12 Zuwu who guard Buzhou Mountain. When did another ancestor arise? Su Chen's expression did not change as he patted the Fatian axe upon his back. It is natural you have not heard who I have, but recently come into being. Hongyun's gaze rested on the Fatian axe, then roved over Su Chen's turbulent blood key. He felt a deeper shock. Such blood key, undoubtedly the flesh of a Zuwu. Yet the emergence of a 13th Zuwu has not spread through Hongwang. Could the Wuzhu's fortunes be swelling once more? Hongjun quickly reined in his thoughts and adopted a cordial expression. So it is fellow Taoist Su Chen. Since you are an ancestor of the Wuzhu, your arrival at my Hongjun cave makes you an honored guest. Please come into the Dao field and sit. Su Chen cast Hongjun a glance. Hongjun was indeed forthcoming. Were it another, they might meet a Wuzhu ancestor with caution. Hongjun, however, was quick to offer hospitality. No wonder he would later invite calamity through misplaced benevolence. Su Chen did not immediately step inside. His eyes again flicked to the reddened boulder. The fourth-grade chest still pulsed its light. He raised his hand and waved lightly. The chest's radiance trembled, and in an instant condensed into a streak of light that merged into Su Chen's palm. The system promptly announced the acquisition. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fourth-grade chest acquired. Open it. A keen glint passed through Su Chen's eyes. The fourth-grade chest is now in my possession. However, this is Hongjun's Dao field. There is no need to open it here. Find a suitable place and then see what lies within. The system chimed once more. Chest stored. The host may open it at any time. The two entered Hongjun Cave. Within, a gentle radiance of spiritual energy softened the air, and primal fire patterns drifted across the walls. On a stone table lay cinnabar spirit fruits and a kettle of spirit tea that glowed like dawn. Hongjun waved his sleeve. Two meditation cushions dropped to either side of the stone table. Dao friend Su Chen, please sit. Su Chen folded into a cross-legged posture. The cushion sank abruptly, nearly crushed by the strength of his physical body. Hongjun's eyelid twitched. Su Chen glanced down at the cushion. This cushion seems rather frail. Hongjun was taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Your bodily strength is too great. This humble cushion cannot bear it. They'll change it. Hongjun lifted his hand and produced a seat carved from red jade. This was forged from earthly fire jade. It is truly sturdy. Sit upon this, and it should hold. Su Chen seated himself upon the red jade stone. The stone seat trembled faintly but held. Hongjun exhaled in relief. The Wuzu's ancestral Zuwu is indeed extraordinary. Su Chen picked up a spirit fruit and bit into it. The spirit energy entered his belly and was instantly refined by his body. Tastes good, Hongjun said with a smile. If you like it, that is enough. I cannot boast of many talents, but I do pride myself on hospitality and friendship. Su Chen looked at Hongjun. Hongjun, your disposition is rare in the wilds. You saw my Wuzu identity, and yet did not fear I would seize your Taoist hall. Hongjun shook his head. If you truly meant to seize it, you could have struck earlier. Given your cultivation and that fierce axe, I might not have been able to stop you. Since you are willing to offer your true name, you are not an uncouth sort. Su Chen grinned. Those words are pleasing to hear. But in the wilds few think as you do. Hongjun sighed softly. In the wilds one contends for opportunities for fortune for the fruits of the Tao. Yet if every place is an enemy, cultivation loses much of its meaning. I like to make friends, he said. One more friend is better than one more enemy. Su Chen lifted the teacup. The fiery spirit in the tea entered his body and was crushed outright by the ancestral Zuwu bloodline. If Yuanshi heard you say that, he would probably laugh at your naivety. Hongjun said, his gaze flickering. Friend Yuanshi. Su Chen, have you met the Sanqing? Su Chen set down the cup. I have. Hongyun's teapot stilled in his hand. You fought the Sanqing. Su Chen said casually. Yuanshi tried to snatch the Xiantian spirit treasure I had my eye on. I struck him with a few axe blows. He couldn't hold and retreated back to Kunlun. Hongyun's expression froze. Friend Yuanshi is the incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit and bears the protection of the three treasures, Jade Rui. He was driven off by you. Su Chen patted his Fatian axe. His Jade Rui is effective, but at best it lets him withstand a couple more blows. A wave of turmoil rose in Hongyun's heart. This 13th Ancestral Zuwu is savage. If he drove Yuanshi back, how many of the wild's greats would dare meet his axe Hedon? Hongjun drew a deep breath. You are truly awe-inspiring. But the Sanqing are of one breath and one root. Since Yuanshi suffered a lost Taishang, and Tongtian will likely not let the matter rest lightly. Su Chen's eyes glinted with sanguine light. If they come, I will chop at them too. Hongjun fell silent for a moment. He suddenly felt that Hongjun Cave had received a formidable, relentless man today. Yet this ruthless man spoke, plainly lacking the twisted schemes of the great powers. Hongjun raised his cup. You have true boldness. I toast you, he said. Su Chen also raised his cup. Drink. The two drained their tea. Hongjun then produced several spirit fruits and pushed them towards Su Chen. You are of the Wuzu. You do not cultivate Yuanshan, I presume. Su Chen nodded. The Wuzu base themselves on the physical body. The path of the Yuanshan is not for me, Hongjun said. In the wilds, many great ones use Yuanshan to fathom the heavenly Tao. The Wuzu's road of the body is likewise a grand path. Pangu the Great cleaved heaven and earth. The might of the body runs through the chaos. The ancestral Zuwu inherited his essence, and thus wields its own destiny. Su Chen glanced at Hongjun. You are not like Yuanshi, Hongjun said. He mouths Wuzu barbarians at every turn. He shook his head. Each follows their own Tao. How can one speak of higher or lower? If one judges the Tao by birth alone, what meaning remains in cultivation? Su Chen laughed. Hongjun, you are indeed pleasant company. Hongjun did not fully grasp the words, but sensed no malice. He smiled. I will take your words as praise. Su Chen nodded. Indeed praise. Hongjun's smile deepened. The two spoke a while longer as Hongjun recounted the great powers of the wilds. Su Chen listened with only half an ear. His mind lingered on the grave for treasure chest, though he was in no hurry to open it. Though this Weiyun cave was Hongyun's Dao ground, it was not truly Wuzhu territory. If the chest produced an anomaly, it would surely invite trouble. Hongyun saw Su Chen's intent to journey and spoke first. Su Chen, where do you intend to go next? Su Chen took the last spirit fruit and swallowed it in a few bites. I plan to travel about. The wilds are vast. The opportunities will present themselves. Hongyun's eyes brightened. Oh, since you intend to roam the wilds, that suits me well. Su Chen looked at him. What is it? Hongyun put down his cup and smiled. I am preparing to visit Wuzhuangwen to see my elder brother Xinyuanzi. My brother is composed and his earth book is wondrous. Within Wuzhuangwen there even grows a Renshin fruit tree, an innate spiritual root. This was a remarkable figure. Future progenitor of the earth immortals, one of the strongest beneath the saints. This was a remarkable figure. Future progenitor of the earth immortals, one of the strongest beneath the saints. The earth book. Su Chen grinned. Who in the wilds has not heard the name of an innate spiritual root? Hongyun's expression shifted slightly. A sharp, Su Chen grinned. Who in the wilds has not heard the name of an innate spiritual root? Hongyun's expression shifted slightly. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The more blessed the place, the richer the opportunities. Wuzhuangwen holds an innate spiritual root, and the earth book restrains fortune. Who knows what surprise it might yield for me? Hongyun did not overthink it. If you are willing to travel together, I will lead the way. Thus the two left Weiyun Cave and made for Wuzhuangwen. Before long they stood on the borders of Wuzhuangwen. Hongyun raised a hand and pointed forward. A little further, and you will be near Wanshou Mountain. Su Chen looked ahead. The land rolled and mountain ranges spanned heaven and earth. A weighty earth key rose from the depths of the mountains steadily, supporting the spiritual currents of the region. After a short, while an immortal mountain appeared before them, spirit light rose among its valleys. Ancient trees coiled their roots, and clouds wound around the mountain's waist. A Taoist temple sat upon the mountain, a plaque above its gate bearing the three characters Wuzhuangwen. Su Chen's step faltered, and he stopped outside the mountain gate. Hongyun descended on a veil of cloud. Dao friend, we have arrived. Su Chen looked up at the plaque. Hongyun stepped forward and called aloud into the temple. Elder brother Xinyuanzi, he called. Hongyun pays a visit. Today I have brought along a Dao friend. Inside Wuzhuang Temple a Taoist sat cross-legged in silent meditation within his still chamber. Clad in a russety yellow Taoist robe, he faced a sacred scroll radiating profound geomantic light. The earth scripture trembled faintly. Xinyuanzi opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the temple gates, settling upon Su Chen standing beside Hongyun, and a subtle furrow appeared between his brows. Who has my younger brother brought to Wuzhuang Temple? With that thought, Xinyuanzi stepped from his chamber, and in the next breath stood before the temple gates. Hongyun smiled upon seeing Xinyuanzi emerge. Elder brother. Xinyuanzi nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Who is this cultivator? Su Chen stood beyond the mountain gate, his vital energy dense and immovable as a mountain range. At a single glance, Xinyuanzi felt his heart stir. An exceptionally powerful physical body. Without even drawing upon spiritual power, his blood key suppresses the very geomantic veins of the mountain gate. Such an aura surpasses even ordinary great Luo immortals. Could he be another sovereign of the Wu clan? Yet none among the 12 ancestral Wu bears his name. Hongyun raised his hand in salutation and began the introduction. Elder brother, this is Su Chen, the 13th ancestral Wu of the Wu clan. Xinyuanzi's eyes sharpened. The 13th ancestral Wu. Hongyun nodded. Indeed. Su Chen has only recently emerged into the world. His bloodline is prodigious, his divine might awe-inspiring. Xinyuanzi regarded Su Chen with newfound solemnity. Who would have imagined the Wu clan possessed a 13th ancestral Wu? The legacy of the primordial god Pangu runs deeper than any mortal can fathom. Su Chen too gazed upon Xinyuanzi. Before him stood a Taoist clad in russety yellow robes, his aura profoundly stable, the geomantic energies of the earth flowing ceaselessly around him. Su Chen mused inwardly. This is Xinyuanzi, the future patriarch of earth immortals. With the earth scripture in hand, Mount Wanshou stands unshakable at its roots. Should he remain within his mountain stronghold, few in the chaotic realms could hope to breach his abode. Xinyuanzi too scrutinized Su Chen, each passing moment deepening his astonishment. Though Su Chen's spirit seal emitted no trace of spiritual power, his corporeal blood key alone bowed the surrounding spiritual energies to submission. A great axe rested across his back, its blade sheathed, yet its savage intent already cleaved the cloud veil above the mountain gate. Xinyuanzi reflected inwardly. The cultivator Hongyun is brought today is no ordinary guest. The Wu clan's fortune has long been supreme. Now with this addition the balance of power across the chaotic realms shall shift once more. Su Chen clasped his fists in salute. Su Chen pays homage to Zenyuanzi, esteemed cultivator. Zenyuanzi returned the gesture. Esteemed Su Chen, your arrival at Wuzhuang Temple honors me. I regret I did not greet you sooner. Su Chen replied. Hongjun invited me to accompany him, and I have long wished to behold the blessed land of Mount Wanshou. Hongjun chuckled beside them. Elder brother, I bring Su Chen here on urgent business. Zenyuanzi turned his gaze toward Hongjun. You come to me on urgent business. Hongjun cleared his throat lightly. Elder brother, we've come for your ginseng fruit. At those words, Zenyuanzi sighed in resignation. Ah, you. Hongjun's smile widened. Elder brother mustn't be stingy. After all, Su Chen is our honored guest. Surely you won't let him sit idle without offering hospitality. Zenyuanzi cast Hongjun a sidelong glance. Every time you visit, it's the ginseng fruit you seek. My ginseng tree blooms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit once every 30,000 years, and ripens only after another 30,000 years. Across countless millennia it has yielded but 30 fruits. Hongjun retorted instantly precisely why it is so precious. Were it merely an ordinary spirit fruit, I'd never dare ask such a favor of you. Zenyuanzi shook his head amused. You certainly know how to speak. Su Chen smiled faintly. Hongjun treated me well during my stay at Huiyun Cave. Now that I've arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, I find myself benefiting from his goodwill. Zenyuanzi looked towards Su Chen. Since Su Chen is Hongjun's friend, he is also my guest. A mere ginseng fruit is hardly something I'd withhold. Hongjun immediately bowed deeply. Elder brother's magnanimity knows no bounds. Zenyuanzi watched Hongjun, his eyes softening with quiet exasperation. Let us go. Zenyuanzi turned and entered the temple. Hongjun gestured towards Su Chen. Esteemed Su Chen, please. Su Chen nodded and followed the two into Wuzhuang Temple. Zenyuanzi raised his hand. The air shimmered, and 3 massive stone thrones materialized within the hall. The 3 seated themselves. Zenyuanzi glanced toward the courtyard. Qingfeng, Mingwei, 2 young attendants hurried in, bowing low. Master, Zenyuanzi instructed, go to the rear garden and fetch 3 ginseng fruits. Qingfeng hesitated, glancing instinctively at Hongjun. Mingwei blinked once, puzzled. Hongjun, noticing their looks, feigned sternness. Why stare at me? Today it is your master who hosts guests. Qingfeng quickly lowered his head. Yes, master. Mingwei echoed, yes, master. The 2 attendants withdrew. Zenyuanzi turned to Hongjun. Even Qingfeng and Mingwei know precisely why you've come to Wuzhuang Temple. Hongjun laughed. It proves my affinity with Wuzhuang Temple. Zenyuanzi shook his head, resigned. Su Chen observed their easy rapport and felt a quiet resonance within his heart. Hongjun and Zenyuanzi shared genuine kinship. Among the mighty beings of the chaotic realms, such unguarded sincerity is rare. At that very moment, a cold mechanical voice resonated within Su Chen's mind. Ding! A level 5 treasure chest has been discovered. Collected. A faint crimson gleam flickered in Su Chen's eyes. A level 5 treasure chest. Wuzhuang Temple was worth the journey after all. The system prompt continued, treasure chest location locked. Su Chen remained outwardly still, his gaze sweeping subtly across a corner of the hall. Their geomantic energies interwove like living threads, and only Su Chen could perceive the faint pulsing glow of the treasure chest. Zenyuanzi, as if sensing something, glanced in that direction as well. Yet the space held nothing. A ripple stirred in Zenyuanzi's thoughts. What were you observing just now, esteemed Su Chen? Su Chen withdrew his gaze. Your temple's earthly qi is exceptionally rich. I simply lingered a moment longer. Zenyuanzi nodded. Mount Wanshou draws upon the earth's primal veins, and for ages I have refined them with the earth scripture, thus shaping this realm's auspicious aura. Hongjun added. Elder brother's earth scripture is peerless in its profundity. In matters of defense, few treasures across the chaotic realms rival it. Su Chen remarked. The earth scripture anchors the geomantic veins. It is truly extraordinary. As he spoke, his inner will reached silently toward the system. Collect. The chest's glow pulsed once, then vanished into Su Chen's being as radiant light. The system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, level 5 treasure chest acquired. Open now. Su Chen responded inwardly. Store it for now. I'll open it later. The system confirmed, treasure chest stored. The 3 conversed quietly. Hongjun recounted events at Huiyun Cave, then mentioned Su Chen's clash with the 3 pure ones. Upon hearing that Yuanshi had been driven back by Su Chen's axe strike, Zenyuanzi was visibly astonished. Esteemed Su Chen engaged Yuanshi in combat. Su Chen replied casually, he sought to seize a treasure I had claimed. So I struck him several times with my axe. At that instant, footsteps echoed outside the hall. Qingfeng and Mingwei entered bearing a jade tray, upon which rested 3 ginseng fruits, serene and luminous. A primordial spiritual fragrance unfurled through the air. Hongjun's eyes lit up. Here they are. Qing Feng placed the tray upon the altar. Master, the ginseng fruits have been retrieved. Mingyue bowed and stepped aside. Zhen Yuanzi gestured gracefully. Each of you please take one. Hongjun wasted no time, reaching out and claiming one fruit without hesitation. Thank you, elder brother. Zhen Yuanzi turned to Su Chen speaking softly. Esteemed Su Chen, please. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the jade plate. The ginseng fruit had distinct facial features and limbs surrounded by spiritual light. Su Chen looked at the ginseng fruit. Truly like a baby. Su Chen reached out and took a ginseng fruit. He was not polite and directly took a bite. The fragrance entered his belly and the innate spiritual essence immediately unfurled. Hongjun looked at Su Chen and asked with a smile, "How does it taste, Su Chen Dao friend?" Su Chen swallowed the fruit flesh and nodded. The taste is acceptable. Qing Feng widened his eyes upon hearing this. Mingyue also stood in shock. Hongjun nearly choked on his tea. The taste is acceptable. Su Chen Dao friend, this is a ginseng fruit. Ordinary beings can extend their lifespan by hundreds of years just by smelling it. Eating one is even more extraordinary. Zhen Yuanzi also looked at Su Chen, revealing a hint of curiosity. Dao friend, how could your physical body refine so quickly? Su Chen took another bite. The spiritual essence from the ginseng fruit surged into his limbs and bones. But just as the spiritual essence began to spread, it was crushed and devoured by the ancestral witch bloodline. Su Chen's internal blood and qi trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. He swallowed the remaining fruit flesh. What a pity. Zhen Yuanzi asked, what do you find regrettable? Su Chen patted his chest. For me, it's just that the taste is acceptable. The witch clan does not practice the methods of cultivating the primordial spirit. The vitality and spiritual essence within this fruit are of greater use to primordial spirit cultivators. For my physical body, eating it is merely a way to replenish some blood and qi. Hongjun shook his head repeatedly. If these words of Dao friend were to spread, I wonder how many beings from the primordial era would lament in disbelief. Qing Feng whispered, this is Lord's ginseng fruit. Mingyue could not help but say he eats it so Su Chen glanced at the two children. If you are reluctant, I will eat less next time. Qing Feng quickly bowed his head. I wouldn't dare. Mingyue hurriedly bowed as well. Please do not blame us, esteemed guest. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. It's fine. Su Chen Dao friend's physical body is formidable, and it is only natural that ordinary spiritual items provide limited benefits to Dao friend. Hongjun took a bite of the ginseng fruit, his face full of enjoyment. I find it quite good. This ginseng fruit from my elder brother only makes one crave it more. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at him. You can't possibly be craving it too little. Hongjun laughed and said, elder brother, your words are mistaken. My craving for the ginseng fruit is also a craving for the Wuzhuang temple. Craving the Wuzhuang temple naturally also means craving for elder brother. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head helplessly. Your tongue can turn stealing fruit into a discussion of the Dao. Su Chen chuckled. Hongjun Dao friend indeed has a talent for this. To derive such reasoning from eating fruit is quite rare in the primordial era. Hongjun cupped his hands and said, Su Chen Dao friend overpraises me. Zhen Yuanzi set down the ginseng fruit in his hand and turned his gaze to Su Chen. Su Chen Dao friend has recently emerged, yet has already clashed with the three pure ones. Moreover, you walk the primordial era with the body of an ancestral witch. I have a question to ask. Would you be willing to discuss it? Su Chen picked up the teacup. You may ask. Zhen Yuanzi began to speak slowly. What do you think about the current situation in the primordial era? Hongyun's expression also turned a bit serious. Elder brother, I also wish to hear this question. Su Chen looked at Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi continued, in the past during the great battle of the three clans, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin contended for the dominion of the heavens, causing the primordial era to shatter and karma to weigh heavily upon the heavens. Now that the three clans have withdrawn, countless beings have appeared in the primordial era. Innate saints have emerged, and Deluo powerhouses are walking about, while various races are also expanding. Where there are beings, there will inevitably be conflict. Hongjun nodded. The Witch clan occupies Buzhou Mountain with unparalleled physical bodies. The Monster clan gathers myriad spirits and is already showing signs of growth. Moreover, with the three pure ones of Kunlun, the Western Jiejing and Zhuti, the Blood Sea, and the Underworld River, and the North Sea, Kunpeng, the primordial era, is likely to become very restless in the future. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Su Chen. As the 13th Ancestral Witch, how do you think the Witch clan will act? Su Chen tapped the stone table with his finger. The Witch clan will not retreat. Hongjun asked, is Dao friend suggesting that the Witch clan intends to contend for the heavens? Su Chen glanced at Hongjun. The Witch clan originates from the essence blood of Pangu. Buzhou Mountain is transformed from Pangu's spine. As long as we stand there, there is no reason to bow our heads. Zhen Yuanzi said solemnly, if conflicts escalate, the primordial era may face another great calamity. Su Chen replied, A great calamity will not disappear just because someone takes a step back. What is destined to come will always come. Hongjun frowned. Does Dao friend take this so seriously? Chen was about to speak when suddenly boom. A terrifying aura suddenly swept over the primordial era. Wuzhuang Temple shook violently. The earth's veins surged dramatically. Jin Yuanzi's expression changed drastically. What is happening? Hongjun suddenly stood up. Where is this aura coming from? Chen pressed his palm against the stone table, and a surge of blood light erupted in his eyes. So powerful. Qing Feng's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt down. My lord. Ming Yu also knelt down. I can't move. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand, and the earth book instantly appeared. Yellowish light surged up, protecting the main hall of Wuzhuang Temple. But the next moment, that oppressive force broke through the earth book's defense and directly struck the hearts of everyone present. Zhen Yuanzi's pupils constricted. Even the earth book cannot block it. Hongjun exclaimed in shock. Elder brother, who is this powerful being? Zhen Yuanzi said in a deep voice, I do not know. In the primordial era, I have never seen such overwhelming pressure. Chen stood up. His ancestral witch bloodline surged violently. Blood and chi soared to the sky, colliding with the supreme might. Yet that might pressed down as if the entire heavenly Tao had fallen upon his shoulders. Chen's feet cracked the stone tiles. He shouted, get up. Hongjun was shocked by this scene. Does Chen Dao friend intend to withstand this pressure with his physical body? Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but say, the body of an ancestral, which is indeed tyrannical. But this aura has surpassed the Deluo level. Could it be that a being has stepped into that realm? Boom. The next moment, purple chi spread across the primordial era. Outside Mount Wanshou, the sky was filled with violet light. Lines of purple chi hung across the heavens, penetrating the four corners and 8 wastelands. At this moment, countless beings looked up at the void. Above the east sea, the remnants of the dragon clan knelt in terror. What kind of heavenly might is this? Impossible. Even the ancestral dragon did not possess such might. Deep within the Nanming volcano, a powerful member of the Phoenix clan lay prostrate on the ground. This aura has suppressed our bloodlines. Has a supreme being emerged in the primordial era again? Beneath Qilin Cliff, an old Qilin trembled all over. After the great battle of the 3 clans, there are still such characters. What does it matter for us who contended for the dominion of the heavens before such existences? In Kunlun Mountain, the Taishang opened his eyes. Purple chi spreads across the heavens. Yuan Shi clenched the 3 treasures, his face grim. Who is this? Tong Tian's sword intent trembled behind him, but was suppressed back into his body by the oppressive force. What terrifying Dao might! Below Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches all raised their heads. Dijiang spoke in a deep voice. This aura does not belong to the monster clan. Zhu Rong said angrily. Who dares to pressure my witch clan with such might? Hota's expression was grave. This power has already stirred the primordial era. In Wuzhuang Temple, Chen also looked at the void. The purple chi reflected in his eyes. His heart suddenly shook. A shocking conjecture arose. Purple chi spreads across the heavens. This is clearly a sign of becoming a saint. Could it be that Hongjun is about to attain sainthood? In the next moment, the purple chi coalesced in the center of the heavens. A figure appeared in the void. That person sat cross-legged between heaven and earth. Boundless Tao rhythms flowed before him. Above his head hung the chaotic jade plate. The plate spun gently, illuminating the primordial era with endless Tao laws. A powerful aura erupted between heaven and earth. All paths of the primordial era trembled. Spiritual essence bowed low. Countless beings could not withstand it at this moment, and all knelt down. Hongjun knelt on both knees, his face full of shock. What realm is this? Zhen Yuanzi used the earth book to shield himself, but was still pressed to kneel. I cannot even rise. Qing Feng lay on the ground, trembling all over. My lord, is he the heavenly Tao? Ming Yu said in a trembling voice. I do not dare to look at him. Chen's legs sank, his knees crashing into the hall floor. He raised his head to stare at the void. The pressure was too overwhelming. He guessed that it must be some being about to attain sainthood. Above the void, the figure slowly opened his eyes. He scanned across the primordial era. At this moment, regardless of what existence you were, all knelt down. All beings harbored the same thought in their hearts. What kind of existence is this? In the next moment, that figure raised a hand, causing the myriad paths of the primordial chaos to bow down. I am Hongjun. Today I shall certify my position as a saint. Following the teachings of the heavenly Tao, 1,000 years from now, I will expound the great Tao in the Zixiao Palace amidst the chaos. Anyone with faith may come to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. These words struck directly into the hearts of all beings in the primordial chaos. Hongjun knelt in the hall, his eyes still filled with shock. The position of a saint. Big brother, what realm is a saint? Jin Yuanzi supported himself with both hands on the ground, the earth book's mysterious light, still trembling. I have only heard of it in rumors. Boundless and eternal, unscathed by countless tribulations. If what Hongjun says is true, he has already stepped beyond the great Luo's heavenly gate. Qing Feng lay on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Master, can even the earth book withstand the pressure of a saint? Ming Yu said with a trembling voice. If such an existence moves a thought, wouldn't the Wuzhuang temple turn to dust? Jin Yuanzi spoke in a deep voice. Do not speak recklessly. A saint emerges from the heavenly Tao and is beyond our comprehension. Su Chan crushed the tiles beneath his knees, supporting his body with his arms. His ancestral witch bloodline clashed within his bones, and his qi and blood collided with the saint's pressure, only to be forcefully pushed back inside. Hongjun, you have finally certified your Tao. Hongyun turned to look at Su Chan. Su Chan, Tao friend, can you still speak? Jin Yuanzi's eyes widened. This saint's pressure makes it hard for my primordial spirit to move, yet he is still resisting. Su Chan gritted his teeth, the axe behind him emitting a low hum. The blood patterns on the axe glowed inch by inch, yet they were continually dimmed by the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Rise for me. Su Chan whispered, his knees slowly lifting off the shattered ground. The hall of the Wuzhuang temple shook violently. Qing Feng's eyes widened. He has stood up. Ming Yu's face was filled with horror. This is the pressure of a saint. Hong Yun's heart surged. The ancestral witch's physical body can actually withstand this much. Jin Yuanzi looked at Su Chen's back, his heart shaken even deeper. With this person added to the witch race, the future of the primordial chaos will certainly not be peaceful. Just as Su Chen stood straight, a deeper pressure fell from the heavens. In an instant, the stone tiles beneath his feet exploded again. Su Chen felt a weight on his shoulder, yet he did not kneel again. He raised his head, staring at the figure of Hongjun in the void. Saint, one day I too want to see how high this realm truly is. In the void above, Hongjun's gaze swept across the primordial chaos. That glance did not linger, yet it caused countless great powers to feel their minds tighten. In Kunlun Mountain, Taishang knelt before his mat, his eyes shining brightly. Master has certified the Tao. The path of the saint truly exists. Yuan Shi was filled with excitement, the three treasures Jade Rui hovering before him. We are disciples of the Master, and 1,000 years from now in the Zixiao Palace, there will surely be great opportunities. Tong Tian's sword energy trembled behind him, his fighting spirit suppressed by the saint's pressure. How can we miss the saint's teachings? If we obtain the true transmission of the great Tao, we can certainly advance another step. Yuan Shi suddenly thought of Su Chen. His expression grew cold again. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he is merely an ancestral witch's physical body. After we listen to the Master's teachings, we will settle the debt with him. Taishang closed his eyes for a moment before slowly opening them. Do not mention conflicts at this time. 1,000 years later, we will enter the Zixiao Palace first. Tong Tian nodded. Big Brother is right. With the saint's great Tao ahead, everything else must be set aside. In the western land, Jane knelt among the desolate mountains, his face showing sorrow. The saint's teachings present a great opportunity for the West. Zhu Ti lay beside him, his eyes shining fiercely. Senior brother, we must go to the Zixiao Palace. If we can receive the saint's guidance, the barren situation in the West may have a turning point. Jane nodded. The chaos is hard to cross. Though we are great Luo, we must prepare early. In the depths of the blood sea, the Ming, he stood on the waves of blood, the Yuan Tu Abi, behind him, vibrating nonstop. He gazed at the purple aura spreading across the sky, a mix of killing intent and desire in his eyes. Saint, so there is indeed a path above the great Luo. I too shall go to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. In the North Sea, Kunpeng stirred up towering waves. With a spread of his wings, the cold wind shredded the clouds. With Hongjun certifying the Tao, all great powers of the heavens must go to the Zixiao Palace. This sermon, whoever misses it will fall behind. On the sun star, Dijun held the river diagram and Luo book, his gaze piercing through the stars. The saint's teachings stir all spirits of the primordial chaos. Tai Yi stood beside the Donghuang bell, its ringing drowned by the saint's pressure. Big Brother, we too shall go. If we can use the saint's teachings to clarify the path of the demon race, the hearts of all spirits will unite further. Dijun nodded. The journey to the Zixiao Palace must not be delayed. Beneath Mount Buzhou, Dijiang's body trembled with the laws of space. Zhu Rong glared at the sky. Whether Hongjun becomes a saint or not, why must he force us to kneel? Gong Gong snorted coldly. What if the saint is here? The witch race only worships the Pangu Father God. Ho Tu looked at the purple aura in the sky, her expression growing serious. He speaks of the great Tao, and all great powers of the primordial chaos will go. Zhu Jiuyin spoke slowly. The chaotic void is not a place where ordinary beings can tread. Without the foundation of the great Luo, even the chaotic gusts cannot be blocked. Dijiang spoke in a deep voice. Su Chun is currently outside. I wonder if he will go to the Zixiao Palace. Ho Tu spoke softly. Let us wait until he returns to discuss this matter. Within the Wuzhuang temple, the saint's pressure gradually receded. Hongjun finally managed to lift his head. He breathed a sigh of relief, still filled with shock. 1,000 years from now, we will listen to the Tao in the Zixiao Palace. Big brother, we must go. Zhen Yuanzi retracted the earth book, the mysterious light still flowing in his palm. Of course we must go. The saint personally expounding the great Tao is an opportunity never before seen in the primordial chaos. Hongyun looked at Su Chun. Su Chun, Tao friend, will you go? Su Chun moved his shoulders, and stones fell from his body. I will go. With the saint teaching the Tao, I certainly want to listen. Zhen Yuanzi reminded, the Zixiao Palace is within the chaos. The chaotic gusts can erode the physical body and tear apart the primordial spirit. Ordinary golden immortals entering would perish in an instant. Hongyun nodded. This step is likely to block 9 out of 10 beings in the primordial chaos. Su Chun patted the axe behind him. If the chaotic gusts dare to obstruct me, I will cleave through them. Hongyun was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Only you would dare to say such a thing, Su Chun, Tao friend. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Su Chun, his eyes showing seriousness. With your ancestral witch's physical body, the chaotic void may indeed not be able to stop you. Qing Feng cautiously said, Master, can Mingyu and I go? Mingyu also looked up at Zhen Yuanzi. We want to listen to the saint's teachings too. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. You two have too shallow cultivation and cannot enter the chaos. Stay in the Wuzhuang temple to cultivate. Qing Feng felt a bit disappointed. Yes, master. Mingyu said softly, the chaos is truly terrifying. Hongyun looked outside the hall. The Wuzhuang temple has the earth book to protect it, yet it has been pressed down like this by the saint's pressure. Other places in the primordial chaos must have already boiled over. Indeed, as Hongjun said, countless beings in the primordial chaos wished to go to the chaos to attend Hongjun's teachings. However, they were soon suppressed by reality. The chaotic void lies beyond the heavens. Without the protection of the great Luo Dao fruit, going there would mean certain death. Though the saint says anyone with fate may go, the word fate first depends on whether one can reach the Zixiao Palace alive. This first hurdle has already eliminated countless beings in the primordial chaos. Within the Wuzhuang temple, both Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi wore more serious expressions at this juncture. Even a Luo golden immortal stepping into the chaos faces numerous dangers. Without a supreme treasure for protection, there is a risk of perishing. Hongyun looked at Su Chun and said, Su Chun, my friend, the chaotic void blocks 9/10 of the beings in the primordial chaos, but it cannot stop you. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. The ancestor witch's physical body can traverse the chaos. Indeed, he is qualified to enter the Zixiao Palace. Su Chun nodded, acknowledging that the witch clan's physical strength makes the dangers in the chaos not particularly concerning. Su Chun looked at the two and said, I certainly intend to go to the Zixiao Palace. Hongyun's eyes flickered with interest. My friend, your resistance against the saints might has truly opened my eyes. If we go to the Zixiao Palace, it will likely stir many powerful beings. Su Chun grinned. Whether they are stirred or not has nothing to do with me. It would be a loss to miss a place where Hongjun imparts teachings. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Su Chun. Are you planning to return to the Buzhou mountain? Su Chun nodded. Naturally, I must return to prepare for the ancestral land of the witch clan. A millennium is not a long time. The Zixiao Palace is within the chaos, and we the witch clan must go there with adequate preparation. Hongyun said, my friend makes a valid point. I also need to discuss this with my elder brother. Zhen Yuanzi said in a deep voice. Many powerful beings from the primordial chaos will definitely attend the journey to the Zixiao Palace. The 3 pure ones will go. The demon clans Dijuan and Tai will go. The western Jiajin and Zhuanti will also go. The Blood Sea and the Underworld River, as well as the North Sea Kunping, will not miss this event. Hongyun looked at Su Chun. My friend has a connection with the Yuan Shi. If we encounter him before the Zixiao Palace, it is likely to lead to a conflict. Su Chun placed his hand on the axe of heaven at his back. If he still seeks conflict, I shall oblige him. Hongyun smiled wryly. Su Chun, you are still as direct as ever. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze sharpened. The Zixiao Palace is the sacred place of the saints. Even if the powerful beings have their reasons, they may not dare to act recklessly before the saints. Su Chun retorted. Then we shall see if they have the courage to strike first. I do not seek trouble, but whoever dares to stop me, I will cut them down. Hongyun revealed a hint of admiration in his eyes. This temperament of yours is quite suited for the witch clan. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand and summoned the mysterious light of the earth veins to form a path. Since you wish to return to Buzhou Mountain, I shall not keep you any longer. Perhaps we will meet again outside the Zixiao Palace after a millennium. Su Chun clasped his fists. Zhen Yuanzi, I will remember the ginseng fruit from today. Zhen Yuanzi returned the gesture. You are too polite, my friend. Hongjun also stood to see him off. Su Chen, if you have time in the future, come to the Huoyun Cave for tea. Su Chen glanced at Hongjun and then stepped out of the Wuzhuang temple. As he stepped forward, a surge of vitality coursed through him, propelling him into the clouds. Su Chen transformed into a blood light soaring across the skies. He did not linger. A level 5 treasure chest resided within him. The level 4 treasure chest had yet to be opened. But at this moment, the most pressing matter was to return to Buzhou Mountain. With Hongjun achieving sainthood and the Zixiao Palace commencing teachings, such a pivotal moment must hold significant opportunities for the system. Su Chen spoke solemnly. In a place like the Zixiao Palace, how could there not be opportunities for signing in? The teachings of Hongjun's Tao, the powerful beings of the primordial chaos, will gather. This time I must go. The aura of Buzhou Mountain gradually pressed down. The spine of Pangu supported the heavens and the earth, its immense pressure overwhelming all directions. Su Chen descended towards the ancestral land of the Witch clan. The earth trembled. A heroic figure rushed in from afar. Upon seeing Su Chen, Zhufeng's eyes immediately brightened. Su Chen, ancestor witch, you have returned. Su Chen nodded. Countless witch warriors in the ancestral land bowed upon seeing his return. I pay my respects to the 13th Ancestral Witch. I pay my respects to the 13th Ancestral Witch. Su Chen passed through the ancestral land and arrived at the location where Dijiang was. Dijiang stood before the stone hall, the spatial laws around him still vibrating. Upon seeing Su Chen, his gaze sharpened. 13, you have returned. Su Chen stepped forward. Elder brother. Dijiang nodded. Su Chen looked at Dijiang and said, Elder brother, I have returned this time for the matter of Hongjun achieving sainthood. Dijiang showed no surprise upon hearing this. I guessed you would come back for this. Hongjun will impart teachings at the Zixiao Palace after 1,000 years. All powerful beings of the primordial chaos will set out. Su Chen stated. The witch clan cannot be absent either. Dijiang looked at Su Chen. 13 brother, do you think we should go? Our witch clan cultivates the physical body, not the primordial spirit. Hongjun's teachings will likely focus on the methods of the Tao of the primordial spirit. This path may not align with our witch clan. Su Chen spoke solemnly. We must go. And we should all go. Dijiang's eyes flickered. All go. Su Chen nodded and explained, the teachings of the saint are the first grand meeting of the Tao in the primordial chaos. The 3 pure ones will go, the demon clan will go, and the West will also go. If the witch clan does not go, the beings of the primordial chaos will think we fear the saint's teachings. We, the witch clan, only worship Pangu, the Father God. Naturally, we will not fear. Su Chen continued, Hongjun's teachings may not be entirely useless to the witch clan. There are myriad paths, and the physical body is also a path. If he truly is a saint, there must be principles of the operation of heaven and earth within his teachings. Even if we do not cultivate the primordial spirit, we can still observe the trends of the primordial chaos. Dijiang slowly nodded. You speak rightly. This lecture is not just about the Tao, but also about momentum. Then let us go. I will gather the other ancestor witches right away. Dijiang raised his hand and waved. The spatial laws broke apart the void. Commands from the witch clan spread towards the 4 corners of the ancestral land. Moments later, the ancestral land trembled. Zhu Rong arrived stepping through fire. Gong Gong rushed in swirling water. Zhu Jiuyin radiated the flow of time around him. Huta walked steadily. Jiumeng Rushou Chong Liang Tian Wu Shi Zi Xianming and Shi Baishir also entered the stone hall one after another. As soon as Zhu Rong entered the hall, he spotted Su Chen. 13th brother, you have returned. Gong Gong looked at Dijiang and asked, Elder brother, why did you summon us so urgently? The other ancestor witches also turned to Dijiang. After all, he would not gather them without significant matters. After 1,000 years at the Zixiao Palace. This matter is indeed worth discussing. Dijiang scanned the gathered ancestor witches. The purpose of summoning you is naturally regarding Hongjun's teachings after 1,000 years. Zhu Rong frowned, puzzled. What does Hongjun's teachings have to do with our witch clan? He imparts the Tao of the primordial spirit, and we do not cultivate the primordial spirit. Jiumeng looked at Su Chen and asked, 13th brother, what do you think? Su Chen stood in the hall, looked at the gathered ancestor witches, and declared loudly, I have already discussed this with elder brother. We must go to the Zixiao Palace. Moreover, all 12 ancestor witches, including myself, must be present. Chong Liang's eyes sparked with thunder. I'll go. Su Chen affirmed. Yes, I'll go. Since the 13th brother has spoken, then we shall all go. Dijiang pondered for a moment after hearing Su Chen's words before addressing the ancestors. What the 13th brother said makes sense. The journey to the Purple Cloud Palace pertains to the great tides of the Hongwang. The ancestral witch Hutu also agreed, originally wanting to see if the Tao expounded by Hongjun would be useful to the witch clan. Dijiang glanced at the ancestral witches. This matter is settled. In a millennium, each will cultivate. At the journey to the Purple Cloud Palace, all 13 ancestral witches will gather. The ancestral witches responded in unison. Time flowed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the ancestral land of the Witch clan surged with vital energy. The figures of the 13 ancestral witches converged in the Ancestral Witch Hall. Dijiang looked at the ancestral witches. This time we go to the Purple Cloud Palace. We will not provoke trouble. But if anyone dares to provoke the Witch clan, let them know the might of the ancestral witches. First we go to the 33 heavens. Then we enter the chaos. Let us depart. The 13 ancestral witches stepped onto the ground simultaneously. With a tremendous roar, the earth trembled. 13 streams of blood energy surged into the sky, directly breaking through the cloud sea. Above Mount Buzhou, the violent winds were shattered by the flesh of the ancestral witches. Beings of the Hongjun looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. What is that? The ancestral witches of the Witch clan have made their move. 13 streams of vital energy. Does this mean all 13 ancestral witches have gone? A cultivator standing atop the mountain changed his expression drastically. Are they going to the Purple Cloud Palace? A nearby Taoist frowned. The Witch clan has no nascent souls. What use do they have in attending the saints' teachings? Another being whispered. Though that is true, who would dare to? That is not just one ancestral witch. That is the gathering of 13 ancestral witches. In another void, a loose cultivator concealed their figure with a spiritual treasure. He saw the 13 ancestral witches ascend into the sky and immediately withdrew his spiritual treasure. Avoid them. Such a formation is rare in the Hongjun. Some beings beside him were puzzled. The Witch clan does not cultivate nascent souls. Why must they go to the Purple Cloud Palace? The loose cultivator said solemnly. The saints' teachings are vital to the great tides of the Hongjun. It does not matter whether the Witch clan listens or not. What matters is that once they arrive, no one in the Hongjun would dare to say the Witch clan is unworthy. The 13 ancestral witches continued their journey. The heavenly winds fell, swallowed by the spatial rifts surrounding Dijiang. Lightning and fire streaked across the sky, scattered by Zhu Rong's palm. The violent winds became blades, striking Su Chen's shoulders, sparking a few embers. Chang Liang glanced at Su Chen. 13th brother, your physical body has become even stronger. Su Chen moved his shoulder. Not enough. In the chaos, that's where the true refinement of the body occurs. Gong Gong snorted coldly. If the chaotic winds dare to come, I will shatter them with true water. Hutu reminded, do not be careless. The journey to the Purple Cloud Palace gathers the great powers of the Hongjun. The true danger may not necessarily come from the chaos. Soon they arrived at the 33 heavens. The ancestral witches all looked up at the sky. Above the sky, open layer by layer. The mighty celestial forces pressed down from all directions. The power of the stars descended, weaving into an endless celestial canopy. Here it was already the end of the heavens. Beyond this lies the world of chaos. Dijiang halted his steps. This is above the 33 heavens. Hutu looked towards the gray mist beyond the heavens. The aura of chaos has already pressed down. Xianming raised his hand and waved. The cold air surged forward. The gray mist at the edge of the chaos slightly rolled before swallowing the cold air. Xianming's gaze sharpened. The power of chaos is indeed extraordinary. Chang Liang's palm trembled with thunder. Only testing will reveal it. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a cold prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have signed in at the 33 heavens. You have obtained a level 4 treasure chest. A flicker of blood light moved in Su Chen's eyes. A level 4 treasure chest. Previously, I collected one level 4 and one level 5. Let them be. We will open them together later. The system prompt followed. The treasure chest has been stored. Dijiang looked at Su Chen. 13th brother, what is wrong? Su Chen shook his head. Nothing. It's just that this 33 heavens is indeed somewhat mysterious. Zhu Meng looked around. At the end of the heavens, the laws converge. If not for entering the chaos, this place would indeed be suitable for cultivation. Rusho spoke up. Unfortunately, this location is too close to the starry sky of the monster clan. If they occupy the skies, it will not be long before they clash with my witch clan. Dijiang's gaze darkened. Then let them come to contend. The great land of the Hongjun belongs to my witch clan. Who dares to encroach shall pay the price. Su Chen looked towards the entrance of the chaos. Let us enter the chaos first. The Purple Cloud Palace is ahead, we cannot delay. Just then the void ahead suddenly split open. Spiritual light surged from the spatial rift. Two figures stepped out from within. The 13 ancestral witches turned their heads simultaneously. As the two figures stepped out of the rift, the aura of the sovereign pressed down upon the 33 heavens. One person in front held a large bell, its body radiating golden light, suppressing the turbulent celestial forces. The other, with a scroll above his head, unfurled the river map and Luo book with star patterns flowing on the pages. Dijiang's gaze darkened. Dijun. Zhu Rong looked at the large bell. Dong Huang Tai. Su Chen also looked at the newcomers. The aura of the large bell was heavy. As soon as it appeared, it caused the surrounding space to sink slightly. The river map and Luo book drew upon the power of the stars, illuminating the edge of the chaos with a clear light. Dijun stood in the void, his gaze sweeping over the 13 ancestral witches. Tai stood beside him, gently shaking the Donghuang bell in his hand. Before the bell's wave dissipated, it was swallowed into the rift by the spatial laws surrounding Dijiang. Tai's eyes flashed with golden light. The 13 ancestral witches have arrived. The witch clan's presence is not small this time. Zhu Rong stepped forward. What if the monster clan can come, then my witch clan cannot? Gong Gong snorted coldly. Tai, if you wish to test that bell, we will accompany you right now. Tai pressed down on the Donghuang bell with his palm. Before the great Tao, I will not engage in battle with you today. Dijun raised his hand to stop Tai. Fellow Taoists, you have arrived quite early. I did not expect all of you to appear here first. Dijiang, the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace are open to all great powers of the Hongjun. My witch clan will naturally not fall behind. Dijun nodded and said, if we can enter the Purple Cloud Palace together this time, it would be a grand event for the Hongjun. At that moment, 3 streams of clear energy broke through the sky from afar. As soon as the 3 auras appeared, the Tao rhythm of the Xianmin manifested above the 33 heavens. 3 figures stepped out from the clear light. Taishang stood at the forefront, surrounded by flowing clear energy, his gaze distant. Yuan Shi held the 3 treasures Jade Rui, his expression solemn. Tong Tian's sword intent trembled behind him, its edge pointing straight at the edge of the chaos. Dijun looked at the 3 Qing. I did not expect the 3 of you to arrive as well. Taishang nodded, looking at Dijun. The saint's teachings are something that we 3 Qing must attend. Yuan Shi did not look at Dijun first. His gaze fell directly on Su Chun. The 3 treasures Jade Rui trembled slightly. A chill flickered in Yuan Shi's eyes. If looks could kill, the Primordial Lord would have slain Su Chen several times by now. Dijiang frowned at the gaze of the Primordial. 13th brother, what is happening? Dijiang looked at Su Chen. My ancestor Wu has no enmity with the 3 pure ones. They are formed from the essence of our Father God. Just as we are, so we share the same origin. Zhu Rong also fixed his gaze on the Primordial. That guy's look at you certainly doesn't seem like someone of the same origin. Gong Gong sneered. What if we share the same origin? If he dares to make a move, well, fight back. Hota looked at Su Chun. 13th brother, do you have a grudge with the Primordial? Su Chun glanced at the Primordial and placed his hand on the axe of heaven behind him. It's nothing, just a little friction over a spiritual treasure that I drove him away from. He is probably still upset about it. As these words fell, the heavenly gangs of the 33 heavens suddenly halted. Dijun's eyes narrowed. The Primordial has been driven away by him before. Tai's hand held the Donghuang bell, gently vibrating. No wonder the Primordial has been fixated on Su Chun since his arrival. Tong Tian looked at Su Chun, his sword intent stirring in his eyes. This person speaks quite directly. Taishang's gaze lowered slightly, remaining silent. The Primordial's expression darkened instantly. Su Chun, do not insult me. Su Chun looked at the Primordial. Did I say something wrong? The Primordial raised the 3 treasures Jade Rui abruptly. The clear light from the Rui shot into the sky, and the patterns in the 33 heavens rolled over. If it weren't for you relying on the ancestor was physical form that day, how could you have gained the upper hand? Su Chun stepped forward. The heavenly gangs beneath his feet shattered. If you are unconvinced, come again now. Zhu Rong's anger surged instantly. He stepped to Su Chen's side, flames swirling around him into the void. What? Are you not convinced? Primordial, if you wish to fight, I Zhu Rong will accompany you. Gong Gong also stepped forward. Black true water surged from beneath his feet, pressing the chaotic sea into waves. Count me in. Chong Liang's hands erupted with thunder. Count me in as well. Rusho raised his hand and grasped the killing intent of gold slicing through the winds of the heavens. I want to see if the 3 pure ones can withstand the 13 ancestor Wu. Xian Ming's cold aura spread frost patterns, crystallizing at the edge of chaos. If a battle is to occur, then let it happen. The Primordial's eyes burned with fury. The 3 treasures Jade Rui in his hand trembled incessantly. You are all being too insolent. Su Chun hoisted the axe of heaven, his gaze bearing down on the Primordial. You said the same back then, and then you fled. The Primordial's jade-clear celestial light erupted violently. Above the 33 heavens, the laws of the Xianmin coalesced into a jade-colored canopy. Tong Tian frowned. Second brother. Taishang stepped in front of the Primordial. You must not. The Primordial looked at Taishang. Elder brother, this person has insulted me too much. The Primordial gritted his teeth. But this cause and effect is unclear. My heart is unsettled. Taishang raised his hand and waved, enveloping the Primordial in the light of Ta. The Primordial gritted his teeth. But this cause and effect is unclear. My heart is unsettled. Taishang raised his hand and waved, enveloping the Primordial in the light of Ta Ching. We will discuss cause and effect at a later time. Tong Tian also spoke. Second brother fighting outside the Zhixiao Palace may disturb our teacher, and that would be a loss. The Primordial fixed his icy gaze on Su Chen, his coldness unwavering. Su Chen, this matter is not over. Su Chen lifted his chin slightly. I am always ready. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Primordial, if you are worried about missing the lecture, then just remember this. After the lecture we will not leave. Gong Gong snorted coldly. At that time let's see if you still have the courage. Tai Shang did not linger further. He raised his hand, tearing apart the heavenly curtain ahead, leading the Primordial and Tong Tian towards the edge of chaos. The three pure ones transformed into three beams of clear light rushing into the gray chaotic void. Dijun watched the three pure ones depart, the star patterns in his eyes swirling. The Wu clan and the three pure ones already have a rift. Tai Yi spoke softly. This Su Chen cannot be underestimated. Dijun nodded. The ancestor Wu's physical form is formidable, and he dares to face the Primordial directly. With this one more ancestor from the Wu clan, the situation of Hongjun will change. Tai Yi looked at the axe of heaven behind Su Chen. That axe is also extraordinary. Dijun withdrew his gaze. Let's head to the Zhixiao Palace. The sage's lecture is the focus of this journey. Su Chen looked at the other ancestor Wu. Let's go. We will also seek the Zhixiao Palace. Dijiang nodded. Into the chaos. Hutu reminded. In chaos, directions are hard to discern. Everyone, do not disperse. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flowed with the essence of time. I can observe the flow of a thread, helping everyone fix their position. Dijiang raised his hand and tore open the heavenly curtain ahead. The spatial rift led straight to the edge of chaos. The 13 ancestor Wu stepped out simultaneously. The gray chaotic air rushed towards them. The gang winds formed into blades, crashing against the bodies of the 13 ancestor Wu. Dijiang's surrounding spatial rifts opened, swallowing large amounts of gang winds into the void. Zhu Rong struck out with his fist fire, transforming into a torrent, carving out a path. Gong Gong swept away the true water in his palm, pressing the chaotic air waves to the sides. Chang Liang's thunder struck down, shattering the gray mist ahead. Su Chen walked among the ancestor Wu, allowing the chaotic gang winds to slash at his body. Sparks flew. His flesh only bore faint white marks. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up. 13th brother, your physical body is indeed tough. Su Chen raised his hand and shattered a blade of chaotic wind. Still far from enough. Under the sage's pressure, I was still forced to kneel. Huda looked at him. Being able to stand under the sage's might already shocks the great powers of Hongjun. Su Chen shook his head. Standing is not enough. One day, I want to point my axe at the sage. The hearts of the ancestor Wu trembled in unison. Dijiang's gaze darkened. Good. This is the true ancestor Wu of my Wu clan. In the depths of chaos, the clear light of the three pure ones flickered ahead. On the other side, Dijun and Tai Yi also stepped into chaos. The He Tu and Luo Shu unfolded the paths of the stars, forming a road. The Dong Huang bell descended golden light, dispersing the surrounding gang winds. Tai Yi turned back to look at the 13 ancestor Wu. They truly are crossing chaos with their physical forms. Dijun said solemnly. The body of an ancestor Wu indeed possesses the qualification to traverse chaos. Tai Yi's eyes sparkled with battle intent. If in the future the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan clash, it will surely be a fierce battle. Dijun tightened the He Tu and Luo Shu. Therefore, on this journey to the Zhixiao Palace, the Demon Clan must attain the Tao. Otherwise, all spirits will return to their hearts and will be obstructed. Chaos has no sun or moon. The turbulent laws surged from all directions. There is a Tao rhyme ahead. Dijiang looked up. Can we fix our position? Zhu Jiuyi nodded. That Tao rhyme is not in the flow of time, yet it draws all paths back to unity. Huta's gaze shifted. It should be the Zhixiao Palace. Su Chen's eyes glimmered with blood light. Let's go. The 13 ancestor Wu accelerated simultaneously. The chaotic gang wind slammed against them, bursting into circles of air waves. Su Chen charged at the forefront, cleaving through the gray mist with his axe. The chaos unfolded ahead. An ancient palace hung in the chaos. Above the palace door, the three characters, Zhixiao Palace, radiated with the profound light of the Tao. He stepped down before the Zhixiao Palace. The purple chi from the palace door swept over his body. The other 12 ancestor Wu followed one by one. At the same time, the system's notification echoed in Su Chen's mind at that moment. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Zhixiao Palace. Triggering a plot task. Please sign in 3 consecutive times to receive a level 9 treasure chest. Hearing this system voice, Su Chen was stunned. What is this? A plot task. And I have to sign in 3 times consecutively. Su Chen felt helpless in his heart. This means I have to listen to Hongjun's lecture 3 times. But for the level 9 treasure chest, I naturally must complete it. Is this the Zhixiao Palace? The sage's lecturing ground. Zhu Rong, the ancestor Wu, looked towards the Zhixiao Palace, glancing around, and discovering that it wasn't anything special, not even as good as their Pangu Hall. Dijiang heard Zhu Rong's words and immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Zhu Rong, be silent." Zhu Rong's brow furrowed, and as the fiery energy within him began to surge, it was suppressed by a single look from Dijiang. Dijiang looked towards the gate of the Zishao Palace, his expression darkening. "This is the holy place of the sages. If you act recklessly here, it will be a disgrace to my Wu clan." Zhu Rong snorted, but still withdrew his flames. "What my elder brother said is true. If I don't speak, it doesn't matter." Gong Gong glanced at Zhu Rong and let out a cold laugh. "You do have times when you are afraid." Zhu Rong glared at Gong Gong. "What I fear is my elder brother. If you do not accept, we can fight again at Buzhou Mountain." Dijiang's gaze swept over. "Everyone be quiet." Su Chen stood before the Zishao Palace, his eyes fixed on the gate. The three characters of Dao pressed down in the chaos, seemingly stabilizing all paths. Purple energy flowed out from the gap in the door, landing on Su Chen's physical body, causing his internal qi and blood to slightly sink. Su Chen's heart moved. No wonder this is the holy place of the sages. This Zishao Palace hovers in the chaos, yet is not washed away by it. Hongjun's ability to become a saint is indeed not something ordinary beings can compare to. Just then a swirl of purple energy rolled in front of the Zishao Palace gate. Two figures emerged from the purple mist, one male and one female, both appearing as children. The boy wore a blue Taoist robe, his features righteous and clear. The girl was draped in a simple celestial garment, her entire being radiating with gentle spiritual light. Su Chen looked at the two, and his heart suddenly understood. Hao Tian, Yao Qi. These two Taoist children will one day become the ruler of the heavenly court and the golden mother of Yao Qi respectively. For now they are merely children before Hongjun. Hao Tian looked towards the 13 ancestral witches, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He clearly did not expect that the first to arrive at the Zishao Palace would be the Wu clan. Yao Qi also glanced at Su Chen, then looked at Dijiang and the other ancestral witches, her expression becoming a bit more cautious. Hao Tian stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Dear Dao friends, please wait outside for a moment. Once everyone has arrived, the Lord will naturally open the door to speak." Dijiang nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhu Rong looked at Hao Tian, then at the tightly closed palace door, unable to help but ask, "How much longer must we wait?" Dijiang immediately looked at Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong immediately fell silent. Hao Tian did not get angry, only bowing again. "The sage has given orders, I cannot open the door without permission." Su Chen glanced at Hao Tian. "Rest assured, dear Dao friends. Since we have come to listen to the teachings, we will abide by the rules here." Suddenly a clear light broke through the gray mist from the depths of chaos. Three figures walked upon the waves. Taishang stood at the front, surrounded by the celestial light of Tai Ching that protected the three. Yuan Shi held the three treasures of jade and auspiciousness, his expression still cold. Tong Tian's sword intent opened the way, slicing through the chaotic gale. The Sanqing landed before the Zishao Palace and immediately spotted the 13 ancestral witches. Tong Tian's gaze flickered. "They actually arrived earlier than us." Yuan Shi's expression grew colder, his eyes directly landing on Su Chen. "The Wu clan is indeed quick." Taishang looked at the Zishao Palace, then at Hao Tian and Yao Qi. "I am Taishang, accompanied by my second brother Yuan Shi and third brother Tong Tian, here to listen to the teachings." Hao Tian clasped his hands. "Dear seniors, please wait a moment. Once everyone has arrived, the Lord will naturally open the door." Tong Tian glanced at the palace door. "The door has not opened yet." Hao Tian nodded. "Not yet." Yuan Shi coldly looked at Su Chen. "Your Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, yet you come to the Zishao Palace to vie for this Dao. The door has not opened yet." Hao Tian nodded. "Not yet." Yuan Shi coldly looked at Su Chen. "Your Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, yet you..." Taishang raised his hand to stop Yuan Shi. "Second brother. Before the palace door, do not lose propriety." Tong Tian also looked at Yuan Shi. "Second brother, let's enter the Zishao Palace first." Yuan Shi suppressed his anger and withdrew his gaze. Zhu Rong couldn't help but whisper, "What a straightforward remark from the 13th brother." Gong Gong also spoke. "If he speaks again, I fear I won't be able to hold back." Dijiang said in a deep voice, "Remember this. Before entering the Zishao Palace, do not make a move." The ancestral witches nodded. "Understood." After a while, a flash of red light appeared from the other side of chaos. Hongjun stepped through the clouds. Zhen Yuanzi stood beside him, the earth book's mysterious light protecting both of them. As soon as Hongjun landed, he spotted Su Chen and immediately revealed a joyful expression. "Su Chen, my Dao friend. I did not expect you to arrive already." Su Chen nodded. "Hongjun Dao friend, Zhen Yuanzi Dao friend." Zhen Yuanzi looked at the 13 ancestral witches, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. All 13 ancestral witches have arrived. The Wu clan's presence this time is truly formidable. Hongjun smiled. When the sage speaks, no one wishes to fall behind. It is only natural for the Wu clan to come here. Yuan Shi, hearing Hongyun's words, snorted coldly. Hongyun glanced at Yuan Shi, but said nothing further. Jin Yuanzi bowed to Hao Tian. I am Zhun Yuanzi, accompanied by my Dao friend Hongyun, to listen to the teachings. Hao Tian returned the salute. Dear seniors, please wait here. After a moment, starlight tore through the chaos. Dijun and Tai Yi descended simultaneously. He Tu and Luo Shu spread out the star road. The Donghuang bell hung down golden light, and the chaotic gale crashed against the bell's light, instantly dispersing. As soon as Tai Yi landed, his gaze swept over the 13 ancestral witches and the Sanqing. You arrived quite quickly. Dijun looked towards the Zishao Palace, his eyes swirling with star patterns. The holy place of the sages is indeed mysterious. Hao Tian stepped forward. Dear seniors, please wait a moment. Dijun nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Just then a chilling aura suddenly rolled in from the northern chaos. A giant shadow passed through the gray mist and transformed into a Taoist who landed. The ancestor Kuan Peng had arrived. He scanned the crowd with his gaze finally resting on the Zishao Palace gate ahead. Everyone has arrived early. Tong Tian looked at Kuan Peng. The North Ming has not been far yet. Your speed is quite fast, dear friend. Kuan Peng replied indifferently. When the sage speaks, there is no time to be slow. Bloodlight then surged from the other side. Ming He stepped upon the blood waves with Yuan Tu by hanging behind him. As soon as he landed, his killing intent was suppressed by the purple energy outside the Zishao Palace. Hao Tian looked at the beings present and spoke again. Dear seniors, please wait a moment. The Lord has decreed that once a certain number of people have arrived, may they enter the palace. As time passed, more and more de Luo Jin Xian broke through the chaos. Some used spirit treasures to protect themselves, their faces paling upon landing. Some had their primordial spirits tremble and hurriedly sat down to adjust their breath as soon as they arrived at the palace front. Others, seeing the 13 ancestral witches standing together, instinctively avoided them by several steps. The Wu clan has all come, with the 13 ancestral witches guarding here. Who would dare provoke them easily? Is that Su Chen the one said to have repelled Yuan Shi? No wonder Yuan Shi's expression is so ugly. There is likely to be a great contention at the front of this Zishao Palace. Su Chen heard these whispers, but did not pay them any mind. His gaze swept over the formidable figures of the primordial era, the Sanqing, Hongyun, Jin Yuan, Zdi Jun Tai, Kuan Peng, Ming He. One by one, these figures who stirred the primordial era and later legends now stood before him. Su Chen's blood surged in his heart. This listening session at the Zishao Palace is truly the beginning of a great tide. Hongjun's teachings will divide the foundations of the Xianmen. The 6 mats will also determine the karmic cause of future saints. Suddenly Su Chen moved a step closer to Dijiang. Elder brother. Dijiang looked at him. 13th brother, what is it? Su Chen lowered his voice. When the Zishao Palace opens, there will be many seats inside. Dijiang's gaze sharpened. How do you know there are seats inside? Su Chen did not explain, only continuing. Dear brothers and sisters, trust me. Our goal is the 6 mats at the very front. If the 6 cannot accommodate everyone, the rest can sit at the back. Zhu Rong's eyes brightened. The 6 at the very front. That must be the best. Gong Gong looked towards the gate of the Zishao Palace. 13th brother, are you certain? Su Chen nodded. Certain. Ho Tu spoke softly. Since 13th brother has said, so there must be a reason. Zhu Jioyin looked at Su Chen, the power of time swirling in his eyes, yet he did not question further. I trust 13th brother. Dijiang pondered for a moment before nodding. Good. Once the palace door opens, occupy the front 6 positions first. If someone comes to contest, what then? Zhu Meng asked. Rushou's eyes flashed with golden light. Then it depends on who is faster. Xian Ming said coldly. If they dare to make a move, let them lie down and leave. Dijiang said in a deep voice. Do not act first. But since the positions have been occupied, they cannot be relinquished. The ancestral witches nodded in unison. Understood. Soon from the other side of chaos, a flash of red light appeared. Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, also spoke up without reservation. Yes. There are so many people already, how long must we wait? Hao Tian looked at the crowd in front of the palace gate, then at Yao Qi. Yao Qi nodded slightly. Hao Tian turned and walked towards the palace door, pressing the jade talisman in his hand against the door. The great door of the Zishao Palace slowly opened. A surge of Daos aura rushed out from within. The hearts of many de Luo shook. Hao Tian stepped aside and spoke aloud. Everyone please enter. As his words fell, everyone moved simultaneously. The Sanqing transformed into 3 beams of clear light rushing straight into the palace gate. Dijun spread out the star road beneath his feet and charged in with Tai Yi. Kuan Peng's figure swayed, moving so quickly that he outpaced a large number of de Luo. Ming He rolled up the blood waves, following closely behind. Hongyun grabbed Jin Yuanzi and also rushed into the palace. Dijiang shouted softly. Go! The 13 ancestral witches stepped forward simultaneously. The ground in front of the Zishao Palace shook violently. Chen charged out in a single step, his axe vibrating behind him, and his blood energy directly crashed through the crowd ahead. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Who dares block the way? Gong Gong struck out with a palm, true water swirling around him, forcibly pushing aside several Deluo. Ho Tu flicked her sleeves, the power of thick earth supporting the ancestral witches. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed with the power of time, and the footsteps of the ancestral witches quickened slightly. Everyone rushed into the Zishao Palace. Inside the palace, the space was vast and boundless. Mats were arranged in front, lined up in order. At the very front, 6 mats were set apart in a row. Those 6 mats were surrounded by purple energy, their aura connected to the great Tao within the palace. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the 6 mats. Taishang's eyes brightened with a clear light. Those 6 positions are extraordinary, Yuan Shi immediately remarked. Elder brother seized the front positions. Tong Tian's sword intent surged behind him. Go! Dijun also saw the 6 mats, his expression suddenly deepening. Tai the 6 in front. Tai pressed down the Donghuang bell. Understood. Kuan Peng's eyes flashed with cold light. The positions before the sage must hold great opportunities. Ming, he spoke in a low voice. These positions are worth contending for. Hongjun was also taken aback. Elder brother, those 6 mats seem unusual. Zhen Yuanzi immediately remarked, hurry. Su Chun looked at the 6 mats at the front, his blood energy surging. He certainly understood what they were. Those were the seats of the 6 great saints of the future. They were also the positions bound by the primordial purple energy's karma. Su Chen's gaze turned to the front. Today is different. Why can't our Wu clan sit on these 6 mats? Before Su Chen's voice faded, a wave of blood erupted beneath his feet. He stepped forward, transforming into a streak of blood light, charging directly at the 6 mats. Dijiang let out a low shout. Go! The 13 ancestral witches moved simultaneously. Zhu Rong was the first to rush out, flames spiraling into the sky. Gong Gong followed closely, dark waters surging. Zhu Jiuyin's gaze flickered with the breath of time, momentarily stabilizing the chaotic flow ahead. Su Chun gripped the heaven-slaying axe, his speed instead increasing. The 3 cleans moved even faster. Taishang was the first to take his seat. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian almost simultaneously settled onto their mats. Kuan Peng's eyes glinted coldly, his figure transforming into a black shadow, landing on another mat ahead of everyone else. Just as he sat down, his expression changed. A heavy, boundless pressure of water was already bearing down on him. Gong Gong raised his hand to press. Come down. Kuan Peng's body suddenly sank the mat beneath him, trembling slightly. His expression changed drastically, demonic energy surged, and his massive wings flared open, trying to resist. But Gong Gong's true water had already transformed into the heavenly river, completely sealing off all escape routes. Dijiang stepped forward, instantly locking the spatial laws around Kuan Peng. Kuan Peng's expression turned extremely grim. Gong Gong, do you dare suppress me? Gong Gong chuckled coldly. You seize and we cannot. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the heavenly river thundered downward. Kuan Peng felt his bones and flesh being compressed, and he was forced off the mat. He glared at Gong Gong, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But in the next moment he gritted his teeth and retreated, forcibly giving up the mat. Fine, I concede to your ruthlessness. Seeing this, Ming, his pupils constricted. Kuan Peng actually retreated. Hongjun paused, his expression shifting repeatedly. The Wu clan is truly domineering, Zhen Yuanzi said solemnly. They are not just domineering, they simply do not intend to share. Tong Tian, sitting on the mat, raised his gaze towards the 13 ancestral witches, a glint of sword intent rising in his eyes. What? You 3 do not intend to yield? Zhu Rong strode forward, flames trailing behind him. He grinned widely. Yield? This front 6 mats, our Wu clan has claimed them all. Yuan Shi's face darkened instantly. Impudent. He suddenly stood up, his Sanbao Yurui pointing directly at Zhu Rong. What do you want to do? Do you wish to cause trouble here in this palace? Zhu Rong's fists collided, sparks flying. So what if we cause trouble? If you are unconvinced, stand up and fight. Yuan Shi's anger surged to the top of his head. You barbarians truly think the sage's dojo can be trampled upon by you? Zhu Rong laughed heartily. You know this is the sage's dojo? Then if you sit, why can't our Wu clan sit? Taishang finally opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, slowly sweeping over Su Chen. His expression had already grown cold. The Wu clan's actions are far too domineering. Zhu Rong pointed. Domineering. This mat does not bear the names of the 3 cleans. Why can't our Wu clan sit? This is a matter of opportunity, first come first served. Su Chen stepped forward, the heaven-slaying axe resting at his side. First come first served? Then it depends on whether you can sit steadily. Taishang's eyes shone brightly. Su Chen raised his gaze to meet him. It is indeed me. Yuan Shi's expression grew darker. Good Su Chen. On that day you humiliated me, and today you dare to act fiercely before the Zixiao Palace. Su Chen coldly regarded him. If you are unconvinced, step forward. I do not lack for you under my axe. Yuan Shi in extreme anger caused the Sanbao Yurui to vibrate, resonating through the void. Eldest brother, second brother, it is inappropriate to act now. Tong Tian glanced at Su Chen, then at Yuan Shi. His brows furrowed slightly. Yuan Shi said sternly, "Are you going to stop me?" Tai Shang raised his hand to press down the Tai Ching divine light, like a curtain, first suppressing Yuan Shi's aura. Second brother, step aside for now. Yuan Shi clenched his teeth in silence, but his anger grew ever heavier within. Seeing this, Zhu Rong's anger flared even more. What? Are you afraid? You three cleans do not preach the Tao. Today let us see if your Tao is strong enough. Tai Shang's gaze darkened, and the Tai Ching celestial light suddenly descended. Since you want a battle, then come. He stepped forward, sweeping his sleeves, the Tai Ching energy coalescing into a long river pressing down toward Zhu Rong's chest. Zhu Rong shouted loudly, his fists enveloped in a sea of flames, boldly meeting the attack. Come well. Fire and the clear energy collided violently. With a thunderous sound, the cloud sea before the Zixiao Palace cracked apart. Zhu Rong's body staggered back a step, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. Tai Shang's form swayed, his sleeves flipped from the shock, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The crowd behind him trembled in unison. Zhu Rong was actually blocked. Tai Shang truly lives up to being the leader of the three cleans. This ancestral witch's physical body is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, it's still a thread short. Su Chen is about to strike. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly raised the heaven-slaying axe. Zhu Rong, retreat. Zhu Rong glanced at him, the fire in his heart still simmering. 13th brother, do not hold back. Su Chen stepped forward, his entire being like a battle axe drawn from its sheath, heading straight for Tai Shang's door. Take my axe. The axe light split the void. The gray chaotic energy was forcibly cleaved apart by this axe. Tai Shang's expression changed, raising his hand to block with a beam of Tai Ching divine light. But that axe light was too fierce, too heavy, too intense. Boom. The Tai Ching divine light exploded on the spot. Tai Shang's sleeves shook violently, and he was forced to retreat 3 steps. He looked up at Su Chen, his expression finally turning grave. What a formidable ancestral witch's body. Su Chen shouldered the heaven-slaying axe, standing in front, his vital energy surging like a dragon. Will you retreat, or not? Tai Shang did not speak immediately. Yuan Shi, however, could no longer contain himself, his expression dark and terrifying. Su Chen, do you truly want a rampage before the Zixiao Palace? Su Chen shot him a sidelong glance. I have said before, whoever dares to stop me, I will cleave them. The moment those words were spoken, all the Deluo golden immortals around held their breath. Dijun's eyes sparkled with starlight, his expression more serious than ever. The ancestral witch and the three cleans are actually clashing here. Tai Yi tightened his grip on the dong, Huang Bell, his battle intent surging. Su Chen is indeed too bold. Hongjun's heart raced. He has just entered the Zixiao Palace, yet already seeks to determine superiority. That axe is no ordinary weapon. Kuan Peng retreated to the side, his expression exceedingly grim. The Wu clan dares to confront even the three cleans heathen. Today this mat may truly be overturned. Hao Tian and Yao Qi stood by the palace gate, their expressions had also changed. Hao Tian said softly, Yao Qi, these people are likely to ignite true flames before the Lord. Yao Qi looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with shock. That person is so fierce. Tai Shang stood at the front, his eyes swirling with clear energy. The Supreme One stood before 6 meditation cushions, the ethereal light of Ta Ching flowing gently around him. His gaze was no longer calm. Su Chen's earlier strike had made him realize that this 13th Ancestor Wu was not an ordinary figure. The physical body of the Ancestor Wu was already formidable. Yet Su Chen's physical strength emanated an indescribable ferocity. It was not mere power. It was more like a will to cleave apart all rules, all paths, and everything exalted above. The Supreme One looked at Su Chen, his voice heavy. Su Chen, do you know that this is the holy ground of the sages? If you act recklessly here, the consequences are beyond what your Wu clan can bear. Su Chen hoisted the heaven-cutting axe, his blood surging like a volcano. Step by step he advanced. With each step, the clouds of the great Tao within the Zixiao Palace were shaken apart. Do not use the sages to pressure me. The sages have said that those with fate may come to listen to the Tao. They did not say that these 6 cushions are only for the 3 pure ones. The Supreme One's eyes narrowed slightly. Yuan Shi said coldly, rude and impudent. Your Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and does not understand the heavenly numbers. Even if you sit in front, what can you comprehend? Zhu Rong burst into flames on the spot. Yuan Shi, do you have a death wish? My Wu clan's comprehension is none of your business. Gong Gong sneered. He believes that he can sit while others cannot. To put it bluntly, he just wants to hoard all the benefits for himself. Yuan Shi's face darkened. The jade light of the Sanbao Yurui became increasingly glaring. Tong Tian grasped the sword intent, his brow furrowed. He was displeased at Yuan Shi being insulted. However, he had to admit that Zhu Rong's words, though crude, held some truth. The cushions were nameless. The sage had not yet appeared. The principles of priority and strongholding were the rules of the wilderness. But now this rule had landed on the heads of the three pure ones. The Supreme One did not speak further. He suddenly raised his hand. A wisp of mysterious yellow energy fell from above his head. That mysterious yellow energy started as a single wisp. In the next moment it transformed into a brilliant golden radiance cascading down layer upon layer. An illusory pagoda appeared above the Supreme One's head. The pagoda had 9 layers. Each layer was surrounded by the merit of the primordial opening of heaven and earth. It was heavy, ancient, and immortal. The many powerful beings within the Zixiao Palace changed their expressions upon seeing this tower. Jin Yuanzi's gaze sharpened. The heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. Hongjun unconsciously spoke up. Is this the postnatal treasure of merit? Ming, he felt a slight pause in his killing intent. Defensive and unmatched. With this treasure protecting him, the Supreme One is indeed in an invincible position. Dijun's eyes shimmered with star patterns. What a fine treasure. He tightened his grip on the Eastern Emperor bell, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. His bell integrated offense and defense, suppressing the chaos. However, if we solely discuss defensive strength, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda is equally not to be underestimated. Kuanping retreated to the side, his expression dark, but he could not help but whisper, even if Su Chen's axe is fierce, it may not break through. Su Chen looked at the pagoda above the Supreme One's head, the blood light in his eyes intensifying. The mysterious yellow energy fell. The Supreme One seemed to stand in an immortal realm. All external killing intents were difficult to approach. The Supreme One spoke lightly. If you wish to contend, then first break this tower. Su Chen grinned. Turtle shell. As soon as these words were spoken, the Zixiao Palace fell silent. Many Deluo Jin Xian felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. That was the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. A postnatal treasure of merit. Unmatched in defense. Yet in Su Chen's mouth it had become a turtle shell. Zhu Rong burst into laughter. 13th brother speaks well. Supreme One, you truly are stable while bearing a turtle shell. Yuan Shi scolded angrily. Impudent. The Supreme One's expression turned 3 points colder. Su Chen did not waste any further words. He gripped the heaven-cutting axe with both hands. The blood within him erupted with a deafening roar. At that moment, everyone in the Zixiao Palace felt as if an ancient deity was awakening within Su Chen. Behind him, an illusory figure towering to the heavens faintly emerged. The figure was unclear, yet the mere flash of it caused the hearts of the three pure ones to tremble. The Supreme One's gaze shifted slightly. The breath of Pangu. Yuan Shi's grip on the Sanbao Yurui tightened suddenly. Tong Tian's sword intent surged behind him in an instant. Su Chen paid no mind to their shock. He swung the heaven-cutting axe, striking down at the Supreme One. Break! The axe light descended. No embellishments. No mystical transformations. Only pure and ultimate power. The axe light collided with the mysterious yellow energy descending from the heavenly and earthly Linglong Pagoda. Boom! The entire front hall of the Zixiao Palace violently shook. The clouds of the Great Tao were torn apart by the axe light. The mysterious yellow energy surged like the sea, exploding layer upon layer, only to cascade down again. The Supreme One's form sank slightly. A fine crack appeared on the ground beside the cushion where he stood. Hao Qian and Yao Qi turned pale upon seeing this. Hao Qian instinctively said, "He actually dares to split the ground in the palace of the Lord." Yao Qi's eyes were filled with shock. This ancestor Wu is truly ferocious. Su Chen had not broken through with the first axe, but the second axe followed closely. Again, boom. The mysterious yellow energy exploded once more. The Supreme One's robe fluttered and his brow finally furrowed. The heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda remained unharmed. However, Su Chen's strength was too overwhelming. Each axe strike felt like an Unzu mountain crashing down. The pagoda could block the killing intents. Yet the shockwave still caused the Supreme One's divine power to surge. The third axe fell. The Supreme One raised a hand, and the Ta Ching ethereal light transformed into the flow of yin and yang, attempting to dissipate the axe's power. But Su Chen did not intend to compete with him in subtlety. He simply cleaved. With brute force, he broke through cleverness, using his physical body to overwhelm the transformation of the Great Tao. With a thunderous crash, the Ta Ching ethereal light was shattered. The golden radiance of the mysterious yellow pagoda surged firmly, protecting the Supreme One. Su Chen was pushed back half a step by the rebounding force. He looked at his numbed palm, and the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. This turtle shell is indeed tough. The Supreme One's gaze was solemn. You cannot break it. Su Chen looked up. Cannot break it. Then he'll cleave it until it breaks. Just as he was about to strike again, a voice suddenly came from behind him. 13th brother, we are here to assist you. As the words fell, 3 figures of Ancestor Wu stepped forward simultaneously. Dijiang appeared to the left of the Supreme One in a flash as space fractured around him. Zhu Rong surged with flames, the crimson divine flames transforming into a fire dragon rushing straight at the mysterious yellow pagoda. Gong Gong's hands churned with black water, the torrential true water cascading like the Milky Way, pressing down to the right side of the Supreme One. The 3 Ancestor Wu launched their attacks simultaneously alongside Su Chen's frontal axe swing. The Supreme One's expression finally changed. The golden radiance of the mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda fell wildly. The mysterious yellow energy transformed into layers of heavenly curtains blocking the attacks from all sides. Dijiang threw a punch, causing the space to collapse. Zhu Rong's flames burned through the mysterious yellow energy. Gong Gong's true water was heavy and boundless, pressing the pagoda's barrier lower and lower. Su Chen's heaven-cutting axe struck repeatedly at the center. Boom, boom, boom. Every being within the Zixiao Palace was shaken back. The faces of those ordinary Deluo Jin Xian turned pale. Is this still listening to the Dao? This is clearly going to tear down the Zixiao Palace. The Supreme's protective pagoda was suppressed. The Wu clan, a group of madmen, truly dared to do anything. Yuan Shi watched as the Supreme was attacked by 4 ancestral witches, his expression darkening to the extreme. Elder brother. He suddenly stepped forward. The 3 treasures Jade Rui burst forth with myriad jade clear, celestial lights. Tong Tian could no longer stand idly by. A cold flash of sword intent flickered in his eyes, and sword energy surged from behind. Elder brother, you cannot fight alone. Yuan Shi held the Jade Rui and charged directly at Zhu Rong. Tong Tian's sword intent shifted, blocking in front of Dijiang. Su Chen caught a glimpse of the two from the corner of his eye and sneered. Finally unable to sit still, Zhu Rong laughed wildly. Come on, Yuan Shi, I have long wanted to have a go at you. Yuan Shi shouted angrily, ignorant barbarian. The jade clear celestial light clashed violently with Zhu Rong's divine fire. On the other side, Tong Tian swung his sword. The sword energy was sharp to the extreme, slicing open a fissure in the space around Dijiang. Dijiang's expression darkened. Not bad for a sword path. Tong Tian said coldly, get out of the way. Dijiang did not take a step back. If you wish to save the Supreme, you must get past me first. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian joined the battlefield. The pressure on the Supreme eased slightly. However, Su Chen and Gong Gong were still forcefully suppressing the pagoda. The pagoda above the Supreme trembled slightly. The Xianhuang Qi continuously fell as if it would never run dry. Su Chen gazed at the pagoda, his eyes turning blood red. I want to see how long this shell can hold out. He finished speaking, and a deeper malevolent aura suddenly surged from the axe of heaven. That aura caused even the pagoda above the Supreme to tremble violently. The Supreme's heart sank. Just as Su Chen raised the axe, a faint, yet palpable holy aura silently descended from deep within the Zixiao Palace. That holy aura descended extremely lightly, so light that most beings within the Zixiao Palace did not notice it. However, the few at the center of the battlefield felt their hearts sink simultaneously. The pagoda above the Supreme trembled slightly. As the Xianhuang Qi circulated, it seemed to be suppressed by some force, causing its falling speed to slow down slightly. The axe of heaven in Su Chen's hand also felt heavier. He raised his eyes towards the depths of the Zixiao Palace. There the Grand Daos purple energy swirled, concealing any figures. No movement could be seen either. But Su Chen knew that Hongjun must be watching. The Saint's Dao field. It truly is not that simple. A thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, but he did not retreat. Now that he was here, it was no time to back down. The futon had been contested to this extent. Retreating at this moment would cause the Wu clan's momentum to falter. Moreover, he did not merely want to listen to the Dao. He aimed to tear open a crack in the fate that originally belonged to the predetermined Hong Huang. Even if he ultimately could not hold his ground, he wanted all beings in Hong Huang to see. Su Chen's arms bulged with muscles as he pressed the axe of heaven down again. Fall for me. The axe light collided with the Xianhuang Qi. The Supreme let out a muffled groan, retreating another half-step. The pagoda did not break, but the Supreme's expression grew even more serious. Because it was not just Su Chen. Gong Gong's true water also pressed from the side, heavy enough to seem like it would sink the entire front hall of the Zixiao Palace into an endless abyss. Dijiang and Tong Tian battled fiercely, the laws of space and the sharpness of the sword path continuously clashing. Zhu Rong and Yuan Shi unleashed their true flames. Zhu Rong threw a punch, and the sea of fire transformed into thousands of fire beasts. Yuan Shi's face remained cold as the three treasures Jade Rui swept across the jade-clear, celestial light, transforming into a river of laws. The booming continued, one being violent as fire, the other proud and cold. As the two clashed, it was as if the thunder from the heavens stirred the fires of the earth. Yuan Shi shouted angrily, "Zhu Rong, you are merely relying on your physical body to show off." Zhu Rong sneered. "You better not use your spiritual treasures. You criticize me for being fierce, yet you still clutch tightly to your treasures." Yuan Shi's face turned pale. The three treasures Jade Rui smashed down heavily. Zhu Rong crossed his arms to block. Boom. Zhu Rong was pushed back a step. But in the next moment, he countered with a punch directly striking Yuan Shi's protective celestial light. Yuan Shi's figure trembled as well. Zhu Rong grinned widely. "Your jade-clear celestial light is not that tough." Yuan Shi's eyes grew even colder. "You seek death." On Tong Tian's side, the sword intent spread horizontally. He slashed out sword after sword, the sharpness unparalleled. The space around Dijiang continuously fractured and reformed. Several times Tong Tian's sword energy nearly grazed Dijiang's shoulder, slicing into the depths of the void. Dijiang did not show any contempt in his eyes. "Among the Sanqing, you truly resemble a warrior the most." Tong Tian replied coldly, "You are not bad either. However, this futon today, my Sanqing, will not give up." Dijiang raised his hand to rip open a spatial fissure, swallowing Tong Tian's sword energy within. "Then let us see if you can hold it." At this moment, the other ancestral witches finally stopped watching from the sidelines. Ho Tu sighed, lightly rolling up her sleeves, the power of thick earth spreading out. She did not attack immediately, but steadied the auras of those ancestral witches that had been sent flying around the battlefield. At the same time, her gaze fell upon Yuan Shi. Second brother Zhu Rong is not adept at prolonged battles against the changes of the Xuanmen. "I will go suppress Yuan Shi." Xian Ming nodded coldly. "I will go too." As the words fell, Xian Ming's cold aura surged forth. The clouds within the Zixiao Palace instantly froze. Just as Yuan Shi was about to urge the jade-clear celestial light to suppress Zhu Rong further, he felt a wave of extreme coldness surge from behind. He suddenly turned around. Xian Ming's palm descended. The frost law transformed into countless cold blades directly aimed at Yuan Shi's protective celestial light. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. "Another one has come." Ho Tu walked over from another side. She neither shouted angrily nor acted rashly. She merely raised her hand to press down. The power of thick earth descended like a mountain. Yuan Shi felt his body suddenly sink, and even the celestial light beneath his feet dimmed slightly. Zhu Rong laughed loudly. "Yuan Shi, do you still think you can hold your ground now?" Yuan Shi was furious. "Elder brother. Third brother." His jade-clear celestial light erupted, and the three treasures Jade Rui soared into the air. The three lights on the Jade Rui shone brightly, transforming into a jade-colored vault, forcibly blocking Zhu Rong's flames, Xian Ming's coldness, and Ho Tu's suppression. But with the three ancestral witches pressing together, even Yuan Shi, whose foundation was deep, found it clearly taxing. On the other side, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chong Liang, Tian Wu, and Shi Zi also stepped forward. Tong Tian was already struggling against Dijiang alone. At this moment, being surrounded by several ancestral witches caused his sword intent to surge violently. There was no fear in his eyes, instead his battle intent grew stronger. "Good. Today let us see just how strong the power of the ancestral witches truly is." The sword light swept horizontally. One sword severed the divine chain of Zhu Meng. Another sword blocked Ru Shou's attack. The third sword collided directly with Chong Liang's thunder. Boom. Tong Tian was forced back 3 steps. But a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Come again." Dijiang looked at Tong Tian and said solemnly, "This person's sword heart is pure, do not underestimate him." Ru Shou replied coldly, "No matter how sharp the sword, someone still has to withstand it." Chong Liang's thunder surged forth again. "I want to see just how many bolts of thunder he can take." The battlefield expanded instantly. The Sanqing and the ancestral witches were fully engaged in battle. The remaining ancestral witches guarded the 6 futons in front, not allowing anyone to take advantage of the chaos and sit down. At this moment, the beings within the Zixiao Palace dared not move at all. No one dared to step forward. No one dared to intervene. Even Dijun and Tai Yi merely stood to the side and watched. Tai Yi's hand trembled the Dong Huang bell slightly. Battle intent surged in his eyes. "Elder brother, if we could intervene in such a great battle, it would be exhilarating." Dijun said solemnly, "Not possible. If we act now, no matter who we help, we will be ensnared in the karma." Tai Yi frowned. "Then we will not contend for those 6 futons." Dijun's gaze was profound. "Let us observe for now." Tai Yi's eyes moved. He looked towards the depths of the Zixiao Palace, slowly, suppressing the Dong Huang bell. Kuan Peng stood in the shadows, his face as dark as water. He had already sat on a futon, but was forcibly pressed down by Gong Gong. He remembered this grudge. However, now seeing the Sanqing being besieged by the ancestral witches, the unwillingness in his heart turned into relief. These ancestral witches are truly a group of madmen. They even dare to surround the Sanqing. Ming, he sneered. In Hong Huang's strength is reason. The Wu clan may lack a primordial spirit, but they have strength. Hongjun watched the battle with a worried expression. Brother Jin Yuan, if this continues, will the saints become enraged? Jin Yuan stroked his beard, his expression grave. No. But why have the saints not shown themselves yet? Hongjun was taken aback. Jin Yuan looked towards the depths of the Zhixiao Palace. Perhaps the saints are also waiting. At this moment, Su Chun struck down with the axe again. The golden glow of the pagoda above the Supreme surged violently. The Xianhuang Qi forcefully blocked the axe light. But Zhu Jiuyin's eyes suddenly flashed with the law of time. The Xianhuang Qi surrounding the Supreme fell unexpectedly delayed for half a breath. Half a breath is extremely short, but in Su Chen's eyes it was enough. Now is the time. Su Chen's blood surged and the axe of heaven suddenly changed direction, slicing through the gap where the Xianhuang Qi was delayed. The Supreme's expression changed. He raised his hand, unleashing a Ta Qing divine thunder. Boom. The axe light collided with the divine thunder. The Ta Qing divine thunder exploded, causing Su Chun to feel a slight numbness in his arm. But his axe edge ultimately grazed the Xianhuang Qi, cleaving onto the Supreme's sleeve. With a tearing sound, a slit opened in the Supreme's sleeve. Within the Zhixiao Palace, silence fell instantly. The Supreme looked down at the slit. His expression finally turned completely cold. Yuan Shi, roared Su Chun. Tong Tian's sword intent also surged up in an instant. Su Chun raised the axe of heaven, grinning. The turtle shell is hard, but the man is not unreachable. As these words fell, the momentum of the ancestral witches surged together. Zhu Rong laughed loudly, shaking the palace. 13th brother, well done. Gong Gong sneered. Supreme, are you not invincible? The Supreme's eyes shimmered with light. The golden glow of the Xianhuang pagoda fell once again. But this time the Supreme did not defend any longer. He raised his hand and pressed forward. The Ta Qing Qi transformed into the yin-yang fish, slowly rotating. Since it is so, I shall let you see what the Ta Qing Dao is. In an instant, a yin-yang fish appeared before Taishang. This is the path that Ta Qing comprehended. In the moment the yin-yang fish emerged, Su Chun felt a brief turmoil within his qi and blood. The left side represents yin. The right side represents yang. In a twist, the fierce transforms into the gentle, the fierce force returns to emptiness. A portion of the axe force that Su Chun had just unleashed was unexpectedly drawn aside by the yin-yang power of Ta Qing. Boom. The axe light struck the ground of the Zhixiao Palace. The purple aura flashed, dissipating the majority of the power. Yet a crack still spread open. Heoshan's face turned even paler. If this continues, the front hall will truly be toppled by them. Yaoqi watched the battlefield intently. Why hasn't the master come out yet? No one answered. The great battle has reached a fever pitch. The yin-yang fish in Taishang's hand spun continuously. The exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth descended, showering down with mysterious yellow energy. One offense, one defense. It made it difficult for Su Chun, Gong Gong, and Zhu Jiuyin to completely suppress the situation. Gong Gong shouted angrily, I don't believe this mystical spell can negate everything. Black true water transformed behind him into boundless tidal waves. Within the waves it seemed as if the source of myriad waters was roaring. He pressed down with both palms simultaneously. The water force transformed from mere attack into an overwhelming suppression. The yin-yang fish in Taishang's hand paused. The power of time in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes erupted. His voice was deep. 13th brother. Without hesitation, Su Chun poured all his qi and blood into the axe of heaven. At that moment, the ground beneath him shattered with a resounding crash. The purple aura rolled back. Countless Deluo golden immortals instinctively retreated. He's going to swing the axe again. Quick retreat. The residual waves from this axe can injure people. Su Chun raised his arms high. On the axe of heaven, blood-red light intertwined with gray fierce light. He gazed at Taishang, his voice deep as thunder. I don't care about your Ta Qing yin and yang. I only have one question. How many axes can you withstand? The axe fell. Boom. The yin-yang fish suddenly twisted. A surge of clarity erupted in Taishang's eyes as he raised his hand to form another Ta Qing spell seal. But the time stagnation from Zhu Jiuyin had already descended. It was just a fleeting moment. Yet it slowed the Ta Qing spell seal for a heartbeat. Su Chen's axe struck firmly at the center of the yin-yang fish. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. A fissure appeared in the yin-yang fish. Taishang's expression changed slightly. Gong Gong's true water took the opportunity to press down. Boom. The yin-yang fish shattered. The exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth descended with golden radiance, blocking the residual waves. However, Taishang's figure was pushed back 3 steps. With those 3 steps, the Zhixiao Palace erupted in an uproar. Taishang was forced back. The foremost of the three pure ones wielding the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth was actually pushed back heated by Chen and the others. This was not merely a matter of injury. This was a matter of momentum. After this battle, who would dare to say that the Wu clan did not understand the great Tao and could not contend? They might not comprehend the mystical arts of the Tao, but they could forcefully push back those who spoke of it. This is the principle of the Wu clan. Seeing Taishang retreat, Zhu Rong's flames surged fiercely. Huh? Yuan Shi, your elder brother has already retreated, but what are you still holding on for? Yuan Shi's eyes ignited with fury, nearly materializing. Surrounded by Zhu Rong, Ho Tu, and Xian Ming, he was already in an extremely wretched state. He excelled in the mystical arts of the Tao with a profound foundation. The three treasures Jade Rui is also an exceptional spiritual treasure. But the most unreasonable aspect of the ancestral shaman is that they do not engage in the subtle arts of spells with you. Zhu Rong threw punch after punch. Xian Ming's cold air froze the immortal light. Ho Tu's thick earth power suppressed his form. Yuan Shi attempted to counterattack several times, but was pushed back each time. Even though Tong Tian possessed astonishing swordsmanship talent, he could not single-handedly suppress so many ancestral shamans. He pushed back Rusho with a sword, and suddenly said coldly, "Are you Wu clan trying to overpower the few with many?" Dijiang spoke calmly. Indeed. Tong Tian was taken aback. He did not expect Dijiang to admit so readily. Dijiang continued, "You three pure ones are one entity. My Wu clan's 13 ancestral shamans are also one entity. If you can advance and retreat together, why can't we?" Tong Tian's eyes flickered. There was nothing wrong with this statement. It was even quite Wu-like. No pretenses. Just brothers and sisters fighting together. The many powerful beings in the distance felt their eyelids twitch. Hongjun could not help but whisper, "Dijiang is quite sincere." Jin Yuanzi's side sincerity is sincerity, but being surrounded is uncomfortable for anyone. Kuan Peng's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He suddenly felt that being driven off the mat by Gong Gong was already a concession from the ancestral shamans. If truly surrounded by the 13 ancestral shamans, he feared he would not even have a chance to retreat. At this moment, Taishang's expression was grim. He knew he could not continue to delay. The ancestral shamans have boundless qi and blood, and their physical bodies grow fiercer with battle. If this continues, even with the unparalleled defense of the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, his face would be shattered by Su Chen's axe piece by piece. Taishang looked at Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. "Retreat." Yuan Shi suddenly turned around. "Elder brother." Taishang's voice intensified. "Retreat." Tong Tian pushed back Dijiang with a sword, his expression somber as he understood Taishang's intention. The saints had not emerged. Continuing the struggle, victory or defeat remained uncertain. Instead, it would allow the beings present to witness even more ridiculous spectacles. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth, feeling an extreme sense of frustration. But since Taishang had spoken, he had to comply. He suddenly urged the three treasures Jade Rui. The jade-clear immortal light transformed into a circle of light to push Zhu Rong and the others back half a step. Then Yuan Shi retreated back to Taishang's side. Tong Tian also sheathed his sword and withdrew. The three pure ones stood side by side. Taishang, with the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth above his head, had an expression that was terrifyingly calm. "This matter shall be noted for now." Su Chen shouldered the axe of heaven, his qi and blood still surging. "If it is to be noted, then so be it. My Wu clan does not fear your accounting." Meanwhile, deep within the Zhixiao Palace, a figure sat cross-legged within. His stature was not tall and his aura was unassuming. But sitting there, he seemed like the Tao itself. All laws returned to silence. All paths returned to their source. The Taoist was Hongjun. Above his head, a broken, yet boundlessly mysterious jade disc slowly revolved. On the creation jade disc, Tao patterns intertwined. Each line seemed to connect to a grand vein of the primordial universe. Everything happening in front of the Zhixiao Palace was reflected within the creation jade disc. Su Chen swung his axe. Taishang raised his pagoda. The three pure ones retreated. Regarding all that happened, Hongjun's expression remained calm. He did not become angry over the battle in front of the Zhixiao Palace. Because Hongjun understood what those 6 mats represented. He was clearer than anyone else. That was the very place where the causal connections of the heavenly Tao sanctity were intertwined. It was also the foundation for the future flourishing of the mystical arts. Who should sit where had long been predetermined. It could not be truly altered by just a single battle. The Wu clan had seized a moment, but they could not seize the mandate of heaven. Su Chen turned his head to look at Dijiang beside him, his eyes signaling, "Elder brother, you should take the first seat." The 6 cushions at the front naturally held the greatest fortune within the Zhixiao Palace. As the leader of the witch clan, Dijiang was indeed meant to occupy this prime position. His expression turned serious as he nodded in agreement. "Good." He strode confidently to the first cushion, the laws of space around him subtly shifting. All eyes instantly focused on Dijiang. The three pure ones wore grim expressions, staring intently at the spot that originally belonged to them. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they sought to discern the mystery behind the cushion. Kuanping gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Dijiang lifted his robes and steadily sat down on the first cushion. However, just at the moment he was about to touch the cushion, an unexpected change occurred. The originally calm, purple aura swirling above the cushion erupted violently. A grand, boundless, and supremely authoritative force surged upward from deep within the cushion. This was neither magic nor divine abilities, but pure heavenly Tao rules. Boom. The purple aura transformed into a visible ripple that struck fiercely against Dijiang. Dijiang's complexion changed drastically, feeling as if an unyielding mountain was crashing down upon him. He let out a furious roar as his ancestral witch blood surged wildly within him. The laws of space intertwined around him, forming a dense net in an attempt to diffuse this terrifying repulsive force. Crack, crack. The net of spatial laws shattered inch by inch under the impact of the purple aura. That force disregarded reason, directly penetrating the barriers of space and affecting Dijiang's physical body. How is this possible? Dijiang grunted, his legs trembling violently, unable to press down even a fraction. Bang! With a loud crash, Dijiang was violently thrown back, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. With each step he took back, the ground of the Zixiao Palace emitted a deep, resounding rumble. The venue fell silent. All the powerful beings widened their eyes in disbelief. Dijiang cannot sit down. But he is the leader of the 12 ancestral witches with an unmatched physical body, and yet he was repelled by a cushion. Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow, tightly staring fixedly at the surging purple aura. That is no ordinary power, it is the rejection of the heavenly Tao. The old ancestor of the underworld river's eyes flickered with a bloodlust, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. It seems that the fortune before the saint's seat cannot be seized by brute force. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and delight in each other's eyes. The witch clan was suffering, and they naturally found joy in it. On the side of the three pure ones, the previously gloomy atmosphere was instantly swept away. Yuan sure couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his voice brimming with extreme satisfaction. Ha ha ha. The barbaric and uncultured ones dare to covet the fortune of the saints. They can't even stabilize themselves on a cushion, or it's simply a colossal joke. Though Tong Tian remained silent, the frown on his brow had eased. Taishang lightly stroked his beard, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The heavenly decree is such, and one cannot force it. The ancestral witches were taken aback when they saw their elder brother being repelled. Zhu Rong was furious, pointing at the cushion and cursing, "What kind of broken thing dares to reject my elder brother?" Gong Gong's face was also ashen, true water swirling around him. This is clearly someone secretly meddling. Dijiang steadied himself, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. He stared intently at the cushion, sensing a cold aura that looked down upon all beings as mere grass dogs. 13th brother, this cushion. Dijiang turned to Su Chen with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Su Chen did not respond immediately. He shouldered the axe of heaven and stepped forward to the first cushion. His gaze swept over the swirling purple aura, and a cold smile crept at the corners of Su Chen's lips. He understood that this was Hongjun's scheme, and even more so the will of the heavenly Tao. How could the position of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao be touched by the witch clan? But Su Chen, however, was determined to defy this. Elder brother, step back for now. Su Chen took a deep breath, his blood surging like a volcano ready to erupt. I want to see just how hard this cushion is. Before his words fell, Su Chen abruptly lifted his leg and forcefully sat down on the cushion. He held nothing back in this act. The Pangu blood within him burned wildly, his chi and blood roaring through his meridians like an enraged dragon. Boom. Behind him, the colossal shadow of Pangu emerged once more, exuding the supreme might of creation. Su Chen's entire being seemed to transform into an unshakable, ancient, divine mountain pressing down upon the cushion. The cushion appeared to sense an unprecedented provocation. The purple aura surged, instantly transforming into a vast ocean of purple. A force 10 times stronger than when it repelled Dijiang erupted violently. Bang! Su Chen's body collided fiercely with that force of heavenly Tao rules. Within the Zixiao Palace, a thunderous explosion echoed. Visible shockwaves swept outward, forcing the powerful beings in the front rows to activate their protective celestial light. Su Chen felt an unmatched immense force surging up his tailbone straight to his crown. Within that power lay the majesty of the heavenly Tao, almost as if it were saying to him, "You are unworthy. Submit to me." Su Chen's eyes widened in fury, veins reddening. He gritted his teeth, pushing his physical strength to the limit, and stubbornly withstood that repulsive force. Half of his body was already pressing down upon the cushion. However, at that moment, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The system wishes to remind the Witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and does not cultivate the heavenly Tao. Forcefully occupying a saint's position will provoke the backlash of the heavenly Tao's will. The host is advised to stop this dangerous act immediately. Su Chen's heart trembled. The annihilation of the heavenly Tao's will. He could sense a destructive force awakening deep within the cushion. This was the true power of heavenly punishment far beyond what his current physical body could withstand. So that's how it is, Su Chen realized. These 6 cushions were not ordinary seats, but the causal positions determined by the heavenly Tao. Without a primordial spirit, the Witch clan, no matter how strong, could never gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Forcefully sitting down would only lead to a dead end. What a heavenly Tao, what a Hongjun, Su Chen sneered inwardly. He did not continue to stubbornly resist, but instead followed the repulsive force to stand up. As his chi and blood retracted, the Pangu's shadow dissipated. Su Chen patted his robes, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing Su Chen also retreating, the beings behind erupted in a frenzy. Even Su Chen couldn't sit down. His earlier acts even forced Taishang back. It seems this saint's fortune is indeed unrelated to the Witch clan. In the crowd, the faces of the 3 pure ones shifted from gloomy to bright. Yuanshi stepped forward, lightly tapping his 3 treasures, Jade Rui, wearing a mocking expression. What? Not so arrogant anymore. Su Chen, didn't you say this cushion doesn't have the name of our 3 pure ones? Now it seems although this cushion doesn't have a name, it has eyes. The barbaric and uncultured ones without a primordial spirit are not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Yuanshi's words were sharp and cutting, each word striking at the heart. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong was immediately enraged, his hair standing on end. Yuanshi, what nonsense are you spouting? I refuse to believe this. Zhu Rong shouted loudly, shoving aside Gong Gong in front of him and striding towards the cushion. Let me sit down. He was engulfed in towering divine flames, crashing down towards the cushion like a meteor. However, what he faced was an even fiercer counterattack than Su Chen had encountered. Boom! A surge of power erupted, sending Zhu Rong flying, without even touching the mat. Dijiang's brows furrowed as he looked at the 6 empty mats filled with helplessness. The Wu clan had gone to great lengths, even offending the Sanqing, to seize the seat. This was simply a colossal joke. 13th brother, what should we do now? Dijiang turned to Su Chen, his tone tinged with reluctance. Were they really going to let the seats go so pathetically? Unknowingly, Su Chen cursed inwardly. Using the Tao's cause and effect to choke him, this move was indeed brilliant. However, did he expect Su Chen to spit out the meat he had swallowed? In his dreams, Su Chen hoisted the heaven-subduing axe, a meaningful smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned around, facing the 3,000 Zixiao guests. Gentlemen, Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet under the surge of his magic it resonated clearly throughout the Zixiao palace. All eyes instantly focused on him. Everyone wanted to know what this domineering and arrogant 13th ancestor Wu would do next. Inside the Zixiao palace, silence reigned. All eyes were on Su Chen, waiting for his next words. Hoisting the heaven-subduing axe, Su Chen wore a radiant smile, as if he had not just faced defeat. He pointed at the 6 mats shrouded in purple chi behind him. Gentlemen, I trust you all have noticed the mysteries of these 6 positions. This is right before the saint, the closest place to hear the saint's teachings. To sit here and listen would surely yield results in half the time, a day of progress in leaps and bounds. Su Chen's tone was filled with temptation, akin to a street vendor peddling miraculous elixirs. The great powers exchanged glances, unsure of what he was up to. Yuanshi snorted coldly, disdainfully, stating, "What good is it, no matter how profound? Your Wu clan cannot sit down." Su Chen shot Yuanshi a glance, not angry, but rather smiling even more cheerfully. Friend, Yuanshi is correct. Our Wu clan truly cannot sit down. However, our inability to sit does not mean others cannot. Su Chen took a step forward, suddenly raising his voice by 8 degrees. Therefore, I have decided. Those who wish to sit on these 6 mats may come and do so. Upon these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. What? The Wu clan wants to give up their seats. Are they afraid of the saint and preparing to yield? People whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with greed. Those were mats before the saint. If one could snatch one, it would be an enormous opportunity. The Sanqing exchanged glances, seeing delight in each other's eyes. It seemed Su Chen still had a bit of self-awareness. However, before the crowd could rejoice for too long, Su Chen's tone abruptly shifted. However, Su Chen elongated his voice, smiling at the crowd. There is no free lunch in this world. Our Wu clan's brothers fought hard for these positions. They cannot be given away for nothing. If you want to sit, one innate spirit treasure in exchange for one position. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap echoing through the Zixiao Palace. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropping to the ground. What did they just hear? One innate spirit treasure in exchange for a seat. What the hell? Are they conducting business at the Saints venue? Hongjun gaped, pointing at Su Chen, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This Su Chen is truly unexpected. Jin Yuanzi was also dumbfounded, bitterly shaking his head. To price the Saints' opportunities publicly throughout history, only the Wu clan would dare do such a thing. Dijun's eyelids twitched, looking at Su Chen as if gazing at a madman. This person is simply audacious. Tai Yi clenched the Dong Huang bell, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's eyelids involuntarily twitched slightly. Even with his calculations spanning eons and predictions of the heavenly secrets, he could not have foreseen that Su Chen would pull such a stunt. Auctioning off a Saint's position. This was tantamount to rubbing the Dao's face in the dirt. However, Hongjun could not explode in anger. This was because he had previously stated, those with fate may come to listen to the Dao, and seats are first come first served. Now that the Wu clan had taken the spots, how they dealt with it was their business. The Saint's golden words could not be changed. On the Sanqing side, they were utterly enraged. Yuan Shi trembled all over, pointing at Su Chen, roaring in anger. Su Chen, you are outrageous. This is the Saint's venue. How dare you conduct such a filthy transaction here? You are desecrating the Saint, desecrating the Dao. Su Chen dug at his ears, a look of disdain on his face. Stop putting labels on me. The position I seized by my own ability is none of your business. If you find it dirty, you can simply not buy it. After all, there are many who want to buy. Wouldn't you agree, gentlemen? Su Chen smiled at the 3,000 Zixiao guests behind him. Although everyone believed Su Chen's actions were too crazy, the allure of those 6 mats was simply too great. While innate spirit treasures were precious, who among the Daoyuo golden immortals present did not possess at least one? Exchanging an innate spirit treasure for an opportunity before the Saint, this deal was undoubtedly profitable. In an instant, many people's gazes began to blaze with excitement. Dijiang watched this scene, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, 13th brother, good idea. Since we cannot sit down, let's exchange for something tangible. Zhu Rong's eyes also lit up, rubbing his fists together. Yes. An innate spirit treasure, who gives, who sits. Those without treasures better scram. Su Chen stood in front of the mats with the axe, resembling a bandit blocking the road. Gentlemen, don't miss out as you pass by. Opportunities before the Saint, only 6 seats left, first come first served. Who wants to be the first to try? The atmosphere in the Zixiao Palace became extremely bizarre. Many powerful beings from the primordial era exchanged glances, all frantically weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, a figure in a dark robe with a sinister face squeezed through the crowd. This person was a loose cultivator known as the 100-Eyed Demon Lord, whose cultivation had reached the early stages of Daoyuo Golden Immortal. He usually acted ruthlessly and was greedy by nature. Seeing such an opportunity, he could hardly contain himself. Su Chen Ancestor Wu, is this true? The 100-Eyed Demon Lord swallowed hard, fixating on the mat. Su Chen's eyes brightened. A big customer had arrived. Naturally, it's true. Our Wu clan has always been a word is a nail. If we say an innate spirit treasure, it is indeed an innate spirit treasure. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord gritted his teeth, pulling out a small black flag radiating a ghostly light from his bosom. This is a low-grade, innate spirit treasure, the ghostly flag. I exchange for the first position. The crowd gasped collectively. Someone truly dared to conduct such an absurd transaction with the Wu clan in front of the Saint. Su Chen unceremoniously took the ghostly flag, weighing it in his hand. Not bad, it is an innate spirit treasure. He casually tossed the ghostly flag to Dijiang behind him, then announced loudly. Good. The first position belongs to this friend of the 100 Eyes. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord was overjoyed, his eyes filled with excitement. He believed he had struck a monumental bargain. Once he sat on that position, he would surely soar to great heights. However, just as he was about to step forward, Su Chen suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord's expression changed warily, saying, what does Su Chen want to back out? Su Chen grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. I want back out, but there are some unpleasant words I must say up front. Su Chen turned to face the entire audience, his voice booming. Everyone listen closely. This transaction has a non-negotiable clause. That is, once the deal is done, there are no returns. You bought the position, whether you can sit or not is your own fortune. If you are thrown off the mat, do not come to me to return the spirit treasure. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. No returns. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord sneered, inwardly thinking. The Wu clan couldn't sit down because they lack a primordial spirit. I, however, am a dignified Daoyuo Golden Immortal with a stable primordial spirit. How could I not sit down? He waved his hand confidently. Rest assured, Dao friend Su Chen, since I have made the purchase, I will never go back on my word. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, turned to the side, and gestured for him to take a seat. Dao friend, please. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he stepped forward boldly to the first mat. Looking at the swirling purple aura, the hundred-eyed demon lord felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The saint's fortune is mine. He suddenly lifted his robe and sat down with great excitement. However, before the smile on his face could fully blossom, it froze completely. Boom. Within the mat, the rules of the heavenly Tao erupted once more. This time the repulsive force was even more terrifying than when it dealt with Su Chen. Because the hundred-eyed demon lord was not only not a destined saint, but he also bore heavy karmic burdens. The rejection from the heavenly Tao was utterly devastating for him. Oh! The hundred-eyed demon lord let out a piercing scream. He was as if a cannonball shot from a cannon, directly blasted away by the violent purple aura. Bang! The hundred-eyed demon lord traced a beautiful arc midair and crashed hard into a massive purple-gold pillar of the purple cloud palace. Uff! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his bones shattered in over half, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud, unresponsive. The entire place fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone gasped, their scalps tingling. A great Luo golden immortal was defeated like this by a single mat. This mat is truly picky. Su Chen looked at the distant hundred-eyed demon lord, clicking his tongue and shaking his head with a look of regret. Alas, it seems this Tao friend lacks the fortune. This mat has quite the temper, not just anyone can sit on it. After saying this, he turned his head and put on that merchant smile again, looking at the crowd. Alright, the first spot has opened up. Who else wants to give it a try? No deceit towards the young or the old, no returns. This time no one dared to step forward easily. Everyone was not foolish. Even a great Luo golden immortal was almost killed, obviously indicating that this mat had great mysteries. A good fortune must come with a price. On the side of the three pure ones, Yuan Shi watched this scene, his heart filled with anger, but at the same time, he felt a wave of fear. If he had forced a grab earlier, would he have also been blasted away? Taishang's gaze was deep, fixated on the 6 mats. The treasure tower above his head slightly trembled, as if resonating with the purple aura on the mat. Karma. Taishang murmured to himself, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The atmosphere outside the main hall of the Purple Cloud Palace fell into a brief stalemate. The horrific state of the hundred-eyed demon lord was vivid in everyone's mind. No one wanted to become the next unfortunate soul to be blasted away. Su Chen was not anxious. He knew that the true buyers of these 6 spots were not those scattered cultivators. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, an eerie silence prevailed. The plight of the hundred-eyed demon lord was like a bucket of ice water dousing the greed in everyone's hearts. That was a great Luo golden immortal. In this Purple Cloud Palace, he couldn't even withstand the backlash from a single mat and was directly gravely injured. This mat is simply a death note. Su Chen, wielding the axe of heaven, stood before the 6 mats, grinning as he scanned the crowd. What's the matter? Is everyone silent? Wasn't it lively just a moment ago? He shook the innate spiritual treasure he had just acquired in his hand. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure in exchange for a chance at becoming a saint. What a profitable transaction. You cultivators of the primordial spirit, are you really afraid of such a mere mat? Among the crowd, everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to respond. The ancestor of the underworld river snorted coldly and held his twin swords, the Yuan Tu Ubi, even tighter. Profitable. If you lose your life, what use is a fortune? Kuanpeng had a gloomy expression hiding in the back of the crowd, not daring to look at the mat even once. Though he was arrogant, he did not want to follow in the footsteps of the hundred-eyed demon lord. Just then, amidst the demon clan's ranks, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. A bunch of cowardly mice. Such a great opportunity lies before you, yet no one dares to seize it. It's simply laughable. The speaker wore a crimson golden imperial robe with sharp brows and starry eyes exuding unmatched dominance. It was none other than the Eastern Emperor of the demon clan Tai. Tai stepped forward, a faint manifestation of the true sun fire, flickering around him, distorting the surrounding void. He turned his head to look at the Emperor Jun beside him, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Brother, this mat is suspicious, but I Tai want to give it a try. I want to see if this so-called heavenly Tao rejection can suppress my Eastern Emperor bell. Emperor Jun frowned, his eyes shimmering with starlight, as if rapidly deducing something. Looking at Tai's determined gaze, he knew that his second brother was inherently proud and would never shrink back. Moreover, this was a chance before the saint's seat. If obtained, the demon clan would surely thrive. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Go ahead. If things go awry, retreat immediately and do not overexert yourself. Tai smiled arrogantly at the words. Brother, don't worry, just a mere mat, how could it turn the heavens upside down? He strode out of the demon clan's ranks and walked straight towards Su Chen. With each step, he took his momentum rose. The pressure belonging to the top innate deity nurtured by the sun star surged like a tsunami sweeping over the entire front hall. The powerful beings present gasped in unison, instinctively parting to make way. It's the Eastern Emperor Tai. He is actually going to take action. This one is a fierce character born with innate supreme treasures. His combat power is undoubtedly among the top in the Great Luo. Hongjun's eyes widened as he pulled at the sleeve of Zhen Yuanzi, exclaiming. Zhen Yuanzi also had a serious expression, staring intently at Tai Yi's back. Tai Yi is not the same as the hundred-eyed demon lord. He not only has a strong foundation, but also possesses a supreme treasure. Perhaps he can truly sit down. On the side of the three pure ones, Yuan Shi looked at Tai Yi's show of strength, his eyes flashing with displeasure. A beast with hair and horns dares to covet the seed of the saint. Tai Shang, however, said nothing, merely watching quietly, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. Tai Yi arrived in front of Su Chun and stood firm. The two locked eyes, and it felt as if invisible sparks were violently colliding in the air. One was a unique ancestral shaman, with a formidable body, fierce and unmatched. The other was the monarch of the demon clan, exuding unparalleled dominance, his pressure overwhelming. The mere clash of their auras caused the surrounding void to emit mournful cries under the unbearable weight. Su Chen looked at Tai Yi, a flicker of bloodlight flashing in his eyes, yet the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. What's this? You're also interested in this, Matt? You know the rules, an innate spiritual treasure, no credit. Su Chen extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in a shrewd manner, causing Tai Yi's brow to twitch. Tai Yi snorted coldly, but his movements were not slow. He flipped his hand casually, and a long sword emanating sharp metal energy appeared in his grasp. This is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Take it. Tai Yi casually tossed the sword, which transformed into a streak of flowing light hurtling towards Su Chen's face. This action concealed powerful magic, clearly intending to give Su Chen a show of strength. However, Su Chen did not dodge, simply extending two fingers casually. Slap. That spiritual treasure, carrying immense force, was surprisingly held firmly between Su Chen's fingers. The sword trembled violently, emitting a series of sword cries, yet could not advance an inch further. He turned around, fixing his gaze on the first mat. Today this emperor, want to see if the heavenly Tao can surprise. Tai Yi shouted angrily, and the true sunfire exploded around him. The crimson golden flames soared high, illuminating the entire front hall of the Purple Cloud Palace. Above his head, a primitive chaotic shadow of a small bell slowly emerged. It was the innate supreme treasure, the Eastern Emperor bell. Ding! The sound of a melodious bell rang out, suppressing the chaos and intimidating the heavens. Under this terrifying might, the prominent figures in the front row changed their expressions drastically and retreated repeatedly. What a terrifying aura! Is this the true strength of Eastern Emperor Tai Yi? With the Eastern Emperor bell protecting him, he can definitely sit down. In the awed gazes of the crowd, Tai Yi stepped firmly towards the mat. With each step closer, the purple aura on the mat surged more violently. The rules of the heavenly Tao seemed to sense Tai Yi's provocation and began to gather frantically. Purple lightning flickered around the mat, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Tai Yi's gaze was cold and unwavering. He approached the mat, took a deep breath, and suddenly lifted his royal robe. Submit to me. Tai Yi, bearing endless sunfire and the suppressive force of the Eastern Emperor bell, forcefully sat down on the mat. Boom! The front hall of the Purple Cloud Palace seemed to explode like a chaotic star. Tai Yi's body collided violently with the purple aura erupting from the mat. In an instant, blinding light swallowed everything. The violent energy ripples spread like a tsunami, tearing the surrounding void into dark cracks. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Hongjun exclaimed, pulling Zhen Yuanzi back frantically. The ancestor of the underworld river also turned pale, crossing the Yuan Tu Ubi, swords over his chest to create a blood-red barrier. Even the three pure ones had to mobilize their magic power to resist this terrifying shockwave. At the center of the light, Tai Yi gritted his teeth and his expression twisted. He felt an overwhelming supreme power surging from deep within the mat. This power bore no emotion, only pure rules and rejection. It ignored Tai Yi's formidable demon body and dismissed the sunfire he was proud of. Even the suppressive force of the Eastern Emperor bell seemed to falter before this power. Impossible. I am a primordial deity nurtured by the sun star. Can I not even secure a seat? Tai Yi roared inwardly, pushing his magic power to its limit. The shadow of the Eastern Emperor bell shone brightly, descending countless strands of chaotic energy to protect Tai Yi's entire being. He attempted to leverage the power of the supreme treasure to forcefully subdue this heavenly Tao rejection. However, the might of the heavenly Tao is not something that can be easily provoked. The purple aura on the mat surged again, transforming into an invisible giant hand that struck heavily against the shadow of the Eastern Emperor bell. Clang! A deafening wail sounded. The shadow of the Eastern Emperor Bell shook violently, and the descending chaotic energy was instantly torn apart. Boom. Immediately thereafter, an irresistible force of repulsion struck Tai squarely in the chest. Ugh! Tai recoiled as if struck by lightning. His face paled instantly, and a gush of pale golden blood erupted from his mouth. His awe-inspiring, indomitable frame tumbled through the air like a leaf caught in a gale, flung violently backward. Thud! 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 He spun end over end dozens of times midair, before crashing heavily before the ranks of the Yasu clan. The impact gouged a deep crater into the ground, fissures spiderwebbing outward in all directions. Brother! Emperor Jun's expression turned ashen with alarm. In an instant he flashed to Tai's side, and lifted him upright. Tai wiped the blood from his lips, pushed aside Emperor Jun's hand, and forced himself erect. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto the cushion, eyes burning with defiance and disbelief. I have failed. His voice was hoarse, the arrogance that had once defined him shattered utterly by that though shielded by the Donglong Bell, a primordial artifact born with him. He escaped mortal injury unlike Baiyan Demon Lord. Yet the public humiliation of being flung away was far more agonizing than death itself. Silence descended upon the assembly, absolute suffocating, as if every being had been strangled mid-breath. Even Donglong Tai could not take his seat. Even the sovereign of the Yasu clan, born alongside a primordial artifact, had been callously repelled. This stark reality struck the crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating deep within their souls. Those rogue cultivators who still clung to faint hope now sank into utter despair. Their faces drained of color, one by one they retreated, refusing even to glance again at the 6 cushions. It is over. This opportunity lies far beyond our reach. A primordial artifact lost for nothing. Tai has suffered a grievous loss. What kind of cultivator then can sit upon those cushions? Whispers rippled through the crowd, hushed, awestruck, trembling with dread. The ancestral Wu Zhu stood rooted in place, watching Tai's disgrace. Gong could not suppress a chuckle. Oh dear brother Tai, you prove fallible after all. I'd heard tales of your prowess, yet here you lie flung aside like refuse. It seems heaven's Tao holds little favor for feather Dandhorn Yasu, does it? Gong's barb stung like salt ground into an open wound. Rage surged through Tai's meridians. Another surge of blood rose to his throat, which he swallowed down with iron will. Tai's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. He nearly summoned the Donglong Bell on the spot to duel Gong to mutual annihilation. Emperor Jun seized his arm, shaking his head, his gaze heavy with profound wariness. Brother, compose yourself. This is the Zixiao Palace. No rashness may be permitted. Let us withdraw for now. Emperor Jun cast one final searing glance at Gong, recording the humiliation in memory, then guided Tai back into the throng. Su Chun now turned fully toward the cowering elders, shrugging helplessly. You've all witnessed it. The cushions possess quite the temper. Even Donglong Tai withdrew in defeat. Who among you dares try next? True, you may be flung aside, but what a rare experience. Just one primordial artifact required. Su Chen's hawking echoed through the Zixiao Palace, yet no voice dared answer. None were masochists. Why exchange a primordial artifact for a brutal beating? Only fools would attempt it. An awkward silence settled over the hall, until from the Sanqing faction Yuanshi could contain himself no longer. He turned to Taishang, who had remained silent all this while his eyes alight with urgency. Elder brother, Tai has failed. Clearly these cushions were never meant for heterodox sects or peripheral paths. We are the true lineage of Pangu, the heaven-ordained heirs of boundless fortune. If not now, when? Yuanshi's voice, though soft, rang with crystalline clarity in the hushed Zixiao Palace. Every gaze snapped instantly from Su Chun to the Sanqing trio. Tontian tightened his grip on his sword hilt, battle lust blazing in his eyes. Elder brother, second brother speaks truth. That seat belongs to us by right. Shall we let the Wu Zhus desecrate it? Taishang slowly opened his eyes, clear lights swirling within them, as if containing the infinite profundities of the Tao itself. He glanced once at Su Chun, then at the 6 cushions, and finally gave a slight solemn nod. Very well. Cause and effect turn in endless cycles. Heaven's decree is immutable. What is destined for us shall remain ours. Taishang brushed his sleeve and stepped forward, walking slowly yet traversing vast distances with each stride. Taishang advanced step by measured step, his pace deliberate, yet each footfall compressed space itself. Above his crown the celestial yellow Linglong pagoda had retracted, only a faint aura of Taiching immortal light shimmered about his form. No overwhelming pressure radiated from him as it had from Tai. No savage roaring chi pulsed forth as from the Wu Zhus. Taishang embodied instead a bottomless tranquil abyss, serene, unfathomable, infinitely profound. All eyes riveted upon Taishang's retreating back. Each cultivator held their breath, wondering whether this supreme elder of the Sanqing born from Pangu's primordial spirit could break the cushion's curse. Chen watched Taishang approach, his smile deepening. He knew the true patron had arrived. These 6 cushions had been ordained by Heaven's Tao for the Sanqing Nuwa and the 2 Western sages. The Wu Zhus could not sit. Tai could not sit. But the Sanqing absolutely could. Now Chen's task was clear: seize a generous portion from this predestined karmic nexus. Taoist friend Taishang, do you also wish to purchase a seat? Chen leaned casually against the Feishang axe, blocking the cushions with a grin. Taishang halted, regarding Chen with placid composure, his eyes utterly still, unruffled by even a ripple of emotion. Taoist friend Chen, this seat has long been fated for the Sanqing. Your forcible occupation merely entangles us further in karmic debt. His voice flowed calmly, yet carried the unshakable weight of absolute certainty. Chen scoffed sharply. Spare me your talk of fate and affinity. I know only this: the seat is presently occupied by my Wu Zhus. You may sit, if you pay. 1 primordial artifact. No bargaining, no exceptions. Chen extended his palm in a theatrical gesture embodying the very essence of a streetwise charlatan. Yuanshi, far off, flushed crimson with rage and bellowed, Chen, do not press your luck. For elder brother to grace your seat is already an honor beyond measure. Chen dug idly at his ear, never glancing toward Yuanshi, his eyes fixed solely on Taishang. Taoist friend Taishang, your younger brother's temperament leaves much to be desired. If you decline to buy, kindly withdraw. The queue behind you stretches long indeed. Taishang raised a hand, silencing Yuanshi's tirade with effortless authority. He studied Chen intently, as if attempting to pierce the veil of this unpredictable variable to discern the hidden calculus behind his actions. After a long contemplative pause, Taishang sighed softly. Very well. Since Taoist friend Chen insists, I shall abide by your terms. With a flick of his wide sleeve, a streak of azure light shot towards Chen. Chen snatched it from the air, revealing a treasure inscribed with flowing Taoist runes radiating dense life-giving chi of creation, a low-tier primordial artifact. Truly worthy of Taoist friend Taishang, generosity incarnate. Chen beamed broadly, stuffing the azure jade gourd into his robes without hesitation. A windfall. Why refuse a gift from heaven? Taoist friend Taishang, please take your seat. Chen stepped aside, clearing the first cushion. Taishang ignored Chen's jest, walking straight to the cushion. He neither unleashed overwhelming aura as Tai had, nor trembled with ecstatic anticipation as Baiyan Demon Lord had done. He simply sat, just as he would during ordinary meditation, gracefully lifting his robe and settling onto the cushion with serene, unwavering poise. At this moment, the atmosphere within the purple cloud palace was tense to the extreme. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the supreme. Buzz. The purple chi on the cushion surged once more. However, this time the purple chi did not transform into a violent, repulsive force. On the contrary, the purple chi seemed to recognize its master, becoming immensely docile. It flowed like water waves, slowly merging into the Supreme's celestial light. The Supreme stood firm as a mountain, not a single corner of his garment was lifted. A grand, profound aura, perfectly aligned with the Tao, emanated from his body. He succeeded. Heavens! He actually sat down. No repulsion. Not even a hint of repulsion. How is this possible? Even Dong Huang Tai was sent flying. How could the Supreme be so effortless? In the purple cloud palace, a wave of incredulous exclamations erupted. Hongjun, Yuan Zi Ming, he and others were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Dijun and Tai's expressions turned ashen. Especially Tai, as he looked at the Supreme's steady silhouette, the unwillingness in his eyes was almost overflowing. Why can he sit down while I cannot? Tai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, the feeling of humiliation gnawing at his heart like a venomous snake. Chen stood aside, watching the Supreme sit firmly on the cushion, secretly pleased. He of course knew that the Supreme could sit down, because this was originally the position reserved by the Tao for the Sanqing. But Chen had forcefully extorted a piece of innate spiritual treasure from the Supreme, using this destined cause and effect. This operation was simply a bloody profit. Ha ha ha. Zhu Rong laughed heartily from behind. 13th brother, you truly have talent. The Supreme is indeed sitting steadily. We have not lost out on our spiritual treasure. Gong Gong also rarely chimed in, saying, indeed, exchanging a broken cushion for a spiritual treasure is a profitable deal. The ancestral witches discussed among themselves, completely treating this as a business transaction. In the Sanqing faction, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were overjoyed to see the Supreme successfully sit down. The gloom in Yuan Shi's eyes dissipated, replaced by boundless pride. Elder brother truly is destined by the heavens. We the Pangu Orthodox are incomparable to those barbaric creatures with fur and horns who do not understand the heavenly laws. Yuan Shi coldly glanced at Tai Yi in the distance, then looked at Su Chen. He stepped forward suddenly, his whole body radiating with the light of pure clarity, directly approaching Su Chen. Since elder brother can sit down, then we naturally can sit down too. Su Chen stepped aside. Yuan Shi strode towards the second cushion, his eyes filled with an arrogant determination. In his view, since elder brother the Supreme had already proven the heavenly mandate of the Sanqing, the remaining position rightly belonged to him and Tong Tian. As for the nonsensical rules Su Chen had just established, he Yuan Shi Tianzun would never bow to a group of barbaric creatures who do not cultivate their primordial spirit and pay any toll. However, just as Yuan Shi was about to approach the cushion, a giant axe radiating a fierce aura suddenly smashed down onto the ground before him. Bang! The purple chi surged, and the ground was smashed, creating a deep crack. Su Chen gripped the handle of the axe of heaven, smiling faintly, as he blocked Yuan Shi's path. Yuan Shi, you sure are taking a big step, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself in trouble? Su Chen's crude words instantly darkened Yuan Shi's expression. Su Chen, do you dare block me? Yuan Shi glared furiously, the three treasures jade rui in his hand, emitting a radiant light, clearly ready to fight at any moment. Su Chen shrugged indifferently. What if I do? Are your ears not working? Did you not hear the rules I just set? A piece of innate spiritual treasure in exchange for a position your elder brother has already paid. Do you wish to take it for free? Dream on. Su Chen's voice was loud, echoing through the purple cloud palace, causing many powerful beings to secretly chuckle. One of the Sanqing Yuan Shi was actually being publicly extorted for a toll by an ancestral witch. This scene was simply too ridiculous. Yuan Shi trembled with anger, the light of pure clarity fluctuating violently. You shameless barbarian. This position is ordained by heaven. Our Sanqing sitting here is in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Do you dare to go against the heavens and obstruct me? Yuan Shi invoked the great righteousness of the heavenly Tao, attempting to pressure Su Chen with the authority of the sage's dojo. Su Chen, however, seemed to hear a great joke, digging his ears with a look of disdain. Stop trying to scare me with the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao were in charge of this matter, why didn't it strike me just now? I only recognize reason, not heaven. The position was seized by my witch clan, and now it is my private property. If you do not hand over the spiritual treasure, even if you shout the heavens down, you will not sit down today. Su Chen stepped forward, his blood surging with power. The 11 ancestral witches behind him also stepped forward, their killing intent soaring, locking onto Yuan Shi. This stance was clear. If you Yuan Shi dared to force your way in, there would be another battle today. Yuan Shi's face turned ashen, neither advancing nor retreating. If it came to a fight, he had already been besieged by the ancestral witches once, and he would gain no advantage. But to bow his head to Su Chen and hand over the spiritual treasure was more unbearable than death. Just as Yuan Shi found himself in a difficult position, the Supreme seated on the first cushion slowly spoke. Second brother, do not act impulsively. The cause and effect have been established. Some external objects are not worth mentioning. The Supreme's voice was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the nameless fire in Yuan Shi's heart. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth and shot Su Chen a fierce glare. Good. Su Chen, I will remember this debt. Yuan Shi painfully pulled out an ancient small shield radiating the energy of earth. This is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Shield. He hurled the small shield at Su Chen. Su Chen caught it steadily, feeling the pure laws of earth upon it, smiling with satisfaction. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, suppressing his humiliation, and strode to the second cushion, sitting down heavily. Sure enough, as the purple chi surged, there was no repulsion whatsoever. Yuan Shi sat steadily on the cushion parallel to the Supreme. Seeing this scene, the audience once again gasped in astonishment. He sat down again. The Sanqing truly are the orthodox of Pangu, destined by heaven. This cushion seems tailor-made for them. Everyone marveled, their respect for the Sanqing deepening. Seeing both of his brothers seated, Tong Tian no longer hesitated. He stepped forward boldly, his straightforward character not allowing him to dawdle like Yuan Shi. Su Chen, your temper suits me well. However, I can afford this spiritual treasure. Tong Tian laughed heartily, directly tossing out a pearl flashing with lightning. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure, purple lightning pearl, take it. Su Chen caught the purple lightning pearl, feeling the violent power of thunder within it, and casually tossed it to Chong Liang. Friend Tong Tian, you are straightforward. Please take a seat. Tong Tian laughed heartily, walking to the third mat, and sitting down calmly. At this point, the three pure ones had all taken their places, occupying the three mats at the front. The fortune within the purple cloud palace seemed to undergo a subtle change at this moment. A vast pressure belonging to the orthodox sect of the Xianmin faintly emanated from the three of them. Su Chen looked at the three pure ones sitting on the mats, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With the three pure ones in place, the momentum was irreversible. However, his actions today had violently torn open a gap in the small force of the heavenly Tao. In front of the main hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, the atmosphere presented a strange harmony. At the very front, the three pure ones sat majestically on mats surrounded by purple chi exuding a dignified aura. Meanwhile, beside them, Su Chan was calculating the treasures he had acquired this time. Yuming banner, split sky sword, green jade, gourd wutu, shield, purple lightning pearl. Tisk tisk, 5 low-grade innate spiritual treasures. This is a massive profit. Su Chen's smile was brighter than blooming chrysanthemums. His heaven-slaying battle axe was about to be upgraded from a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, with 5 items sufficient to elevate it to a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, and knowing there were still 3 spots unsold. That means he could acquire 3 innate spiritual treasures. And he had managed to obtain 5 items without shedding any blood merely through a few broken mats. Although they were all low-grade for the Witch clan, who lacked a primordial spirit and were extremely short of magical treasures, this was undoubtedly an enormous windfall. Dijiang looked at Su Chen, a hint of a smile unconsciously appearing on his usually serious face. 13th brother, how did your mind come up with this? You came up with such a desperate plan. I am impressed. Zhu Rong was also very pleased. After all, such a situation would be hard to come by in the future. Haha, seeing the expression of that old thief Yuan sure just now made me feel so good. 13th brother, we should do more business like this in the future. Gong Gong shot Zhu Rong a glance. Do you think the Saint's Tao field opens every day? However, 13th brother, this move indeed brought honor to our Witch clan. The ancestors of the Witch clan were all smiling with joy, completely immersed in the happiness of getting rich. Meanwhile, the onlooking powerful beings from the primordial era were turning red with envy. They were too jealous. Those were 5 innate spiritual treasures. Just like that, they were taken away by these barbarians from the Witch clan. Especially Tai Yi, watching Rusho wielding his split sky sword in demonstration, was furious. Brother, this Su Chun is too much. Tai Yi gritted his teeth and growled. Dijun patted Tai Yi's shoulder, his gaze deep as water. Let him be arrogant. The tree that stands out is bound to be blown down by the wind. His high-profile actions in the Purple Cloud Palace today have offended the 3 pure ones and angered the heavenly Tao even more. This account will eventually be settled with him. Inside the main hall, after Su Chan finished counting his spoils, he directed his gaze once again toward the remaining 3 mats. 3 pure ones occupied, 3 leaving 3 empty. Everyone, there are still 3 spots. The 3 pure ones have already demonstrated personally this spot is definitely a good thing. If you pass by, don't miss it. Just for 1 innate spiritual treasure, you won't suffer a loss or be deceived. Su Chen activated his merchant mode again, shouting loudly. However, this time the entire audience remained silent. Everyone was not foolish. Tai Yi was blasted away, and the 3 pure ones sat firmly. Oh, what did this imply? It implied that these positions were for the chosen ones. Only a destined child of Pangu's caliber could sit among those present who dared to say their roots could compare to the 3 pure ones. No one wanted to lose an innate spiritual treasure for nothing and end up heavily injured and vomiting blood. In the crowd at the edge of the Demon Clan's camp, Nuwa stood quietly in exquisite beauty, yet at this moment a hint of undeniable excitement surfaced on her face. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the 4th mat. Just as the 3 pure ones sat down, the laws of creation deep within her primordial spirit suddenly surged intensely. It was a kind of guidance from the void, as if that mat were meant to exist solely for her. Karma. She could clearly feel that the purple chi on that mat not only did not repel her. Instead, it seemed to gently call out to her, waiting for her arrival. Nuwa took a deep breath, turning to look at her brother. Brother, I feel I can sit on that mat. Nuwa's voice was very low, but in the silence of the Purple Cloud Palace, it sounded like thunder in Fux's ears. Fushi turned his head sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Sister, what? What did you say? Fux's voice trembled slightly as he instinctively glanced at Tai Yi, whose face turned ashen in the distance. Are you sure? That mat even blasted Tai Yi away. If you were the slightest bit careless and get hit by the heavenly Taoist repulsion force, the consequences would be unimaginable. She nodded heavily, her tone filled with undeniable certainty. Yes, brother, I am sure. Inside there is my chance to achieve the Tao. I must give it a try. Fushi gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. All right. Since you feel the connection, let's give it a try. Fushi patted his chest, speaking boldly. The 2 siblings took a deep breath, parted the crowd in front of them, and strode toward the front. Their actions instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Suddenly, a man and a woman emerged from the crowd, striding directly toward him. Su Chen focused his gaze and immediately smiled. Aren't these the 2 friends, Fushi and Nuwa? How about that? After our parting at Mount Bujo, your elegance remains unchanged. Su Chen put down his heaven-slaying axe, replacing it with a warm smile, and took the initiative to greet them. They were old clients. Back at Mount Buzhou, Nuwa generously gave him 2 spiritual treasures. Today in the Purple Cloud Palace, this big fat sheep had come knocking on his door again. Friend Su Chen, greetings. Fushi slightly cupped his hands, forcing a smile. My sister feels a connection with that 4th mat and wishes to try it out. I wonder about the rules. Fushi asked tentatively, still holding out a sliver of hope that Su Chen might give a discount based on their past friendship at Mount Buzhou. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's smile grew even brighter. He extended his right hand, skillfully rubbing his thumb and index finger together. As for the rules, we are all old acquaintances, I naturally understand. No deception for the young or the old one, innate spiritual treasure, no credit. Su Chen's words were decisive, shattering Fux's last sliver of fantasy. Fushi sighed helplessly, his heart bleeding. He casually flipped his hand, and a treasure fan exuding blue wind and purple thunder appeared in his palm. It was indeed a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Wind Thunder Fan. Nuwa, please take a seat. Nuwa took a deep breath, calming her excited heart. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, she gracefully walked toward the 4th mat. The atmosphere in the front hall of the Purple Cloud Palace solidified to the utmost at that moment. All sounds of breathing disappeared. Thousands of eyes were fixed on Nuwa. Finally, Nuwa reached the 4th mat and sat down. She was not blasted away. She succeeded. Silence. The Purple Cloud Palace fell into an absolute silence lasting 10 breaths. Heavens, she actually sat down. There was no rejection. The heavenly Tao actually accepted her. How is this possible? The 3 pure ones can sit, but why can Nuwa? The crowd erupted into chaos. If Nuwa can sit, does that mean we also have a chance? This thought wildly sprouted in the hearts of countless loose cultivators. Among the crowd, the redrobed ancestor Hongjun was currently staring wide-eyed at the remaining 2 mats. He swallowed hard and tugged at the sleeve of Zhun Yuanzi next to him. Brother Jinyuan, did you see that? Nuwa succeeded. This means that this opportunity is not exclusively for the orthodox Pangu. Zhun Yuanzi frowned, holding a soil-colored book of earth. Brother Hongyun, do not be reckless. Zhun Yuanzi grabbed Hongyun's wrist, his expression grave. This mat is peculiar. Nuwa could sit on it, perhaps due to her great merits and destinies. You and I are just idle clouds and wild cranes. If we force it, we might suffer backlash. Zhun Yuanzi was naturally cautious. He always felt that the waters in the Purple Cloud Palace were too deep. However, Hongjun was currently intoxicated by the opportunity. He looked at the swirling purple chi, feeling a voice in his heart urging him. Go sit down. If you sit down, you can become a saint. Brother, this opportunity must not be missed. It will not come again. Hongjun broke free of Zhun Yuanzi's grip, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Cultivators are, after all, people who defy the heavens and fight for their lives. If you don't even have the courage to try, what cultivation, what pursuit of longevity are you after? Hongjun took a deep breath, straightening his red robe. Under Zhun Yuanzi's anxious gaze, he strode out of the crowd. Friend Su Chen. Hongyun's cheerful voice echoed within the Purple Cloud Palace. For this 5th position, I Hongyun wish to try it out. Su Chen looked at Hongjun as he stepped out, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. So I really have to walk this path, he thought to himself. According to the mythological trajectory of his past life, this 5th mat was originally meant for Hongjun. However, it was originally Hongjun who had seized it by luck. Now he had to pay. This is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Fire Cloud Pearl. Friends, please verify it. Hongjun handed the Fire Cloud Pearl to Su Chen, his eyes still showing a hint of reluctance. Su Chen quickly accepted the Fire Cloud Pearl, stepping aside. 5th position, please, friend. Hongjun took a deep breath, turning to face the 5th mat. At that moment, his heartbeat raced to its peak. Success or failure hinged on this one move. He slowly stepped forward, arriving at the mat. Without hesitation, without doubt, Hongjun sat down directly. He sat steadily on the mat. He succeeded too. The Purple Cloud Palace was completely thrown into chaos. If Nuwa's success could still be roughly attributed to her merits, then Hongyun's success completely shattered everyone's understanding. Countless powerful beings clutched their chests, regretting it deeply. They watched helplessly as an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity slipped away right before their eyes. The pain was even more unbearable than death. Now only this last position remains. A unique seat, the last chance to board. Su Chen's voice was filled with seduction. In the hall, someone swallowed hard, and their voice sounded particularly clear in the silence. Countless powerful beings' eyes turned red. Hongyun's success had completely shattered the fear in their hearts. Since Hongjun could sit, why couldn't they? Just for one innate spiritual treasure. Just one. However, when they instinctively reached for their sleeves and storage spaces, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Nothing. There was nothing. In the early days of the primordial era, although spiritual energy was abundant, innate spiritual treasures were still limited. Most spiritual treasures were still in the process of gestation or hidden by the heavenly Tao. Among the thousands of powerful beings present aside from those like the three pure ones and Tai Yi who were born with privilege, the vast majority were utterly impoverished. Su Chen was not worried at all, because he knew that the true buyer for this last position was still on their way. The 6 saint positions set by the heavenly Tao cannot possibly remain empty. According to the memories of my past life, the 2 unfortunate fellows from the west should arrive just as the purple cloud palace is about to close. Calculating the time, it should be about time for them to make an appearance, right? Su Chen rubbed his chin, a cunning light flickering in his eyes. The time for the Lord's teaching is almost here. The purple cloud palace will close. At this moment, a voice rang out as Hao Yin and Yao Qi walked in, preparing to close the doors of the purple cloud palace. But just then, outside the originally silent purple cloud palace, a piercingly sorrowful and tragic wail suddenly erupted. Alas, brother, our fate is so bitter. After enduring countless hardships and traversing endless chaos, have we still arrived too late? This voice was loud and penetrative, instantly spreading throughout the entire front hall of the purple cloud palace. All the powerful beings were stunned by this sudden lament. Everyone turned their heads toward the door. They saw 2 figures stumbling in from outside. The one in front was a Taoist with a sorrowful expression and a waxy yellow complexion. He wore a tattered Taoist robe as if it hadn't been washed in 800 years, exuding an aura of, "I am very poor, I am very miserable." It was none other than the Western Jain Taoist. Following behind Jain was a thin, sly Taoist. Naturally, it was the Zhuan Taoist. As the 2 entered the great hall, Zhuan, his keen eyes scanned the entire room like a radar, instantly locking onto the 6 meditation cushions radiating mysterious purple aura in the front. The heavenly rules contained within the purple aura sent shivers down his spine, even from a distance. Opportunity. It was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Zhuan's heart began to race, his blood seemingly boiling at that moment. He focused his gaze and saw 5 figures already seated on the first 5 cushions. Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. The 3 pure ones of Pangu occupied the first 3. The 4th was Nu Hua and the 5th was Hongjun in a red robe. Wait, the 6th cushion was actually empty. Zhuan Ti rubbed his eyes, hardly believing his good fortune. He suddenly grabbed the tattered sleeve of Jia Yin beside him, his voice shaking with excitement. "Senior brother, look quickly. There's still a spot left in front. That is the opportunity reserved for us." Jia Yin followed Zhuan, his pointed finger, and a terrifying light suddenly burst forth from his sorrowful eyes. Goodness, goodness. The heavens do not abandon the West. This must be the divine mercy of the Tao. Jia Yin paid no heed to his injuries as his inner power surged violently. He transformed into a streak of golden light, rolling and crawling towards that 6th position with astonishment. The thousands of powerful beings present watched this scene with strange expressions. No one spoke to warn him, nor did anyone step forward to stop him. Everyone took a half step back, crossing their arms and stifling laughter. They had witnessed the 100-eyed demon lord being nearly killed and Tai Yi being sent flying, spitting blood. Moreover, there was a living Yama demanding tolls right in front of the cushions. Everyone was eager to see how these 2 impoverished Westerners would suffer. As Jia Yin saw the swirling purple aura drawing closer, his overwhelming joy could no longer be contained. He extended his withered hand, almost grasping that cushion, symbolizing supreme opportunity. However, at that critical moment, a piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly erupted, tearing through the atmosphere. A gigantic axe shimmering with overwhelming murderous intent crashed down with the force of a mountain. Bang! The giant axe slammed into the ground before Jia Yin, creating a spray of purple sparks. The violent aura materialized into a shockwave, forcefully halting Jia Yin in his tracks. Jia Yin trembled in fright, instinctively taking 3 steps back, his face as pale as death. He lifted his head, looking up the sturdy axe handle. There he saw a tall young man, his vitality soaring like a dragon, gazing at him with a half smile. Su Chen gripped the axe of heaven, blocking Jia Yin's path like an insurmountable demon. "Oh dear fellow Taoist, why are you rushing off to reincarnate so quickly?" Su Chen's lips curved into a teasing smirk, his gaze filled with mockery. Zhuan Ti, who was following behind, immediately exploded with rage. Seeing the cooked duck about to fly away, how could he let it go so easily? Zhuan Ti stepped forward, pointing a finger at Su Chen's nose, angrily rebuking him. "Who are you? How dare you wield a weapon in the purple cloud palace, blocking my senior brother from taking his seat? Do you have no regard for the saints, no respect for the Tao?" Zhuan Ti's voice was sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the entire front hall. He attempted to use the prestige of the saint's place to crush this reckless fool before him. Su Chen looked at the furious Zhuan Ti, and his smile only broadened. He leisurely rested the axe of heaven on his shoulder, brushing off the dust from his hands. "I am Su Chen, the 13th ancestor of the Wu clan, no name or surname to change." Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable, domineering aura. At this declaration, both Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti gasped in shock. the ancestor of the Wu clan. The one who cultivates the physical body instead of the primordial spirit, the brutish first cancer of the primordial chaos. Zhu Ti inwardly cursed his misfortune for provoking this group of calamities. However, glancing at the cushion within arm's reach, his greed ultimately triumphed over his fear. What of the Wu clan? This is the purple cloud palace of Hongjun, not your Pangu hall. Zhu Ti straightened his back and shouted fiercely. If you know what's good for you, step aside quickly, lest you ruin my senior brother's opportunity to attain sainthood. Otherwise, when the Dao ancestor appears, you will surely regret it. Chen looked at Zhu Ti's blustering demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to look at the other ancestral Wu beings behind him, helplessly shrugging. Big brother, it seems this country bumpkin from the west doesn't understand human speech at all. Dijiang snorted coldly, his presence vibrating with disdain. Zhu Rong directly stepped forward, flames erupting from his body, sizzling the surrounding air. 13th, brother, why waste words with him? How dare he boast before our Wu clan? Just slap him dead. Feeling the terrifying, murderous intent of the 11th ancestor, Zhu Ti shrank his neck and retreated several steps. It dawned on him that he was facing a group of unreasonable madmen. Jie, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly pulled Zhu Ti behind him, shielding him. He forced out a smile, even more awkward than crying, cupping his hands towards Chen. Fellow Taoist, Chen, please calm your anger. My junior brother is naturally reckless and has offended you. I hope you can forgive him and not hold it against him. Jie's demeanor was very humble, showcasing the admirable flexibility of the Western saints. Seeing this, Chen nodded in satisfaction, the murderous intent on his face dissipating in an instant. He donned the signature smile of a scheming merchant, making one feel as if they were basking in springtime. At least Jie Taoist understands reason. I am quite easy to talk to, and I never strike indiscriminately. Chen pointed to the sixth cushion behind him, raising an eyebrow. You want to sit in this spot, right? That can be arranged, no problem. Upon hearing this, Jie was overjoyed, thinking Chen was going to let them pass. However, Chen's next sentence plunged him into an ice pit. However, this spot was painstakingly claimed by my Wu clan. If you think you can take it for free, that is impossible. Just pay a toll, and we can consider ourselves friends. How about that? Jie's smile instantly froze, his mouth twitching violently. A toll? Collecting a toll in the saint's place. Has the Wu clan's ancestors' brain been blown silly by the chaotic winds? The atmosphere in the front hall of the Zixiao Palace became extremely bizarre due to a single remark from Chen. Thousands of ancient powers from the wilderness suppressed their laughter, watching as Jane and Zhu Ti faced humiliation. Jane took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fury within. A grimace that was uglier than crying appeared on his troubled face. Chen, are you joking? This place is the Zixiao Palace where Hongjun sage imparts teachings. How can private transactions take place here? Jane attempted to reason with Chen, hoping to make him back down. However, Chen seemed oblivious, casually digging at his ears. He flicked his fingers, sending the dust from under his nails flying, his eyes filled with disdain. Don't use the sage to pressure me. My Wu clan only reveres Pangu, not the heavenly Dao, and we fear no sage. This position is now under my control, and I set the rules. Chen stepped forward, wielding the axe of heaven, exuding an intimidating aura. Just tell me, do you want to sit in this position or not? Jane was forced back a step by Chen's imposing presence, his heart filled with anxiety. He glanced at the purple aura swirling around the lotus seat, unable to hide his desire. Of course I want to sit. I just want to know, what is the toll you speak of? Jane asked, tentatively, calculating in his mind that if it were a few innate spirit roots, he could part with them. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly spread across Chen's face. He slowly extended a finger, waving it in front of Jane, his tone upbeat. Not much, I assure you, no bargaining. Just one innate spiritual treasure. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a massive boulder had been dropped into a calm lake. Jane and Zhu Ti were instantly struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. Zhu Ti's eyes widened like brass bells, his pupils nearly popping out. He felt he had heard the most absurd joke since the creation of the world. What? An innate spiritual treasure? Zhu Ti jumped up, his voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed at Chen, his finger trembling violently, his whole body shaking with rage. You shameless barbarian, why don't you go and rob one? Do you think innate spiritual treasures are as common as cabbages? This is blatant extortion, simply insane. Zhu Ti completely lost control, spitting out words in a frenzy directed at Chen. The western lands were already barren, and they could hardly find a decent spirit herb. The two brothers were so poor that they couldn't produce an innate spiritual treasure for the toll. Chen was simply pushing them to their limits. Facing Zhu Ti's spittle, Chen was not the least bit angry. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. His boisterous laughter echoed within the Zixiao Palace, filled with mockery. Rob? Why would I do that when this is so much faster? Chen retorted with righteous confidence, making it impossible for anyone to counter. I'm clearly marking the price. One is willing to pay the other to accept. Chen looked Zhuanti up and down, his eyes full of disdain. Look at you two, poor and shabby, unable to wear a decent outfit. If you can't produce a spiritual treasure, just say so. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Hurry and step aside, there are many others behind who want to buy this position. Chen waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly, pretending to turn to leave. Zhuanti was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his head. Having never suffered such humiliating disgrace, he was ready to summon a treasure and fight Chen. You arrogant fool, today I must uphold justice and teach you a lesson. Zhuanti shouted loudly, a halo of Buddhist light appearing around him, looking as if he would fight to the death. However, before he could act, Jane tightly held down his shoulder. Junior brother, do not act rashly. Jiayan's voice was deep and stern, carrying an undeniable authority. He was much calmer than Zhuanti, knowing that acting here would bring dire consequences. Not only could they not defeat the 12 fierce ancestors, but they would also anger Hongjun Daozu. Jane took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation in his heart, and looked at Chen once more. Chen, your request is truly unreasonable. Do you think the Zixiao Palace is a place where you can act right? Aren't you afraid of inciting public anger, having your fellow Taoists turn against you? Jane attempted to incite the mighty present, putting pressure on Chen. However, as his words fell, the hall fell into dead silence with no one responding. Everyone was just watching the show. Who would offend the Wu clan for 2 Western paupers? Seeing Jiayan's futile actions, a cold smile spread across Chen's face. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the few figures sitting at the front. Afraid? If Chen knew how to fear, I wouldn't be standing here today. Chen's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of mockery and arrogance. Do you really think I am targeting you? To sit in this position, one must provide a spiritual treasure. Chen's finger pointed straight at Taishang Yuanshi and Tongtian. Those few are the true lineage of Pangu, the top powers of the wilderness. Didn't they obediently offer spiritual treasures to sit on that lotus seat? As soon as these words were spoken, Jane and Zhuanti were struck dumb, as if hit by lightning, their bodies frozen in place. Zhuanti suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the backs of the 3 purities, filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Zhuanti's voice trembled, his worldview shattering at this moment. The 3 purities are the transformed essence of Pangu, destined by heaven. How could they bow down to a barbarian like you and pay any toll? Zhuanti shook his head, frantically refusing to believe this absurd reality. In his view, the 3 purities were such proud beings. How could they suffer such humiliation? Chen looked at Zhuanti's collapsed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't believe it? Then go ask them yourself. Chen crossed his arms, adopting a posture of enjoying the show, completely unfazed. Zhuanti swallowed hard, struggling to turn his stiff neck. With the last glimmer of hope, he cast his gaze towards the 3 purities sitting in the front. Taishang Yuanshi, Tongtian. Zhuanti's voice trembled slightly, carrying an almost imperceptible, is what this barbarian says true? Did you really offer innate spiritual treasures? In the hall, the atmosphere instantly solidified, all eyes focused on the 3 purities. Taishang sat on the first lotus seat, his eyes half closed, as if in deep meditation. He ignored Zhuanti's inquiry, showing no intention to respond. Yuanqi's face turned ashen with anger. Tongtian, however, appeared much more carefree, playing with the hilt of his sword, utterly unconcerned. If they gave it, then they gave it. It's just a low-grade spiritual treasure, only a good position in exchange, not a loss. Tongshan's words were like a heavy hammer striking hard at Zhuanti's heart. Zhuanti was struck dumb, retreating 3 steps, his face turning as pale as paper. He turned to look at Nuwa, who smiled awkwardly without denying it. Then he looked at Hongjun, who nodded honestly. Boom. The last line of defense in Zhuanti's mind completely collapsed. His worldview shattered into pieces, unable to be pieced back together. Even the true lineage of Pangu had bowed down, and even Nuwa and Hongjun had paid their dues. Chen had truly extorted all the top powers present, with just a few broken lotus seats. Jane watched this scene as shocked, no less than Zhuanti's. Yet he saw deeper and thought further than Zhuanti. How proud were the 3 purities? They knew Chen was extorting them, yet they still willingly offered innate spiritual treasures. What does this signify? It indicates that the value of these lotus seats far exceeds that of an innate spiritual treasure. This is an unimaginable opportunity, even related to the foundation of future sainthood. Jane took a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashing across his troubled face. The western lands were barren, and it took countless years for the 2 brothers to barely find a few spiritual treasures. Each one was as precious as their own lives. But for the future of the West, for this elusive chance of enlightenment, they would go all out. Jane turned sharply, staring hard at Chen, gritting his teeth as he spoke. All right, I will provide that spiritual treasure. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuanti immediately became anxious, grabbing Jane's arm. Senior brother, you mustn't. We in the West are already impoverished. How can we afford to squander any more spiritual treasures? However, Jia shook off Zhu Ti's hand with a fierce determination in his gaze. Junior brother, do not speak further. The opportunity is right before us. If we miss it for the sake of trivial external matters, what face do we have to return to the West? Jia slowly reached into the tattered sleeve. After rummaging for a long time, his face was filled with pain and reluctance. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled out a piece of withered wood radiating a faint golden light. This seemingly ordinary wood contained an extremely pure essence of metal energy. It was indeed the low-grade, innate spiritual treasure known as the golden wood of Bodhi, a specialty of the West. Jia closed his eyes and fiercely threw the piece of withered wood towards Su Chen. Take it. Jia voice was filled with anguish, as if he were cutting off a piece of flesh. Su Chen, quick and nimble, caught the piece of Bodhi wood in his hands. Feeling the innate Tao rhyme flowing on it, Su Chen's smile was brighter than blooming chrysanthemums. Ah, Jia, my friend, you are truly generous. Su Chen unceremoniously stowed the Bodhi wood away. He turned around, slightly bowing, and made an extremely graceful gesture of invitation towards Jia. Jia, all debts are settled. This sixth position belongs to you. Please take your seat. Jia opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed the tumultuous blood within him. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in attendance, he took heavy steps towards the final mat. With each step his heart bled, yet it was filled with anticipation for the unknown. Finally he reached the mat. Without hesitation, Jia lifted his tattered Dao robe and sat down steadily. The purple aura on the mat suddenly erupted with dazzling light, enveloping Jia. However, the anticipated violent repulsion did not occur. The purple aura, as if meeting a long-lost relative, gently merged into Jia's body. Jia's form was as steady as a mountain, exuding a grand aura of compassion for all beings. He had succeeded. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. All the powerful beings widened their eyes and gasped. Unbelievably, he actually sat down. Even this impoverished fellow from the West can gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. What standard does this mat use to select people? A wave of incredulous exclamations erupted from the crowd, filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Tai, infuriated, slammed his fist against the nearby pillar, his eyes filled with resentment. Why is it that I, a royal of the demon clan, was flung away while a beggar from the West can sit firmly? The heavenly Tao is unjust. Jia sat firmly, surrounded by swirling purple energy, his appearance dignified. This scene deeply pierced Zhu Ti, who stood nearby. At first, Zhu Ti was overjoyed, happy for his senior brother to obtain such a great opportunity. But soon after, his complexion turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He suddenly turned his head to look at the front row of seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 mats radiating mysterious purple energy were now completely occupied. Taishang Yuan, Shitong Tian Nu Wa Hongjun, and Jia. Each mat had its occupant, not even a gap was left. Zhu Ti felt as if struck by lightning. His entire being seemed drained of strength, swaying unsteadily. All gone. The positions. All gone. Zhu Ti muttered to himself, his voice laced with endless despair. From discovering the paradise of opportunity, he had instantly fallen into the hell of lost chances. This immense psychological gap nearly drove him to madness. His senior brother had seated himself, gaining hope for sanctification. But what about him? Was Zhu Ti destined to only stand here in this great hall, a pitiful bystander? No, absolutely not. A glint of madness flashed in Zhu Ti's eyes as he suddenly looked around, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Forcefully snatching, he glanced at the unfathomable cultivation of the Sanqing, and then at Su Chen's fearsome giant axe. The moment this thought arose, he extinguished it without hesitation. To forcefully snatch would be seeking death. It was absolutely unfeasible. Since brute force wouldn't work, he would have to rely on cunning. Zhu Ti's shrewd little eyes spun around, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. With a thud, a muffled sound echoed as Zhu Ti suddenly buckled at the knees, kneeling on the hard ground of the Zixiao Palace without warning. This kneel stunned all the powerful beings present. Before anyone could react, Zhu Ti looked up and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Heaven, the heavenly Tao is unjust. This voice was piercing and mournful, causing listeners to feel sorrow and tears to flow, as if it were more tragic than losing a beloved father. Zhu Ti pounded his chest with both hands, tears gushing forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Our Western land is so innocent. In the past, during the battle between Tao and demons, the demon ancestor Luo host self-destructed, destroying all our Western spiritual veins. Since then, the West has been filled with suffering, barren, and desolate. While crying, Zhu Ti fiercely knocked his head against the ground, producing loud thuds. His forehead quickly broke, the skin blood flowing down his cheeks, making it a shocking sight. My brother and I, with hearts full of compassion, are determined to revitalize the West and save all beings. To seek this supreme path, we have endured countless hardships, risking our lives. We crossed endless chaotic winds to finally arrive here at the Zhixiao Palace. Zhuan cried heart-wrenchingly, snot and tears mixing together covering his entire face. He extended a trembling finger pointing at the 6 occupied mats ahead, his eyes filled with despair. Now that my senior brother has achieved his wish and found a place to stand, I Zhuan do not even have a place to sit. I seek the Tao with no way. How can I face the billions of suffering beings in the West? Zhuan Ti's cries echoed in the Zhixiao Palace, truly heartfelt and moving. However, among these powerful beings of primordial times, who was not an old fox that had lived countless epochs? All of them watched Zhuan Ti's extraordinary performance with cold indifference. The ancestor of the underworld river, holding the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, let out an unabashed cold laugh. The poverty of the West has nothing to do with us. To use such a painful act to deceive for a seat, do you really take us for fools? The ancestor of Kunpeng also wore a face of disdain, mocking sarcastically. Indeed, lacking the ability to snatch a position, you just cry and wail, utterly disgracing the reputation of the Zhixiao guests. Tai Yi sneered with disdain, not even bothering to look more than once at Zhuan Ti. Faced with the mocking ridicule of the crowd, although Zhuan Ti felt deep resentment, the performance had reached this point, and he could only continue to escalate. He suddenly stood up, a glint of desperate madness flashing in his eyes. Since there is no way to seek the Tao and heaven does not allow me, what meaning is there in my existence? I might as well crash into a pillar of the Zhixiao Palace today, which would be worthy of the beings of the West. With that, Zhuan Ti let out a desperate roar, lowering his head and charging toward a massive purple-golden pillar like a mad bull. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly became eerie, as if blood was truly about to be spilled in a display of death for a cause. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the back of Zhuan Ti, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. Everyone secretly muttered to themselves, go ahead and crash. If you really die, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have one less competitor. Zhuan Ti kept his head down, sprinting towards the purple-gold pillar. His movements appeared resolute, with an overwhelming momentum. Yet in reality his speed was incredibly slow, almost comparable to that of a tortoise. As Zhuan Ti ran, he desperately stole glances around with the corner of his eye. He was waiting for a soft-hearted fool to come out and stop him. However, as he neared the pillar less than 3 feet away, the silence behind him remained unbroken. Not only was there no one to pull him back, but not even a word of persuasion was uttered. Zhuan Ti panicked, his heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. Could it be that these guys really have hearts of stone, just watching me die? If I really crash into it, I will lose all face. Just when Zhuan Ti was caught in a dilemma, preparing to feign a slip to ease the embarrassment, a gentle yet pained voice finally echoed in the silent hall. Alas, fellow Taoist, why must you seek death so recklessly? To Zhuan Ti, this voice was like a celestial melody. He abruptly stopped, turned around, and followed the sound. He saw Hongjun seated on the 5th meditation cushion, gazing at him with a face full of sympathy. Hongjun was kind-hearted, renowned as the benevolent one of the primordial chaos. Unable to bear the sight of Zhuan Ti's tragic state, the saintly spirit within him awakened completely. Jin Yuanzi, who sat behind Hongjun, was instantly taken aback. He tightly grabbed hold of Hongyun's red robe, urgently whispering an admonition. Hongjun, you must be crazy. This is an unparalleled opportunity you exchanged for an innate spirit treasure. He tightly grabbed hold of Hongyun's red robe, urgently whispering an admonition. Hongjun, you must be crazy. This is an unparalleled opportunity you exchanged for an... He clung tightly to Hongjun, fearing that this old friend might do something regretful. However, Hongjun gently shook his head, his eyes filled with righteous resolve. Opportunities are indeed important, but how can we watch a fellow Taoist perish before our eyes? As cultivators, we must have compassion in our hearts. How can we stand by and do nothing? Hongyun's words resonated with gravity, as if he had transformed into a savior of the world. He forcefully broke free from Zhang Yuanzi's grasp, resolutely standing up. Looking at Zhuan Ti not far away, Hongjun displayed a smile as warm as spring. Fellow Taoist, do not seek death. If you truly seek the Tao, I shall give up my position for you. At these words, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Hongjun as if he were a fool, hardly believing their ears. To relinquish a saintly opportunity bought with an innate spirit treasure just like that. Had Hongyun's mind been kicked by a donkey? Meanwhile, at the moment Zhuan Ti heard Hongjun offer his seat, he transformed like a spring-loaded mechanism. Whoosh! The Zhuan Ti, who had been devastated and prepared to crash into the pillar a second ago, turned into a shadow in the next moment, dashing toward the 5th meditation cushion at an incredible speed. The speed was so fast that it created a series of explosive sounds in the air. Even Su Chen, standing aside, could only see a blur and had no time to react. With an extremely standard sliding move, Zhuan Ti accurately landed on the meditation cushion that Hongjun had just vacated. Thud! Zhuan Ti sat down firmly, as if he had taken root on the cushion. The sadness, despair, and tears on his face vanished without a trace the moment he settled down. In its place was an exceedingly radiant smile, even a bit obsequious. The speed of this transformation was 1,000 times faster than flipping a book. Thank you, Hongjun, for your great kindness and virtue. Fellow Taoist, your noble character will be remembered by all beings in the West. Seated on the cushion, Zhuan Ti repeatedly bowed to the still-stunned Hongjun standing beside him, his smile so wide that it was almost toothless. Hongjun was completely dumbfounded, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. It seemed he still hadn't come to realize what he had just relinquished. Jin Yuanzi was trembling with anger, pointing at Hongjun, unable to utter a word. Are you out of your mind? Jin Yuanzi stomped his foot in despair, wishing he could slap Hongjun awake. Su Chen stood by, coldly observing this farce. He looked at Hongyun's foolish expression, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Hongjun, oh Hongjun, your saintly heart has ultimately led to your own downfall. By giving up the chance to become a saint, you have woven a great karmic bond. The star of death has already begun to shine above your head. Su Chen sighed inwardly, but said nothing further, for this was the destined path of the heavenly Tao. He touched the few heavy, innate spirit treasures in his possession, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Regardless of who sits or who yields, he had already profited from his spirit treasures. At that moment, a deep rumbling sound suddenly echoed outside the Zhixiao Palace. The time for the Lord's teachings has arrived. The Zhixiao Palace is closing. The crisp voices of Hao Yin and Yao Qi resonated within the grand hall. Accompanied by the thunderous sound, the two heavy purple-gold doors of the Zhixiao Palace slammed shut. This completely isolated the chaotic flow of energy from the outside world. The grand hall instantly fell silent, and a supreme, boundless pressure quietly descended. Hongjun Daozu was about to appear. Su Chen gripped his axe tightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Would his reckless scheme of amassing wealth in the Zhixiao Palace provoke the deists' wrath? The good show had only just begun. The grand hall became silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A supreme, boundless pressure silently settled in the hearts of everyone. This pressure bore no trace of smoke or fire, but instilled no thoughts of resistance. They understood that the legendary Hongjun Daozu, who had defeated the demon ancestor Luo Ho and attained the supreme Tao, was about to appear. Buzz. On the high platform at the front of the grand hall, a place that had been empty suddenly rippled with strange waves. Endless purple energy surged forth from the void, intertwining to form intricate and profound diagrams of the Tao. Amidst this embrace of purple energy, a frail figure gradually emerged like flowing water. Dressed in a gray-white Taoist robe, his face was ancient and his eyes were slightly closed. A broken jade disc hovered behind his head, exuding a disquieting aura of creation. It was none other than Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun made no deliberate effort to radiate any aura. He simply sat there quietly. Yet the feeling he conveyed was that he was the center of this world. He was the embodiment of the Tao. The figure of Hongjun Daozu stood like an insurmountable, ancient, divine mountain. He sat quietly upon the high platform without a hint of movement, yet he weighed heavily upon the thousands of powerful beings present, making it difficult for them to breathe. Hongjun atop the high platform slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as water, devoid of any ripples, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. Hongjun's gaze lightly swept over the 6 cushions in the front row: Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Yua, Zhuanti, and Jane. The images of these 6 individuals reflected in the depths of Hongjun's profound eyes, seemingly confirming a certain predetermined fate. Soon after, his emotionless voice slowly echoed within the great hall. The seating arrangement shall henceforth be as such. No changes shall be made. Boom. These 2 brief sentences struck the hearts of all present like heavy hammers. In the Zhixiao Palace, a surge of tumultuous waves erupted. What? Just this. The Daozu did not pursue Su Chen's auctioning of a seat. Yuan Shitian Zun suddenly raised his head, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes nearly bulging out. How is this possible? Why does the Daozu not punish him? Su Chen stood to the side, watching the expressions of the crowd, nearly unable to contain his laughter. He discreetly stroked the 6 heavy, innate spirit treasures in his arms, feeling elated. It seems I bet correctly. That old man Hongjun truly only cares for the trends of the Tao. Su Chen pondered inwardly. As long as the individuals seated on these 6 cushions were the 6 saints predetermined by the Tao. As for how the seating was obtained, through snatching or purchasing, the Tao did not care at all. This is the so-called great trend that cannot be altered, while the small trend can be reversed. Su Chen had managed to exploit a perfect loophole right beneath the Tao's watchful eyes. Not only did he gain 6 innate spirit treasures for free, but he also completely severed the causal ties. This operation was akin to Qin Shi Huang touching electric wires. What a win! Hongjun paid no mind to the varying thoughts of those below. He slightly raised his hand, and the swirling purple energy in the great hall instantly calmed. I uphold the decree of the Tao and educate the beings of the wilderness. This time the Zhixiao Palace opens, I shall speak the Tao 3 times. Hongjun's voice was ethereal and vast, seemingly emanating from all directions, striking deep into the souls of the audience. Everyone instantly perked up, even their breathing becoming cautious, afraid to miss a single word. The first lecture will discuss the realm of the Great Luo. The second lecture will discuss the realm of the Quasi-Saint. The third lecture will discuss the realm of the Saint. Each lecture will last for 3,000 years. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, a wave of suppressed fervor erupted throughout the entire Zhixiao Palace, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The realm of the Great Luo. The realm of the Quasi-Saint. And that legendary supreme realm of the Saint. This was like a long-awaited rain to the powerful beings present in the wilderness. It should be noted that at this moment the wilderness was extremely lacking in cultivation methods. Everyone was relying on instinct and innate talent to explore, and even being a Great Luo Golden Immortal was already the pinnacle. As for how to break through the Great Luo and reach a higher realm, no one knew at all. Yet now Hongjun Daozu was actually going to point the way forward for them. The realm of the Saint. What kind of magnificent existence is that? The ancestor of Hongyun murmured, his eyes filled with longing and obsession. Zhun Yuanzi tightly gripped the earth book in his hands, his body slightly trembling with excitement. In the front row, Taishang's eyes suddenly burst forth with 2 brilliant beams of light. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. This is the destiny of my 3 clear ones. Taishang took a deep breath, quickly calming his mind and entering a state of tranquility. Zhuanti and Jane were even moved to tears, repeatedly bowing to Hongjun. Daozu compassionate. Daozu compassionate. Our Western revival is hopeful. Zhuanti, feeling the precious cushion beneath him, secretly rejoiced at how worthwhile his earlier act had been. Had he missed this opportunity, he truly would have crashed into the pillar in despair. Hongjun looked at the eager crowd below and nodded slightly. He did not utter any more meaningless words, directly closing his eyes. The lecture begins. As soon as Hongjun spoke those 4 words, the scene in the Zhixiao Palace instantly transformed. Endless spiritual energy surged, wildly morphing into dazzling golden lotuses that descended from the dome of the Great Hall. On the ground, pools of fragrant nectar spouted forth, nourishing the hearts and minds of the crowd. This was the supreme phenomenon of the saint lecturing, with golden lotuses raining from the heavens and sweet nectar bursting from the earth. The sound of the Tao resonated like a grand bell ringing in everyone's ears. The esoteric principles of heaven and earth at this moment became clear and tangible through Hongjun's words. The profound and mysterious sounds of the Tao instantly plunged the 3,000 guests into deep enlightenment. Everyone unconsciously closed their eyes, entranced as they absorbed the precious principles of the Tao. However, amidst the solemn and ethereal Zhixiao Palace, there were a group of individuals who seemed out of place. Chen stood at the back of the crowd, listening to the buzzing sound of the Tao, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. What kind of scripture is this old man reciting? It sounds like a lullaby. Chen yawned widely, and 2 drops of physiological tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. The witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and does not understand the workings of fate. The Tao that Hongjun spoke of regarding the primordial spirit was like torturing them, worse than listening to a foreign language. Those profound principles sounded to their ears like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Chen turned to look at his older siblings behind him. Goodness, this sight nearly made him laugh in anger. In the Zhixiao Palace, the sound of the Tao floated lightly, while golden lotuses fell like rain. The 3,000 worldly guests all had their eyes slightly closed, immersed in the ocean of principles woven by Hongjun Daozu. Taishang was surrounded by a flow of clear light, with the faint form of 3 flowers gathering on his head appearing. Nuwa was enveloped in the aura of creation, a beautiful smile appearing on her captivating face. Even Jane, who usually appeared troubled, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if seeing the dawn of the Western Pure Land. The entire great hall was filled with an inviolable sense of solemnity. However, this beautiful scene of seeking the Tao was suddenly torn apart by a strange sound from the corner of the hall. An extremely discordant snoring erupted in the silent Zhixiao Palace like thunder. At first the sound was somewhat restrained, but it quickly became unabashed, rising and falling continuously. These guys must be incredibly bold. Chen's lips twitched, secretly mocking them. But then he thought it was not entirely their fault. The witch clan was born without primordial spirits, and the Tao that Hongjun spoke of was just a pile of meaningless noise to them. It was like asking a group of athletes to listen to a lecture on advanced mathematics. How could they not fall asleep instead of taking notes? Forget it, since you can't understand, I'll just take a nap. Chen yawned and casually placed the enormous sky-cutting axe down, using it as a backrest. He crossed his arms, found a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and joined the slumbering army of the Wu clan. Soon Chen's steady breathing intertwined with Zhu Rong's snoring. This scene was truly the greatest blasphemy against the Zhixiao Palace and against the Dao ancestor Hongjun. On the high platform, the voice of Dao ancestor Hongjun slightly paused for a moment. A rare flicker of barely perceptible twitching crossed his otherwise placid face. Even as a saint facing this group of stubborn Wu clan brutes, he felt a wave of helplessness. Variability. Truly incomprehensible. Hongjun sighed, inwardly choosing to ignore the 13 Wu clan members in the corner, letting his heart be at ease. The sound of the great Dao's sacred music continued to resonate, restoring the eerie balance within the Zhixiao Palace. On one side were the 3,000 worldly guests thirsting for the Dao. On the other side were the snoring, drooling brutes of the Wu clan. Time quietly slipped away in this marvelous atmosphere. In the timeless wilderness, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 3,000 years, although Chen kept his eyes closed, he was not truly lost in sleep. He had been secretly circulating his vital energy, continuously cleansing his physical body. The spiritual energy in the Zhixiao Palace was at its most abundant, which, although the Wu clan could not absorb it for spiritual cultivation, was excellent for refining their physical forms. Chen could clearly feel that his physical strength had increased another level during these 3,000 years. How refreshing. Chen stretched lazily, causing his bones to crack and pop. At that moment, the sacred music from the high platform abruptly ceased. The myriad golden lotuses swirling in the air instantly vanished, and the flowing sweet spring turned to nothingness. Dao ancestor Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, scanning the eager crowd below. The 3,000 years have passed, and this sermon concludes here. Hongjun's voice forcibly pulled all the powerful beings immersed in enlightenment back to reality. Oh, is that it? I had just barely touched the threshold of the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Dao ancestor, be merciful and speak a little longer. A wail of despair erupted in the hall, faces filled with disappointment and reluctance. The experience of listening to the Dao was simply too wonderful, like an addiction, and no one wanted it to stop. However, Hongjun ignored the crowd's pleas. He straightened slightly, his gaze deepening and becoming stern, as if he could see through the endless years of the future of the wilderness. Now that the wilderness is just taking shape, with myriad races emerging and order yet to be established, he continued, the heavenly Dao has sensed this and intends to appoint 2 leaders among the male and female immortals to govern the myriad immortals of the wilderness. As soon as Hongjun's words fell, the previously wailing crowd was suddenly silenced like a duck whose neck was grabbed. Immediately after, an unprecedented fervor ignited in everyone's eyes. The leaders among the male and female immortals to govern the myriad immortals of the wilderness. This was the supreme divine authority bestowed by the heavenly Dao, sanctioned by the Dao ancestor. Whoever could ascend to this position would be like stepping into the heavens, becoming the undisputed overlord of the wilderness. In an instant, everyone's heart raced, each secretly speculating, who will it be? Who will the Dao ancestor? Within the Zhixiao Palace, the atmosphere shifted from tranquil seeking of the Dao to a frenzy for power. The breaths of all the powerful beings grew heavy, their eyes flashing with an intense desire for authority. Dijun and Tai Yi stood at the forefront of the Demon Clan's faction, their bodies trembling slightly with excitement. Dijun struggled to maintain the dignity of an emperor, but his upward curving lips could not be suppressed. Brother, who else but you could possibly hold the position of the male immortal leader? Tai Yi whispered, his tone filled with absolute confidence. The Dao ancestors' actions are clearly meant to align with the will of heaven, properly transferring the supremacy of the wilderness to us. Dijun nodded in agreement, adjusting his golden crow imperial robe, standing tall and proud, already prepared to step forward and accept the decree of gratitude. Not only Dijun and his brother, but many scattered powerful beings present also directed their gazes toward Dijun. In their eyes, the Demon Clan was currently in its prime, and the crown of the male immortal leader rightfully belonged to Dijun. However, Chen, standing in the corner, crossed his arms and wore a mocking smile. What a pair of self-deluded. Chen was all too aware of the unfolding narrative. This so-called position of the male immortal leader was not a divine appointment, but a death warrant. It was a living target deliberately thrown out by Hongjun to balance the various forces of the wilderness. On the high platform, Hongjun's gaze slowly swept across the entire venue. His deep eyes lingered on Dijun for a moment, then shifted away, finally settling on a man dressed in pure Yangdao robes within the crowd. East King Gong, West Queen Mother, he called. You two please come forward. Hongjun's calm voice echoed throughout the Zhixiao Palace. Boom. This seemingly light statement struck Dijun and Tai Yi's ears like a thunderclap from the heavens. Dijun's foot, which had just taken half a step, instantly froze midair. His smile completely vanished, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. What? East King Gong, how could it possibly be him? Tai Yi was even more struck, as if by lightning, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. What was East King Gong anyway? He was merely a scattered cultivator occupying a corner of the East Sea's Zifu continent, lacking the influence or cultivation to compare with the two brothers. The powerful beings present were also in an uproar, turning their gazes toward the lucky individual who had been called. Among the crowd, East King Gong was completely stunned. He stood there blankly, his mind buzzing, hardly able to believe his ears. Did the Tao ancestor call? A massive wave of surprise overwhelmed him like a tsunami. East King Gong trembled with excitement, almost collapsing to the ground. Not far from him, West Queen Mother was equally astonished, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of fate. Why aren't you going? A nearby scattered cultivator gave East King Gong a push, eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Only then did East King Gong snap out of his daze, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner joy. He adjusted his attire and strode confidently out of the crowd, joining West Queen Mother as they approached the high platform. Thud! The two knelt down simultaneously, their demeanor utterly respectful. Disciple East King Gong and West Queen Mother pay respects to the Tao ancestor. Hongjun nodded slightly, looking down at the two from above, speaking in a clear voice. East King Gong, you are the embodiment of the innate pure yang energy, and shall be the leader among the male immortals, governing the myriad male immortals of the wilderness. West Queen Mother, you are the embodiment of the innate pure yin energy, and shall be the leader among the female immortals, overseeing the female immortals of the world. You both must uphold the will of heaven and maintain order in the wilderness without error. East King Gong felt his blood surge, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The Eastern King, said disciple, shall follow the decree. I will not disappoint the trust of the Tao ancestor. Although the Western Queen felt a bit uneasy, she could only follow and express her gratitude. Since I grant you divine authority, there must be spiritual treasures for your protection. With a wave of Hongjun's great sleeve, two brilliant lights flew out from his robe. As the light dissipated, a golden staff carved with 9 heavenly dragons appeared, floating before the Eastern King. Before the Western Queen, however, was an ancient mirror radiating a ghostly blue light. This is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-head staff, capable of punishing those who disrespect the heavenly order in the wilderness. This is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, which can perceive the entire universe. I bestow these upon you. Exceptional innate spiritual treasures. At this declaration, the eyes of the powerful in the audience turned red with envy. After all, these were truly exceptional innate spiritual treasures. There were hardly a few such unparalleled treasures in the entire wilderness. The Eastern King trembled as he accepted the dragon-head staff, feeling the earth-shattering power within, and the arrogance on his face could no longer be concealed. He even turned back proudly to glance at Emperor Jun, his eyes filled with provocation. Crack! Emperor Jun, furious, crushed the jade slip in his hand, his face turning a terrifying shade of dark. What a grand Eastern King, what a leader among male immortals. Emperor Jun roared, in his heart murderous intent almost solidifying. Su Chan watched from the back, intrigued, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with calculating light. This dragon-head staff is quite nice, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. If I feed it to my heaven-slaying axe, it would definitely enjoy a hearty meal. Su Chan had already regarded the Eastern King as a moving treasure trove. After all, this guy was destined to be killed by the demon race, whose hands the treasure fell into hardly mattered. On the high platform, after Hongjun concluded the conferral, his figure began to gradually fade. The lecture has ended, you may leave at your leisure. The next lecture will be held in 3,000 years. As his voice fell, Hongjun's figure completely transformed into nothingness, vanishing within the Zixiao Palace. Boom. The heavy purple gold doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened, revealing the endless chaotic currents outside. The lecture had ended. However, the atmosphere inside the Zixiao Palace had become even more eerie and tense than before. All eyes were focused on the Eastern King, who held the dragon-head staff and was brimming with confidence. With the doors of the Zixiao Palace wide open, the 3,000 worldly guests began to exit one after another. Without the oppressive presence of the Tao ancestor, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. The Eastern King, holding the exceptional innate spiritual treasure dragon-head staff, walked at the forefront of the crowd. He held his head high, taking big strides, as if this world could no longer contain such a grand Buddha. Fellow Taoists, just as he stepped out of the Zixiao Palace doors, the Eastern King eagerly turned around and slammed the dragon-head staff heavily onto the ground. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and the pressure of the exceptional spiritual treasure spread out, causing many weaker cultivators to turn pale. The Eastern King was very pleased with this effect, surveying the crowd from a high vantage point as he spoke loudly. I am favored by the Tao ancestor, appointed as the leader of male immortals. From today onwards, I shall establish an immortal court on the Purple Mansion Island in the East Sea, governing all immortals of the wilderness. All male immortals of the wilderness must come to the Purple Mansion Island to pay their respects and register in my immortal court, joining in this grand undertaking. The Eastern King's words were filled with unquestionable arrogance, as if he was wielding authority with a mere feather. As soon as this was said, whispers erupted among the crowd. Many scattered cultivators showed hesitation as the Eastern King had the Tao ancestors' decree backing him. If they openly defied him, they feared divine punishment. However, more powerful beings wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stood among the crowd watching the flaunting Eastern King as if he were a dead man. What a jumping clown daring to claim dominion over the immortals. Tai Yi snorted coldly with murder flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that they were still outside the Zhixiao Palace, he would have smashed this ignorant fool to bits long ago. The Eastern King seemed to sense the hostility from the demon race, but at this moment his confidence soared, and he completely ignored Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. He even provocatively glanced at Emperor Jun, loudly stating, "Taoist friend Emperor Jun, although your demon race is powerful, you are still beings of the wilderness. When my immortal court is established, I hope you will lead your fellow immortals to the Purple Mansion Island to receive the decree." Silence. A dead silence. The Eastern King's words were akin to disturbing the earth atop the Tai Sui, a reckless act of self-destruction. Asking the dignified demon monarch to come to receive his decree. Emperor Jun, furious, sneered, his gaze fixed on the Eastern King as he spoke slowly. "Eastern King, do not think that having the Tao ancestors' decree gives you license to act recklessly. This wilderness ultimately respects power. If you want me to submit, I fear you may not live to see that day." The two faced off, tension crackling in the air, as if a great battle could erupt at any moment. At this moment, a discordant, mocking voice floated from the back of the crowd. "Oh, what great authority you have! If one didn't know better, they'd think this wilderness belongs to your Eastern King." Following the voice, everyone turned to see Chen striding out with the fearsome, heaven-slaying axe on his shoulder, accompanied by the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches were all robust, their blood and energy surging, parting the crowd as they passed. Upon seeing the witch clan, the Eastern King's brows furrowed instantly. He had just taken office and needed to establish his authority. The brash witch clan had appeared at the wrong time and were directly in his line of fire. "Chen, do not be reckless." The Eastern King raised the dragon-head staff, pointing it at Chen, and shouted sharply, "I am the leader of male immortals appointed by the Tao ancestor governing the wilderness. Though your witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, you still belong among the male immortals. You should be under my jurisdiction." The others looked at him as if he were a fool. Is this guy really crazy? Not only provoking the demon race, but he also dared to challenge these unreasonable, brutish witches. Sure enough, as the Eastern King's words fell, Zhu Rong's volatile temper was instantly ignited. "Shut your mouth." Zhu Rong roared, an overwhelming fire of the southern Ming erupting from his body, the scorching heat instantly evaporating the chaotic currents around. The 12 ancestral witches stepped forward in unison, their terrifying, murderous aura pressing down on the Eastern King like a tangible force. The Eastern King's complexion changed dramatically, forced to retreat 3 steps by this aura, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although he had the protection of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, facing 12 ancestral witches made him feel a sense of dread. "You dare defy the decree of the Tao ancestor?" Dong Wanggong shouted, his voice trembling with hollow bravado, attempting to subdue the Wu clan by invoking Hongjun's authority. Chen sneered, strode before Dong Wanggong, and gazed down at him with the pity one reserves for a clown. "Wielding a broken cane, do you truly believe yourself worthy of reverence? Chief of the male immortals." "Huh." Chen spat contemptuously onto the ground. "We Wu are the true descendants of Pangu. Our sole devotion is to the primordial father. We revere no heavenly Tao. If you dare challenge us, bring that fire-tending staff of yours to the Pangu Divine Hall. Let us see whether we beat you senseless, or whether you somehow manage to command us." Such words were audacious beyond measure, arrogant beyond reckoning. Before 3,000 mortals and immortals alike, Chen had reduced the newly appointed chief of the male immortals to utter insignificance. Dong Wanggong trembled violently, his face swelling to the hue of stewed pork liver. He pointed a shaking finger at Chen. "You." Yet not even a whisper escaped his lips. He knew full well, should he dare raise a hand here, these 12 brutes would tear him limb from limb. "Ha!" 13th brother spoke magnificently. Emperor Jiang roared with laughter, dismissing the seething Dong Wanggong without another glance. "Let us return to the Pangu Divine Hall." Chen hoisted the heaven-defying axe onto his shoulder and strode away with the ancestral Wu, unhurried, imperious, triumphant. Dong Wanggong stood frozen in place, humiliated, ridiculed, stripped of all dignity. After witnessing this farce, Jun and Tai Yi exchanged cold smiles, then led the Yao clan away in silence. Dong Wanggong. This debt, this grudge, I shall remember well. Thus a lethal vendetta against the celestial court took root deep within the Yao clan's heart. At the base of Buzhou Mountain lies the Pangu Divine Hall, A majestic edifice formed from the primordial god Pangu's own heart, perpetually shrouded in dense killing intent and blood aura. To other beings of the primordial chaos, this place is a certain death trap. 9 lives lost for everyone spared. Yet for the Wu clan, it is their warmest, safest home. Bang! The hall's massive ancient doors were thrown open with brute force. Zhu Rong's thunderous voice echoed through the vaulted chamber. Ha ha ha! Exhilarating. Today was utterly exhilarating. Did you see Dong Wangong's expression? His face turned green. He cowered like a turtle retreating into its shell. Zhu Rong dropped heavily onto a stone throne and pounded his thigh in exultation. Gong Gong followed close behind, his face alight with triumph. Naturally, when our 13th brother speaks, even Dong Wangong loses all sense of direction. What nonsense! Chief of the male immortals. Before the Wu clan, he is less than nothing, not even a puff of wind. All 13 ancestral Wu gathered under one roof. The atmosphere crackled with unprecedented fervor. Emperor Jiang sat upon the foremost throne, his gaze resting upon Su Chen, filled with admiration and quiet pride. 13th brother, your deeds at the Zixiao Palace merit the highest honor. Not only did you deny the Yao clan any advantage, you dealt Dong Wangong a crushing blow to his prestige, proclaiming the Wu clan's divine might to all heaven and earth. Su Chen smiled faintly and stepped forward into the center of the hall. Elder brother, humiliating him was merely incidental. Our greatest gain today lies in these tangible treasures. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Su Chen summoned a resonant cascading sound. 6 resplendent primordial spirit treasures materialized instantly upon the stone, all through the azure jade, gourd the Wutu, shield the violet lightning pearl, the wind and thunder fan, the fire cloud pearl, and the fragment of Bodhi wood radiating the sharp metallic essence of gung metal. Their profound Tao resonances shimmered across the hall, bathing the entire Pangu divine hall in kaleidoscopic light. SSSHH. A collective gasp escaped the assembled ancestral Wu. Though they had already heard of Su Chen's acquisition of 6 spirit treasures, seeing them arrayed together now delivered an overwhelming visual shock, raw, visceral, undeniable. After all, the Wu clan cultivated no spiritual foundation. They possessed no immortal souls, and thus could neither wield nor comprehend spirit treasures. Such artifacts held little interest for them. But Su Chen was different. His heaven-defying axe was a peerless divine weapon capable of devouring spirit treasures to ascend in power. 13th brother, quickly, let us witness how high this axe may rise. Rusho urged impatiently, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Chen nodded, drew a deep breath, and unslung the heaven-defying axe from his back. The colossal blade struck the floor with a thunderous impact, carving a deep fissure into the stone. Its edge pulsed with crimson killing intent, like a ravenous beast starved and eager for sustenance. Old comrade, tonight you feast well. Su Chen focused his will, channeling torrents of vital blood energy into the axe. It responded with a vibrant, eager resonance. The arcane Tao patterns etched across its surface blazing to life, coalescing into a fathomless black vortex. Without hesitation, Su Chen seized the azure jade, gourd from the altar, and hurled it into the vortex. Crunch, crunch. A grating, bone-chilling mastication echoed from within the axe itself. That low-tier primordial spirit treasure, imbued with the essence of creation, was shredded in an instant, its pure primordial energy absorbed seamlessly into the axe's body. Next came the Wutu shield, the violet lightning pearl, the wind and thunder fan. Su Chen moved without pause, feeding each primordial spirit treasure one after another into the insatiable maw of the axe. As more treasures vanished, the axe's oppressive aura intensified exponentially, surging past the threshold of a low-tier primordial spirit treasure, climbing relentlessly upward. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled ominously above the Pangu Divine Hall. An immense vortex of crimson killing intent spiraled outward from the axe, visible visceral, wrapping Su Chen entirely within its blood-hued tempest. Such overwhelming killing intent. Emperor Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply. He instinctively stepped half a pace backward. Even the ancestral Wu felt a primal lethal threat emanating from that weapon. When the final spirit treasure dissolved into essence, the heaven-defying axe erupted in a blinding crimson radiance, its metamorphosis complete, its edge sharpened to impossible keenness, capable of cleaving space itself, while new unfathomable Tao patterns shimmered across its surface. A mid-tier primordial spirit treasure, pure absolute instrument of slaughter. A magnificent treasure. Su Chen ran his fingers over the axe's icy, flawless surface, his eyes burning with fierce, unquenchable zeal. With this ascended heaven-defying axe, he could now stand toe-to-toe, even against a nascent saint of the early cultivation stage. Yet, the next ascension demanded 10 primordial spirit treasures. Fortunately, 2 such treasures remained untouched. Congratulations, 13th brother. your strength has soared." The ancestral Wu chorused their felicitations. The stronger the Wu clan grew, the greater their standing in the vast, treacherous primordial chaos. Su Chen sheathed the heaven-defying axe, and his gaze grew distant, piercing beyond the hall's towering arches. "Elder brother, elder sisters and brothers. Though we have seized glory today, we have also irrevocably enraged the three pure ones, the Yao clan, and especially Dong Wangdong. The primordial chaos ahead will know no peace." A cold, ruthless smile curled Su Chen's lips. "Especially Dong Wangdong. He wields the Dao ancestors' decree and will surely expand his dominion with ruthless ambition. Dijun and Tai Yi will never tolerate this. They will rally the myriad Yao tribes beneath the celestial realm. Inevitably, war between these two great powers looms." Emperor Jiang nodded gravely. 13th brother, you propose we sit atop the mountain and watch tigers fight? No. A flash of incisive brilliance lit Su Chen's eyes as he declared, firm and unyielding. "Sitting idle is too passive. We must strike first, boldly, decisively, without hesitation. It is certain that we will cut their flesh, but this matter cannot be rushed. What is the greatest shortcoming of our Wu clan right now? It is the number of our people." Su Chen extended a finger and waved it in the air. "Although every young man in our Wu clan is capable in battle, in total the number of living beings is still quite limited. Look at the demon clan again. Dijun and Tai Yi have gathered most of the beasts and birds from the primordial era. Their demon soldiers and generals number at least in the hundreds of millions." Su Chen set down the sea bowl, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "And let's talk about the Eastern King. He holds the decree of the Dao ancestor, appointing him as the foremost male immortal. Now that he has gone to the East Sea to establish the celestial court, there will undoubtedly be a large number of opportunistic cultivators flocking to him. The power of the celestial court will definitely swell tremendously in a short time." Su Chen clearly analyzed the situation. Dijiang sat at the head, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. He knew Su Chen was right. The difficulties in the Wu clan's reproduction are an undeniable fact. 13th brother, what do you think we should do now? Dijiang asked in a deep voice, his tone full of trust. "It's simple, stabilize and develop." Su Chen uttered these 4 words, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "We should close the doors and carefully train our young men. Let everyone seize the time to absorb the heavenly and earthly malevolent energy, enhancing their physical strength. As for those guys outside, let them first engage in dog-eat-dog battles." Su Chen leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Dijun is an ambitious fellow. He absolutely won't allow the Eastern King to grow powerful in the East Sea. Between the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court, there will sooner or later be a battle to the death. When they are mutually exhausted and have revealed all their trump cards, our Wu clan can then emerge in full glory and wipe them all out in one blow. Su Chen spoke these words lightly, yet they carried a hint of ruthlessness. The ancestral witches listened, their eyes growing brighter. Zhu Rong slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Good lad, your move is quite insidious, but I like it, brother." Gong Gong nodded repeatedly. "That's right, let them fight until they're bloodied and battered, and we can pick up the pieces from behind." Ho Tu looked at Su Chen with admiration in her eyes. 13th brother has grown up knowing how to plan for the entire clan. Dijiang made a decisive decision. "Good, let's do as 13th brother suggests. Send the order down, all young men of the Wu clan retreat to Mount Buzhou. Without orders, do not leave and cause trouble. Everyone focus on cultivating." With Dijiang's command, the massive machinery of the Wu clan began to operate. The primordial era is timeless. Time is the most worthless thing for these great powers. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had quietly passed. During this 1,000 years, the primordial land truly became turbulent, as Su Chen had predicted. The Eastern King established the celestial court on the Purple Palace Isle of the East Sea. He relied on the decree of the Dao ancestor to recruit cultivators from all walks of life. In no time, the celestial court grew mighty, subtly rivaling the demon clan. On the demon clan side, Dijun and Tai Yi naturally could not swallow this anger. There had been several instances of small-scale skirmishes at the edge of the East Sea. Although a full-scale war had not yet erupted, the atmosphere was charged. In contrast, the Wu clan had experienced an exceptionally peaceful 1,000 years. Deep within the Pangu temple, Su Chen sat cross-legged in a massive blood pool, bare-chested. The blood pool swirled with the rich essence of Pangu's blood. This was a cultivation treasure prepared specifically for him by the 12 ancestral witches. With his eyes tightly closed, each breath drew the surrounding malevolent energy into his body like a tornado. His physique radiated a dark golden sheen. His muscles were well-defined, containing a terrifying power capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. After 1,000 years of hard cultivation, he had firmly established his peak Great Witch realm. He was truly just one opportunity away from breaking through to the ancestral witch realm. The mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the heaven-slaying axe, quietly floated beside him. The bloodlight flowing on the axe blade was more restrained, yet even more deadly. Suddenly, Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A beam of light, almost tangible, shot from the depths of his eyes, piercing through the void ahead. He turned his head to look outside the Pangu temple. His gaze penetrated the thick stone walls, directly targeting the mid-mountain of Mount Buzhou. Just at that moment, a highly subtle, yet extremely pure, innate spiritual energy erupted from that direction. Others might not sense it, but Chen at the foot of Mount Buzhou could perceive it clearly. Calculating the time, it should be around now. Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He stood up from the blood pool and grabbed the beast's skin clothing beside him, draping it over himself. He casually rested the heaven-slaying axe on his shoulder. My gourd vine has finally matured. Chen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with greed and excitement. He had waited a full 1,000 years for this opportunity. The innate gourd vine is one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial era. The 7 gourds it bore are all top-grade innate spirit treasures. If he could feed all 7 gourds to the heaven-slaying axe, that scene alone made Chen feel blood boiling just thinking about it. However, he also understood very well. Such a level of extraordinary treasure emerging would definitely not escape the perception of the top powers of the primordial era. The 3 pure ones, Tai Yi and the others, were probably already on their way like sharks smelling blood. Chen stretched lazily, his bones cracking loudly. Haha, come on, everyone, come. This time you are likely to come with high hopes, only to return in disappointment. Chen strode out of the cultivation chamber. He did not disturb the 12 ancestral witches who were in seclusion. Just grabbing a few gourds was enough for him alone. Chen's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of crimson light, directly charging out of the Pangu temple. He raced towards the mid-mountain of Mount Buzhou, following the direction of the erupting spiritual energy. A splendid show is about to begin. Kunlun Mountain Sanqing Hall. The 3 figures of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sat cross-legged in a triangular formation, eyes closed in discussion of the Tao. Suddenly, the exquisite treasure tower above Taishang's head trembled slightly. Kunlun Mountain Sanqing Hall. The 3 figures of Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sat cross-legged in a triangular formation, eyes closed in discussion of the Tao. Suddenly, the calculating the heavenly secrets. Merely 3 breaths later, an undeniable excitement surfaced on Taishang's otherwise calm old face. Elder brother, what has happened? Yuanshi, sensing the fluctuation in Taishang's aura, also opened his eyes. Tongtian, on the other hand, directly grasped the Qingping sword, ready for a fight. Taishang took a deep breath to calm his mind. Second brother, third brother. There is an extraordinary treasure emerging from the direction of Buzhou Mountain. I just calculated that this treasure bears great fortune and karma for our Sanqing. As soon as Taishang's words fell, both Yuanshi and Tongshan's spirits were lifted. A treasure that could be deemed a great fortune by Taishang must be of no low grade. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry there, and not let others take the lead. Tongtian, being impulsive, stood up and started to walk out. Yuanshi also nodded in agreement, adjusting his Taoist robe. Third brother is right. If heaven bestows, do not refuse, lest you suffer consequences. Such a fortune ought to belong to our Pangu Orthodox. Taishang ceased further talk, waving his sleeve. 3 streams of clear energy surged into the sky, transforming into 3 beams of light that sped toward Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the residence of the demon race, the true fire of the sun star burned above a grand palace. Dongwang Tai sat cross-legged on a massive mat, eyes closed, refining the chaos bell. Ding! The chaos bell suddenly emitted a faint hum, the celestial map of sun, moon, and stars on its body flickering briefly. Tai was instantly awakened. He furrowed his brow, his immense divine sense sweeping across the chaotic lands. Soon his gaze locked onto the direction of Buzhou Mountain. To make my primordial spirit tremble, this must be a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. 2 fiery suns ignited in Tai's eyes. Although the demon race was powerful, it severely lacked innate spiritual treasures. This extraordinary treasure Tai must have. Tai stood up without even greeting Emperor Jun. Transforming directly into a gigantic, 3-legged golden crow, he flapped his wings, tearing through the void, heading straight towards Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa was in her cave, meditating and comprehending the laws of creation. Suddenly, she felt a tremor in her heart. A sense of mysterious attraction emanated from the distant Buzhou Mountain. Nuwa opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Is this feeling a sign that my fortune has arrived, eh? Without hesitation, Nuwa rose to her feet. Her figure flickered and transformed into a beam of 5-colored divine light, flying out from Fengqi Mountain. In Hongjun Cave, Red Cloud Ancestor sat leisurely at a stone table, enjoying celestial tea. Zenyuanzi sat opposite him, and the two were chatting idly. Suddenly, Red Cloud's hand holding the teacup paused. He turned to gaze towards Buzhou Mountain, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Zenyuanzi, my old friend, I feel a treasure calling to me. Zenyuanzi, upon hearing this, shook his head helplessly. You old soft-hearted man always say treasures are calling you, yet when you go you either give them to others or get robbed. This time you must be more cautious. Red Cloud set down the teacup, standing up to pat his Taoist robe. Rest assured, old brother, I feel an exceptionally strong pull this time. It is definitely my destiny. Having said this, Red Cloud transformed into a massive red cloud, slowly, yet swiftly drifting towards Buzhou Mountain. The top powers of the wilderness seemed to have caught a whiff of blood. From all directions, they converged towards Buzhou Mountain. As the three Qing arrived, their gazes fixated on the 7 gourds. Taisheng's gaze fell on the purple gold gourd, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Yuanshi focused on the purple-yellow gourd, nodding in satisfaction. Tongshin's gaze lingered on the purple-green gourd for a moment. Elder brother, it truly is a great fortune. Yuanshi stroked his beard and chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Just as the three Qing were about to step forward to collect the gourds, a high-pitched cry of the golden crow resonated through the clouds. A massive golden fireball fell from the sky, transforming into a man clad in golden robes, arrogant and unrestrained. Dongwang Tai had arrived. After landing, Tai didn't even glance at the three Qing, his gaze directly locking onto one of the gourds. This gourd I shall take. Tai's voice was overwhelmingly domineering, showing no regard for reason. The expressions of the three Qing instantly darkened. Before they could react, another 5-colored auspicious cloud and a red cloud flew in from the horizon. Nuwa and Red Cloud also arrived in succession. Nuwa immediately fixed her eyes on the purple-white gourd, which resonated perfectly with her path of creation. Red Cloud meanwhile beamed as he gazed at the purple-colored gourd, finding it quite appealing. In an instant, several of the top powers of the wilderness gathered in this small valley. The atmosphere in the valley instantly became extremely delicate. 6 top powers of the wilderness stood in 3 positions surrounding the innate gourd vine in the center. No one made the first move, but the aura of each individual subtly intensified. Taishang leaned on his staff, expressionless, but the treasure tower above his head began to release faint strands of mysterious energy. Yuanshi held the 3 treasures Rui, his eyes revealing an air of haughty superiority. Tong Tian pressed his hand on the hilt of the Qingping sword, the sword aura fluctuating around him. Tai crossed his arms, a faint shadow of the chaos bell appearing behind him, the solar true fire distorting the surrounding air. Nuwa was surrounded by the aura of creation, appearing weak, yet her gaze was remarkably firm. Only Red Cloud maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Fellow Taoists, this Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the spine of the Pangu Father God. Taishang was the first to break the silence, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Our Sanqing is the orthodox of Pangu. The spiritual treasures birthed from Buzhou Mountain ought to be chosen by us first. Taishang's words directly aimed to assert dominance, using the name of Pangu Orthodox to pressure others. Yuanshi immediately chimed in, his tone even more cutting. Elder brother speaks rightly. Such innate roots should indeed belong to the virtuous. Some hairy beasts and those who breed in dampness should refrain from tainting such pure treasures, lest they corrupt the essence of the spiritual treasures. Yuanshi's words were laced with heavy insinuation. He nearly pointed at Tai's nose, accusing him of being a mere beast. Tai could hardly bear such humiliation. He slammed his hands down, his eyes sharp as knives directed at Yuanshi. Yuanshi, stop talking nonsense here. What Pangu Orthodox? The wilderness has always respected strength above all else. This gourd vine bears 7 gourds, I shall take 1. Whoever dares to stop me must first ask my chaos bell in my hand. As he spoke, Tai flipped his right hand, and the ancient chaos bell appeared in his palm. With the sound of the bell, an overwhelming pressure that could suppress the primordial chaos swept across the entire area. Seeing this, Tong Tian snorted coldly, drawing the Qingping sword half an inch from its sheath. Tai, do not be arrogant. Do you truly believe that possessing an innate treasure makes you invincible? Today I, Tong Tian, shall teach you a lesson about your solar true fire. Just as it seemed both sides were about to clash, Red Cloud hurried to step forward to mediate. A fellow Taoist, let us calm down. A harmony brings wealth. There are 7 gourds, and there are only 6 of us here. 1 each is more than enough. Red Cloud cheerfully pointed at the gourds on the vine. I find a connection with that purple-colored gourd, so I shall take that one. Nuwa also spoke at the right moment, her voice. What Red Cloud Taoist said is quite right. Tai furrowed his brow, glancing at Nuwa. Although Nuwa usually kept a low profile, she was indeed a prominent guest of the Zixiao Palace, her strength not to be underestimated. Tai did not want to offend both the Sanqing and Nuwa at the same time. He snorted coldly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Taishang understood that it would be impossible to monopolize today. He nodded slightly, settling the distribution plan. In that case, let it be as you all say. I shall take the purple gold red gourd. Second brother will take the purple yellow gourd. Third brother will take the purple green gourd. Tai Taoist will take the purple white gourd. Nuwa Taoist will take the purple blue gourd. Red Cloud Taoist will take the purplered gourd. With just a few words, Taishang neatly divided the 6 premium innate spiritual treasures. As for the remaining purple black gourd, since it had not fully matured, everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. Good, let's do it this way. Tai put away the chaos bell, being the first to express agreement. Although Yuanshi and Tong Tian felt somewhat dissatisfied, they understood this was the best outcome. The few of them remained vigilant towards each other, slowly approaching the gourd vine. Each person kept their eyes locked on the gourd they had chosen, fearful that others might suddenly change their minds and snatch it away. In the valley, the atmosphere was delicately tense. 6 of the most powerful beings of the primal era had just divided 6 gourds among themselves, as if they were at a market. Each face carried a mix of pride and wariness towards one another. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard, gazing at the purple gold gourd, already contemplating how to refine it into a pill or a magical treasure. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable appeared proud, as if the purple yellow gourd was rightfully his. Since they have been divided, I shall not be polite. The Supreme Elder was the first, unable to contain himself. He reached out, and a stream of clear energy surged towards the purple gold gourd. Others, seeing this, naturally did not want to fall behind. Tai, Tongtian, Yuanshi, Nuwa, and Hongjun all moved almost simultaneously, each unleashing their divine abilities, attempting to seize the gourd they had set their sights on. In an instant, the valley was filled with vibrant colors, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. Yet at this critical moment, boom, a blood-colored axe, light brimming with endless malice and destructive power, seemed to tear through space, suddenly slashing down from the void. This axe was not aimed at any individual, but rather at the divine abilities projected by all of them. Dong Huang Tai reacted the fastest, sensing a grave warning in his heart. He summoned the Chaos Bell, without hesitation, shielding himself. The terrifying blood-colored axe light struck fiercely against the phantom of the Chaos Bell, producing a deafening roar. Tai was shaken back several steps by the immense force, finally stabilizing himself. He felt a numbing sensation in the arm that held the Chaos Bell, and his heart was gripped by fear. Who dares to ambush this emperor? Tai's furious roar echoed throughout the entire Buzhou mountain, his face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with blazing solar fire. Had it not been for his innate treasure's protection, he would have surely been embarrassed on the spot, or even injured. The other 5 were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. They quickly retracted their divine abilities, cautiously looking towards the direction from which the axe light had come. In the void, the space rippled like water. In the next moment, a figure wielding a massive blood-colored axe swaggered out from within. The newcomer was tall, with smooth muscle lines exuding an aura of wild dominance. It was none other than Su Chen, who had just rushed over from the Pangu Palace. Su Chen, how could it be you? The instant they recognized the newcomer, all 6 powerful beings were stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. They could not fathom how this fearsome being from the Witch clan could suddenly appear here. Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion at the Pangu Palace? Su Chen hoisted the axe of heaven, scanning the crowd, before finally fixing his gaze on the gourd vine. He grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth, his smile appearing particularly dazzling to the onlookers. I must ask, gentlemen, is this a bit dishonorable? Su Chen's voice floated through the air, laced with mockery. Coming to steal my treasures while I'm away. That's quite unseemly. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Tong Tian, the most straightforward, gripped the Qingping sword and stepped forward, questioning sternly. Yuanshi let out a cold snort, his face filled with disdain and arrogance. Su Chen, do not slander. This is a natural root of heaven and earth, an unclaimed object meant for those of virtue to possess. When did it become something of your Witch clan? Unclaimed. Hearing this, Su Chen seemed to hear the greatest joke. He sneered, not bothering to waste words with them, but merely waved a hand towards the gourd vine. Buzz. A faint blood-red pattern suddenly illuminated on the trunk of the emerald gourd vine. This blood pattern was profoundly mysterious, filled with the unique aura of the Pangu bloodline, resonating with the energy emanating from Su Chen, as if the two were one. This is my evidence. Su Chen slammed the axe of heaven down, producing a muffled thud. Long ago, during my travels in Buzhou Mountain, I discovered this spiritual root. At that time it was not yet mature, so I left a bloodline mark on it, intending to claim it once it matured. Now tell me, is this gourd vine truly unclaimed? Su Chen's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the 3 purities, Tai and the others. You. Looking at the undeniable blood-red pattern, Yuanshi's face turned an angry shade of dark crimson, speechless with rage. The Supreme Elder's brows furrowed deeply as well. He could not have expected such a setup on the gourd vine. The evidence was irrefutable. Their previous actions were indeed theft. This left the 3 purities, who prided themselves on being the authentic descendants of Pangu, and valued their reputation, feeling as if they had been publicly slapped in the face. However, despite their anger, none were willing to simply give up the precious innate spiritual treasure they had almost grasped. Especially Dong Huang Tai. Su Chun. Tai's eyes blazed with murderous intent, staring fixedly at Su Chun. What if you were the first to discover it? In the primal era, treasures have always belonged to the strong. Su Chun. Tai's eyes blazed with murderous intent, staring fixedly at Su Chun. What if you were the first to discover it? In the primal era, treasures have always belonged to the strong. Today this emperor shall personally experience just how formidable you, the so-called 13th Ancestor Witch, truly are. Without another word, Tai transformed into a beam of golden light, charging towards Su Chun. Dong Huang Tai struck out in fury, unleashing an overwhelming might. His right hand held the chaos bell, thrusting it forward with a forceful push. Clang! A distant and ancient bell toll resonated throughout the universe. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, fracturing the space in its wake as earth, water, fire, and wind surged wildly, as if to reopen the primordial chaos. The unparalleled divine might that suppressed the primordial chaos descended directly upon Su Chun. Faced with this terrifying strike that could make even quasi-saint powers turn pale, Su Chun showed no fear, his eyes burning with battle intent. "Come at me," he shouted, unleashing the full power of his blood and energy without reservation. Since the axe of heaven had ascended to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, he had yet to truly unleash his power. Today was the perfect opportunity to test just how sharp the axe was against this feathered foe. "Open for me." Su Chen's muscular arms bulged, veins popped, and he swung the axe of heaven with all his might. No flashy Dao methods, no profound divine abilities, just the purest, most intense strength and malevolence. A blood-red axe, light refined to perfection, soared into the sky, carrying the terrifying will to obliterate all and shatter all laws, striking fiercely against the phantom of the chaos bell that descended upon it. Boom! The axe light collided with the bell shadow in midair. In that instant, the entire Buzhou mountain shook violently. An indescribable energy storm surged wildly from the point of impact, sweeping outwards in all directions. The stones and vegetation in the valley turned to dust at the moment they encountered the storm. Sanqing, Nuwa, and Hongjun had no choice but to retreat repeatedly, each summoning their magical treasures to shield themselves, just managing to withstand the terrifying aftermath. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the center of the storm. In their minds, while Su Chun was formidable, he was ultimately unarmed, whereas Dong Huang Tai possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. After this strike, even if Su Chun did not fall, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. However, the events that transpired in the next moment completely overturned their understanding. The indestructible sound waves of the Chaos Bell, after a brief stalemate with the blood-red axe light, suddenly emitted a crisp crack as a fissure was forcefully cleaved open in its center. Immediately after, the fissure rapidly expanded, and the entire bell shadow shattered with a thunderous crack. Dong Huang Tai was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing into the distant mountainside and creating a massive human-shaped pit. The one who wielded the innate treasure, Dong Huang Tai, had been defeated. And so decisively. Silence. The entire valley fell into a deathly stillness. The expressions on the faces of Sanqing froze completely. The haughty arrogance of Yuanshi Tianzuan turned into a daze. Taishang Laojuan, usually calm, revealed an uncommon hint of astonishment in his eyes. How could this be possible? That was the Chaos Bell, one of the 3 innate treasures forged from the Pangu axe blade. What exactly was the axe in Su Chen's hand? How could it withstand the attack of an innate treasure with the form of a mid-grade innate spirit treasure? Nuwa's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and confusion, and her gaze towards Su Chun became unusually grave. This 13th ancestor of the witch tribe had hidden too deeply. Su Chun slowly retracted the axe, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, nodding inwardly. Truly worthy of being an innate treasure, its power was indeed formidable. If it were not for the fact that his axe was born for slaughter, specifically designed to break all laws, he would have truly had a tough time today. He weighed the axe in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the shocked crowd, and spoke in a calm tone. "So is there anyone else who wants to come up and try to seize my things?" His calm words were filled with an unmatched dominance and intimidation at this moment. "Ahem. Su Chun, my friend, you jest." Hongjun was the first to react, quickly waving his hands, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. "Since this gourd vine belongs to you, I naturally won't harbor any thoughts of coveting it. I'll take my leave now." After all, even Dong Huang Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, was sent flying by a single axe strike. What would happen to me, the good-natured old man, if I were to go up? He certainly did not want to risk his life. Nuwa also cast a deep glance at Su Chun, slightly bowing, and said coldly, "Nuwa has been too abrupt. Since the treasure has an owner, Nuwa takes her leave." With that, she transformed into five-colored divine light and left the place of conflict without hesitation. She was wise enough to know that there was no share for her in the gourd today, and staying would only lead to awkwardness. The successive retreats of Hongjun and Nuwa made the atmosphere in the scene even more bizarre. Only Sanqing, with their faces ashen, and Dongwang Tai, who had just crawled out of the ruins with blood at the corners of his mouth and a vengeful gaze, remained. At that moment, the previously silent Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly spoke. His vengeful gaze fixed on Su Chun as he said coldly, "Why let one person intimidate us? Even if Su Chun is strong, he is ultimately just one person. If we join forces, could we really be afraid of him?" Yuanshi Tianzun's words made the originally wavering Taishang and Tongshan's gazes sharpen instantly. That's right. No matter how strong Su Chun is, he is just one person. We have Sanqing plus Dongwang Tai, who wields an innate treasure. 4-against-1. The advantage is ours. Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and upon hearing Yuanshi's words, the resentment in his eyes was instantly replaced by a fervent killing intent. He stared fiercely at Su Chun as if he wanted to swallow him whole. "Yuanshi, my friend, is absolutely right." Tai's voice was hoarse and frenzied. "Today we shall join forces to slay this barbarian of the witch tribe, eliminating a great threat for the primordial." The Tian Di Xian Huang Linglong pagoda above Taishang's head emitted myriad streams of Xian Huang Qi, protecting him firmly. Though he did not speak, his silent stance had already indicated his position. Tan Tian was even more straightforward. The Qingping sword emitted a clear sword cry, its sharp intent aimed directly at Su Chun, a battle intent soaring to the heavens. In an instant, the auras of the four top powers of the primordial locked onto Su Chun from four directions. The terrifying pressure pressed towards Su Chun like the collapse of heaven and earth, as if it wanted to crush him into dust. However, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught that could drive any Kwasa saint to despair, there was not a hint of tension on Su Chen's face. He even casually dug at his ear as if he hadn't heard their words at all. "More people." Su Chen scoffed, his gaze akin to that of observing four jumping clowns. "Do you think you have more people than our witch tribe? Have you all lost your minds?" As soon as the words fell, Su Chun abruptly lifted his head and let out a long howl into the void. That howl was filled with the unique rhythm of the Pangu bloodline, penetrating layers of space, reaching the distant bottom of Buzhou Mountain. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. 12 enormous gaps suddenly tore open in the space behind Su Chun. Following that, 12 terrifying figures exuding overwhelming malevolence stepped out from the rifts in space. Leading them was Dijiang, who controlled the laws of space, his body as yellow as a bag and red like fire. Beside him was Zhu Rong, whose entire body burned with the South Mingli fire and had a furious temperament, along with Gonggong, who was surrounded by overwhelming black water and had a frigid gaze. With the head of a man and the body of a tiger mastering the law of gold was Ru Shou. All 12 ancestral witches, none missing, descended together. The moment they appeared, they formed a fan shape behind Su Chun, the 12 terrifying auras converging together, creating an unparalleled ferocity that could change the color of heaven and earth. The pressure formed by the combined forces of Sanqing and Tai was instantly shattered like paper in the face of this overwhelming ferocity. "Who dares to harm my 13th brother?" Zhu Rong's booming voice erupted first. He fixed his gaze fiercely on Yuanshi Tianzuan, flames erupting from his body, rising 3 feet high, distorting the air around him. The three pure ones and Tai were utterly dumbfounded. The smugness and severity on Yuanshi Tianzun's face instantly froze, replaced by endless horror and disbelief. He gaped, his throat making a hoarse sound, but not a word could escape his lips. He never dreamed that Su Chun could summon all 12 ancestral witches with just a thought. 4-against-1. Now it had turned into 4-against-13. And the 13 before him were irrational, bloodthirsty lunatics from the witch clan. The overwhelming murderous intent that Tai had just ignited was like a bucket of ice water poured over him, extinguishing it completely. He felt his hands and feet grow cold, a chill rushing from his soles to the crown of his head. He looked at the 12 figures that resembled gods and demons, then glanced at the 4 of them, standing alone. A fear unlike any he had ever known seized his heart. What's the point of fighting? This is not a battle, it is a one-sided massacre. Su Chen looked at their ghostly expressions and felt an exhilarating satisfaction. He shouldered the heaven-slaying axe, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of the 12 elder brothers and sisters. He extended the axe, pointing at the gourd vine in the distance, then slowly swept his gaze across the 3 pure ones, and Tai, a wildly arrogant smirk gracing his lips. "Now does anyone have any objections about the ownership of these gourds?" Su Chen's voice echoed in the valley, filled with undeniable authority. The faces of the 3 pure ones and Tai were as ugly as they could be. Objections? Did they dare to voice any? After all, they were facing 13 ancestral witches, a group of the most unreasonable brutes in the wilderness. If a fight broke out, let alone grabbing the gourds, whether the four of them could leave Mount Buzhou in one piece was already in question. Especially Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was regretting his words deeply. Why did he have to speak up and propose a partnership? Now he had summoned this group of lethal beings, and there was no turning back. He could feel Zhu Rong's gaze, which seemed to want to devour him, locked onto him tightly, making him feel as if he were sitting on needles. Eventually, it was Tai Shang who broke the suffocating silence. He let out a long sigh, withdrew the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth from atop his head, and slightly bowed to Su Chen. Since this treasure already has its master, we shall take our leave and not disturb further. Tai Shang straightforwardly conceded. Though face was important compared to life, and being beaten by 13 people, what was face worth? Elder brother. Yuan Shi Tianzun called out unwillingly. Leave. Tai Shang snapped his gaze, sternly glaring at him. Yuan Shi Tianzun trembled with anger, but ultimately he did not dare defy his elder brother's wishes, and could only resentfully glare at Su Chen, firmly etching this grudge in his heart. Tong Tian also shook his head helplessly and put away the Qingping sword. Tai, without a second thought, transformed into a beam of golden light ready to tear through space and flee. The humiliation they faced today was simply too great. Watching the figures vanish, Su Chen walked over to the gourd vine and casually plucked all 7 gourds, even taking the vine with him. Then he took the ancestral witches back with him. What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. Upon returning to the Pangu Divine Hall, Zhu Rong's distinctive loud voice echoed throughout. 13th brother, did you see that? The 3 pure ones turned green. And Tai, that mixed feathered bird, ran faster than a rabbit. I'm dying of laughter. Gong Gong also slammed the stone table, causing the stone bowls on it to clatter, his face openly displaying pride. Although their witch clan was powerful, they were often criticized for lacking understanding of the heavenly principles and being simple-minded brutes. But today Su Chen, in front of all the top powers of the wilderness, directly and forcefully slapped everyone in the face in the most straightforward, domineering, and effective way. What Pangu orthodoxy? What demon clan monarch? In the face of absolute strength and unreasonable unity, they are all mere paper tigers. All right, go cultivate. Dijiang looked at the crowd and said. Su Chen turned and walked deeper into the Pangu Divine Hall. There lay his exclusive cultivation ground. Passing through several deep corridors built of massive stones, Su Chen arrived at a heavy stone door. This was one of the most malevolent places in the entire Pangu Divine Hall. Apart from him, even other great witches would feel uneasy if they stayed too long. But for Su Chen, this place felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. He pushed open the stone door and walked inside. The interior of the cultivation ground was extremely simple. Apart from a massive stone platform for meditation, the entire space was empty, and the walls were carved with some vague patterns, the original traces of the Tao left by the great god Pangu. Boom. The stone door slowly closed, isolating everything from the outside world. Su Chen casually set up a simple warning barrier. Although he knew no one would dare disturb him in the Pangu Divine Hall, it had become a habit. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, taking a deep breath to gradually calm the excitement and exhilaration from before. Upgrading the heaven-slaying axe was a significant matter that required him to be in the best state. He closed his eyes, adjusting his breath and chi blood as his entire essence gradually ascended to its peak. After a long time, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes there were no more distractions, only endless anticipation and fervor. It was time. With a thought, he prepared to bring forth all the gains from this time. This would be his greatest opportunity since crossing over, and also the crucial step for the heaven-slaying axe to be reborn and truly become a top-tier treasure of slaughter in the wilderness. Su Chen sat on the empty stone platform, his mind in an unprecedented state of tranquility. He extended his right hand and gently waved it at the empty space before him. Buzz. The space rippled, and 7 magical gourds radiating various brilliant lights appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering in midair. The purple-golden gourd exuded an aura of nobility, faintly permeated by the fragrance of pills, precisely the alchemical treasure that Tai Shang coveted. The purple-yellow gourd was heavy and solid, filled with the capacity and power of the earth, resonating well with Yuan Shi's methods. The purple-green gourd concealed a sharp sword intent, its edge glaring, as if it could strike forth a sword light capable of splitting heaven and earth at any moment, inherently meant for Tong Tian. There were also the purple-white, purple-blue, and purplured gourds, which were connected to Tai Nu Hua and Hongjun, along with the last one, which was not yet fully ripe, but exuded a devouring aura of all things a purple-black gourd. Each of the 7 gourds was of the highest grade of innate spiritual treasures, and the 7 different Tao rhythms intertwined in the small cultivation room. Su Chen looked at the 7 gourds and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He could almost imagine the furious expressions of the 3 pure ones and Tai at this moment. You all hurried to Mount Buzhou, arguing over how to divide these gourds, almost coming to blows. And in the end, all of them ended up as my wedding dress. This feeling is simply indescribably delightful. Su Chen felt pleased as he thought to himself, yet his hands did not stop moving. Just having 7 gourds was not enough. This time, he wanted to go big. With another wave of his hand, 2 more brilliant spiritual treasures appeared beside the gourds. 7 gourds along with these 2 treasures made a total of 9. But Su Chen's goal was 10. Gathering a complete set, he aimed to give the heaven-slaying axe the most exquisite feast. His gaze ultimately landed on the innate gourd vine he had uprooted. This spiritual root was the core of all the treasures. It had nurtured 7 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, and its own rank surpassed that of most innate treasures, being one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the wilderness, containing a source of power as vast as the ocean. You're the one. Su Chen grinned, placing the gourd vine before him. A total of 10 treasures exuding a terrifying aura filled the entire training room. The overwhelming spiritual energy and Tao rhythm almost turned into a tangible liquid flowing through the air. If any mighty figure from the wilderness were to witness this scene, they would surely go mad. This was a truly extravagant display. Too wasteful. Each treasure, if taken out, would be enough to spark a bloodbath. Yet now they were to be used as dog food for an axe. The preparations are complete. Su Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, then took a deep breath and removed the heaven-slaying axe from his back. Thud. The heavy axe landed on the stone platform with a dull thud. At that moment, after devouring 6 low-grade innate treasures, the heaven-slaying axe had already ascended to a mid-grade innate treasure. Blood light flowed across the blade, and mysterious Tao patterns covered the axe body, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. It resembled a slumbering, unparalleled, ferocious beast. Merely resting there caused the surrounding space to subtly distort. As if sensing the aroma of the 10 delicacies around it, the heaven-slaying axe began to emit an excited humming sound, with the blood light on its surface flickering, as if eagerly urging Su Chen. Don't rush, there will be plenty for you. Su Chen gently patted the cold axe surface as if treating an old companion. Old buddy, today, they'll treat you to a feast. Once you're full, let's split the heavens open together. His eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance, and a surge of ambition filled the air. Without hesitation, Su Chen made his move. He grabbed the purple gold gourd that the Supreme Elder had longed for, and the power of his blood and chi surged wildly, directly infusing it into the heaven-slaying axe. It's time to eat. Buzz. With the infusion of Su Chen's blood and chi, the heaven-slaying axe erupted with an earth-shattering hum. The mysterious Tao patterns on the blade instantly lit up, and a bottomless black vortex rapidly formed on the surface of the axe, exuding a terrifying, devouring force. Go! Su Chen shouted unhesitatingly, tossing the purple gold gourd directly into the black vortex. That was a top-tier innate treasure. However, the moment it touched the black vortex, the purple gold gourd was unable to put up even the slightest resistance. With a sharp crack, it sounded as if a cookie had been crushed. The indestructible gourd shell instantly filled with cracks, and then it exploded with a roar, transforming into the purest innate gung metal energy, and the laws of alchemy, which were frantically pulled and devoured by the vortex, merging into the body of the heaven-slaying axe. The axe body of the heaven-slaying axe trembled violently, the blood light on the blade becoming even more enchanting, and its aura surged dramatically. Good. Su Chen's eyes brightened as he felt the satisfaction transmitted from the heaven-slaying axe. He knew this feast was exactly what it needed. Without pausing, he swiftly grabbed the purple-yellow gourd favored by the Primordial Lord and tossed it in again. Another ear-splitting shatter. The gourd containing the heavy laws of earth was similarly decomposed into source power, in an instant devoured clean by the heaven-slaying axe. The third one, the screeching purple-green gourd. The fourth, the purple-white gourd of Tai. The fifth, the purple-blue gourd of Nuwa. Su Chen's movements were swift as lightning, flowing like water. One after another, innate treasures that could make quasi-saint powers fight over them in the wilderness were tossed to the heaven-slaying axe like garbage. Boom. As more and more treasures were devoured, the pressure emitted by the heaven-slaying axe grew increasingly terrifying. The entire training room trembled violently, and fine cracks began to appear on the hard stone walls. Inside the training room, after the 7th treasure, which was the unfinished purple-black gourd, was devoured, the aura of the heaven-slaying axe reached a critical point. The peak of a mid-grade innate treasure. Just one step away from completing its final transformation. Su Chen's face turned slightly pale as such intense activation of the heaven-slaying axe took a heavy toll on him. Yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. Not enough. He roared, tossing in the remaining 2 innate treasures together. Boom. As the source power of the 2 innate treasures surged in, it was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing the heaven-slaying axe to shake violently, and the barrier of ascension began to loosen. Now's the time. The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes shot forth as he lifted the last and most crucial main dish, the complete innate gourd vine. Break for me. He used all his strength to press this one of the top 10 innate roots of the wilderness forcefully into the black vortex on the axe surface. Boom. At the moment the innate gourd vine was devoured, an unspeakable, terrifying energy detonated completely within the heaven-slaying axe. As if the universe was just beginning, chaos erupted. The heaven-slaying axe could no longer maintain its form, erupting with billions of dazzling blood lights dyeing the entire training room, and even a large part of the Pangu Divine Hall red. The barrier that shackled it shattered under this unmatched power. An extreme pure aura of slaughter surpassing all mid-grade innate treasures surged into the sky. The form of the heaven-slaying axe began to reshape, becoming more ancient, while the blade became sharp enough to cleave through time itself. On the blade, new supreme law patterns representing slaughter and annihilation were slowly imprinted. A top-grade innate treasure. And it was a top-tier treasure focused on slaughter. It was done. In the moment the transformation was complete, a surge of immense power erupted from the axe and flowed into Su Chen's body. Su Chen felt a jolt throughout his entire being, as his once exhausted vitality was instantly replenished, continuing to rise exponentially. His flesh, under the baptism of this power, emitted a series of cracking sounds, becoming even more resilient and powerful. The upgraded axe, the Facian axe, quietly hovered before Su Chen, all its brilliance concealed, appearing merely as an unremarkable stone axe. But Su Chen knew just how terrifying this axe was. He slowly extended his hand and grasped the seemingly plain axe handle. The moment Su Chen's palm gripped the handle of the Facian axe, a terrifying force beyond imagination surged through his arm, accompanied by overwhelming murderous intent flooding into his limbs and bones. This power was overwhelmingly domineering, as if it would explode his body. Yet Su Chen's physique, being at the peak of a great witch and tempered by Pangu's divine blood, managed to grit his teeth and withstand the impact of this force. He could clearly feel that every inch of his muscles and every drop of his blood was undergoing an astonishing transformation under the cleansing of this pure killing power. Su Chen could not help but let out a low roar, his face revealing an expression of extreme exhilaration. He felt filled with power, as if he could punch through Mount Buzhou. Holding the new Facian axe, he casually waved it lightly toward the empty space ahead. Not with a thunderous sound, but with a barely perceptible light swish. The incredibly sturdy space before him was unexpectedly sliced open like tofu, leaving behind a dark crack that refused to heal. Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. What the hell, that's so fierce? He was startled himself. This was the space within the realm of Mount Buzhou, suppressed by Pangu's divine pressure, far more stable than anywhere else in the primordial chaos. He could casually slice open a spatial crack. This power was simply outrageous. Su Chen's heart surged with joy, unable to resist, beginning to daydream. Damn it, with this thing, if I run into that old guy Yuan Sure again, with a single blow, I bet I could shatter his 3 treasures, Jade Rui. And that mixed feathered bird Tai, acting all high and mighty, just because he has a chaos bell. If I run into him again, I must carve a few dents into his broken bell. His confidence soared, feeling that even a mighty being at the early stage of a quasi-saint would dare to confront him. A great Luo, golden immortal. He probably couldn't withstand even 3 of Su Chen's strikes, and would be cleaved in half. After a burst of excitement, Su Chen finally remembered that he should check the attribute panel of the Facian axe. With a thought of virtual panel only he could see materialized in his mind. Facian axe, rank high grade, innate spirit treasure, next level upgrade to supreme innate spirit treasure, requires devouring 20 innate spirit treasures, rank unrestricted. The moment Su Chen saw the requirement for the next upgrade, the smile on his face instantly froze. He blinked hard and looked again. No mistake, it was 20 pieces. What the hell? Su Chen couldn't help. 20 pieces? Why don't you go rob them? He was completely stunned. To upgrade from low grade to mid grade requires 6 pieces. To upgrade from mid-grade to high-grade requires 10 pieces, and the quality demands are extremely high. Now upgrading from high-grade to supreme, it directly doubled, needing 20 pieces. This damn system is too black-heart. It's simply a heartless capitalist, a swindler. Su Chen was furious, cursing internally. What is an innate spirit treasure? Is it like cabbage? In the entire primordial chaos, how many known innate spirit treasures are there? Gathering 10 pieces this time was already a tremendous fortune obtained by offending the 3 pure ones and Tai. Where could he find 20 more to feed this axe? Did he really have to rob the entire primordial chaos? Su Chen's face darkened, feeling as if his future was bleak. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it, 20 pieces it is. He caressed the cold axe surface, his gaze sharpening once again. The challenge is significant, but it's not entirely impossible. The map of the primordial chaos began to form in his mind. That newly established lord of the celestial court, a Dong Wang Gong relying on the Dao ancestors' decree, must have amassed quite a few good things. His Zifu continent treasury can be a primary target. And the Four Seas Dragon clan, having inherited countless Yuan Hui, the treasures in the Dragon Palace treasury, must be piled high, and he will have to borrow a bit for use sooner or later. Not to mention those two paupers in the West constantly crying poor, but actually richer than anyone. Their lair is also an opportunity to explore. Thinking this way, Su Chen realized that there seemed to be quite a few places to rob. The goal of 20 pieces no longer seemed so unattainable. Moreover, the Facian axe in his hand already had the capital to rob. With this thought, Su Chen's mood brightened again. He shouldered the Facian axe once more, feeling the heavy power, and a bold, yet crazy plan began to take shape in his mind. Relying solely on robbery is still too inefficient and likely to provoke public outrage. He needed to find a way to make others willingly deliver treasures into his hands. A plan that could continuously extract massive resources for both the Witch clan and himself. A glint of cunning flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he strode out of the training room, heading directly toward the main hall of the Pangu Temple. This plan required the cooperation of his elder brother Dijiang. It was time to have a good talk with his elder brother about business. Su Chen swaggered into the main hall of the Pangu Temple with the understated Facian axe. The 12 ancestral witches were waiting inside the hall, and as soon as they saw him come out, they immediately surrounded him eagerly. 13th brother, you finally came out. Zhu Rong's loud voice rang out first, his large copper bell-like eyes fixed on the axe on Su Chen's shoulder, sensing the faint, yet heart-pounding aura emanating from it. How is it? Did you succeed? Show your brother how powerful your precious axe is now. Gong Rushu and several other combative ancestral witches also displayed their impatience, eager to drag Su Chen out to test the axe's power. Su Chen looked at their eager faces and merely smiled mysteriously. He said nothing, only gently thumping the Facian axe down to the ground. Thud. A very faint muffled sound. However, this faint sound made the entire magnificent Pangu shrine tremble violently. An invisible pure sharpness of energy instantly spread out from the point of the axe. The expressions of the 12 ancestral witches changed simultaneously as they sensed a trace of deadly danger from this aura that could threaten their true forms. The hall fell silent in an instant. All the ancestral witches looked at Su Chen and the axe on his shoulder with the eyes of someone staring at a monster. They knew Su Chen's axe would become stronger after upgrading, but no one expected it to reach such a level. This was no ordinary spirit treasure, it was definitely a formidable weapon. Dijiang sat in the first seat, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes, but more was joy. The strength of the Witch clan had increased again. He looked at Su Chen and noticed that his brother's aura seemed to have changed somewhat. Although he still appeared lazy, there was now a glint in his eyes akin to the edge of an axe. He knew that Su Chen had come to find them immediately after leaving seclusion, and it surely wasn't just to show off his new weapon. 13th brother, you can't just be here for the axe, right? Dijiang spoke in a deep voice, breaking the silence in the hall. Su Chen grinned, shouldering the axe again, and the overwhelming sharpness that had suffocated everyone also vanished. He walked to the center of the hall, cleared his throat, and his expression became serious. Eldest brother, esteemed brothers and sisters, I am here today because I have thought of a good method that can make our Witch clan stronger and wealthier. Oh, Dijiang immediately showed interest. What method? Please share. Su Chen looked around, meeting the curious gazes of his brothers and sisters, and spoke slowly. That is, we should claim territory. Claim territory. What does that mean? The 12 ancestral witches exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with big question marks. This term was far too unfamiliar to them. In their understanding, land was meant for fighting. Whoever had the bigger fist owned the territory. What does it mean to claim? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Su Chen knew it was time to educate these simple ancient villagers about what a business model was. He stepped forward, pointed to the ground beneath his feet, and then pointed to the towering Buzhou mountain outside the shrine. Eldest brother, let me ask you, what is Buzhou mountain? Nonsense. Zhu Rong answered without hesitation. Of course it is transformed from the spine of our Father God. It is the holy land of our Witch clan. That's right. Su Chen suddenly clapped his hands, raising his voice a notch. Since it is the holy land left by our Father God, the ancestral home of our Witch clan, shouldn't the entire Buzhou mountain rightfully belong to us? Naturally. Dijiang nodded. This was a matter of course in their eyes. But what about now? Su Chen changed the subject. In the wilderness, any race can come to Buzhou mountain. They can come and go as they please, searching for treasures and cultivating here. Did they come with our permission? Did they offer us any benefits? Su Chen's words were quite crude, yet they were vividly clear. Zhu Rong, Gong, and the other hot-tempered ancestral witches immediately raised their brows. After Su Chen's remarks, they also felt that it seemed reasonable. Why should they? Why should outsiders come and go freely on their territory and take away valuable treasures? 13th brother, are you implying? Dijiang seemed to understand something, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chen saw that the timing was right, finally revealing his core plan with a smile reminiscent of a cunning. My meaning is simple. From today onwards, we declare that the entire Buzhou Mountain is the private territory of our witch clan. Any being that is not from our witch clan, if they wish to step onto Buzhou Mountain, they must pay a mountain fee, exchanging treasures for entry. Exchanging for treasures? Zhu Rong's already large eyes widened even further. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, excitement flooding his rugged face. Brilliant. 13th brother, how did you come up with this idea? Exactly. Why should we let them use our territory for free? Gong Gong also looked enlightened. Most of the combative ancestral witches such as Ru Shou and Chang Liang found this idea, filled with the witch clan's domineering and direct nature, tailored perfectly for them. This was far more efficient than going out to fight for territory. However, not everyone was as straightforward as they were. Ho Tu, who had been quietly listening, slightly furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of confusion on her beautiful face. She softly spoke, her voice flowing like clear spring water over stones, bringing a touch of gentleness to the hall filled with malevolence. 13th brother, although your idea is novel, what use do we the witch clan have for those innate spirit treasures? As soon as Ho Tu spoke, the hall fell into a significant silence. The ancestral witches, who had just been so excited, also calmed down and exchanged glances. Indeed, this question was crucial. Their witch clan was born without a nascent soul, only cultivating their physical bodies and the laws. Those innate spirit treasures, which required a nascent soul imprint and magical power to activate, were no different from a pretty stone in their hands. At most, they could use the hardness of the spirit treasures to smash someone's head like a brick. But the fists of the ancestral witches were harder than any brick. Was it really worth offending all beings in the wilderness for these useless items? Sister Ho Tu is right. Xian Ming, who had remained silent, also spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. We have no nascent souls, and thus cannot refine them. No matter how many we collect, they will only gather dust in the treasury. It is not worth expending effort for these useless items. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall changed again. Chen had long anticipated his brothers' and sisters' doubts. He chuckled unperturbed. Who says they're useless? He raised a finger and shook it. First of all, just because we can't use them doesn't mean others can't. Chen's gaze swept over everyone, his voice taking on a playful tone. Think about it, the total number of innate spirit treasures in the wilderness is limited. If we take one more, won't the demon race's celestial birds have one less? Aren't those few from the three pure ones going to have one less? This is a simple zero-sum game. By collecting all the treasures in the world into our pockets, even if they sit and mold, it indirectly weakens all our potential enemies. When the actual fight comes, our fists will be solid, and they won't be able to pull out a decent treasure. Who stands to gain? This theory of zero-sum game brightened the eyes of Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and others. Right? We can't use them, but we can't let our enemies use them either. Strip them of their gear, and let's see how. This logic was straightforward and brutal, very much to their liking. Secondly, the second point. Chen raised a second finger. Who says we won't be able to use them in the future? Our witch clan has no nascent soul, which is an innate limitation. But that doesn't mean we can't find substitutes for the nascent soul. His words carried a powerful confidence. Our Father God opened the heavens. Oh, what tremendous power. As descendants of the Father God's bloodline, are we to be limited by this small nascent soul? I believe that as long as we are strong enough and have enough resources, there will come a day when we can break the shackles. These spirit treasures are our investment for the future. This declaration stirred the blood of several ancestral witches. Breaking the shackles and possessing a nascent soul. This was something they had never dared to imagine yet. When spoken by Chen, it seemed within reach. All the ancestral witches, including the wisest Dijiang and the most benevolent Ho Tu, fell into deep contemplation. The blueprint Chen painted was simply too enticing. Weakening enemies, investing for the future, exchanging for resources. This was no longer a simple territorial fee. It was a complete, grand strategy capable of propelling the witch clan to rapid development like a snowball. Why hadn't they thought of this before? They only thought about fighting if they won, the territory would be theirs. But Chen told them that territory is not only for living in it, can also be managed. Excellent. After a long silence, Dijiang, who had occupied the head seat, struck the stone bench and rose abruptly. A light unlike any before flared in his deep eyes as he fixed his gaze on Chen, filled with both approval and astonishment. 13th brother, you have done well. Dijiang seldom bestowed praise. We will act according to your counsel. He swept his gaze around, his voice brimmed with unassailable authority and resolute command. From this day forth, Buzhou Mountain is sealed. I wish to see who in this boundless wilderness dares to trample the rules of my wuzu upon our territory. A roar tore through the hall. Zhu Rong was first to pound his chest, issuing a thunderous cry. Do it. Another bellowed. To hell with them. For a moment, the entire Pangu shrine surged with martial ardor. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Pangu's spine, was the foremost sacred peak of the primordial wilds. It was not merely the pillar that upheld heaven and earth, it was the place where spiritual energy concentrated most densely and the great Taoist laws manifested most vividly. For countless millennia, innumerable lives had converged here. There were innate beings with deep foundations meditating on Pangu's lingering resonance to break through bottlenecks, newly formed lesser demons absorbing spiritual energy in hopes of early success, and innumerable solitary cultivators who regarded this place as home year after year, seeking opportunity and evading calamity. Atop the mountain waste, beneath a mist-shrouded waterfall thick with spiritual energy, an old Taoist with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. He had meditated here for 3,000 years, poised to glean from a wisp of innate Jing metal qi a thread of sword Tao that would carry him into the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. His face glowed with the joy of imminent success. Elsewhere, in a hidden valley, 2 tiger demons who had assumed human form crept cautiously toward a luminescent immortal herb. It was a 9-leaf Longxian grass, the primary ingredient for refining a sacred healing elixir priceless in value. The brothers had guarded it for over 10,000 years, awaiting its maturity. Today, at last, it was time to harvest. On the summit, where fierce winds bit, a blue-robed cultivator bearing a long sword absorbed the indomitable will of Pangu. Under that tempering, his sword intent became ever purer and more keen. Buzhou Mountain hummed with peace and ripe opportunity. Yet in the next instant, a low rumble, an invisible yet immense and irresistible spatial fluctuation centered on the Pangu shrine, like ripples on a pond, swept across the entirety of Buzhou Mountain from base to peak in an instant. The old Taoist, on the verge of breaking through, felt his vision blur. The waterfalls roar, the mist, and the dense spiritual energy around him vanished in a heartbeat. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing upon a desolate plain, the towering Buzhou Mountain separated from him by distances beyond reckoning. The breakthrough he had nearly grasped evaporated with the sudden change of environment. In a surge of agony, the old man spat a mouthful of blood and slumped in exhaustion. No, my Tao, my opportunity. He howled in despair. 3,000 years of toil were destroyed in an instant. The Tiger brothers had barely brushed the leaf of the 9-leaf Longxian grass when the scene before them transformed into an unfamiliar tangled wood. They stared at each other, bewilderment and panic plain in their eyes. Big brother, where are we? How should I know? Where is our 9-leaf Longxian grass? The sword cultivator at the summit was in the critical moment of comprehension when an irresistible force gripped him, as if an invisible hand had lifted him and flung him casually onto a distant hillock thousands of miles away. He stared at the still sky-piercing divine mountain veins bulging on his hand that gripped the hilt. At the same time, the same event occurred to every non-Wuzu being within Buzhou Mountain's domain. Whether potent immortals in secluded retreat, frolicking spirits, solitary cultivators hidden in caverns, or visitors newly setting foot here, none were spared. Countless millions of lives in a single instant were moved by a gentle yet irresistible force to locations beyond Buzhou Mountain. In a flash, across the vast region encircling Buzhou Mountain, dense figures appeared out of nothing like scattered pebbles. What has occurred? How am I here? Where's my cave? Which great being cast this divine art? Why were we all expelled from Buzhou Mountain? After a brief, deathly silence, a clamor and tumult rose. Countless beings argued and wondered, staring at that mountain which seemed both within reach and impossibly distant, their faces etched with doubt, fury, and unease. At that instant, a voice, majestic, vast, and utterly emotionless, descended as if from the 9 heavens, and yet sounded from the depths of every heart, clearly reaching the ears of all who had been displaced. I am the ancestral Wuzu Dijiang. From this day forth, Buzhou Mountain is the private domain of my Wuzu. Any outsider without permission shall not set foot even a half-pace within it. Those who wish to enter the mountain to seek opportunity may come to the entrance below and pay an entrance fee, in spirit treasures or in celestial and terrestrial rarities. This is the rule, violators shall die. Dijiang's voice rolled through heaven and earth, each word imbued with the supreme authority of spatial law, causing countless hearts to tremble. The uproar stilled in an instant. Everyone was stupefied. What? Buzhou Mountain has become the private domain of the Wuzu. We must pay to enter. What on earth is this? After a brief stupor, a far fiercer eruption followed. Absurd. Utterly preposterous. Buzhou Mountain was formed from Pangu's spine. It is the treasure the patriarch God left to all beings of the primordial wilds. By what right does your Wuzu seize it alone? The Wuzu grow tyrannical. Do they truly believe themselves invincible? They would make the whole wilderness their enemy. We refuse to submit. We will return. Emotions flared. Countless lives were set ablaze with rage. They could accept might makes right, but they would not brook such arbitrary enclosure and tolls. This was a trampling of everyone's dignity. In an instant, innumerable luminous travel forms ignited and vast multitudes gathered, a dark tide surging toward Buzhou Mountain, as if intent on leveling the sacred peak. They demanded an explanation from the Wuzhu. On the southeast foothills of Buzhou, a great valley entrance stood, once a desolate place. It had been declared by the Wuzhu the sole official entrance. Chen sat upon a boulder, Zhu Rong and Gong flanking him like two guardian deities, arms crossed, and wearing smiles that betrayed ill intent. The ancestral Wuzhu aura he released without reserve warped the surrounding space. An immense multitude of beings gathered there, towering fury and resentment, scorching the heavens, as if poised to burn a hole through the sky. The Wu clan stepped forth. Surrender Buzhou Mountain. By what right do you usurp this sacred land? The legacy of the primordial god Pangu. You barbaric wretches. A cacophony of curses and roars surged into a deafening tidal wave, crashing against the narrow valley. Yet at the valley's entrance, three figures of the Wu clan stood unshaken, immovable as ancient bedrock. At that moment, the surging crowd parted spontaneously, carving a path through its own fury. An immortal elder, ethereal and venerable, his beard and hair snow-white, strode forward with quiet authority. In his hand gleamed a dusting whisk, its azure light pulsing like living breath, under the awestruck gaze of countless beings. With each step he took, his aura swelled. Unrestrained pressure of an early-stage great Luo, immortal, radiating outward, bearing down upon Chen and his two companions. It's Qingshu Shangren, the master of Qingshu Cave. Praise be, Qingshu Shangren has deigned to champion us. Elder delivered due chastisement upon these arrogant Wu brutes. The throng erupted in jubilant cheers as though they had found their anchor. Qingshu Shangren, clearly savoring this adulation, basked in the spotlight of 10,000 eyes. He was but newly ascended to the rank of great Luo immortal. Calmly stroking his beard, he assumed the solemn bearing of a realized sage, his gaze settling upon Chen with detached, condescending scrutiny. You are Chen, the 13th Ancestral Wu. Qingshu Shangren spoke softly, yet his voice carried with crystalline clarity to every ear. Chen did not so much as lift his eyelids. Speak your business, or release your wind. Don't waste my time on commerce. Qingshu Shangren's composed expression froze instantly. He had rehearsed countless openings, yet never imagined such an utter disregard for protocol. This man played by no known rules. The Wu clan defies heaven's order, seizing Buzhou Mountain, spurning the harmony of all life in the primordial chaos. Do you confess your guilt? Oh, I confess. Chen nodded, then took another bite of his fruit. Silence hung thick and suffocating. Qingshu Shangren nearly choked, his prepared sermon strangled mid-throat. This discourse was irretrievably broken. Chen rose from the boulder, brushed his palms clean, hoisted the unassuming axe of heaven toppling, and swept his gaze across the assembled host, finally locking eyes with Qingshu Shangren. Too many words. Let me restate the terms. Listen well. He raised one finger. Ascend the mountain. Very well. Either pay tribute in treasures. He paused, flashing a grin, white teeth gleaming, then lifted a second finger. Or defeat me. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Qingshu Shangren's beard bristled with outrage. In all his eons traversing the primordial chaos, he had never encountered such brazen, unfettered arrogance. Very well, very well, very well. He laughed, a brittle, furious sound. Then today I shall test the might of the ancestral Wu. His azure whisk lashed out, and 3,000 silken strands erupted, transforming into 3,000 razor-sharp sword beams, each humming with great Luo Dao laws, weaving into an inescapable celestial net that descended upon Chen. That whisk was none other than a low-tier primordial divine artifact. Excellent. Chen watched the storm of sword beams. Not a flicker of fear crossed his face, only a spark of exhilaration lit his eyes. He had been searching for just such an opportunity to establish dominion. And here came a willing face pressing itself forward. Slowly he raised the axe of heaven toppling. Fine craftsmanship, but lacking in true power. He murmured lightly, then swung the axe. No earth-shattering thunder. No cataclysmic shockwave. He simply lifted it, effortlessly, naturally, from low to high, as though a farmer swinging a hoe through fertile. Yet that single unremarkable stroke. Hiss. A whisper barely audible. The celestial net, woven from 3,000 great Luo sword beams famed as invincible, met the invisible arc of the axe and dissolved like parchment beneath a red-hot branding iron. Down its center, silent, seamless, it split open. What a... Qingshu Shangren's smugness and cruelty shattered, replaced by raw, incredulous terror. His life-bound artifact, his supreme technique, was gone, utterly erased. Not even a ripple. He had no time to comprehend, because the axe's arc, having cleaved his technique, slowed not a fraction, continuing its unwavering course toward his brow. In that instant, Qingshu Shangren felt his very soul freeze. He willed his body to flee, but limbs refused command. He sought escape, but his nascent spirit was pinned immobile by an indescribable, annihilating slaughter intent. He could only watch, helpless, as that plain, unadorned blade light expanded within his pupils. No. His mouth gaped open in despair, uttering but a single fading syllable. The blade light vanished. Time itself seemed suspended. Qingshu Shangren remained frozen, still wearing that mask of horror. Absolute silence blanketed the valley. All stared, dumbfounded, disbelieving. What happened? Why does Qingshu Shangren stand motionless? A bold cultivator ventured the question, barely above a whisper. Scarcely had the words left his lips. A hair-thin crimson line appeared slowly blooming across Qingshu Shangren's forehead. It traced downward, unstoppable. Before countless horrified eyes, the newly ascended great Luo immortal was utterly obliterated, body and spirit both extinguished. Clatter. The azure whisk struck the ground, a sharp, brittle chime shattering the suffocating stillness. Chen flicked his fingers, the low-tier primordial divine artifact floated obediently into his palm. TCH. Such fragile durability. He sighed, pocketed his prize, and resettled the unassuming axe of heaven toppling across his shoulder. So, who else wishes to try? Who else wishes to try? His voice held no volume, only languid nonchalance. Yet those words struck the surrounding beings like 9 heavens' thunder detonating deep within their souls. Try? Try what exactly? Qingshu Shangren, great Luo immortal wielding a primordial divine artifact, had been felled by a single swing. His corpse hadn't even cooled. Shall we test whether your axe is swift enough, or whether our lives are hard enough to withstand it? The beings at the front could not help but take a step back. Immediately the crowd began to retreat uncontrollably like the first domino falling. The cultivators in the front row desperately tried to push back, while those in the rear fought to distance themselves from this calamity. The courage born from the belief that there is strength in numbers, and the law does not punish the many, was shattered into pieces, leaving not even a trace behind in the face of overwhelming power. The gazes directed at Chen no longer held the previous anger and disdain, replaced instead by the most primal and pure form of fear. This was not merely the sight of a cultivator of equal rank. It was like a flock of sheep gazing up at a colossal beast from the ancient wilderness that preyed on the chosen. Chen was quite satisfied with this effect. To kill a chicken to scare the monkey, the weight of this chicken was just right. He reveled in his thoughts. 1 item secured, still 19 to go. This efficiency is far better than searching the world myself. Looking at the terrified potential customers, he cleared his throat and donned a friendly smile. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. Our witch clan has always been one to reason. He continued, you see, I have provided you with 2 choices. You can fight, but you will not win. So what does that leave you with? Come. Those wishing to enter the mountain, line up. 1 by 1, pay your treasures and receive a token, then you may enter to seek treasure. First come, first served. There are countless treasures inside, and if you delay, others will snatch them away. Chen's words were like those of the most enthusiastic merchant hawking his wares. However, to the crowd this sounded far more terrifying than the whispers of a demon. Hand over treasures, whose innate spiritual treasures and rare materials were not painstakingly earned at the risk of their lives. To just hand them over so easily. Who would willingly comply? But if they did not comply, staying here and watching that stone axe capable of cleaving a great Luo golden immortal, who could guarantee they wouldn't become the next corpse? Caught in a dilemma. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, a clever wandering cultivator among them suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He lowered his voice and urgently spoke to a few fellow Taoists beside him. We cannot defeat this witch clan calamity, but within the wilderness there is someone who can deal with him. Who? The nearby cultivator's eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline. The Eastern King. The wandering cultivator's voice carried a hint of excitement. After Tao ancestor Hongjun's preaching, he personally conferred the title of the foremost male immortal upon the Eastern King, granting him the dragon head staff and commanding him to oversee all immortals. The witch clan's actions are so rampant and unreasonable, they clearly do not regard the Tao ancestor's decree nor the Eastern King himself. Indeed, we shall seek the Eastern King. He is the foremost male immortal and should act on our behalf. Let's go. We will head to the Eastern Sea and invite the Eastern King to come and deal with these traitors. This suggestion ignited the entire field of despair like a spark on dry grass. Yes, if we cannot defeat them, we will find a leader who can. This is an unbreakable truth in the wilderness. In an instant, countless rays of escaping light shot up into the sky, no longer glancing back at the unyielding mountain madly rushing towards the Eastern Sea. Chen watched this grand migration, stroking his chin with a somewhat playful smile. The Eastern King. Go ahead, bring more people, preferably move all his assets here, so I don't have to make another trip to his place later. 13th, brother, will their visit to the Eastern King bring me harm? What is there to fear? If they come, we will fight. Zhu Rong completely disregarded the Eastern King, believing the Witch clan to be the greatest. Don't worry. Su Chen's gaze turned to the void, knowing that no one in the Purple Heaven Palace would care about the life or death of this mere Eastern King. Meanwhile, news of the Witch clan sealing the mountain and the axe that could cleave a great luo spread like wildfire faster than light throughout the entire wilderness. In the heavens above within the demon clan's celestial court, Emperor Jun sat majestically upon his throne listening to the reports from below, a smile of unconcealed joy spreading across his face. At his side, Eastern Emperor Tai, cradling the chaos clock, burst into laughter. Good. Truly wonderful. Brother C, I told you this group of uncouth Witch clan brutes are nothing but brainless fools. By acting this way, they have effectively pushed all wandering cultivators and powerful beings in the wilderness except for the demon clan to our opposing side. This is digging their own grave. A path to self-destruction. Emperor Jun nodded, slightly golden eyes sparkling with cunning light. Indeed, we need not do anything, just watch. When the Eastern King leads the immortal beings against the Witch clan in a fight to the death, we can sit back and reap the benefits. Send my orders to strictly guard the heavenly gate. My demon clan will observe the changes. On the other side of the wilderness atop the towering Kunlun mountain, where celestial energy swirled, a clear bell rang out from the Jade Void Palace. Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. On the cloud bed, three figures sat cross-legged, their Tao rhythms flowing as if they had merged with the entire world. These were the three purities transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. When the news of the Witch clan sealing the mountain arrived, even the calmest disciples of the saints could not help but open their eyes from their comprehension of the Tao. Interesting. The first to speak was Tongtian, seated on the far right, dressed in green, with an air of arrogance. His eyes sparkled with excitement, seeming to take great interest in this daring break from convention. This Witch clan, usually appearing simple-minded, did not expect them to come up with such a cunning scheme. To encircle the unyielding mountain as their own backyard and charge for admission. Such audacity. I like it. Especially that 13th ancestor Witch named Su Chun, who cleaved a great luo golden immortal with a single axe, without even a furrow in his brow. This temperament suits my taste. Tongtian clapped in laughter, showing no signs of concealing his admiration. Upon hearing the name Su Chun, Yuanshi's expression darkened immediately, letting out a cold snort. Rude and uncivilized, defying the heavens. Such regressive actions only hasten their demise. This behavior, which disrespects heaven and earth and disregards the legacy of the Father God, will surely invite heavenly punishment and be spat upon by all beings of the wilderness. His voice was icy, filled with disdain and contempt. Just the thought of the purple and yellow gourd that Su Chun had shamelessly taken from him made Yuanshi's heart bleed, fueling his hatred for Su Chen to the bone. Now hearing that Su Chun and the Witch clan had brought ruin upon themselves by offending all beings in the wilderness, he was simply overjoyed, his heart blooming with delight. Su Chen, you despicable thief. Do you think that stealing my spiritual treasure will let you off the hook? Now look, you have provoked everyone's wrath. I need not lift a finger myself, as the boundless karma and the anger of myriad immortals will be enough to turn you and your savage race to ashes. Yuanshi thought joyfully, unable to suppress the delight on his face, which even Taishang and Tongtian beside him could clearly sense. Tongtian dared not say anything further, realizing that although the three purities and the Witch clan originated from the same lineage, the recent friction had been significant. Taishang remained silent, but felt quite dissatisfied with Su Chun, as the reputation of the three purities had been suppressed multiple times. Especially recalling the events in the Purple Heaven Palace, Taishang's heart was in turmoil. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were also discussing the Witch clan's actions regarding the mountain sea. This Taoist friend, Su Chun, truly is audacious. Hongjun remarked, though they had a good relationship with Su Chun, he believed the Witch clan had offended all beings in the wilderness this time. Indeed. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment before replying, the Witch clan's actions are indeed a bit excessive, but they have the confidence to do so. Yes, they have confidence. The 13th ancestor Witch of the Witch clan is no ordinary figure. Especially Su Chun, that 13th ancestor, which is incredibly formidable. Above the eastern sea, where celestial mist entwined and auspiciousness abounded, there lay a floating divine island in the midst of a vast ocean. This place is the dojo of the Eastern King, the foremost male immortal conferred by the Tao ancestor, Purple Mansion Prefecture. Since the Eastern King was granted the Tao ancestors' decree, Purple Mansion Prefecture has become a holy land aspired to by countless wandering cultivators. Every day thousands of immortals came to seek refuge, hoping to gain a foothold under the command of the foremost male immortal. Today's Purple Mansion Prefecture was even more bustling than usual. This was due to a large group of ragged and disheveled, yet not lacking in cultivation immortals flooding in like refugees from the western horizon. They landed in the square outside Purple Mansion Prefecture, each one crying out in despair. Your Majesty the Eastern King, you must act on our behalf. Where is the heavenly principle? Where is the justice? The heartbreaking cries pierced the peaceful atmosphere of Purple Mansion Prefecture, resonating through the skies. In the Puryong Hall of Purple Mansion Prefecture, the Eastern King sat high upon the nine-dragon throne, wearing a purple gold crown, donning the nine-yang robe, and holding the dragon head staff bestowed by the Tao ancestor, surrounded by Puryong energy, exuding supreme authority. Since being conferred as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor, his life had reached its peak. All male wandering immortals in the wilderness were nominally under his jurisdiction. Countless immortals came to seek refuge, and various rare materials and beautiful celestial maidens were continuously sent into his palace. This feeling of holding great power and having many respond to his call inflated the Eastern King's ambition and confidence to unprecedented levels. He even believed himself to be the destined ruler of the wilderness, viewing the demon clans Emperor Jun and Tai, as well as the 12 ancestor witches of the Witch clan, as mere brutes with courage but no wisdom. At this moment, he was listening to the reports from the celestial officials below, enjoying the exhilaration of commanding myriad immortals, when suddenly a palace guard rushed in, looking flustered. Reporting to your Majesty. There are tens of thousands of immortals outside seeking an audience, claiming they have a tremendous grievance and wish for your Majesty to act on their behalf. Oh. The Eastern King raised an eyebrow, setting down the jade slip in his hand. Let them send a representative to respond. Soon a few cultivators who had been terrified at the foot of Unyielding Mountain, yet were skilled at fanning the flames, were brought into the main hall. Upon seeing the Eastern King, they immediately knelt down, weeping and crying out, Your Majesty, Eastern King, you must act on our behalf. The leading elder exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, that Witch clan is overbearing and unreasonable, occupying the unyielding divine mountain and driving us thousands of cultivators away. They even want us to offer innate spiritual treasures in exchange for the right to ascend the mountain. This is nothing short of banditry. Exactly. Another cultivator immediately chimed in, embellishing the tale. We were dissatisfied and tried to reason with them, but the revered Qingshu Shangren of Tai Mountain, a venerable great Luo Golden immortal, merely spoke a few words of fairness and was brutally cleaved to death by that 13th ancestor Witch, Su Chun. He died such a tragic death. A single axe slaying a great Luo Golden immortal. At this, all the celestial officials in the hall gasped in shock. The Eastern King's pupils constricted slightly, but instead of fear, a stronger anger surged within him. Such a heinous event had occurred right under his nose among the immortals he governed. This was a direct slap to his face. It was a provocation to his supreme authority as the foremost male immortal. The elder leading the complaint, skilled at reading expressions, noticed the Eastern King's displeasure and quickly shifted his tone, beginning to flatter wildly. Your Majesty, you are the Tao ancestors personally conferred foremost male immortal, the leader and hope of all immortals in the wilderness. Now that the Witch clan is acting against the Taoist decree, harming their fellow Taoists, and treating the Tao ancestors' orders as nothing, this is clearly disregarding you. Yes, Your Majesty. If this matter is not severely punished, where will your authority as the foremost male immortal be? What face will the Tao ancestor have left? In the future, who will heed your commands in the wilderness? We implore your Majesty to send troops to punish the Witch clan, avenge the Qingshu Shangren, and uphold justice for all the immortals in the wilderness. Please, Your Majesty, act on our behalf. With each act on our behalf, and each Your Majesty is powerful. The Eastern King felt his blood boiling, soaring in spirit. He felt like the embodiment of justice, the executor of heavenly principles. This was the effect he desired. He wanted all of the wilderness to know that he, the Eastern King, was the most powerful figure in this realm aside from the Tao ancestor and a few future saints. He suddenly stood up from his throne, slamming the dragon head staff heavily onto the ground. Enough! His roar, imbued with pure yang laws, reverberated through the entire hall. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. The Eastern King's face was filled with a sacred yet furious expression as he sternly declared, how dare they? The Witch clan dares to act this way. The unyielding mountain is the spinal column of the Father God, a holy land shared by all beings in the wilderness. How can one clan monopolize it? I will act on your behalf today and visit the unyielding mountain. The Eastern King could not openly admit to fearing the Witch clan. Within the Puryong Hall, Dong Wang Gong listened to the countless celestial beings below praising him like a tsunami, his ambition and pride surging within him like a volcano ready to erupt. He felt as if he was destined for greatness. The protagonist of this era, the Demon clan's Emperor Jun and the Witch clan's Ancestral, which were merely stepping stones for his ascent to the pinnacle of the primordial world. However, as the initial frenzy subsided, a touch of calmness returned to his mind. He was not a fool. That 13 Ancestral Witch named Chen could cleave a great Luo golden immortal with a single axe. What did this mean? It meant that the opponent's strength was at least that of a latest-stage great Luo golden immortal, and possibly even at its peak. Moreover, with that strange axe, its power was likely on par with those seasoned experts who were listening to the Tao in the Zixiao Palace. Although he too was a great Luo golden immortal and possessed the dragon head staff bestowed by the Tao ancestor, facing such a calamity, the outcome was truly uncertain. Furthermore, the witch clan had more than just Chen. There were also 12 ancestral witches. If he led this ragtag group and happened to encounter a hard obstacle, his face as the first male immortal would be utterly ruined. Not only would he be unable to establish his authority, but he would also become a laughingstock throughout the primordial world. No, he absolutely could not go alone. Dong Wanggong sat on his throne, lightly tapping the dragon head staff with his fingers, his eyes squinting as he rapidly calculated. Who to ask for help? The demon clan's heavenly court. Impossible. Emperor Jun and Tai could not wait for him to fight the witch clan to mutual destruction so they could reap the benefits. Those two scruffy birds were quite devious. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun from Wuzhuangguan's. Jin Yuanzi was overly kind and non-confrontational. Hongjun was also a soft-hearted person, but it was said that he had a good relationship with Chen, so he could not be counted on. The ancestor of the underworld from the Blood Sea. That guy was gloomy, hiding in the Blood Sea and dealing with his Azura clan. It was obvious he was not a good ally, and cooperating with him would be like seeking skin from a tiger. The names of the great powers of the primordial world flashed through Dong Wanggong's mind, each one being dismissed. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. The three pure ones. The three pure ones of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The corners of Dong Wanggong's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. No one was more suitable than them. First, in terms of strength, the three pure ones were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, each one a deeply unfathomable top-tier expert. Together, who in the primordial world could claim to be absolutely victorious save for the Tao ancestor. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, they held a grudge against Chen and the witch clan. Dong Wanggong had heard that back in Kunlun Mountain, Chen had right before the eyes of the primordial lord snatched away a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, gored infuriating the primordial lord to the point of nearly exploding on the spot. But that wasn't all. When listening to the Tao in the Zixiao Palace, this Chen was even more arrogant, directly occupying the three pure ones' cushions. Though in the end the Tao ancestor intervened and gave them their seats, this great humiliation faced in front of the mighty beings of the entire primordial world, how could the proud three pure ones possibly swallow this grievance? This enmity was monumental. Moreover, the witch clan claimed to be descendants of Pangu, while the three pure ones were the true lineage of Pangu. Now that the witch clan had occupied the Nanzhong mountain formed from Pangu's spine, and was charging fees for land, this was in the eyes of the three pure ones, especially to the primordial lord, who valued rules and faced nothing short of blasphemy against the Father God Pangu. This was truly a heaven-sent ally. As long as he subtly instigated bringing up these new and old grievances, would they not be compelled to act? At that time he would stand as the first male immortal, raising his arm, followed by the three top-tier experts of true Pangu to attack the witch clan. What a magnificent spectacle! What an impressive showing! Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he would become renowned, firmly securing his position as the first male immortal. Upon thinking of this, Dong Wanggong could no longer remain seated. He stood up suddenly, his eyes shining brightly, filled with calculation and pride. Come here. Prepare the 9 dragons, sandalwood palanquin. I shall personally visit Kunlun Mountain to pay my respects to the three pure ones. His voice resonated throughout the hall, exuding an undeniable authority. The celestial officials below and the cultivators who had come to complain all paused upon hearing the two words three pure ones, then erupted into a thunderous cheer. The three pure ones. They were the legendary true Pangu, the direct disciples of the Tao ancestor. If he could persuade these three deities to emerge, the mere witch clan would be nothing to fear. Looking at the crowd below, who were filled with fervor, Dong Wanggong nodded in satisfaction. He held his head high and strode out of the Pure Yang Hall. He could almost see himself leading the three pure ones standing before the Nanzhong mountain, with the witch clan bowing in submission and Chen on his knees begging for mercy. Chen, witch clan, your doomsday has arrived. Soon a luxurious palanquin pulled by 9 true dragons and radiating endless brilliance soared into the sky from Zifu Prefecture, rushing towards the direction of Kunlun in the west with grand momentum. Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in celestial mist, embodies the essence of the Tao. As one of the few top-tier blessed lands in the primordial world, every blade of grass and every tree here contained the pure essence of the Tao, utterly incompatible with the world's clamor and slaughter. At the mountain's peak, within the Jade Void Palace, 3 figures sat cross-legged on cloud beds. The Taishang was non-action, the Primordial Lord was imposing, and the Tongtian was sharp. The grand principles surrounding them melded with the entirety of heaven and earth, as if they had existed here, since time immemorial, remaining utterly still. The news of the witch clan sealing the mountain had long reached their ears, but apart from making the Primordial Lord extremely pleased, it did not stir up significant waves in their tranquil Dao hearts. In their view, it was merely a group of barbarians making a fuss, courting their own demise, and not worth their However, just then a somewhat ostentatious and authoritative voice pierced through Kunlun Mountain's protective formation, clearly reaching the Jade Void Palace. Dao friend of the three pure ones, Dong Wang Gong has come to pay respects. As the voice resounded, the three figures on the cloud bed simultaneously opened their eyes. The Tongtian on the far right raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, breaking the silence first. Hey, what does Dong Wang Gong want from us? He turned to his two brothers, his eyes filled with curiosity. His Zifu prefecture is in the East Sea, while our Kunlun Mountain is in the West Land, completely unrelated. Could it be that he sees our strength and wants to invite us to join his little Zifu and act as his enforcers? There was a hint of unmasked mockery in Tongshan's words. Oomph. The Primordial Lord sitting in the middle coldly snorted, his dignified face written with disdain and arrogance. What is Dong Wang Gong really? Merely a manifestation of pure yang energy casually bestowed by the Dao ancestor with shallow roots. Having fortuitously been crowned the first male immortal, does he truly believe he is someone of significance? Does he think he is worthy to invite us? In the Primordial Lord's view, aside from those of the true lineage of Pangu, all beings in the primordial world were mere beasts unworthy to stand on equal footing with them. Dong Wang Gong was naturally no exception. Second brother, third brother, do not be hasty. The Taishang, who had remained silent, slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and extinction of the universe, his tone calm and devoid of any waves. However, the guest must be welcomed. Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. The Primordial Lord and Tongtian exchanged glances and tacitly fell silent. Among the three pure ones, the Taishang, as the eldest brother, held great prestige. The Taishang looked outside the palace, pondered for a moment, and then a calm voice transmitted outward. Dao friend Dong Wang Gong has come from afar, though I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please come in for a chat. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Dong Wang Gong, who was outside the Jade Void Palace waiting anxiously. Upon hearing the Taishang's message, Dong Wang Gong felt a surge of joy. As long as they were willing to meet, it meant there was hope. He adjusted his 9-yang robe, straightened his back, held the dragon head staff, and wore what he believed to be the most dignified and appropriate smile as he stepped into the legendary Taoist temple of the true lineage of Pangu. Upon entering the Jade Void Palace, a vast, ancient, and profound Dao aura rushed towards him, overwhelming even this great Luo golden immortal with a hint of trepidation. He felt a deepened understanding of the three pure ones' power. He lifted his head, gazing towards the top. There atop three auspicious clouds, three figures sat cross-legged. Though their faces were not clearly visible, the three distinctly different, yet equally terrifying auras emanating from them left him no room for complacency. He focused his mind, slightly bowed, and spoke aloud. I am Dong Wang Gong of Zifu, here to meet Dao friends Taishang, Primordial Lord, and Tongtian. His manner was thorough and impeccable. However, what awaited him was a brief silence. The atmosphere in the hall turned somewhat delicate. The smile on Dong Wang Gong's face also grew slightly stiff. He knew that the three pure ones were putting him in. Just when Dong Wang Gong felt he could no longer stand, the somewhat impatient voice of Tongtian, Jiao Master, finally resonated. Dong Wang Gong, why did you leave your position as the foremost male immortal in your Zifu state to come to this remote Kunlun Mountain? What business do you have here? Speak quickly, no nonsense, do not delay our brother's pursuit of enlightenment. Tongshan's words were direct like a knife, showing no regard for face. Dong Wang Gong's face flushed momentarily, but soon returned to normal. Before coming, he had prepared himself to be challenged. He took a deep breath, instantly donning an expression of great compassion and righteous indignation, bowing deeply to the three pure ones. Three Dao friends, I have come today with a matter concerning the primordial principles and the legacy of the Father God, and I wish to ask the three Dao friends to uphold justice for all sentient beings. His speech was poignant and filled with righteous fervor. However, the three pure ones remained unmoved. Taishang kept his eyes closed, appearing as if he were asleep. Yuan Shi Tianzun had a blank expression, his gaze cold as ice. Only Tongtian seemed somewhat intrigued, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what major matter could make you the foremost male immortal unable to resolve it? Dong Wang Gong cursed the old fox in his heart, but dared not show any hint of it on his face. He knew that without substantial evidence, he could not sway these three. Thus he recounted how the Wu clan had occupied Buzhou Mountain, forcibly displaced countless cultivators, and established rules for mountain climbing fees, detailing it all with embellishments. The actions of the Wu clan are so tyrannical. Buzhou Mountain, transformed from the spine of Pangu Father God, is a sacred place for all beings in the primordial world. How can they claim it for themselves? We the loose cultivators simply wish to comprehend a trace of Pangu's legacy and seek a bit of opportunity, yet they treat us as thieves and forcibly expel us. This act is no different from that of a bandit. He emphasized how Su Chun had struck down Qing Su Shangren with an axe. Qing Su Taoist from Qing Su Cave merely spoke a few just words, yet was slain by the 13th ancestor of the Wu clan, Su Chun, in front of countless beings. With one axe he was cut down. His physical and spiritual forms were annihilated. He had no chance of reincarnation. How cruel! How malicious! Dong Wang Gong spoke with tears in his eyes, as if it were his own father who had died. As he spoke, he secretly observed the reactions of the three pure ones. When he mentioned the name Su Chun, he keenly sensed a trace of deep resentment flash in Yuan Shitian Zun's cold eyes. This is promising. Dong Wang Gong felt a surge of happiness in his heart, and spoke with even more fervor. Now countless expelled immortals have gathered in my Zifu state, pleading for me to stand up for them. As the foremost male immortal personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, I should seek justice for them. However, the Wu clan is powerful, and my strength alone is truly insufficient. After his lengthy discourse, the entire Yusu palace fell silent once again. Dong Wang Gong raised his head, filled with anticipation, gazing at the three deities on the cloud bed. He believed that his reasoning and emotional appeal were sufficient. The Wu clan's tyranny, the harm to their peers. How could the three pure ones, as the true successors of Pangu and leaders of the Tao, turn a blind eye? However, he was disappointed. After a long while, Yuan Shitian Zun's cold voice finally resonated slowly. Are you done speaking? Dong Wang Gong was taken aback and instinctively nodded. I am done. The Wu clan's tyranny has nothing to do with my Kunlun Mountain, and the death of the Qing Su Taoist has nothing to do with my three pure ones. Yuan Shitian Zun's voice was devoid of emotion, as if recounting an insignificant matter. As the foremost male immortal, if you cannot even seek justice for the immortals under your command, that is your own incompetence. What reason do you have to come to my Yusu palace to lament? A series of questions struck Dong Wang Gong's heart like icy knives. The sorrow and indignation on his face instantly froze, leaving him utterly bewildered. This script is not right. How can they react this way? Does the dignity of the true Pangu lineage and the lives of our peers hold no value in their eyes? Dong Wang Gong stood in the center of the great hall, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, utterly at a loss. Seeing Dong Wang Gong's ghostly expression, Yuan Shitian Zun's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. So naive. The mind of the Eastern King was racing, and cold sweat instantly broke out. He realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. For beings of the Sanqing level, concepts like the primordial principles or the greater good of all living beings are mere illusions. Only by touching upon their true interests and vulnerabilities can one hope to sway them. With this thought, the Eastern King steeled himself, disregarding all formalities. He raised his head, locking eyes with the three figures on the cloud bed, his voice suddenly rising. Your words are mistaken, fellow Taoists. The Wu tribe's occupation of the Buzhou Mountain concerns the world, but it is most relevant to the three of you. Why? He stepped forward, his aura becoming aggressive. Because you three are the true descendants of Pangu, transformed from the primordial spirit of the Father God, the most orthodox heirs of Pangu in this world. And the Wu tribe, they are but barbarians formed from the Father God's essence. Now this group of barbarians dares to turn the sacred land of the Father God into their backyard and demand some nonsense mountain fee. This is not just a slap in the face of the scattered cultivators, it is a direct affront to the three of you, the rightful heirs of Pangu. It is a desecration of the Father God's supreme authority. These words struck like a heavy hammer, deeply embedding themselves in the heart of Yuan Shitianzun. A crack finally appeared on his formerly icy face. Seeing this, the Eastern King felt a surge of confidence, knowing he was on the right path, and immediately seized the opportunity. And then there's that 13th ancestor, Wu Su Chun. He aimed his attack precisely at the one who could ignite Yuan Shitianzun's wrath. He was the one who stole your treasure, Yuan Shi Taoist. Boom. The aura surrounding Yuan Shitianzun surged violently. That was his eternal pain. His lifelong shame. The Eastern King refused to give him a moment to breathe, unleashing his final trump card. And that's not all. In the Zixiao Palace of the Tao ancestor, under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings in the primordial world, this Su Chun even had the audacity to openly seize the saintly lotus seat that rightfully belonged to the three of you. He made you three, the true heirs of Pangu, lose face in front of the Tao ancestor. This is a tremendous humiliation. Fellow Taoists, can you really swallow this insult? Impertinence. As soon as the Eastern King finished speaking, a roar filled with boundless fury and killing intent erupted like a million thunders, shaking the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly stood up from the cloud bed, his grand Tao principles going berserk, a terrifying pressure of a saint flooding the entire hall. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled under this rage. Su Chen. Yuanshi Tianzuan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his dignified face twisted with extreme anger. The theft of his treasure. The humiliation in the Zixiao Palace. Old grievances and new hatreds were ignited in this moment by the Eastern King's words, converging into an overwhelming fury that consumed all his rationality. His voice, filled with killing intent, echoed through the hall, sending shivers down the spine of the Eastern King. Tong Tian watched his enraged elder brother, and instead of worry, excitement flickered in his eyes. A surge of sword intent rose from him. "You're right, elder brother. This Su Chun is indeed too arrogant. I've wanted to meet him for a long time. I want to see if his broken axe is more powerful or if my sword is sharper." Taishang remained expressionless, but a trace of barely perceptible coldness flickered in his otherwise indifferent eyes. The humiliation in the Zixiao Palace was a shared disgrace for the three brothers. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at the Eastern King, killing intent radiating as he spoke. "Eastern King, I accept this matter. I shall accompany you to Buzhou Mountain." Yuanshi Tianzuan's fury felt palpable, thickening the air in the Yushu Palace. He had made up his mind. Unless Su Chun was dead, he would not rest. Seeing this, Tong Tian laughed heartily, his laughter filled with boldness and battle intent. Good. Since elder brother is going, how can I, the younger brother, miss out on the fun?" He gestured, and four ancient longsword apparitions floated behind him, exuding a terrifying killing aura that made one's heart race. The ancestral shaman of the Wu tribe is physically powerful, reputed to be invulnerable to all methods. I've long wanted to see if their fists are harder, or if my Excalibur formation can settle the score. Tongshin's eyes burned with fierce battle intent. To him, face and justice were unimportant. What mattered was the fight. Moreover, it was against the legendary, invincible ancestral shaman. This made his blood boil. Now, with Yuanshi and Tong Tian both expressing their intentions, all eyes turned to their older brother Taishang. Taishang looked at his two already fired up younger brothers and sighed lightly. Even his calm Dao heart, he was neither as resentful as Yuanshi nor as combative as Tong Tian. He practiced the way of non-action, emphasizing alignment with the heavens. However, to him, the Wu tribe's actions were no longer in accordance with the heavens, they were against it. Occupying Buzhou Mountain, driving away millions of living beings, and forcibly collecting tolls. Such actions are not only tyrannical, but also recklessly create karma, disturb the heavenly order, and disrupt the balance of the primordial world. If this continues, great chaos will surely arise. As the rightful heirs of Pangu, the three of us have both the responsibility and obligation to restore order. Moreover, with both younger brothers already set on action, how could I, as the eldest brother, stand aside? The three Qing are one body. With this thought, Taishang slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying the weight of a decision. The Wu tribe's actions have indeed crossed the line. Disrespecting the Father God, disregarding the heavenly principles, disturbing the primordial order. As descendants of Pangu, we cannot stand idly by. He looked calmly at the Eastern King. "Eastern King, this trip to Buzhou Mountain, I, Sanqing, will accompany you." Success. The moment Taishang spoke these words, the Eastern King's heart raced with excitement, nearly bursting from his chest. He succeeded. He truly managed to invite the three deities of Sanqing out of their mountain. Elation. An unprecedented joy flooded his mind. He seemed to see the dawn of victory. With Sanqing as his backing, where in the vast primordial world could he not go? Who would dare to block him? He suppressed the excitement in his heart, bowing deeply to the three Qing, his voice trembling with excitement. "With the three of you lending a hand, it is indeed a blessing for all beings in the primordial world." The Eastern King expressed his gratitude on behalf of all celestial beings. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, too lazy to say another word. He only wanted to fly to Buzhou Mountain immediately and twist off Su Chen, the thief's head. "Let's go." He waved his sleeve, transforming into a beam of golden light, leading the charge out of the Yushu Palace. Elder brother, wait for me." Tong Tian laughed heartily, transforming into a streak of azure sword light, closely following. Taishang's feet revealed a Taiji diagram, the black and white energies flowing, supporting his figure as he followed at a steady pace. Seeing this, the Eastern King hurriedly summoned his 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin, soaring into the sky with spirited vigor. In an instant, 4 streams of dazzling light ripped through the clouds above Kunlun Mountain, carrying an unparalleled, terrifying might, heading straight for Buzhou Mountain. This unabashed, powerful aura instantly stirred the entire primordial realm. Countless powerful beings in secluded meditation were jolted awake, staring in shock at the sky. That is the aura of Sanqing and the Eastern King. How could those four be together? Look at their direction. It's Buzhou Mountain. Heavens! Sanqing and the Eastern King are going to stir up trouble with the Wu tribe. In an instant, the entire primordial realm erupted. The news of Sanqing and the Eastern King heading to Buzhou Mountain was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves throughout the entire primordial world. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes toward the gathering storm. Above the 9 heavens in the demon race's heavenly court. Ha ha ha. Good. Truly wonderful. The Eastern Emperor Tai, upon hearing the report, emitted a deafening laugh. He turned to the Emperor Jun on the throne, his golden eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement and delight. Brother, look, isn't this what we wanted? The 3 Qing have always held themselves high, considering themselves the true heirs of Pangu. How could they tolerate the Wu tribe's barbaric occupation of the Father God's spine? And that Eastern King, a mere fool pushed out by the Tao ancestor, thinks he's someone important just because he gained a bit of power. He dares to confront the Wu tribe. Now good. They are fighting amongst themselves. This is simply heaven's assistance to me. Emperor Jun sat on the throne, a smile of calculated strategy on his face. He gently tapped the armrest, his golden pupils flickering with deep scheming light. Indeed, the Wu tribe is brave, but lacks strategy. Sanqing is proud and arrogant, and the Eastern King is utterly foolish. This combination is a spectacular show to behold. He was calculating that regardless of who won or lost among the 3 factions, it would be a tremendous benefit for his demon race. If Sanqing and the Eastern King win, they will surely suffer great losses, allowing his demon race to rise and sweep away the weakened Wu tribe, gradually bringing the entire primordial world under control. If the Wu tribe wins, even better. They will offend both the 3 Qing and the Tao ancestors' personally appointed male immortal, effectively placing themselves against the entire primordial world. At that point, with karma binding them, the heavens would not allow them to exist without the demon race lifting a finger. Mount Wanshou Wuzhuang Temple. Under the ginseng fruit tree, Xinyuanzi and Hongjun sat opposite each other. On the stone table between them lay a chessboard, but their thoughts were clearly not on the game. Hongyun's usually friendly face was now filled with worry. Brother Xinyuan, what should we do? The alliance of Sanqing and the Eastern King is a bit too much. Su Chun and the Wu tribe are likely to face great trouble. Having enjoyed a hearty conversation with Su Chun in the Zixiao Palace, and both being marginalized, he had long regarded him as a close friend. Now that his friend was in trouble, he was extremely anxious, wishing he could rush to Buzhou Mountain and lend a Xinyuanzi held a chess piece, hesitating to place it. He looked at the chessboard as if seeing the shifting winds and clouds of the entire primordial world. He sighed gently, his voice steady. Hongjun, calm down. The Wu tribe's actions have indeed stirred up a hornet's nest, but do not forget Su Chun is not a reckless person. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Xinyuanzi's eyes. If he dares to act this way, he must have his own reasons. The 13 ancestors of the Wu tribe are all top-tier powers, especially that Su Chun, who could even chop down a Deluo golden immortal like Qingshu Shangren with one axe. His strength is unfathomable, far from what it appears on the surface. Sanqing may be strong, but the Wu tribe is not a soft persimmon. In this battle, who wins and who loses remains uncertain. He finally placed the chess piece, producing a crisp sound. Let us watch the situation. If Su Chun truly reaches a dead, and we can act, then it will not be too late. In the endless blood sea, waves of blood rolled, emitting a nauseating stench and resentment. In the center of the blood sea, on a 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, the ancestor of the Mingyi sat quietly in a blood-colored robe. When the aura of Sanqing and the Eastern King tore through the primordial sky, he slowly opened his crimson eyes, a silent and sinister smile spreading across his lips. Fight. It's better if you fight. The true heirs of Pangu, the ancestral shaman's physical form, the male immortal. All are great supplements. His voice was hoarse and eerie, echoing above the blood sea. Die, all of you, die. The blood you shed will become a part of my blood sea. The resentment after your deaths will become the nourishment for my Azura clan. Ha ha ha. In the extreme northern lands at the Beiming Palace, the demon master Kunpeng transformed into human form, sitting on a cold throne, his sinister gaze seemingly piercing through endless voids towards Buzhou Mountain. A group of fools. Kunpeng chuckled coldly in his heart. Fight. Fight until one of you is dead. It would be best if you all perish together. He had already planned that once they were mutually injured, he would go to the battlefield to see if he could pick up any treasure. As the attention of the entire primordial realm was drawn to this moment due to various thoughts. The 4 terrifying beams of light tearing through the sky had crossed billions of miles of mountains and rivers, bringing with them a world-destroying might descending upon Buzhou Mountain. Su Chun remained lazily leaning against a giant rock when he suddenly raised his head, squinting at the sky. All more guests have arrived. And they are quite distinguished guests. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Rong and Gong felt the terrifying pressure descending from the sky. It was none other than the Eastern King and Sanqing. The convergence of 4 top-tier powers of the primordial world was enough to annihilate any being below the Deluo golden immortal level. What a grand occasion. Su Chen muttered to himself. A narcissist bringing along 3 proud oddballs, is this a team-up to deliver me my due? He felt no tension, instead he found it somewhat amusing. The Eastern King hovered in midair looking down at Su Chen and the others with a solemn and angry expression. Holding the dragon-head staff, he pointed at Su Chen from afar, his voice resonating like a divine decree throughout the valley. Bold Su Chen, you and your Wu tribe occupy Buzhou Mountain, harm the fellow Taoists of the primordial world, and act against the heavens. Your crimes are unforgivable. Yuanshi Tianzhen's icy gaze locked firmly on Su Chen, the undisguised killing intent made the surrounding air feel as if it were freezing. Indeed, do you Wu tribe truly believe there is no one in this primordial realm capable of defeating you? Facing this judgment-like interrogation, Su Chen seemed to not hear it at all. He clapped his hands, then looked up, revealing a bright smile as he greeted. Oh, isn't this the Eastern King and the 3 fellows? What wind blew you here? What? Are you also here to climb the mountain and seek treasures? You're most welcome. However, we must establish some rules first. If you want to ascend the mountain, you must first pay a mountain fee. Considering your distinguished identities, I'll give you a 20% discount. How does that sound? Upon the utterance of these words, silence fell over the crowd. The sacred expression on Dong Wanggong's face instantly froze. The cold killing intent from Yuanshi Tianzuan also suddenly halted. Even Tong Tian, who usually enjoyed watching the chaos, was momentarily stunned. They had imagined countless reactions from Su Chen, whether in terror, pleading for mercy, blustering bravado, or recklessly fearless. But they never expected this guy would start promoting tickets to them and offering a 20% discount. What kind of logic was this? Dong Wanggong almost choked, feeling as if his carefully prepared rage and righteous indignation had landed like a punch on cotton, leaving him so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. You are outrageous. He trembled with anger, pointing at Su Chen, unable to utter a complete sentence. Su Chen, however, looked innocently at him and shrugged. How am I outrageous? Clearly marked price is fair and honest. What's wrong with that? He ignored the furious Dong Wanggong and turned his gaze to the 3 clouds of celebration. His smile faded a bit, and his eyes took on a teasing glint. Could it be that you, the so-called leader of the male immortals, cannot even pay the mere entrance fee? In that case, you might as well let me take a seat. Dong Wanggong was initially stunned, but then he understood the meaning behind Su Chen's words, and his handsome face turned beet red. This was a great humiliation. It was as if in front of all the mighty figures of the Hongjun, he was being forced to rub his face in the dirt as the leader of the male immortals. Su Chen, you are seeking death. Dong Wanggong roared, and the dragon-head staff in his hand erupted with a brilliant golden light, the terrifying pure yang power converging ready to strike down on Su Chen. However, his movement was interrupted by a voice that was even colder and more authoritative. Enough. The speaker was Taishang. He remained seated on the cloud bed, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly indifferent to everything happening out. Yet those 2 plain words contained an undeniable Tao rhythm that forced the enraged Dong Wanggong to halt his actions. Taishang slowly opened his eyes, his calm gaze fixating on Su Chen. Tao friend Su Chen, the unmoving mountain is transformed from the spine of the Father God, a holy land of the Hongjun, not owned by any clan. You Wu clan have occupied the holy land, driven away myriad spirits, and extorted treasures. This act has clearly crossed the line, violating the heavenly harmony, and only adds to your karma. We have come today to restore order. If your Wu clan withdraws at this moment, removes the barriers, and apologizes to the myriad spirits of the Hongjun, this matter may just end here. Taishang's words offered everyone a way out. Hearing this, Dong Wanggong also calmed down. Indeed, he came to demand justice and assert his authority. How could he be provoked into losing his composure by this brat's few words? He immediately took a step back, resuming his righteous demeanor, delivering one last ultimatum to Su Chen. Su Chen, did you hear that? Even Tao friend Taishang cannot overlook this. I will give your Wu clan one last opportunity. Immediately remove all restrictions, open the unmoving mountain, and bow to the myriad immortals you have driven away. Otherwise, do not blame me for acting on behalf of the heavens. Today will be your Wu clan's great calamity. His voice boomed, filled with threatening undertones, as if he were the embodiment of heavenly Tao wielding the power of life and death over the Wu clan. However, facing this final ultimatum, Su Chen laughed. He initially chuckled softly, then his laughter grew louder, ultimately erupting into unrestrained guffaws. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the valley, brimming with disdain and mockery. Bow and apologize. A calamity for the Wu clan. Su Chen laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He pointed at Dong Wanggong and shook his head. Just you few. In that moment his gaze transformed from its previous laziness into a sharpness akin to a knife. Dong Wangong, what are you even worth? A mere trinket pointed out by the Tao ancestor dares to shout about acting on behalf of the heavens in front of my Wu clan. And you Sanqing? His eyes swept over Taishang Yuanshi and Tongtian. Pangu's true lineage. What a grand title. When did it become your place, as mere transformed primordial spirits, to meddle in the affairs of the unmoving mountain, which is transformed from the spine of the Father God? We Wu clan are the true descendants of the Father God's essence. This unmoving mountain is our home. We set a gate in our own home, collect a bit of entrance fee. What business is it of yours? Su Chen's words became increasingly cutting, each one more arrogant than the last. He completely tore away the dignity of the Sanqing and Dong Wangong. You wretch! How dare you blaspheme us so? Yuanshi Tianzuan was utterly furious, unable to maintain his lofty demeanor any longer. A terrifying killing intent materialized, ready to strike. Dong Wangong was so enraged that smoke billowed from his 7 orifices, wishing he could instantly shatter Su Chen into 1,000 pieces. Just at that moment, when tension was palpable and battle was imminent, a mighty domineering voice filled with infinite majesty suddenly erupted from the depths of the void, reverberating throughout the Hongjun. What? Do you think my Wu clan has no one? Boom. As the words fell, the space behind Su Chen shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling piece by piece. Immediately afterward, towering, terrifying figures stepped out from the rifts in the shattered space. Leading them was a figure with a human face and bird body, 4 wings on its back, embodying the laws of space. It was the leader of the ancestral witches, Dijiang. Beside him was a time ancestral witch with a human face and serpent body, entirely crimson, Zhu Rong. A green figure resembling bamboo with a bird body and human face, treading on 2 dragons, the wood ancestral witch Zhu Mang. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 figures, including Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who were already present. The 12 ancestral witches, aside from Su Chen, all gathered at this moment. 12 overwhelming auras surged into the sky, converging into a terrifying pillar of energy capable of changing the color of heaven and earth, blotting out the sun and moon. This power resonated with Su Chen's seemingly ordinary, yet sovereign aura. All 13 ancestral witches had arrived. They stood silently side by side behind Su Chen, 13 pairs of eyes filled with killing intent and battle spirit, coldly watching the Sanqing and Dong Wangong in midair. The overwhelming pressure instantly pushed back the momentum of the Sanqing and Dong Wangong. In that moment, they were rendered completely speechless. Silence. A deathly silence. When the figures of the 12 ancestral witches descended upon the entrance of the unmoving mountain, the entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause. The vicious and furious expression on Dong Wangong's face was completely frozen. He gaped, his eyes bulging, staring blankly at the 13 figures, radiating overwhelming murderous intent below, and his mind went blank. How could this be? How did they all come? He had anticipated that the Wu clan would send some reinforcements, perhaps 3 to 5 ancestral witches. But he never expected that the entire Wu clan would come out. All 12 ancestral witches, not a single one missing, had arrived. A chilling terror surged from his feet, instantly reaching the top of his head. He felt as if he were not facing 13 beings, but rather a great beast of the Hongjun, named Wu clan, awakening before him. The pure, unmasked, terrifying battle intent that aimed to shred everything into pieces made even a great Luo golden immortal like him feel a sense of heart-pounding suffocation. He instinctively maneuvered the 9 dragons' incense carriage, taking a half-step back. This subtle movement did not escape anyone's notice. In contrast to Dong Wangong's fearful pallor, the reactions of the Sanqing varied. Yuanshi Tianzan's furious face also revealed a hint of solemnity. He was furious, but he was not a fool. He could overlook a single Su Chen. But the gathering of 13 ancestral witches represented a completely different significance. This was no longer just about teaching a madman a lesson. It was the most direct, most frontal clash between the 2 top forces of the Hongjun, the Dao sect, and the Wu clan. However heavy as the situation was, as the proud inheritor of Pangu's true lineage, he would never allow himself to back down in front of a group of barbarians. His gaze remained cold and filled with killing intent. In stark contrast, Hongjun's reaction was completely different. Not only did he show no signs of seriousness, but his eyes instead burst with an incredibly brilliant, exuberant light. Good. Very good. He clapped and laughed. A surge of soaring sword intent erupted from him, confronting the overwhelming murderous aura of the Wu clan below. Now that everyone is here, it will be more fun. This saves the trouble of visiting one by one later. Dijiang's spatial divine ability, Zhu Jiu'in's time laws, and Zhu Rong's heavenly fire, Gong Gong's dark water. I've long wanted to experience them. His eyes burned with fierce battle intent, as if he could hardly wait to rush down and engage in battle. Only Taishang, with his eternally unchanged expression of non-action, finally furrowed his brows deeply. The situation had slipped out of his control. He had thought that with the reputation of the Sanqing coming to demand justice, the Wu clan would restrain themselves and ultimately bow down. Yet he never expected the Wu clan's response to be so fierce, so resolute. They had all gathered together, exuding an aura of "if you don't comply, we will fight to the death." If a battle truly breaks out regardless of the outcome, the Hongjun will surely suffer a great loss, and the immeasurable calamity may come earlier than expected. This contradicted the non-action Tao he practiced. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Dijiang, the leader of the ancestral witches, took a step forward. He did not look at the pale-faced Dong Wangong, but instead locked his gaze directly on the Sanqing. Sanqing Dong Wangong. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seemingly containing immense strength. "My 13th brother set up a barrier here to have some fun. What does it have to do with you? You all gathered your forces and rushed to my Wu clan's territory. Are you intending to go to war with us?" His words were calm, devoid of anger or shouting. Yet within those words lay a direct and naked threat of war that could make the entire Hongjun tremble. He brothers came at just the right time. This really raises the stakes. Let's see how these few fellows will handle this. Especially that stubborn old Yuansher, or wasn't he just very arrogant? Now his face must be turning green, right? Deservedly so. Facing Dijiang's inquiry, Dong Wangong shuddered, looking towards the Sanqing for help. He was genuinely afraid, now regretting his decision. Why couldn't he just stay in Zafuzu as the leader of the male immortals, enjoying the worship of myriad immortals? Why did he have to wade into this murky water? Now he was being grilled over an open fire, caught in a dilemma. However, Yuansher Tianzhen's pride would not allow him to retreat. Humiliated in public, robbed of treasures, and now threatened by the Wu clan. If he were to leave today in such a disgraceful manner, how would he face Yuansher Tianzuan? How would he face this? Taishang's heart also stirred with waves. Fight. If a fight breaks out, the outcome may not be good. Not fighting. Today the Sanqing came together, and being so openly defied by the Wu clan, if he were to retreat now, where would his dignity remain? The thoughts of his two brothers would never align with his. This Suchun, this Wu clan truly was the biggest variable in the Hongjun. Taishang's gaze slowly swept over his two unwilling brothers, then looked at the 13 ancestral witches standing firmly with battle intent below. Finally his gaze landed on Suchun, who throughout had a relaxed expression, as if everything was under his control. To untie a bell, one must find the bell ringer. Taishang took a deep breath, his previously calm voice now carried a hint of negotiation resonating across the battlefield. "Dao friend Suchun, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter?" As Taishang's words fell, the entire valley fell into a brief silence. Everyone turned to look at Suchun. The head of the Sanqing personally spoke, even carrying a hint of negotiation in his tone. This was a tremendous concession. Any rational person would know the principle of stopping while ahead. However, Suchun's lips curled slightly as his gaze swept over Taishang's expressionless face, then glanced at the unwilling Yuansher and the still battle-ready Tongtian, finally landing on Dong Wangong, whose face was a mix of pale and livid. "What?" He chuckled lightly, his tone airy, as if asking about the weather today. "Are you scared?" Two words, so light as if he were just saying it casually. Yet they struck like two resounding slaps across the faces of all the powerful Taoists present. Boom. Yuansher Tianzhen's mind instantly exploded. Scared. He, Yuansher Tianzuan, a proud descendant of Pangu's true lineage, one of the Sanqing, a natural bearer of great fortune, a future saint. How dare a mere barbarian from the Wu clan ask him if he was scared? All the anger he had suppressed, all the killing intent subdued by Taishang's reason, erupted at that moment like a volcano that had been building for 10,000 years. Outrageous. A roar that shattered the void exploded from Yuansher Tianzhen's mouth. He could no longer care about the larger picture, about non-action, about karma. He only knew that if he did not shred this arrogant wretch to pieces, his heart of Tao would be forever tarnished. Wretch. Seeking death. He stepped forward, the void beneath him shattering inch by inch, an infinite radiant light bursting forth from him. A jade rui entirely white and radiating endless Tao rhythm and majesty appeared in his hand out of thin air. 3 treasures, jade rui. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Die, you wretch. Yuansher Tianzuan, wielding the rui, made no flashy movements as he smashed it down towards Suchun. This strike, seemingly simple, contained the supreme truth of the unparalleled Tao of Pangu. The void was locked down, time seemed to stagnate under the might of this blow. With this blow he aimed to obliterate Suchun, causing his soul to scatter and his essence to vanish. The primordial heavenly venerable, filled with fury, unleashed his power, wielding the 3 treasures rui with unparalleled majesty, as if he aimed to strike the entire Buzhou mountain back into chaos. That power locked time and space, confining the laws, sending a shiver through the hearts of all the powerful beings watching. Strong. Too strong. This is the true essence of Pangu, the real strength of the future saint. On the face of Dong Wanggong, a sickly ecstasy had already emerged. Die. Hurry up and die. As long as this Su Chun is dead, the backbone of the Wu clan will be broken in half. Zhu Rong and Gongong's eyes were about to burst, the overwhelming murderous aura about to erupt. They never expected that the primordial heavenly venerable would actually dare to strike Su Chun with deadly intent in front of the 12 ancestral witches. However, in the face of this world-destroying strike, Su Chen's face showed not a flicker of disturbance. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Is that it? He muttered in disappointment. I thought the true essence of Pangu would be something impressive, but after all this, is that all there is to it? It's not even as strong as my usual effort when chopping wood. Just as the Rui was about to come crashing down upon him, Su Chen moved. He made no defensive posture, nor did he invoke any earth-shattering laws. He simply lifted the seemingly ordinary stone axe in his hand and swung it upward. There was no light, no sound. There was no fluctuation of laws. That swing resembled a common woodcutter chopping a piece of rotten wood. However, the moment the blade of the stone axe made contact with the radiance of the three treasures Rui, an incredible scene unfolded. That unparalleled Tao rhythm capable of collapsing the ages and locking time and space vanished silently like bubbles under sunlight, not even creating a ripple. Crack! A sound so faint yet clear rang in the ears of every powerful being present. Everyone looked on in shock. They saw that the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the primordial heavenly venerable's proof of Tao treasure, the three treasures Rui, had actually developed a fine crack. Immediately after, an indescribable, incomprehensible, terrifying force rolled back along the route. The primordial heavenly venerable was struck as if by lightning, his entire being jolted, and a mouthful of golden blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth. His lofty and dignified figure, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily against a mountain wall hundreds of miles away. Boom! The rocks collapsed, dust rose. The entire world fell into a deathly silence at that moment. The ecstasy on Dong Wanggong's face froze. The battle intent in Tongshan's eyes froze. The calmness on Taishang Daijin's face also solidified. All the powerful beings peering into this place felt their divine senses, thoughts, and heartbeats come to a complete standstill at that moment. One axe. Just one axe. The true essence of Pangu, one of the three pure ones wielding the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the primordial heavenly venerable, was defeated. Defeated so decisively. Defeated so thoroughly. Defeated so easily crushed. Su Chen slowly retracted the stone axe and rested it on his shoulder, then disdainfully blew away the non-existent dust from the blade. He raised his head, looking towards the struggling figure in the distance, trying to get up, but unable to, and curled his lip. "'Tis so weak." His voice was not loud, yet it struck like the loudest slap across the face of the three. "You." The primordial heavenly venerable struggled, using the already cracked Rui to support himself, trembling as he stood up. His Taoist robe was in tatters, his hair crown askew, and a trace of golden blood hung from the corner of his mouth, leaving him with none of his usual dignity and pride, only endless humiliation and resentment. He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his eyes filled with a hatred that seemed as if he wished to swallow Su Chen whole. He could not comprehend. How could he lose? He was the true essence of Pangu, the future saint. How could he be defeated by a mere barbarian of the Wu clan who lacked even a nascent soul? And to be defeated so humiliatingly. That axe. What exactly was it? Why did his Tao laws, his spiritual treasures, might seem as flimsy as paper before it? Compared to the resentment and confusion of the primordial heavenly venerable, Tongshan's reaction was entirely different. The astonishment in his eyes transformed into an even hotter, crazier battle intent in an instant. It was not fear, but the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Huh. Good. What a 13th Ancestral Witch. What a domineering axe. Tong Tian laughed heartily, his laughter filled with boldness and madness. He stepped forward, a terrifying aura of killing intent purer and sharper than that of the primordial heavenly venerable soared into the sky. My second brother's Tao is too peaceful, not suited for combat. It's time to see who's stronger. Su Chen, if you can take my sword, then you are qualified to be arrogant before me. Clang. The sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. Tongshan's battle intent surged, his killing aura directed at Su Chen as if he were looking at the most perfect prey. Come, fight me. Tongshan's battle intent was like a barrel of gunpowder, igniting, instantly exploding throughout the crowd. That madman. Zhu Rong was furious, unable to contain his explosive temper. You dare to injure my 13th brother and wish to challenge again. Do you think our Wu clan is made of clay? Brothers, let's fight together and kill them. Exactly. Let's get him. Gongong roared as well, the true water of Xianming swirling around him, ready to strike at any moment. Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and other ancestral witches all radiated a murderous aura, their eyes locking onto the 3 pure ones in the sky with ill intent. To them this was no longer a unknown battle, it was a real war, a bullying act. In the vocabulary of the Wu clan, there are no words for unknown, only fight together and kill him. 12 torrents of murderous aura converged, threatening to tear the three pure ones and Dong Wanggong into pieces. Chen looked at the tense scene and felt delighted. One by one is too troublesome, it's better to go all out together. This Tong Tian is far more interesting than his second brother, like a real man. Just right, I can test my swordsmanship and have an idea for future encounters. Just as the 12 ancestral witches were about to rush in for a chaotic battle. At that moment, Chen lazily raised a hand to stop his brothers and sisters from going berserk. No need. His voice was soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear. I alone am enough. The whole place fell into an eerie silence once again. The movements of the 12 ancestral witches froze. They looked at Chen's not so tall, yet now seemingly towering figure, and the rage in their eyes gradually turned into astonishment, then into unparalleled pride and joy. This is our Wu clan's 13th ancestral witch. Majestic. Meanwhile, the three pure ones and Dong Wanggong in the sky felt entirely different. Dong Wanggong's eyes nearly bulged out. He felt that this world was too insane. One person defeated the primordial heavenly venerable, and now he wanted to face Tong Tian alone. Has he gone mad? The recently recuperated primordial heavenly venerable, upon hearing this, was so furious that he spat out another mouthful of old blood. A great humiliation. Chen's meaning was clear. He believed that primordial heavenly venerable didn't even qualify to warm him up. Arrogant. The primordial heavenly venerable roared. And Tong Tian, upon hearing Chen's words, was first taken aback, then the excitement in his eyes grew even deeper and more brilliant. Good. What I alone am enough. Chen, remember this name. Just for this phrase today, I will go all out and let you see what true swordsmanship is. This sword did not possess the grandeur of imprisoning time and space like the primordial heavenly venerable strike, but instead bore a purer, more extreme sharpness and killing intent. As if all of heaven and earth had but one outcome before the sword energy, being severed. Come on. A hint of appreciation flashed through Chen's eyes. Tong Tian was indeed a natural swordsman, a madman born for battle. He liked this. Facing a terrifying sword capable of making even the great Luo golden immortals flee, Chen still did not retreat a single step. He raised the stone axe in his hand once more. It was still that simple, straightforward chop. Clang. A deafening clash of metal resounded throughout the entire Buzhou mountain. The blade of the stone axe collided firmly with the sword energy of the Qingping sword. There was no annihilation of law, only the purest, most primal contest of power and sharpness. A terrifying energy storm erupted, centered around the two of them, blasting outward. The space shattered like a broken mirror, cracking into chaotic void currents. The ground beneath Chen sank several thousand zhong in an instant, forming an abyss that seemed bottomless. Yet he remained standing there, completely unmoving with the stone axe. In contrast, Tong Tian was pushed back 3 steps by the tremendous recoil, each step crushing a piece of the void beneath him. His hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, and a trickle of golden blood slowly oozed from his tiger's mouth. On his battle-hardened face, for the first time, a hint of alarm appeared. Such immense power. What kind of monster is this barbarian? Third brother. At that moment, an angry, the primordial heavenly venerable, dragging his severely injured body, charged up once more. He could not bear to be defeated by Chen, nor could he tolerate Chen defeating him, and then suppressing his third brother before his eyes with just his own strength. This was the most thorough humiliation to their 3 pure ones. Second brother, I will assist you. He no longer cared about the odds. His only thought now was to completely suppress Chen. He raised the already cracked 3 treasures Rui once more. An endless light of purity erupted again, and combined with Tongshan's Qingping sword energy, formed a pincer attack, crashing down towards Chen. Good. Tong Tian, seeing this, felt no shame, rather his battle-intent sword. Today let us, brothers, meet this first madman of the primordial world. Now it gets interesting. Chen looked at the world-destroying attack, and his smile finally turned serious. He lowered the stone axe from his shoulder to in front of him, gripping the axe handle with both hands. The warm-up. In the next moment, he raised the axe. When Chen gripped the axe handle with both hands and lifted the seemingly ordinary stone axe above his head, the whole world seemed to change. If before Chen's attacks were a return to simplicity, the essence of the Tao, then at this moment what emanated from him was a most pure, primal, and domineering principle. What is this? Taishang Daojuan, who had been calm as an ancient well, suddenly opened his eyes wide. For the first time, his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and extinction of the universe, revealed an emotion called shock. He sensed a familiar yet foreign aura from Chen. That was the aura of the Father God Pangu. No, not entirely. It was a power even more ancient, more primordial, more incomprehensible than the will of Pangu at the creation of heaven and earth. Not good. A warning bell rang in Taisheng's heart. Without a second thought, he attempted to intervene. However, it was already too late. Facing the deadly strike from the combined forces of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable and Tongtian Suchen, the stone axe in his hand fell slowly, tracing an arc of mysterious unpredictability. This axe had no target. It did not swing at the Primordial Heavenly Venerable's three treasures Rui, nor at Tongshin's Qingping four swords. It aimed at the void, at the rules, at existence. Buzz, a formless ripple spread from the blade of Su Chen's axe. Wherever the ripple passed, the brilliant light of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable's Rui, capable of collapsing the ages, instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Tongshin's sword, energy capable of severing all, was also extinguished like a candle whose flame had been snuffed out, vanishing into nothingness. All laws, all energy, all killing intent became meaningless before this axe. They were erased conceptually. How? How is this possible? The fervent battle intent on Tongshin's face was instantly replaced by endless horror. He felt that the connection between himself and the Qingping four swords was severed by an irresistible force. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable was even more horrified, realizing that his proud Pangu orthodoxy was nothing but a joke before Su Chen. The other party was not even discussing Tao with him. The other party was principle. Is this all you've got? Su Chen's voice echoed, tinged with disappointment. He stepped forward, his figure instantaneously disappearing from the spot. The next moment he appeared right in front of Tongtian. So fast that even Dijiang, who was adept with spatial laws, could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Tongtian was greatly alarmed, and without thinking he attempted to retreat. Tongtian felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, the protective celestial light shattered like an eggshell, and he was forcefully pressed down from midair by an overwhelming power. Boom! He crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a massive cloud of dust. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, who was now completely stunned. Yuanshi Tianzhen's piercing, humiliated roar reverberated through the Buzhou Mountains, saturated with unwillingness and madness. He could not accept this outcome. He and his third brother Tongtian had joined forces and wielded their proof of enlightenment treasures, and yet they were so easily shattered by this Wuzu Scion. This was no mere defeat, it was a crushing of the Tao heart itself. Su Chen's figure seemed to teleport. He appeared before the utterly stunned Yuanshi Tianzhen. On that handsome face played a trace of bored mockery. Your turn. Those three plain words landed like an executioner's summons, making Yuanshi Tianzhen's hair stand on end. He sought to resist, to unleash his final gambit, but under those fathomless eyes he found that the Pangu Tao he had always prided himself upon would not stir even a fraction. It was as if the other's very presence embodied an absolutely supreme principle before which any Tao must bow. Su Chen's seemingly unremarkable palm was poised about to press down upon Yuanshi's crown as he had just subdued Tongtian. At that critical instant, a voice, ancient and imbued with endless Tao resonance, finally cried out, "Stop!" A Taiji diagram, its yin and yang swirling in mottled black and yellow, materialized between Su Chen and Yuanshi Tianzhen. It exuded a suppressive aura that steadied the cosmos and barely intercepted Su Chen's probing hand. On the cloud bier, the Taishang Daojuan, who had kept his eyes closed as if untouched by the affair, at last opened them. He rose slowly, and with a single step traversed the boundless space to the center of the scene. He glanced first at his third brother Tongtian, struck into the earth by Su Chen and left with unknown fate, then at his second brother Yuanshi, whose Tao heart had been breached, face twisted in horror and venom. Finally his gaze settled upon Su Chen. In those well-like tranquil eyes, for the first time, something like weighty apprehension and dread had appeared. A storm rose in Taisheng's heart. He had seen clearly now and could no longer delude himself. Back in Zixiao Palace, he had exchanged a palm with Su Chen and felt then that the other's power was unfathomable, that he had subtly lost the upper hand. He had believed that was Su Chen's limit. Today he discovered how disastrously wrong he had been. Were either of his brothers not top-tier titans of the Hongwang? Yuanshi bore the Sanbao Jade Rui in Tongshin's combat. Might was the first among the Sanqing together across the Hongwang, who besides the Daozu could claim certain victory. Yet such a terrifying pairing before Su Chen had been toyed with like children handled at will. What did that prove? It proved that the other's strength far exceeded anything they had imagined. More terrifying still, the opponent had used only a shabby-looking stone axe, and had not once revealed his truth. Behind them 12 ancestor Wuzu stood bristling with murderous intent, each watching intently, yet none had struck. How could they fight now? Even if he joined the fray and the Sanqing combined, the best they could hope for was to salvage a little face-u victory was impossible. If the 13 ancestor Wuzu truly stood shoulder to shoulder, then today the Sanqing might well fall here. The honor of the Pangu lineage mattered, but what was it compared to death and Dao's extinction? Better to live and bide one's time. The humiliation of today would be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. With that realization, Taishang felt all hesitation evaporate. He inclined his head slightly to Su Chen, his voice even, but as if he were summoning every ounce of strength. Su Chen Deo, friend, this was our folly. Let today's matter end here, what say you? At that pronouncement, heaven and earth fell silent, and every observing powerhouse stood dumbfounded. Taishang, the head of the Sanqing, the future master of the Tao, had yielded. He had bowed to the Wuzu of his own accord. Big Brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt as if struck by thunder. He looked at his elder with disbelief, eyes full of humiliation and confusion. How can we simply let it go? He has shamed us. This hatred cannot be borne. From the pit in the ground, Tongtian struggled up. Though wounded, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He too could not accept Taishang's words. Big Brother, I have not lost. I can still fight. Enough. Taishang snapped, spinning to face them with a single roar. For the first time, his formless Tao resonance carried the unassailable authority of a father and eldest brother. Is it not already shameful enough? The rebuke stunned Yuanshi and Tongtian. Taishang paid them no mind. He turned back and regarded Su Chen with a look of utter complexity. Su Chen shrugged and withdrew his hand. He had never intended to kill just then. It was not yet time. Slaying the Sanqing now would be to prematurely ignite a Liangjie and burn his bridges with Hongjun, an outcome not in his plan. His aim had been to subdue and terrify them, to scrape their faces in the dirt. With that achieved, what more was required? Since Taishang himself speaks thus, what am I to say? Su Chen smiled, baring white teeth. I am an easy man to reason with. At his assent, the great stone that had weighed on Taishang's heart finally fell away. Without lingering, Taishang waved his sleeve. A gentle force swept Yuanshi and Tongtian, still dazed, into movement. The taiji beneath them flared gold and rent space as they prepared to depart. Did they think they could flee? Zhu Rong and the other ancestor Wuzu refused to allow it. Those who had struck would not let the matter be so easily closed. A surge of murderous qi exploded once more, but Su Chen waved them back. Let them go. His elder brothers and sisters hesitated, but they obeyed Su Chen without question. Taishang did not pause. He took his two bereft brothers and vanished in an instant, as if unwilling to tarry a single moment longer. 3 towering rainbows had arrived with ferocious momentum and left in utter rout, fleeing like bereft hounds. Watching their retreat, Su Chen's smile grew inscrutable. Run as fast as you can. The seeds planted today will ripen into far bitterer fruit later. The Sanqing's withdrawal left Buzhou, indeed the whole Honghuang, stunned into a strange, deathly silence. Victory. The Wuzu by a single force had driven back the Taoist Sanqing. The news struck the heart more profoundly than any divine art. The architect of it all, the 13th ancestor of the Wuzu, named Su Chen, at this moment was seared into the consciousness of every powerhouse across the Honghuang. Amid the hush, one figure seemed entirely out of place: Dong Wanggong. He had stood like a carved statue upon his 9-dragon Agarwood carriage, dazed and empty-minded from start to finish. All was over. Completely over. His greatest reliance, the reinforcements he had summoned, had fled. An indescribable terror, cold as tidewater, surged through him. He stared at the 13 godlike silhouettes below, especially at Su Chen, axe slung on his shoulder and smiling with half amusement. His limbs chilled, and even breathing grew labored. He must leave at once. Before they could react, slip away undetected. Dong Wanggong clung to that single thought. He forced down his fear and steered the carriage, urging the 9 true dragons to retreat silently from that ground of dispute. His heart hammered so violently it felt as if it would burst from his throat. He felt like a thief pilfering beside a sleeping beast's den, the beast ready to open its eyes at any moment. He dared make no sudden move, but cautiously inched the 9-dragon carriage backward, millimeter by millimeter, an inch, a foot, a yard. As he neared the mouth of the suffocating valley and the safer air beyond, a faint sense of survival's relief rose within him. Excellent. These Wuzu brutes truly were brainless. They celebrated and failed to notice me. As he schemed how to return to Zifu Prefecture, and with the Daos you bestowed 10,000 immortals array, hold his ground, if they pursued, a languid voice like 9-dimensional demon song drifted to his ear. You came and now you want to leave. Boom. Dong Wanggong's mind snapped. His body stiffened, the 9 dragons drawing his carriage froze in midair as if nailed in place. Mechanically he turned his head. The Calamitister, the demon with the stone axe, regarded him with a face full. At his flanks 2 figures had appeared. On the left, burned conflagration's eye-red hair, like living flame, crowned the volatile fire ancestor Wuzu Zhu Rong. On the right, black waters raged about a cold, grim countenance. Gonggong, the water ancestor Wuzu, every bit as dangerous. They blocked his retreat on both sides. The malicious eyes made Dong Wanggong's scalp crawl. He swallowed hard and forced out a laugh, more pain than tears. By now he understood there would be no fleeing. Yet as the Deus's anointed leader of male immortals, he could not afford to lose face. He straightened feigned courage and barked, "Su-chan, what do you intend? The Sanqing have departed, the matter is settled. Do you Wuzu still seek to trouble me? I am the Deus's personally appointed chief of male immortals, ruler of the male immortals under heaven. If you touch me, are you not afraid of the Deus's wrath?" He could only invoke the Deus's name as a last defense. To Su-chan it sounded like the grandest of jokes. Chief of male immortals. Such lofty airs. Su-chan boredly touched his ear, impatient with Dong Wangong. Don't spout those useless things. You provoked this whole incident, leading the Sanqing to my doorstep, bristling with slaughter. Now you lose, and plan to pack up and leave. Dong Wangong's heart sank ever lower. He stammered then. What do you want? Su-chan's smile warped into something more fearsome than any demon's. What do I want? He pointed toward the valley entrance and drawled. I said before, to ascend the mountain you must pay a toll. Now the rules have changed. To leave by my way you must also pay. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you would pass, leave tribute for the way. Su-chan spoke with brazen righteousness. Dong Wangong was stunned. Had he heard correctly? A toll. The august chief of male immortals, a Honghuang powerhouse, was being openly waylaid and extorted before all the Honghuang by a Wuzu savage. A surge of unprecedented humiliation flooded his brow, turning his face a livid shade. You have gone too far. Dong Wangong trembled with fury as he pointed at Su-chan and roared. Zhu Rong sneered and stepped forward. The divine flames about him flared, warping the air with heat. Cut the nonsense. My 13th brother demands tribute. Pay now? Say another word and I'll roast your 9 little loaches into an appetizer. The 9 true dragons shrieked under Zhu Rong's inferno and cowered, their former majesty gone. Gong scoffed. The abyssal waters around him rose into serpents that coiled to envelop the 9-dragon carriage. My brother's fire is excessive and might ruin the goods. Drowning would keep the corpse intact. Far more presentable, he said with cold humor. Their duet of threat plunged Dong Wangong into an ice cave of dread. He knew that unless he bled today, he would never leave alive. Regret and hatred filled him. Why had he provoked these madmen? Why had he trusted the scattered cultivators? But remorse was futile now. Before absolute power, every shred of dignity and face was worthless. To live was paramount. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them, the light within was the resigned stillness of acceptance. Very well. I will give. He forced the words through his teeth. Su-chan nodded in satisfaction. Better late than never. If you'd cooperated from the start, this would all be over. He made a courteous beckoning gesture. I am not greedy. For the spectacle you provided today, hand over a single innate spirit treasure as my compensation. An innate spirit treasure. Dong Wangong's heart bled. How many such relics existed across the Honghuang? Each was the life anchor of a powerhouse. The thought of surrendering one filled him with anguish. Each innate treasure was a sovereign's talisman, yet faced with these lunatics, survival demanded price. Though Dong Wangong possessed great wealth, he could not endure such brazen extortion. But dare he refuse? He dared not. He met Su-chan's half-smile, glanced at the impatient Zhu Rong and Gong at his side, and in the end he gritted his teeth reluctant, and drew from his primordial spirit a golden longsword that exhaled pure yang qi. Chunyang Jian. A lower-grade innate spirit treasure. With tears almost in his eyes, he hurled the spirit treasure that had accompanied him through countless eons at Su-chan. Su-chan flicked his hand, catching the Chunyang Jian and weighing it. Lower-grade mediocre workmanship, barely passable. He waved his hand as if shooing a fly. Begone. Dong Wangong no longer cared for face. His eyes burned red as he fixed Su-chan with a look so venomous it seemed to wish him torn limb from limb. He snapped the reins, drove the Julong Chinxiang Yin, and without looking back, became a streak of light, fleeing madly toward the eastern sea. That shameful retreat declared the dignity of a once mighty prehistoric power utterly trampled. The golden streak, heavy with humiliation and hate, vanished into the horizon. In Zifu Prefecture, within the Pure Yang Hall, there came a thunderous crash as Dong Wangong drove his sumptuous Julong Chinxiang Yin straight into the hall's floor. A roar filled with boundless fury and murderous intent burst from him, making all of Zifu Su-chan, Wuzu, I Dong Wangong will never share the same sky with you. The Pure Yang Hall lay in ruins. Dong Wangong, hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, raged like a madman. He rampaged through the hall, destroying everything: tables and chairs forged of innate materials, beams and pillars inlaid with rare treasures, all reduced to ash by his violent Chunyang true fire. Why must it be this way? He bellowed to the heavens, voice full of unwillingness and despair. He could not fathom it. He had been fated to be the foremost male immortal, one of the prehistoric protagonists anointed by the Tao ancestor himself. How had he come to such a wretched end? Publicly humiliated and extorted, even his life treasure seized, and treated as mere material. Dong Wanggong had become a laughingstock throughout the prehistoric world. Su Chun, Wuzu. He hissed the names through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with bone-deep hatred. And the Sanqing, you faithless scoundrels. We agreed to jointly punish the Wuzu, yet when things turned you abandoned me and fled. Pangu Jingzong. Bah. He spat, venting all his resentment. Outside the hall, the immortals who had fled Buzhou Mountain and the celestial officers of Zifu Prefecture knelt trembling, not daring even to draw breath. Listening to the frenzied roar, a chill ran through them. They knew Dong Wanggong was finished. The power he built in the name of foremost male immortal had collapsed into ruin today. A leader who cannot even protect himself, who would sincerely follow him. At the same time, what had happened on Buzhou Mountain spread across the prehistoric world with astonishing speed, as if wings had been given to the rumor. Above the 9 heavens in the Demon Clan's celestial court, within the Lingxiao Hall, delighted voices rang out, ha ha. How satisfying. Truly satisfying. Dong Wangtai, having received the report, could no longer restrain his joy. He slapped the throne's armrest and laughed uproariously. Brother, did you hear? The arrogant Sanqing were driven off by that Wuzu. Su Chun, single-handedly. Yuanshi and Tongtian together were no match. And their treasures were taken. Ha ha ha, it slays me. And that fool Dong Wanggong. He actually thought himself important, going to stroke the Wuzu's tiger whiskers. What happened? Robbed in front of all prehistory. Such shame. Worse than the disgrace our demon clan suffered in the Zixiao Palace. Dijuan sat upon his throne with a restrained smile, but his golden eyes were full of deep thought and Tai, do not be careless, he warned, slowly halting his tapping. Though this gave us a fine spectacle, it exposes an extremely grave problem. Tai's laughter stopped. Puzzled, he asked Dijuan, brother, what do you mean? The Wuzu and Sanqing are now mortal enemies. Dong Wanggong's prestige ruined. Surely this is a great boon to our demon clan. A boon? Dijuan shook his head, his gaze turning grave. The Wuzu are far more terrifying than we imagined, especially that 13th Wuzu patriarch Su Chun. His strength has surpassed our comprehension. That stone axe can shake and even wound top-tier innate spirit treasures with a single blow. Such power may not be. If one Su Chun is so fearsome, should all 13 patriarchs arise and deploy the legendary Dutian Shenshao array to summon Pangu's true form, who in the prehistoric Dijuan's words darkened Tai's face. Indeed, in their delight at others' misfortune, they had overlooked the most crucial point. The Wuzu's strength had grown to threaten the demon clan's rule. Issue my orders. Dijuan's eyes flashed. Command Fushi to expend all effort calculating the Zhou Tian Xingdou array. By any cost, the grand formation must be perfected swiftly. Only the Zhou Tian Xingdou array can counter the Wuzu's Dutian Shenshao. Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Hongjun paced, face flushed with excitement. I knew it. I knew Taoist Su Chun was no reckless fool. Incredible, he's my idol. Jinyuan, brother, did you see? He alone drove off the Sanqing. It's simply legendary. Zhen Yuanzi held a game piece, hesitating, and watched the utterly disordered board with a wry shake of his head. Hongjun, we both underestimated him. He sighed long, his voice threaded with awe and respect. After this battle, the pattern of the prehistoric world will be utterly transformed. The Wuzu will in truth become the hegemon of these lands. And Su Chun, his name will hang like a keen sword over the heads of all great powers. A gleam of wisdom shone in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. The heavens of this world are changing. In the netherworld, blood, see the old ancestor of the underworld river laughed, his voice hoarse and eerie. Good. Excellent. The harder they fall, the better. The more die, the better. The blood of Pangu Zhengzong, the ferocious aura of the ancestral Wuzu. All are potent gains. His crimson gaze pierced the void, as if beholding the figure on Buzhou Mountain who shouldered the stone axe. That axe. Intriguing. Truly intriguing. On Buzhou Mountain, the Wuzu encampment had become a sea of jubilation. The more die, the better. The blood of Pangu Zhengzong, the ferocious aura of the ancestral Wuzu. All are potent gains. His crimson gaze pierced the void, as if beholding the figure on Buzhou Mountain who shouldered. The 12 other patriarchs clustered around Su Chun, each brimming with praise. Huta looked on with sparkling eyes, pride and adoration for this younger brother plain on her face. Annoyed by their clamoring, Su Chun could only wave helplessly. All right, calm down. This is basic procedure, don't make a fuss. After this battle, no one dared provoke Buzhou Mountain again. The Wuzu's mountain toll station became a singular landmark of the prehistoric world. Though countless cultivators resented it bitterly, they could do nothing but hold their noses and comply. The prehistoric world seemed to enter a rare tranquility. Centuries slipped by in a breath, and a clear melodious bell rang out, without warning, resounding across the prehistoric world. Then Hongjun Deus's cold, august, emotionless voice sounded within the primordial spirits of all beings. 100 years hence the second lecture at Zixiao Palace will open. Those with affinity may come to hear the Tao. A decree from the Tao ancestor sets law. For this one pronouncement, the world once more stirred with undercurrents. A lecture at Zhixiao Palace is a fateful opportunity. The last time it was held, many listeners achieved monumental breakthroughs. The 3,000 mortals of the red dust in particular became named and famed powers. Now that the second lecture is announced, no one wanted to miss it. In an instant, countless streams of Tao light rose from cave heavens and blessed lands across the realm, converging toward the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Buzhou Mountain inside the Pangu Hall. The 13 Wuzhu patriarchs gathered once more to discuss the trip to Zhixiao Palace. Do we have to go to that lousy place to hear lectures again? Zhu Rong was the first to voice his displeasure, scratching his red hair and saying bluntly, last time I understood almost nothing. I nearly fell asleep. I'd rather stay home and rest. Exactly. Gong Gong chimed in from the side. What he lectures on doesn't fit our Wuzhu path. Going would be a waste. Last time it soured things with the Sanqing. Go again and they might pick a fight. The other patriarchs nodded in agreement. They were descendants of Pangu's blood, cultivating the body and tempering laws, proving the Tao through strength. Hongjun's teaching concerns the primordial spirit path that severs the three corpses. To them, it was like playing a lute to an ox. No help at all, and worse, Daoic conflict might disrupt their own laws. The head patriarch Dijiang pondered before speaking. Hongjun is the Tao ancestor, now merged with Heaven's Tao. His lectures touch on the future course of the prehistoric world. We cannot ignore them entirely. Yet sending everyone is unnecessary. His gaze swept his brothers and sisters and finally rested on the one who had been quiet and somewhat absent, Su Chen. 13th brother, what do you think? All eyes turned to Su Chen. He lifted his head, met their concerned looks, cleared his throat, and said he'll go. He could not refuse. He had a task that required 3 complete sign-ins to unlock the registration at Zhixiao Palace. You will go alone. Hutu immediately frowned with worry. 13th brother, that won't do. Last time at Buzhou Mountain you offended the Sanqing terribly, especially Yuan Shi, who is petty as a needle. He must bear you a mortal grudge. If you go alone, and they ambush you outside Zhixiao Palace, what then? Indeed, 13th brother. Zhu Rong grew agitated. If you go, we go together. If anyone dares harm you, I'll be the first to burn him to ashes. Seeing everyone so anxious warmed Su Chen's heart. He smiled and waved. Brothers and sisters, rest assured, it's fine. He rose and confident explained, first, however bold the Sanqing, maybe they will not dare seek me out now. The lesson they learned last time will haunt them for a lifetime. Especially within Zhixiao Palace, the Tao ancestors' domain. They dare not act rashly there lest they lose face. Secondly, Su Chen's eyes grew deep. Hongjun's lecture will surely touch upon the matter of the sacred seat. That thing means little to our Wuzhu, but to the myriad clans of prehistory, it is a fatal temptation. He'll go listen, probe the truth, see what the old man is up to. Know the enemy, know yourself, and you will not be defeated. As for safety, you need not worry. Su Chen tapped the unremarkable stone axe slung across his shoulder. If I cannot beat them, can I not at least run? Hearing his calm, reasoned analysis, the patriarchs gradually set their minds at ease. Dijiang thought for a moment and nodded. 13th brother speaks sensibly. Our Wuzhu's ambitions are vast. Going as a group would invite unnecessary scrutiny. If the 13th goes alone, the target is smaller and actions are easier. Very well, then this trip to Zhixiao Palace will be left to the 13th. Agreed, so be it. Su Chen accepted decisively. With the matter decided, he did not tarry. Under the admonishing gazes of his brothers and sisters, he bade them farewell, transformed into a streak of light, and shot out of the Pangu Hall alone. He disturbed no one, silently tearing space and heading straight for the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens. Chaotic currents roiled, earth, fire, water, and wind raged. The chaos outside the 33 heavens is a death trap for cultivators below the Deluo golden immortal. Yet Su Chen traversed it as if walking plain ground. The chaotic gale winds that could shred a golden immortal's flesh parted at his side, as if they feared something. He traveled unhurriedly, while surveying his surroundings with interest. Streams of light in varied hues came from all directions, converging upon the same point. They were renowned powers long famed across the prehistoric world, each emitting a formidable presence. Suddenly, 2 familiar auras caught his attention. Taoist Su Chen, an excited voice called. Su Chen turned and saw Hongyun and Xinyuanzi riding auspicious clouds flying toward him. The face of Hongyun, known for being a good-hearted person, was filled with excitement and lingering fear. Fellow Taoist, ever since we parted ways at the unraveled mountain, I have truly worried for you. It's good that you're safe. It's good. He immediately grabbed Su Chen's arm, examining him from top to bottom, his concerned demeanor genuine. On the side, Zhen Yuanzi, though silent, looked at Su Chen with eyes full of genuine admiration and a hint of... The battle at Unraveled Mountain had utterly overturned their understanding of combat power thanks to Su Chen's displayed prowess. What could have happened to me? Su Chen chuckled, patting Hongyun's shoulder. His impression of this first-rate, good-natured person was quite favorable. But you two fellows, it's good to see you again. The three of them walked together, chatting casually as they flew toward the ancient palace floating in the depths of chaos. Soon the magnificent gates of the Zixiao Palace came into sight. At the entrance of the palace, many powerful beings had gathered to listen to the teachings, forming small groups, whispering to one another, creating a somewhat subtle atmosphere. When Su Chun and the others arrived, all conversations abruptly ceased. Countless gazes simultaneously focused on Su Chun. Respect, curiosity, fear, jealousy. Various complex emotions intertwined in those gazes. Su Chun remained unfazed, preparing to step into the grand hall. At that moment, three formidable figures exuding an aura of both desperation and restraint rushed in from afar. It was the Sanqing. In an instant, the air at the entrance of Zixiao Palace seemed to freeze. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back, clearing a path for them, which also highlighted Su Chun in the center. When enemies meet, it's particularly intense. Upon seeing Su Chun, the dignified face of Yuanshi Tianzuan twisted in an instant. An uncontrollable, deeply rooted hatred erupted from him. The humiliation of unraveled mountain. That was a disgrace he could never wash away in his lifetime. His Dao heart had even cracked due to this battle. Were it not for the Zixiao Palace, he would have charged at Su Chun, seeking a life-and-death struggle. Next to him, Tontian Jiao Master reacted more directly. Upon seeing Su Chun, his eyes not only lacked hatred, but instead burst forth with intense battle intent. His hand, gripping the sword hilt, trembled, with veins bulging, emitting a longing for battle. He yearned for a true, uninterrupted, exhilarating duel. Just as a great battle was about to break out again. Second brother, third brother. The calm voice of Taishang rang out. He stretched out his hands, pressing them on the shoulders of Yuanshi, and a wave of serene and effortless Dao rhythm instantly soothed Yuanshi's murderous intent and also suppressed Hongjun's soaring battle spirit. Taishang raised his head, looking calmly at Su Chun. His gaze was deep as the sea, revealing no joy or anger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod to Su Chun. Then he silently led his two unwilling brothers past Su Chun, entering the Zixiao Palace without a word. This scene left all the powerful beings present nearly speechless. What is happening? The Sanqing actually took the initiative to avoid confrontation. The once arrogant Yuanshi Tianzuan in front of Su Chun didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. This was not merely conceding, it was being thoroughly frightened. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Chun turned even more reverent. This 13th Ancestor Wu was indeed the most formidable figure of the primordial world. Su Chun looked at the retreating figures of the Sanqing disinterestedly, curling his lips. Tisk, boring. He had expected to witness a good show. He shook his head and, uninterested in the astonished gazes of others, strode into the Zixiao Palace with the still somewhat dazed Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi. Inside the grand hall, it was as usual. Hongjun Daozu had yet to appear, and 3,000 futons were neatly arranged. The 6 purple futons at the front were particularly eye-catching. The Sanqing had already taken their places on the first 3 futons, each in meditation, yet the slight trembling of their shoulders revealed that their minds were not as tranquil as they appeared. On the 5th and 6th futons sat 2 Taoists, both bearing expressions of suffering. They were the Western figures of Jian and Zhuani. Su Chen's gaze swept over them, and he muttered in his heart. These 2 unfortunate souls still look so poor, it seems they gained little from the last teachings. The 4th futon remained empty. That was Nua's position. Soon the demon clans Dijuan and Tai also entered. Upon seeing Su Chen, they only nodded from a distance, their expressions complex, revealing both schadenfreude and deep apprehension. These 2 feathered friends have learned to be smart. They know not to act recklessly. Su Chun commented inwardly, casually finding a seat toward the back, directly plopping down, and placing his stone axe aside, adopting a posture as if preparing to doze off. Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi had no choice but to sit beside him. Hongyun wanted to say something, but Jin Yuanzi stopped him with a glance. Jin Yuanzi understood clearly this fellow Taoist. Su Chen appeared lazy, but was incredibly domineering. He did not want to cause trouble, but was certainly not afraid of it. In such an occasion, it was better to say less and avoid mistakes. As time passed, more and more powerful beings entered the Zixiao Palace. Soon a goddess dressed in palace attire, radiating extraordinary grace, entered the grand hall, accompanied by her brother Fushi. It was Nua. She walked straight to the 4th futon and sat down. At this point, all the futons for the future 6 saints, the beings within the grand hall, gradually numbered 3,000, many of whom were new faces that had not qualified to attend the last session. They curiously and reverently observed everything inside, especially the legendary figures in the front row. When the last being settled, the gates of Zixiao Palace closed with a bang. The entire grand hall instantly fell into absolute silence. Here it comes, Su Chen thought to himself, lazily lifting his eyelids. The next moment, a figure appeared on the high platform without any warning. He seemed as if he had been sitting there since ancient times, yet also as if he had just materialized. He bore no aura, yet it felt as if he contained the majesty of the entire universe. It was Hongjun Daozu. Salutations to the Dao ancestor. Led by the Sanqing, the 3,000 mundane guests in the hall stood up in unison, respectfully bowing. Hongjun's gaze swept indifferently across the crowd, seemingly pausing for a barely detectable moment on Su Chun before instantly moving away, as if he had seen nothing. Sit. One word, and the law followed. The crowd involuntarily sat back on the futons. Hongjun's emotionless voice resonated in everyone's divine sense. This is the second lecture. Last time we discussed the Tao of the Great Luo. This time we will discuss what lies above the Great Luo, the path to becoming a quasi-saint. Quasi-saint. These two words blasted like divine thunder in the hearts of the 3,000 powerful beings. The Great Luo Golden Immortal was already the pinnacle of cultivation. They could reach the true stronghold of the primordial world. But now the Tao ancestor actually claimed that there was a higher realm above the Great Luo. Instantly, everyone's breathing became rapid. Within Dijiang's golden eyes, unprecedented brilliance erupted. The repressed face of Yuanshi Tianzuan also showed extreme longing. Even Taishang, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slightly trembled his eyelids. They had been stuck at the complete realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal for far too long, unable to progress, and now they finally saw a path ahead. Su Chun curled his lips, feeling no waves in his heart. Finally getting to the point, the bait has been cast now, let's see how these fish bite the hook. Hongjun ignored the crowd's excitement and continued in his calm tone, revealing the key to the path toward becoming a quasi-saint. To become a quasi-saint, one must sever the three corpses. Sever the three corpses. These three words carried even greater impact than the term quasi-saint. Within the grand hall, among the 3,000 powerful beings, except for a very few, most revealed expressions of confusion and disbelief. What are the three corpses? Why must they be severed? How to sever them? Countless questions arose in their hearts, and they all pricked up their ears wide-eyed, fearing they might miss any of the Tao ancestors' next words. Su Chen still appeared indifferent, but inwardly he was fervently mocking. Here it comes, the biggest pyramid scheme of the century is starting. Severing the three corpses sounds grand, but in essence, isn't it just splitting one's mind? Splitting oneself into three and calling it severing one's obsessions, such clever packaging. While he thought this, he couldn't help but admit that Hongjun played this hand quite masterfully. On the high platform, Hongjun's voice continued to resonate, clarifying things for the crowd. What are the three corpses? All beings have 7 emotions and 6 desires, giving rise to good, evil, and obsessions. These three are the 3 corpse bugs lurking within your divine senses, obscuring your Tao heart and obstructing your path ahead. The upper corpse is named Pengju, making one fond of benevolence. The middle corpse is named Pengji, making one fond of evil. The lower corpse is named Pengjiao, making one fond of food and lust, creating obsessions. If the 3 corpses are not severed, they will forever be mere phantoms, eternally trapped within the Great Luo, unable to attain the true self. Hongjun's words resonated like the great bell, awakening all. Many powerful beings trembled upon hearing this, revealing looks of enlightenment. They recalled various bottlenecks and inner demons on their cultivation paths, which seemed to be connected to these good, evil, and obsessions. So this was the root cause. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded repeatedly. He prided himself on being Pangu's true lineage, valuing virtue the most, constantly suppressing his own evil thoughts, yet always felt his Tao heart was incomplete. It turned out these 3 corpses were at play. Dijiang and Tai exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. As demon emperors, they acted decisively and were rife with evil thoughts, yet they also often generated various benevolent thoughts and attachments for the future of the demon clan, which similarly hindered their progress. Even Jane and Zhuanti from the West, who usually had faces as bitter as gourds, rarely revealed a hint of comprehension. Their obsession with elevating the West was likely unmatched by anyone present. I see. I finally understand. Zhuanti murmured excitedly, as if he had found the answer he had been pursuing his whole life. Su Chen looked at the captivated expressions of these people and nearly burst out laughing. He was well aware that this method of severing the 3 corpses was a massive trap. Entrusting one's emotions and obsessions to external objects appeared to sever them, but in reality, it meant surrendering one's authority to those external objects, to this world, to the Tao of heaven. From now on, your Tao would no longer be your own, but rather the path permitted by the Tao of heaven. This was not a path to enlightenment, but a finer shackle being placed upon oneself. Just as everyone was still pondering the matter of the 3 corpses, Hongjun threw out even more crucial information. To sever the 3 corpses, one must use innate objects as a medium. Innate spirit roots and innate spiritual treasures are both acceptable. The higher the grade of the medium, the stronger the severed corpses, and the greater the future achievements. Boom. This sentence ignited the entire Zixiao palace. If the previous theories were merely exciting, this sentence was the stark reality. It required innate spiritual treasures, and the higher the grade the better. Instantly, the atmosphere within the grand hall became incredibly strange. Those powerful beings who possessed innate spiritual treasures revealed ecstatic expressions. In contrast, those without innate spiritual treasures or only possessing inferior spiritual treasures wore expressions of extreme distress. Without spiritual treasures, it meant they could not sever the corpses, which meant they would be forever trapped at the level of the great Luo Golden, immortal, helplessly watching others surpass them. This was more painful than being killed. Tao Ancestor, be merciful. Our West is barren, lacking in spiritual treasures. Oh, what can we do about this? Zhuanti was the first to lose composure, collapsing to the ground with a thump, weeping bitterly, his cries heart. Please, Tao Ancestor, show mercy and guide us toward a clear path. Jane also joined in, palms together, his face filled with sorrow, chanting mantras, as if the suffering of the entire Western world rested on his shoulders. Su Chun watched these two clowns' performances, the corners of his eyes twitching. The Oscars owe you both a little, golden man. Your acting is just incredible. However, what Hongjun wanted was precisely this effect. Binding cultivation and resources tightly together. If you don't compete, don't snatch, and don't create karma, how will he set the stage for the impending calamity? Hongjun ignored Zunti's lamentation, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd, as if observing a swarm of ants. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. The Tao has been explained. Understanding or not lies within yourselves. After saying this, he closed his eyes and ceased to speak. In the next moment, an enigmatic and wondrous Tao sound began to resonate throughout the Zixiao Palace. Countless golden lotuses descended from the sky, landing on the ground only to vanish instantly. A purple aura of auspiciousness filled the entire grand hall, enveloping all 3,000 mundane guests. The second lecture officially began. The crowd dared not entertain any distractions, immediately collecting their thoughts and immersing themselves in the supreme principles of the Tao, beginning to comprehend the method of severing the corpses to attain sainthood. The entire grand hall fell into a tranquil state of enlightenment in an instant. Only Su Chun, feeling utterly bored, yawned. This hypnotic tune is starting again. Oh, it's really dull. He had no interest in what Hongjun was lecturing about. His Tao was the Tao of strength, the Tao of Pangu, which was fundamentally a different path from Hongjun's techniques under the Tao of heaven. He closed his eyes not to seek enlightenment, but to communicate with his system. System, can you analyze any loopholes in what Hongjun is saying? Ding. Analyzing. The method of severing the three corpses as described by Hongjun is a method of the Tao of heaven's saints centered on relying on external objects and binding oneself to the Tao of heaven, thereby borrowing the power of the Tao. This method has the advantage of rapid results and traceable paths. However, its disadvantage is a predetermined, sealing lifelong subjugation to the Tao of heaven, and if the entrusted spiritual treasures are destroyed, one's own Tao progress will also suffer. Indeed, it's a pitfall, Su Chen understood. Then what about my path? What are the principles of proving the Tao through strength? Proving the Tao through strength is the supreme path that breaks all rules and transcends all constraints. No need to sever the corpses, no need for medium. When the host's power accumulates to its peak, a single axe can split the heavens, and a single force can break myriad laws, becoming self-contained and not subject to the Tao of heaven. Now that's more like it. Simple and straightforward. Oh, I like it. Su Chun completely relaxed, knowing that what he needed to do was to endure, check in, and grow stronger. As for the Tao of heaven's saints, with a single swing of his axe, they would all have to kneel before him. Time slowly drifted away amidst the profound resonance of the Taoist melody. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Within the purple cloud palace, the passage of time held no sway. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had slipped by. For the primordial powers of the era, 1,000 years was but a fleeting moment. Inside the purple cloud palace, the celestial Tao melodies intertwined, while violet chi and golden lotuses floated gracefully. 3,000 worldly cultivators were utterly immersed in Hongjun's discourse on the semi-saint Tao, intoxicated by its profundity. Some exalted beings furrowed their brows, clearly grappling with perplexing thresholds beyond comprehension. Others bore expressions of joy, their Tao aura swirling richly, evidently reaping abundant gains. Moreover, above some heads, faint celebratory clouds emerged, with the three blossoms converging atop, unmistakably touching the cusp of severing the three corpses. Especially those seated in the front row. The Supreme Tao Lord remained in his usual state of effortless detachment, yet the tranquil and natural Tao aura enveloping him deepened profoundly, as if he had merged with the entire purple cloud palace, and even the celestial Tao itself. Yuan Shi Tianzuan wore a solemn expression, his body shimmering with pure light, radiating an imposing majesty as he expounded the heavenly principles with ever greater gravity. The Tongtian sect leader displayed the most direct aura. His sword, Qi, surged wildly, at times manifesting as the blade that split heaven and earth, then morphing into the deathly silence that ends all things. A pure path of killing and decisiveness was being refined to its utmost by him. The demon clan's Emperor Jun bore the faint images of the Hichu and Luoshu diagrams above his head, countless stars' trajectories swirling in his mind as he deduced the imperial Tao of his race. All were immersed in a mysterious realm, except Su Chun. For him, these 1,000 years were a torment beyond endurance. Though Su Chun appeared to listen attentively with eyes closed, his primordial spirit had long wandered beyond the heavens, paying no heed whatsoever to Hongjun's teachings. His power derived from the Pangu bloodline and the Sinan system, utterly distinct from Hongjun's Tao laborer's cultivation framework. Listening to that Tao was not only futile, but would contaminate his pure path of force. Thus, during this millennium, he simply blocked out all external Tao sounds and focused entirely on studying his Pangu axe fragment. He discovered that this seemingly unremarkable stone axe contained within it a principle far superior, 10,000 times more profound, than the Tao Hongjun taught. Hongjun's Tao played tricks within existing rules, but his principle created rules, altered rules, and even disregarded rules altogether. While Su Chen's spirit roved afar, the profound celestial Tao melody atop the dais abruptly ceased. The entire purple cloud palace instantly fell silent. This sudden change awakened all the exalted beings immersed in comprehension. They opened their eyes, each carrying a trace of reluctant yearning and wistful loss. Was the 1,000-year discourse truly over just like that? They felt on the brink of a breakthrough, lacking only a final step, yet being forcibly interrupted, an agony that made them want to vomit blood. This discourse concludes here. Hongjun's indifferent voice confirmed their suspicions. Though unwilling, none dared utter a word of complaint, all rising in unison to salute the Tao ancestor and prepare to take their leave. Su Chun stretched lazily, loosening his numb limbs. Finally done, time to clock out. This dreadful shift offers no pay, yet demands all my time. He was eager to head home. Yet an unexpected anomaly erupted. Boom. A vast, profound, tranquil, and effortless aura suddenly burst forth from the very front of the hall. This aura was so immense and extraordinary. It surpassed the level of all present great Tao golden immortals, bearing an unparalleled majesty that overlooked all beings and commanded the cosmos. What is this? Everyone's hearts trembled violently as they gazed terrifyingly toward the aura's source. There on the foremost meditation mat, the supreme Tao Lord slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, the celestial exquisite pagoda hung, shedding myriad strands of profound golden aura to shield him. The terrifying aura radiated directly from him. Big Brother Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the Tongtian sect leader, nearest and most sensitive to the power, were overcome with shock and ecstatic joy. They watched their elder brother's aura surge, about to pierce an invisible barrier, their faces filled with awe and rapture. Could it be that Big Brother is about to? Emperor Jun and Tai's expressions turned grim instantly. They stared fixedly at the supreme Tao Lord, their eyes heavy with gravity and envy. Damn it, he beat us to it. Jiejin and Zunti's eyes reddened with envy and hatred, their expressions almost overflowing with jealousy. The entire hall and all exalted beings were utterly stunned. They all understood what was about to unfold. The head of the three purities, the supreme Tao Lord, after hearing the Tao ancestors' teaching, was about to break through on the spot before everyone. He was to sever the three corpses and become the first semi-saint of the primordial world. Only Su Chen remained calm, even somewhat eager to snack on melon seeds. The real show begins. Truly the future senior brother. His skill in stealing the spotlight is top-notch. He watched the supreme Tao Lord with great interest, intent on witnessing firsthand what exactly the severing of the three corpses entailed. Under the gaze of 3,000 Taoist eyes, the supreme Tao Lord slowly rose, a ripple appearing for the first time on his once placid face. He bowed deeply to Hongjun atop the dais. Then he raised his head, sweeping his gaze over the crowd below, whose expressions varied, before finally lifting his hand to point to the slowly revolving, exquisite pagoda above his head. A profoundly mysterious Tao aura emanated from his mouth, echoing throughout the purple cloud palace. I harbor benevolent thoughts. Today I shall sever. His voice was calm, yet resolute, each word seemingly infused with supreme Tao resonance that reverberated within the palace. The moment his words fell, the pagoda above his head suddenly erupted with golden radiance stretching 10,000 zhang. A terrifying might that suppressed eternity and stabilized the cosmos instantly enveloped the entire hall. Before this power, even the great Tao golden immortals felt as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Sever. The supreme Tao Lord uttered another word. He lightly sliced his eyebrows with his two fingers like a sword. An invisible ripple spread. Then an incredible scene unfolded. From within the Supreme Tao Lord's body, another Supreme Tao Lord slowly emerged. This emerging figure wore a white Taoist robe, bore a gentle smile, with eyes full of compassion and kindness radiating a peaceful aura as soothing as spring breeze. Upon appearing, he bowed to the original Supreme Tao Lord. "Greetings, Tao friend. Benevolent corpse." He truly severed it. Shouts of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was utterly shaken by this miraculous spectacle. This was the severing of the three corpses, transforming one's own benevolent thoughts into an independent entity severed from the body. Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the Tongtian sect leader were exhilarated, yearning to imitate their elder brother and sever their own corpses immediately. Emperor Jun and Tai's faces had darkened to near blackness. The three purities had taken the lead by a step. Su Chun stroked his chin, watching with keen interest. Interesting, so this is the three corpses. But this benevolent corpse looks harmless. How strong is it? Could it withstand one of my axe strikes? While everyone was still stunned, the scene continued to unfold. The severed benevolent corpse bowed once more to the original Supreme Tao Lord, then transformed into a streak of light, flying directly into the pagoda above. Boom! The moment the benevolent corpse merged with the pagoda, the Supreme Tao Lord's true body trembled fiercely. A terrifying aura far surpassing the great Tao Golden Immortal towering above all beings exploded from within him. It was a new higher-level power, a semi-saint. At this moment, the Supreme Tao Lord successfully severed one corpse, breaking free from the shackles of the great Tao Golden Immortal and formally stepping into the semi-saint realm. He became the first semi-saint to be born in the primordial world since Hongjun began his teachings. In his eyes seemed the birth and death of universes, the rotation of stars. Every gesture carried the supreme majesty of commanding heaven and earth with words and deeds. The entire purple cloud palace trembled slightly under his overwhelming presence. Except for Hongjun on the dais and the bored-looking Su Chun at the rear, the other nearly 3,000 exalted beings felt a shiver and oppression deep from their souls. Their gaze toward the Supreme Tao Lord shifted from equality to reverence. Is this the semi-saint? Merely severing one corpse caused such a seismic shift in power. The great Tao Golden Immortals were like ants before the semi-saint. Congratulations, Big Brother, on attaining the semi-saint Tao. Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the Tongtian sect leader were the first to react, stepping forward to sincerely bow and offer congratulations. Their faces filled with proud honor. The three purities as one. The elder brother's strength was their own strength. Congratulations, Tao friend, Supreme Tao Lord. Other exalted beings soon caught on, regardless of their true feelings, smiling outwardly and stepping forward to congratulate. In an instant, the entire purple cloud palace was filled with felicitations. The Supreme Tao Lord had undoubtedly become the brightest focus of the gathering. He slowly retracted his aura and bowed slightly to the crowd, maintaining his usual expression of neither sorrow nor joy, yet a faint trace of concealed satisfaction gleamed deep within his eyes. He had succeeded. Through his actions, he proclaimed to the entire primordial world that the three purities remained the supreme existence in this realm. His gaze casually swept towards Su Chun at the back. He wished to see shock, fear, or solemnity on Su Chen's face. However, he was disappointed. Su Chun remained as languid as ever, even grinning and giving him a thumbs up. That expression was less a congratulation and more like praise for a well-performed juggling act. The Supreme Tao Lord's just completed Tao heart instantly stirred with a ripple. Could this witch clan truly be his destined nemesis? TSK Tisk, not bad, not bad. These special effects are better than those worth 50 cents, Su Chun silently commented. But that's all there is. The aura is stronger, but the essence remains the same, still revolving within the rules of the heavenly Tao. Compared to my path of force, it's still a mere junior. He utterly disregarded the Supreme Tao Lord's breakthrough. Just then, Hongjun Tao Ancestor's indifferent voice rang out again from the dais. Taiching, you are the incarnation of the Pangu primordial spirit with profound foundation and my prime disciple. Today you are the first to sever a corpse successfully and step into the semi-saint realm. Well done. The Tao Ancestor's personal praise was a tremendous honor. The Supreme Tao Lord immediately collected his spirit and bowed respectfully once more to Hongjun. I dare not accept such praise. Oh, all credit goes to my teacher's guidance. Hongjun nodded slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd below. Those caught in his gaze involuntarily straightened their backs. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's heart brimmed with unwillingness and fighting spirit. He secretly vowed to retreat into seclusion upon returning, determined to sever his corpse as soon as possible and catch up to Big Brother. Emperor Jun's eyes were filled with urgency. With the three purities having produced a semi-saint, if the demon clan lacked one to anchor them, they would inevitably fall behind in the primordial world's struggle for supremacy. A fire ignited within everyone's hearts. A military arms race revolving around the semi-saint realm officially commenced at this moment. Hongjun watched the myriad reactions below with unfazed eyes, as if everything unfolded according to his plan. This was precisely the effect he desired. This discourse is concluded. Hongjun spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, ready to gesture for all to depart. At that moment, "Teacher!" A piercing cry filled with endless grievance and sorrow suddenly exploded throughout the hall. What was happening? This sudden outburst stunned all the exalted beings preparing to rise. They turned in unison toward the source of the voice. At that moment, "Teacher!" A piercing cry filled with endless grievance and sorrow suddenly exploded throughout the hall. Upon closer inspection, faces twisted into strange expressions. It was the Eastern Duke. What mischief was he attempting now? The Eastern Duke paid no heed to the strange gazes around him. He lay prone on the ground, tears and snot streaming, feigning utmost misery, crying with heart-wrenching sorrow. "Teacher, you must stand up for me." At once the entire Purple Cloud Palace erupted into chaos. Has he gone mad? How dare he act so unruly before the Tao ancestor? Stand up for him. Who dares bully the male immortal leader personally appointed by the Tao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace? This is going to be entertaining. Chen laughed heartily, arms crossed with keen interest, already guessing most of what was to come. Hongjun's cold gaze slowly fell upon the weeping Eastern Duke below, showing no ripple of emotion nor a trace of pity. If not for this man being the destined leader of pure Yang and having a necessary connection to a minor calamity in the primordial world, Hongjun would have long since reduced him to ash. "What is the matter?" Hongjun's voice sounded cold and indifferent, betraying no hint of anger or joy. Hongjun's cold voice did not instill the slightest fear in Dong Wanggong. Rather, it seemed to grant him immense courage. He suddenly raised his head, clear tear streaks on his face, his voice filled with sorrow and indignation, as if he bore an immense grievance. "Master, you personally appointed me as the leader of the male immortals, commanding me to oversee all male immortals in the world. I, your disciple, am diligent and do not dare to be the slightest bit negligent." He first adorned himself with a lofty title indicating his contributions and hard work. But the Witch clan, relying on their descent from Pangu, they have taken control of Buzhou Mountain, setting up barriers to prevent any living beings from approaching. Dong Wanggong's voice suddenly rose, filled with a sense of righteous accusation. "You also know, Master, that Buzhou Mountain is the transformed backbone of the great deity Pangu, filled with countless treasures and opportunities. Such actions by the Witch clan cut off the opportunities for all beings in the world. How tyrannical and selfish is this?" Upon hearing this, many scattered cultivators without backgrounds in the hall instinctively nodded their eyes, revealing sympathy and indignation. They too wished to seek treasures at Buzhou Mountain, but were driven back by the malevolent aura of the Witch clan before they could even approach the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Dong Wanggong felt a surge of joy and cried even harder. "As the leader of the male immortals, I cannot bear to see the opportunities of all beings cut off, so I thought to go to Buzhou Mountain and discuss matters with the 13th ancestor Wu Su-chun to seek an explanation." Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Su-chun, unreasonable as he is without saying a word, would just hit me? He pointed at his own face, which was actually unharmed, as if it were written with humiliation. "Oh, Master, the humiliation I suffer is minor, but where is the principle of the wilderness? If you do not stand up for me, who would dare to speak for the beings of the world in the future? In this wilderness, does it not become a world where the Witch clan reigns supreme, acting recklessly?" His impassioned words painted him as a tragic hero pleading for the people, yet suffering bullying from a tyrant. The expressions of the powerful beings in the hall became increasingly vivid. Yuan Shitianzun's lips curled slightly. Although he had also been beaten by Su-chun, seeing someone make Su-chun suffer brought him a secret delight. It would be best if Tao ancestor, in a fit of anger, directly abolished Su-chun's cultivation. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. This Dong Wanggong is truly a divine assist. They were just troubled about finding a reason to suppress the Witch clan, and now it has been delivered to their door. The leader of the male immortals, personally appointed by Tao ancestor, was struck by the Witch clan. If Tao ancestor does not intervene, what is the point of his authority? What is the authority of the Heaven Court? Hongyun and Jinyuanzi were both anxious, constantly signaling Su-chun with their eyes, urging him to explain a few words quickly. But what about Su-chun? He stood with his arms crossed, as if nothing were wrong, savoring Dong Wanggong's solo performance. This guy is really something, skilled in turning black and white, muddling the truth. And claiming to speak for the beings of the world when it is clear that you wanted to go to the summit of Buzhou Mountain for personal reasons, got beaten by me, and now you come to complain. However, you are reporting me in front of Hongjun. Are you mistaken? This old man wishes that our two clans, the witches and the demons, fight as fiercely as possible to enjoy the show and collect heads. Su-chun was not at all flustered, his mind as clear as a mirror. All eyes focused on Hongjun on the high platform waiting for his judgment. The entire Zixiao Palace was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Hongjun's indifferent gaze shifted away from Dong Wanggong and slowly swept across the entire hall, finally landing on Su Chen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. It's over. Dao Ancestor is about to get angry. The joy on Yuan Shi Tianzun and Dijun's faces could no longer be contained. However, what Hongjun said next left everyone stunned. Buzhou Mountain is the transformed backbone of Pangu and is indeed within the territory of the Witch Clan. This is a matter of the Witch Clan, do not mention it again. What? A matter of the Witch Clan, do not mention it again. These 8 short words sounded like 8 thunderclaps echoing loudly in the minds of all the powerful beings. Dong Wanggong's expression of sorrow and indignation instantly froze on his face, his mouth agape, tears still hanging at the corners of his eyes, completely stunned. The joy on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face froze. The expressions of Dijun and Tai Yi turned from glee to utter shock. What does this mean? Is Dao Ancestor openly favoring the Witch Clan? He shows no regard, even for the face of the leader of the male immortals he personally appointed. This is no longer favoritism. This is outright standing on the side of the Witch Clan. Before everyone could recover from this immense shock, the figure of Hongjun on the high platform gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing completely. Only a lingering phrase was left behind. Disperse. The entire Zixiao Palace fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dazed, their minds completely unable to process. Only Su Chen lazily stretched, walking leisurely to Dong Wanggong, who was still sprawled on the ground, completely dazed. He squatted down and patted Dong Wanggong's face. Hey, the show is over, it's time to get up. Su Chen's gaze held a hint of playfulness and a touch of coldness. You good lad, wait for me. In the future, be careful when walking in the wilderness. After saying this, he stood up, no longer glancing at Dong Wanggong, and turned to walk out of the Zixiao Palace. With Hongjun's disappearance, the lecture was completely over. The doors of the Zixiao Palace opened silently. However, the 3,000 powerful beings inside remained, as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell, each one still stunned in place, not a single person moving first. In their minds, Hongjun's last 8 words still echoed repeatedly. This is a matter of the Witch Clan, do not mention it again. The information contained in this statement was simply too immense. This means that in the eyes of Dao Ancestor Hongjun, the status of the Witch Clan transcends the rules he has set. Even the leader of the male immortals he personally appointed could not shake the Witch Clan in the slightest. That 13th ancestor Wu Su Chun hitting Dong Wanggong at Buzhou Mountain was not only blameless, but had reason to do so. This realization sent a wave of chill through the hearts of all the powerful beings present who were not of the Witch Clan, especially Dijun and Tai Yi. They had originally hoped that Dao Ancestor could take this opportunity to teach the Witch Clan a lesson to weaken Su Chen's arrogance. But what was the outcome? Dao Ancestor directly issued a death immunity license to the Witch Clan. Big Brother this. Tai Yi's face turned as bad as it could be as he looked at Dijun, his eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion. Dijun's expression was equally gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, the golden imperial aura swirling around him restlessly. We are leaving. He squeezed those 3 words out between clenched teeth, then turned his head and strode out of the Zixiao Palace. He did not want to stay here for another moment. He felt a burning pain on his face. The reactions of the 3 clear ones were also varied. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was not much better than Dijun's. He snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve, his proud figure appearing somewhat flustered. Tong Tian, the leader of the teaching, took a deep look at the direction in which Su Chen left. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not fade, but instead grew even more intense. The more Dao Ancestor valued him, the more it indicated the weight of this opponent. Only Tai Shang glanced at Dong Wanggong, who lay on the ground like a lost dog, and then at the empty high platform, his gaze deep and inscrutable, not knowing what he was thinking. He sighed softly and turned to leave. As for the other main character in this event, Dong Wanggong, he was slowly coming back to his senses from the extreme shock and humiliation. He felt the scorn, pity, and schadenfreude directed at him from all around. Dong Wanggong, the leader of the male immortals personally appointed by Dao Ancestor, the future powerful being of the Heaven Court, had now become the greatest joke of the entire wilderness. An indescribable resentment and fear rose from the depths of his heart. Especially Su Chen's cold gaze and words before leaving hung over him like a sharp sword. Su Chen, Witch Clan. He suddenly leaped up from the ground regardless of his dignity, rolling and scrambling out of the Zixiao Palace, fleeing in embarrassment. A farce had come to an end. Hongyun and Jin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Brother Jin Yuan, this Su Chen really is. Hongyun was at a loss for words to describe him. Jin Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. In the future, keeping a distance from him is a blessing, and getting close is also a blessing. It just depends on how. Now I can see clearly that Su Chun is the greatest variable in the wilderness. Following him could either lead to soaring to great heights or to eternal damnation. Su Chun had no intention of caring about what those people were thinking. After leaving the Zixiao Palace, he flew directly towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. This Dong Wang Gong is truly a fool. He can't even report clearly and still wants to mix in the wilderness. If not for you, who would die? However, after this incident, my future dealings in the wilderness will be much more convenient. With the title of appointed by Dao ancestor who would dare to disrespect me. Su Chen calculated in his heart that this was indeed an unexpected gain. Although he did not care about Hongjun's attitude, being able to use it to intimidate others would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Why not enjoy it? Before long, the magnificent divine mountain that pierced through heaven and earth appeared in his sight. Buzhou Mountain, he was back. The familiar warm, wild, and powerful malevolent aura rushed toward him, invigorating every pore of his body. Home is indeed the most comfortable. After listening to 1,000 years of lullabies in the Zixiao Palace, his bones felt as if they were rusting. Su Chen's figure flickered and landed steadily at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As soon as he landed, he had not even taken a good breath of the air of his hometown. Whoosh! A figure appeared before him like lightning. The newcomer, surrounded by the flow of spatial laws, had a steady and powerful aura. It was the leader of the 12 ancestor witches, Dijiang. Seeing Su Chun, the stern expression on Dijiang's face, which had not changed for 10,000 years, revealed a rare hint of urgency. 13th brother, you are finally back. Come on, hurry, and follow me. To Pangu Hall. Without giving Su Chun a chance to respond, Dijiang grabbed his arm and pulled him up the mountain. What happened, big brother? Why the urgency? Su Chun asked, somewhat puzzled. In his impression, Dijiang had always been the most composed, showing no change, even in the face of great danger. What was going on today? The Pangu blood pool. There has been a great stir. While flying rapidly, Dijiang explained, soon a new batch of tribe members will be born. Oh, so that's the case. Su Chun realized. The witch clan does not intermarry. They rely entirely on the pool of Pangu's essence blood in Pangu Hall for reproduction. Every so often the blood pool would give birth to a new batch of witches, which was the foundation for the witch clan to replenish its population and grow in strength. The two moved quickly and soon reached the summit of Buzhou Mountain, the ancient and majestic Pangu Hall. Upon entering the hall, an overwhelming and unbreakable aura of blood surged towards them. In the center of the great hall, the massive blood pool was gurgling, bubbling, as if it were a pot of boiling water. The blood within the pool was thick and bright red, emanating endless vitality and a wild aura. The other 10 ancestor witches had all gathered surrounding the blood pool, their expressions excited, eagerly watching the movements within the pool. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic blood flower erupted from the blood pool. It's about to come out. All the ancestor witches immediately stopped talking, their eyes fixed on the blood pool. Amidst the surging waves of blood, one strong figure after another began to slowly rise. They shook off the blood on their bodies and let out a roar filled with vitality. Roar! One by one, the newly born warrior witches emerged from the blood pool. Although they were still a bit dazed, the pure power emanating from the Pangu bloodline on them was unmistakable. The ancestor witches looked at these newly born tribesmen, their faces filled with smiles of relief. These were their kin, the hope of the witch clan's future. However, just when everyone thought that this birth was about to conclude, the center of the blood pool, which had begun to calm down, suddenly surged with towering waves. Boom! The entire Pangu Hall seemed to tremble violently at that moment. A force more powerful than all the newly born witches combined erupted suddenly from the deepest part of the blood pool. What is this? All the ancestor witches' expressions changed dramatically. In the center of the blood pool, 3 enormous blood-colored whirlpools slowly rose. In the center of the whirlpools, 3 towering figures began to slowly take shape. Their bodies were much taller than ordinary witches, with bulging muscles and defined lines exuding a sense of explosive power. More importantly, the bloodline pressure emanating from them far exceeded that of ordinary witches. Dijiang's breathing became rapid, his eyes filled with incredible shock and ecstasy. This is the Great Witch bloodline. It is a top-tier Great Witch bloodline. To have 3 appear at once. Dijiang's words were like dropping a heavy bomb in a serene lake. All the ancestor witches were in an uproar. What? Great Witch bloodline. Heaven bless our witch clan. 3 great witches born at once. The Great Witch among the witch clan exists as the second only to the Ancestral Witch. Every Great Witch is a peerless powerhouse, having emerged from countless battles, a true pillar of the witch clan. But now there are actually 3 clan members born with the bloodline of the Great Witch directly emerging from the Pangu blood pool. In the excited and expectant gazes of all the ancestral witches, the 3 towering figures finally solidified completely. They took large strides, stepping out from the blood pool, each step causing the entire Pangu Hall to tremble. The one on the left is the most robust, with stout limbs filled with indomitable battle intent, as if born solely for combat. The one in the middle has a stature as imposing as a mountain, exuding a steady and heavy aura that faintly resonates with the earth beneath. The one on the right has a relatively balanced physique, but his eyes are sharp like an eagle, as if he can see through all worldly illusions. The three of them stood there in silence, yet their powerful aura instinctively caused the newly born ordinary witches around them to retreat, not daring to approach. The three newborn great witches looked around with a hint of newborn confusion, surveying this brand new world. Their gazes swept across the great hall, the surrounding clansmen, and the excited ancestral witches like Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Finally, their gazes precisely landed on the two figures at the front of the hall. One was Dijiang, whose entire being resonated with the laws of space, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. The other appeared unremarkable, with a restrained aura, yet instilled in them a sense of utmost reverence and submission stemming from the depths of their bloodline. Chen. That was the instinct from the Pangu bloodline. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of all the ancestral, these three newly born imposing great witches surprisingly stepped forward in unison, striding towards Chen and Dijiang. They stopped before the two, then made a move that took everyone by surprise. Thud. Three heavy impacts echoed almost simultaneously. These three born great witches without hesitation knelt on one knee. The hard ground was struck with such force that three clear cracks appeared beneath their knees. They lowered their noble heads, and in powerful, robust voices shouted in unison, Xing Tian. Kuafu. Dai. We pay our respects to the two ancestral witches. Their voices boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the entire Pangu Hall. In an instant the place fell silent. Even Chen was momentarily taken aback. He looked at these three mighty men kneeling before him, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. What the hell? Xing Tian. The war god who can wrestle with the heavenly emperor even without a head. Oi. Kuafu. The simple-minded strong man who chased the sun until he died of thirst. And this guy is even more impressive. If there were 10 suns in the sky, he could shoot down 9 with his... Good heavens, this isn't merely the birth of three great witches. This is the all-star lineup of the witch clan bundled together into the world. Chen looked at these legendary figures who would leave a profound mark in the annals of ancient history, now kneeling before him like three obedient children. A bold and thrilling thought began to grow wildly in his mind. Good. Dijiang was the first to react from his shock, looking at the kneeling Xing Tian Kuafu, and his eyes brimming with uncontrollable joy as he repeated good 3 times. The bloodline of the Father God truly protects my clan. Get up. You are the hope for the future of the witch clan, our most valiant warriors. Dijiang laughed heartily, stepping forward to assist the three. However, Xing Tian and the others remained kneeling, their gazes still fixed on Chen as if awaiting his command. In their bloodline perception, Chen's existence felt even older, more noble, and more intimately connected than Dijiang, the leader of the ancestral witches. Dijiang was not embarrassed. He withdrew his hand and smiled at Chen. 13th brother, it seems these 3 kids are more fated with you. The other ancestral witches also noticed the subtlety, casting curious and envious glances at Chen. Chen regained his senses, suppressing his excitement as he approached the 3, looking down at them. He first looked at Xing Tian. Xing Tian. This guy is a natural-born war god, his willpower maxed out, fearless in battle. But he can be a bit single-minded, easily getting carried away. He will need proper guidance in the future, so he doesn't recklessly engage in fights and lose his head. Chen mentally reviewed as he patted Xing Tian's shoulder, which was as solid as iron. Then his gaze shifted to Kuafu. Kuafu, a stamina-based contender, his health pool is exceptionally thick, naturally attuned to the earth. But he can be a bit stubborn, adhering to his beliefs. Chasing the sun is too inefficient. I should teach him some other hobbies like moving mountains. Finally, there was Dai with the most balanced physique. Dai arranged physical DPS, has keen eyesight, and remains calm. He would make a great sniper. I just wonder if he has a bow and arrows right now. If not, I should get him one later. Chen's mind had already begun to plan the future career paths for these 3 SSR-level new employees. These are not just 3 great witches, they constitute a perfect combat team. This is no tragic hero scenario. This is my squad of fighters. As long as I'm here, your destinies are in my hands. Whatever the legends of Xing Tian Kuafu and say, the script will be rewritten by me. Thinking of this, Chen's mood soared. He cleared his throat and spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone, saying, your potential is immense. The witch clan needs warriors like you. However, brute strength alone is insufficient. Chen's words made Xing Tian and the others raise their heads, showing a hint of confusion in their eyes. In their understanding, power was everything. From today onward, the three of you will cultivate under my guidance. As soon as Su Chen said this, not only Xing Tian and the others, but even the 11 other ancestral witches nearby were taken aback. 13th brother, you want to personally teach them? Dijiang was somewhat surprised. According to tradition, the newly born great witches would be instructed collectively by all ancestral witches, teaching them combat skills and witch clan secret techniques. It was unprecedented for one person to take on all three. Yet no one opposed it, as Su Chen's strength had already earned everyone's recognition. 13th brother, you want to personally teach them? Dijiang was somewhat surprised. According to tradition, the newly born great witches would be, are you willing? Xing Tian Kua Fu and he felt the unfathomable power emanating from Su Chen along with the sense of kinship from their bloodline. Without the slightest hesitation, they shouted in unison, we are willing to heed the command of the 13th Ancestral Witch. Their eyes brimmed with fervent worship and anticipation. Zhu Rong, watching from the side, was envious and laughed, saying, good. Having the 13th brother teach you how to fight is a tremendous blessing. The three of you will surely become the mightiest warriors of the Witch clan, making the demon clan's rabble roll over in defeat. Su Chen smiled. Fighting demons. That's too small a vision. His goal is not just to dominate the primordial chaos. He wants to lead the Witch clan to break free from the constraints of the heavenly path, shatter the so-called fate, and carve out a completely new path. And these three before him are the most critical first pawns in his plan. Su Chen looked at the yearning expressions in their eyes and slowly spoke. Very well. Get up. Your first task. Su Chen intentionally paused. A dangerous thought flashed, is to forget all your combat instincts. I will teach you how to break the rules, how to rebel against this primordial heavenly path. As Su Chen's words left his mouth, they seemed to carry an extraordinary power, causing the air in the entire Pangu Hall to freeze momentarily. Dijiang and the other ancestral witches became exceedingly serious. Although they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and did not understand the heavenly fate as descendants of Pangu, they inherently felt a rebellious disdain toward the concept of heaven. They revered only the Father God Pangu. And the three newly born top great witches, Xing Tian Kua Fu and Yi, were ignited by these four words, awakening the most primal flames deep within their bloodline. Their gazes transformed from initial confusion to intense fervor, as if they had finally found the direction for their lifelong struggles. 13th brother, how do you plan to teach them? Zhu Rong scratched his head and asked in a deep voice. Though he found Su Chen's words invigorating, he could not comprehend how to execute them. Yes, 13th brother, combat instinct is an innate gift of our Witch clan, the most powerful weapon bestowed upon us by the Father God. If we forget this, how can we fight? Gong Gong also raised his doubts. This represented the sentiments of most ancestral witches present. To them, the Witch clan's fighting style was about using the strongest power and the hardest fists to crush all enemies. Simple, direct, and effective. Su Chen did not answer directly, but turned his gaze towards Xing Tian. Xing Tian, come over here. Yes, 13th Ancestral Witch. Xing Tian stepped forward with great strides, each step filled. Su Chen pointed to a stone pillar supporting the hall nearby, inscribed with ancient witch symbols. Use your full strength and punch it. Yes. Without any hesitation, Xing Tian took a deep breath, his muscles surging instantly, resembling coiling. He gathered all his strength into his right fist, his blood and chi surging, forming a visible crimson wave of energy. Roar! Accompanied by a mighty shout, Xing Tian's fist the size of a cauldron crashed towards the stone pillar with terrifying force that ripped through the air. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the Pangu Hall. The entire hall shook violently. The hard stone pillar where Xing Tian's punch landed showed a shallow dent with countless cracks spreading like a spot. Good! Zhu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he could not help but cheer loudly. Good job! This kid has such divine strength, truly worthy of being our Witch clan's great witch. The other ancestral witches nodded repeatedly, feeling quite satisfied with the power exhibited by Xing Tian's punch. However, Su Chen shook his head. Did you see that? He looked at Xing Tian and then scanned all the others. This is what I mean by brute strength alone is insufficient. He walked to the stone pillar, extended his right hand, and gently tapped beside Xing Tian's punch mark with his index and middle fingers together. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no surging blood and chi phenomena. Su Chen's action appeared light, like a lover's caress. However, the moment his fingertip touched the stone pillar, crack! A crisp sound sharp enough to make one's teeth ache resonated. Centered on Su Chen's fingertip, the unbreakable stone pillar suddenly disintegrated into powder, without warning, cascading down to leave behind a bottomless mirror-smooth hole. The entire Pangu Hall fell into a dead silence in an instant. Zhu Rong's cheers were lodged in his throat, and Gong Gong's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. All the ancestral witches, including Dijiang, widened their eyes, staring fixedly at that small hole as if trying to see through it. What kind of power is this? Xing Tian's punch was grand and powerful, but only caused superficial damage, whereas Su Chen's finger was silent and unassuming, yet concentrated power to an extreme point, directly collapsing the stone pillar's structure from the inside. The two types of power were clearly distinguishable. This is... Xing Tian stared blankly at his own fist, then at that profound little hole, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. 90% of your power was wasted in that punch, just now squandered on air, and in a heating clash with the... Su Chen withdrew his finger and said calmly, and I merely used 10% of my power where it should have been. Your combat instincts are like giving you a mountain of gold, yet you only know how to use it to smash your enemies. What I intend to teach you is how to transform that mountain of gold into the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield. Su Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, causing all the witches present to fall into deep contemplation. They began to question for the first time whether their proud fighting style was truly that perfect. 13th brother, I understand. Dijiang's eyes gleamed as he fully grasped Su Chen's intention. You want them to learn to control their power rather than be controlled by it. Eldest brother is right, Su Chen nodded. The first step is to forget the instinct and return to the primitive state. He turned to Xing Tian Kuo-fu and his expression becoming serious. You three follow me. Su Chen led them back to the roiling Pangu blood pool. You were born here, now return to this place. Enter the blood pool, think of nothing, do nothing. Abandon your control over your bodies, relinquish all your strength, feel, listen, and merge into this blood pool, experiencing the most primal rhythm of the Father God's bloodline. When you can synchronize your heartbeat with the pulse of this blood pool, your first lesson will be complete. This statement brought unprecedented challenges to Xing Tian and the others. To relinquish their powers. That was more painful than killing them. What? Can't do it. Su Chen's tone carried a hint of provocation. Who says I can't do it? Xing Tian was the first to stand up, his resolute face filled with an unyielding stubbornness. I, Xing Tian, will never concede. After saying that without a moment's hesitation, he jumped into the boiling blood pool with a splash. Kuo-fu and Yi exchanged glances and followed suit. However, the next moment their expressions changed simultaneously. They had thought that since they were born here, returning would feel like coming home. That surging bloodline power pierced their bodies like countless steel needles, tearing violently through their meridians. Even Xing Tian, a war god by birth, could not suppress a muffled groan of agony. He felt his body on the verge of being utterly shredded by this terrifying pressure. Instinctively, he sought to muster his inner strength to resist. Do not move. Su Chen's icy voice detonated like thunder within their minds. Anyone who dares channel even a trace of power shall be cast out immediately. Remember, you are no longer great wuss. You are but 3 droplets of blood, soon to return to the sea of blood. Su Chen's words struck with the unyielding force of sacred edicts, searing themselves into the very consciousness of Xing Tian and the others. Surrender, resistance. It was an experience they had never known, an order diametrically opposed to their warrior instincts. Within the blood pool, 3 peerless great wuss endured unimaginable torment. 13th brother, will they be all right? Ho Tu gazed upon the 3 writhing figures in the pool, her face etched with deep concern. Indeed, what is this but hurling them straight into an alchemical crucible? These 3 are the rarest prodigies our Wu clan has long awaited. Oh, we must not ruin them. Zhu Rong fretted, rubbing his hands together in agitation. Su Chen, however, watched in serene stillness, his gaze unwavering and devoid of emotion. Without shattering, there can be no rebirth. To reforged essence, one must first reduce it to dust. Their inner energies were too chaotic and volatile, like raw, uncut jade. Only the primordial power of the Pangu blood pool could grind away their superfluous edges, revealing their true nature beneath. Though his words sounded effortless, his heart raced more than any of theirs. Minute by minute passed. The 3 figures in the blood pool gradually ceased their violent thrashing, lapsing instead into unconscious convulsions. Though his words sounded effortless, his heart raced more than any of theirs. Minute by minute passed. The 3 figures in the blood pool gradually ceased their violent thrashing. This marked the first step of marrow washing and meridian reforging. Not yet, Su Chen murmured, his eyes narrowing. He knew the critical moment had arrived. He extended his right hand toward the blood pool and made a subtle, gripping motion in midair. A resonant hum filled the chamber as the fundamental law of strength instantly enveloped the entire pool. The once turbulent pool stilled abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Yet beneath its placid surface, a far more terrifying force coalesced. What was Su Chen doing? He was using his law of strength to sort, guide, and compress that ferocious Pangu bloodline energy. From the pool's depths, he drew forth its purest, most primordial essence, condensing it into 3 slender crimson vortices that precisely targeted the hearts of Xing Tian, Kuo-fu, and Dai. Converge. Su Chen commanded in a low, resonant voice, and the three vortices serpentine and alive shot into their bodies. Ah! The three who had clenched their teeth in silent endurance now screamed in unison, a cry torn from the very core of their souls. If earlier pain had been slow dismemberment, this was molten iron poured directly into their hearts. Their consciousness teetered on the brink of total annihilation. And precisely at that threshold, on the cusp of surrender, the refined energy surging into them found its destined resonance merging profoundly with their own Pangu blood lineage. Boom, boom, boom. Three powerful synchronized heartbeats echoed simultaneously, not their own but perfectly aligned with the pulsing rhythm of the entire Pangu blood pool. It was done. A flicker of triumph lit Su Chen's eyes. Within the blood pool, Xingtian Kuafu and Dei no longer repelled the pool's power. Instead, their bodies transformed into colossal voids, ravenously drawing in surrounding bloodline energy. Their shattered forms repaired before the eye's gaze, growing ever more resilient, ever more formidable. Their flesh, bones, and meridians underwent complete metamorphosis under the purifying torrent of Primordial. Xingtian's frame grew broader still, each muscle coiled with explosive might. Yet his savage battle fury, once unrestrained, now lay deeply buried, awaiting only the moment of release. Kuafu's body seemed fused with the very earth of the Pangu Hall, his breath heavy and grounded as mountain stone, his presence immovable as tectonic bedrock. Dei's eyes remained closed, but his perception expanded beyond precedent. He could see the flow of every drop of blood in the pool. He could hear the heartbeat of every ancestral wu within the hall. They were truly mastering their own power. This is actually complete. Zhu Rong stared dumbfounded, whispering to himself. Far more than mere success, said Dijiang, awe and tenderness mingling in his gaze. Our 13th brother has granted them nothing less than rebirth itself. Su Chun watched the three rise in power within the pool, a satisfied smile softening his features. Well done. Worthy of the highest tier. No disappointment here. He prepared to withdraw his law of strength, allowing them to absorb the energy independently, when suddenly calamity erupted. As Xingtian Kuafu and Dei underwent transformation, vast quantities of the Pangu blood pool's primordial energy surged forth, drawing Su Chen's guiding law of strength along with it. Boom. His ninefold Pangu mystic art ignited spontaneously, beyond his control. A suction force thousands of times greater than what the three absorbed erupted from his being. The entire Pangu blood pool roiled with cataclysmic waves. Damn, it's gone too far. Su Chen's expression shifted sharply. He sensed his cultivation barrier, long stabilized at the pinnacle of Great Luo Immortal, beginning to tremble, yielding infinitesimally under this overwhelming surge. The threshold of the third transformation of the ninefold Pangu mystic art loomed before him without warning, startling even himself. He had merely intended to serve as mentor, to conduct an initiation rite for three new disciples, perhaps demonstrate his prowess. Instead, the training proved so potent it detonated the entire clan's energy reservoir, elevating even the master himself. Is this mutual enlightenment through teaching? A wry, incredulous smile crossed Su Chen's lips, but beneath it surged irrepressible elation. For the ninefold Pangu mystic art advanced one celestial realm per transformation. The second transformation corresponded to the Great Luo Immortal Realm. The third, once transcended, would elevate him to the supreme primordial immortal realm, the exalted status of a quasi-sage as named by Hongjun himself. Within the Zixiao Palace, Tai Shang expended titanic effort, anchoring spiritual treasures, severing incarnations, to barely breach that threshold, making his achievement public knowledge lest anyone doubt his ascension. Yet what of him? Merely instructing three disciples had unveiled the path to transcendence. How vast indeed was the gulf between cultivators. Su Chun suppressed all extraneous thoughts and channeled every ounce of his being into guiding the torrent of bloodline energy flooding his body. This was the Pangu blood pool's purest essence. Wasting even a single drop would wound his soul. The other ancestral wuss in the Pangu hall stood frozen, stunned by the phenomenon. What is happening? Is 13th brother ascending? This aura, overwhelming, stronger even than when he confronted the three pure ones atop Buzhou Mountain. All the blood pool's power converges upon 13th brother. Heavens above. They watched speechless as the blood pool's surface visibly receded, its waters draining away before their eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chen's aura ascended relentlessly, a pure domineering force so potent it threatened to pierce heaven and earth, sending even fellow ancestral wuss into involuntary tremors. After an indeterminate span, the blood pool finally stilled. Su Chen slowly concluded his cultivation, exhaling a long, turbid breath. That breath solidified midair into a razor-sharp arrow, piercing the Pangu hall's indestructible wall and leaving behind a fathomless borehole that lingered long after. Su Chen opened his eyes, Two beams of divine light flashing across the chamber bearing the primal force of creation itself. He could feel his inner power accumulated to an unprecedented zenith. The second transformation of the ninefold Pangu mystic art had reached absolute perfection. Only the thinnest veil separated him from the third transformation, ready to be pierced at any moment, launching him into an entirely new cosmos. 13th Brother Dijiang stepped forward, mouth opening to speak. When a splash echoed thrice, Xingtian Quafu and Dei vaulted from the pool, landing firmly upon the floor. They were transformed utterly. Their stature remained towering, but now radiated a contained lethal sharp. Their gazes no longer held newborn confusion, but profound wisdom and tranquil depth. Their power had multiplied tenfold, yet remained flawlessly sealed within, emitting not a whisper of overflow. If before they were three unsheathed, peerless weapons of slaughter, now they were three divine swords resting in scabbards, silent until the moment they chose to sing. Upon emerging, they ignored all others, marching directly before Chen. Then before the astonished eyes of every ancestral Wu they knelt again, this time in perfect unison upon one knee. This time their posture conveyed deeper resolve, deeper reverence. Xingtian Quafu Dei, we owe our rebirth to 13th Ancestral Wu. Their voices remained resonant, but now carried an unshakable heartfelt awe and submission. Only they truly understood the magnitude of Su Chen's grace. It was not merely enhancement of power, it was transcendence of life's very hierarchy. Su Chen was their master, yes, but also their guide. Rise. Su Chen regarded the three newly forged paragons, his elite enforcers, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Now that is how warriors should stand. His gaze swept across the 11 elder brothers and sisters present. Drawing a deep solemn breath, he declared with utmost gravity, "Elder brother, esteemed siblings, I shall enter seclusion." Seclusion. At those two words, every ancestral Wu's face lit with ecstatic joy. They all knew full well what such seclusion meant for Su Chen in his current state. Excellent. 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 Dijiang nodded vigorously. 13th brother, enter seclusion with full confidence. The Pangu Hall shall be your safest sanctuary. All 12 of us shall personally guard you. Should heaven itself collapse, none shall disturb your cultivation. Precisely. Let any intruder first contend with my fire, and mine my water. A wave of fervent unity surged through the hall. They anticipated this breakthrough even more eagerly than Su Chen himself, for his ascension was the Wu clan's ascension. Warmth stirred in Su Chen's heart. He simply nodded, uttering no further word. Turning, he walked toward the deepest sanctum of the Pangu Hall, the private meditation chamber reserved exclusively for ancestral Wus. At the threshold of the chamber he paused, and glanced back, his gaze lingering a beat longer upon Xingtian Quafu and Dei. You three remain outside the hall to consolidate your cultivation. Upon my emergence, I shall entrust you with far greater duties. Yes, sir. We swear eternal vigilance over 13th Ancestral Wu. Their united cry shook the heavens. The stone door slid shut, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness and silence. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his spirit sinking deep within his body. System, open my attribute panel. Host Su Chen identity 13th Ancestral 1 cultivation, Great Luo, immortal peak, perfection in art, ninefold Pangu mystic art. Second transformation, perfected in law of strength, the secret techniques, 7 secret treasuries, activated arms, legs in. To ascend to supreme primordial immortal, sheer accumulation of power remains insufficiently secure. Su Chen weighed his options inwardly. Each activated secret treasury multiplies combat power. Should I activate another treasury concurrently with the breakthrough? His gaze settled upon the 5 unopened treasuries: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. The heart, the source of all blood and the nexus of strength. It shall be the heart. A resolute gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He resolved to shatter the heart treasury simultaneously with his assault upon the third transformation threshold, harnessing the breakthrough's momentum to force open this sacred gate. Dual-pronged assault. This was undeniably a high-stakes gamble. Success would catapult him to celestial heights. Failure would rupture his heart and meridians, ending his Tao forever. Fortune favors the bold. I commit. Closing his eyes, Su Chen hesitated no longer. Summoning every fiber of his being, he channeled his power like a raging river, launching a final cataclysmic assault upon both the impenetrable barrier of cultivation and the mysterious heart treasury. The instant Su Chen initiated his breakthrough, Mount Buzhou trembled. Outside the Pangu Hall, Dijiang and the 11 other ancestral Wus stood vigilant at the 12 cardinal points, encircling the hall in an unbreakable defensive formation. They keenly sensed the familiar yet awe-inspiring power emanating from the inner sanctum, both ancient and newly awakened. Brother 13's aura grows ever stronger. Zhu Rong clenched his fists tightly, his face a storm of exhilaration and dread. This power has already transcended the realm of the Great Luo. He truly is about to succeed. Ho Tu's eyes shimmered with fervent anticipation. Dijiang lifted his gaze toward the heavens. His profound, unfathomable eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of Pangu Hall, cut through the killing aura of Buzhou Mountain, and behold the 9 heavens above. His brows knotted tightly. Something is amiss. Elder brother, what is amiss? Gong Gong asked. The heavens have changed. Dijiang's voice weighed like mountain stone. At that very instant the sky above Buzhou Mountain, previously clear and boundless, began without warning to gather vast roiling clouds. These were no ordinary clouds. They shimmered with an eerie, destructive violet gold hue, layer upon layer churning ceaselessly, like a despairing abyss inverted over Buzhou Mountain. A frigid, merciless sovereign terror, the heavenly will itself, descended slowly from those tribulation clouds, cold, indifferent regarding all existence, as mere insects. It locked onto the entire Buzhou Mountain, and more precisely onto the figure deep within Pangu Hall, striving to shatter cosmic law. This is heavenly tribulation. No common tribulation wields such overwhelming might. This aura dwarfs even the celestial upheaval when the 2 avian demons of the Yao clan established their celestial court, 100-fold. It is the Tao. The Tao refuses Brother 13's ascension. The 12 ancestral Wu instantly grasped the truth. Born from Pangu's sacred blood, the Wu clan cultivated no spirit soul, paid no homage to the Tao, and walked the peerless path of might, proving Tao through sheer physical supremacy. Such a path was in itself a defiance of the Tao. Now Su Chen sought to breach the realm of the Hongjun golden immortal solely through unadulterated corporeal might, an act that struck at the Tao's most sensitive nerve. The Tao would intervene to halt him. What hollow nonsense, the Tao! Zhu Rong erupted, first pointing furiously at the tribulation clouds above. When Father Pangu cleaved heaven and earth, you the Tao were still lurking nameless in some forgotten corner. Dare you now bar the Wu clan's paths? If you wish to lay a hand on Brother 13, step over my corpse first. Fight! 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 The remaining ancestral Wu surged with warlike fury, their killing aura boiling over. Silence! Dijiang's thunderous command instantly stilled every voice. He gazed upon the ever-thickening clouds, crackling with lightning within which primordial thunder dragons coiled, as resolve hardened upon his face fiercer than ever before. This is the Hongjun thunder tribulation, the Tao's annihilation trial for those who defy heaven. Alone our strength cannot withstand it. Our sole recourse is. Dijiang's gaze swept across his 11 siblings, his voice ringing with iron certainty, each word striking like a bronze bell. Deploy the Dotian divine killing formation. Boom. Those 7 words carried infinite power, igniting the eyes of all 12 ancestral Wu with searing, incandescent fire. The Dotian divine killing formation. Inherited from Father Pangu himself, it was the Wu clan's supreme, ultimate defensive formation. When all 12 gathered, they could summon Pangu's true form, wielding the incomparable might to cleave heaven and sunder earth. Elder brother, issue the command. For Brother 13, we spare no sacrifice. Very well. Dijiang nodded firmly. Brothers and sisters, take your positions. With our bloodline we invoke Father Pangu's true spirit to safeguard Brother 13's Tao. As the words fell, 12 figures shot skyward, taking station at the 12 cardinal points encircling Buzhou Mountain, shielding Pangu Hall at its heart. Simultaneously they chanted ancient esoteric Wu incantations. Instantly 12 torrents of bloodline energy, each distinct in hue, yet all supremely potent, surged forth from their bodies, intertwining and converging high above. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Buzhou Mountain trembled violently. A colossal titanic phantom, forged from pure killing aura and ancestral blood, began to coalesce slowly above the mountain. He wielded a massive axe, his muscles coiled like ancient mountains, with each blink of his eyes suns and moons were born and perished. None other than Father Pangu's true form. The emergence of this presence caused even the terrifying Hongjun thunder tribulation above to falter momentarily. Meanwhile, across the vast Honglong realm, every great cultivator was utterly shaken by these 2 earth-shattering auras erupting in succession. Kunlun Mountain Jade Emptiness Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan snapped his eyes wide open, staring toward Buzhou Mountain, first stunned, then seized by manic elation and venomous delight. That brute. He dares ascend to the level of quasi-sage. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Splendid. The Tao rejects him. Thus the Hongjun thunder tribulation descends. He is doomed. Utterly doomed. Against such tribulation, none below the rank of sage may survive. Shouyang Mountain 8 Scenery Palace. Taishang Daojun sighed deeply, his gaze complex as he looked toward Buzhou Mountain, murmuring softly, to prove Tao through might. How perilous a path. This tribulation is not merely his trial, it is the trial of the path itself. The celestial court of the Yao clan. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stood outside the Lingxiao palace, gazing upon Pangu's phantom, its towering presence nearly challenging the Dao's own tribulation clouds above Buzhou Mountain. Faces darkened to grimstone. Elder brother, the Wu clan still possesses such a trump card. Tai Yi's voice trembled slightly. The Doutian divine killing formation. Pangu's true form. Emperor Jun clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, speaking each word like iron forged in ice. Issue orders. Full mobilization of the Yao clan. Whether Su Chen lives or dies in this battle, the Yao and Wu clans shall be locked in eternal enmity, until one is utterly extinguished. As the entire Hongjun realm churned in anticipation of this cataclysmic confrontation. Above Buzhou Mountain, the long-fermenting Hunyuan thunder tribulation finally unleashed its first bolt. Crack! A violet gold divine thunderbolt, thick as a mountain range, ripped through the firmament bearing annihilation's absolute, while hurtling straight down toward Pangu's phantom below. Facing that heaven-shattering, earth-erasing violet gold thunder, Pangu's phantom, standing motionless above Buzhou Mountain, stirred. Roar! A roar echoed from the dawn of chaos itself, bursting from the phantom's throat, solidifying into shockwaves that scoured the 9 heavens. Its colossal form did not flinch, not a single step backward. Instead, it raised the massive axe forged from killing aura, and met the descending thunder heat-in. Simple, brutal, defying all logic. This was the Wu way, and Pangu's way. Boom! The axe and the thunder collided midair. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an instant of absolute deafening silence. Then, a visible shockwave composed purely of annihilating energy exploded outward. Where it passed, space shattered into fragments, dissolving into primordial void. That arrogant, invincible violet gold thunderbolt was cleaved cleanly in two by Pangu's phantom, shattering into scattered sparks of lightning, vanishing without trace. It held. Countless great cultivators across the Hongjun realm drew sharp, involuntary breaths. That was the Hunyuan thunder tribulation. And yet, it had been obliterated by a single axe stroke. Truly, the Doutian divine killing formation was beyond measure terrifying. Yet the 12 ancestral Wu outside Pangu Hall wore no relief. Pu, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and several others whose cultivation was comparatively weaker spat crimson blood, faces instantly paling. The recoil force is immense. Dijiang swallowed the metallic tang rising in his throat and spoke gravely. This was only the first bolt. 8 more remain. Though they had summoned Pangu's true form, it remained but a phantom, and each strike consumed their shared primordial blood essence. The Tao itself seemed enraged by that single axe stroke. The tribulation clouds churned more violently than ever, the apocalyptic pressure intensified tenfold. Crack, crack. Bolts 2 and 3 descended simultaneously, no interval between them, blasting forth from the clouds. And each was thicker, wilder, more ferocious than the first. Again, Dijiang roared, and once more the 12 activated the formation. Pangu's phantom swung its axe, meeting both thunderbolts at once. Boom, boom. 2 earth-rending detonations echoed. Pangu's phantom again shattered both bolts. Yet this time its colossal form flickered, growing translucent, and the arm gripping the axe trembled with unstable strain. Below the 12 ancestral Wu, all save Dijiang and Ho Tu, stood pale-faced and breathless, their vital energies severely depleted by grievous internal injuries. Elder brother, I can barely hold on. No choice. For Brother 13, we fight to the end. Gritting their teeth, they burned their primordial blood essence recklessly to sustain the formation. All of this unfolded within Su Chen's perception, even as he meditated deep inside Pangu Hall, breaking through his bottleneck. He felt his elder brothers and sisters' fading auras. He sensed their unwavering resolve to protect him at any cost. An indescribable fury erupted from the depths of his heart. The Tao, you push me too far. The sealed chamber door of Pangu Hall exploded outward. A figure bathed in boundless divine radiance stepped forth. One stride, and he stood revealed, Su Chen. His eyes blazed crimson, his hair billowed wildly, though no wind stirred. His aura had surged to a critical threshold, ready to erupt at any moment. Brothers and sisters, stand aside. Su Chen's voice shook heaven and earth. This is my tribulation, mine alone to endure. Brother 13, Dijiang, and the others cried out in alarm. Stand back. Su Chen's tone brooked no refusal. After a silent exchange, the 12 chose to trust him. They withdrew the Doutian divine killing formation, transforming into 12 streaks of light that landed behind Su Chen. With the formation gone, the full weight of the heavenly will crash down upon Su Chen alone. Su Chen stood tall, confronting the churning tribulation clouds heat-in, his gaze fearless, blazing with infinite martial intent and glacial slaughterlust. He extended his right hand. Bring me the axe. Hum. A streak of light shot from Pangu Hall into his palm. The Feisheng axe now elevated to a supreme primordial spirit treasure. Clutching the Feisheng axe, Su Chen's aura surged anew. He was the sole war god in this heaven and earth. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts 4, 5, and 6 struck simultaneously, descending from 3 distinct directions, sealing every possible escape route as they converged upon Su Chen. Excellent. Su Chen laughed aloud, and instead of retreating charged forward. His Feisheng axe carved arcane trajectories through the air, trailing swathes of ashen light. The Tao of Might, shatter all laws. Pop, pop, pop. 3 soft sounds, and those 3 thunderbolts, each capable of reducing a great Luo golden immortal to ash, dissolved soundlessly upon contact with the ashen light, like fragile soap bubbles vanishing into nothingness. Impossible. How can this be? At Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan leapt to his feet, his expression more horrified than if he'd beheld a specter. To withstand heavenly tribulation is one thing. To annihilate it outright is another entirely. The former tests the strength of one's shield, the latter overturns the table entirely, refusing to play the game. The Tao of Might. Is this truly the ultimate Tao wielded by Father Pangu? The Tao that subdues all laws? Taishang's eyes brimmed with awe beyond measure. Even the tribulation clouds above seemed stunned. They could not comprehend why their infallible annihilating thunderbolts had been erased as effortlessly as toys. But the Tao's primal instinct drove it to greater fury. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire cloud mass contracted violently, condensing inward. Bolts 7, 8, and 9 merged into a single sky-piercing column of violet gold lightning, purely composed of annihilation's fundamental law. This was the Tao's final decisive strike, the ultimate killing blow. Faced with this thunder column capable of obliterating a minor world and making even quasi-sages blanch, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. So, you finally show your full strength. Then let me show you mine in turn. Jiuzhuan Pangu Mystic Art, 3rd Transformation. Heart's Secret Repository. Open, for me. With Su Chen's furious roar, the impenetrable barrier sealing his realm, and the mysterious lock upon his heart, shattered simultaneously, broken by sheer, overwhelming force. Boom. A terrifying aura, far surpassing the great Luo golden immortals towering above heaven and earth, exploded from Su Chen's body. His form soared skyward in divine radiance, expanding into Pangu's 10,000 zhang dermic body. His heart blazed like a chaos sun, radiating endless light and heat, fueling him with inexhaustible power. Hunyuan golden immortal, attained. Su Chen, or rather the Pangu dermic body, slowly raised the Feisheng axe. He gazed upon the annihilation column, now mere inches away, and declared, like a proclamation echoing across the entire Hongjun realm, for words, I hold one axe that cleaves heaven. As the words ended, the axe descended. A gray axe light, indescribable, ineffable, transcending time and space, flashed once from the Feisheng axe and vanished. In the next instant, the lofty azure firmament split cleanly down its center, divided into 2 perfect halves. A bottomless continent-spanning fissure tore across the heavens above every living being. One axe, cleaving heaven. At that moment, the entire Hongjun realm fell utterly silent. Su Chen retracted his dermic body and hovered serenely in midair. He felt it, the pure Tao of Might now crystallized into an ancient simple Tao seal within his chest. Henceforth he was the Tao, and the Tao was him. He lifted his gaze, piercing the vast celestial rift, beyond which he saw 2 cold, emotionless eyes, now tinged with unmistakable fear. He grinned, a silent, deliberate mouthing of words. This is only the beginning. Su Chen sheathed the fate-splitting axe and stood quietly. Dijiang was the first to react. His figure flickered, and he appeared at Su Chen's side. The millennia-old sternness on his face had been swept away, replaced by an excitement and joy he could not conceal. 13th, brother, you scared us to death. Ho Tu's eyes were rimmed with red, and a tremor of lingering fear lingered in her voice. The other Zhu gathered around as well, each of them looking at Su Chen with expressions of shocked pride and a deep, heartfelt reverence. That single swing had not only split the heavens, but had cemented Su Chen's unassailable status in their hearts. We pay homage to the 13th Zhu. Not far off, Xing Tian Kwa Fu and he knelt once more on a single knee, their heads bowed so low that their devotion seemed about to take on flesh. If before they had bowed to Su Chen out of bloodbound obligation and gratitude for being remade, now their worship was born of witnessing with their own eyes the grandest and most defiant spectacle since the opening of the world. What could possibly stir the Wu clan's blood more than this? Nothing. Su Chen looked at his brothers and sisters, worried for him and cheering for him, and warmth blossomed in his chest. He waved his hand to signal he was fine. I'm fine, very well. His voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay a force capable of making the whole primordial world tremble. Hongjun, golden immortal. It was done. He could feel with crystalline clarity the Tao seal of the law of strength forming over his chest, fusing perfectly with his heart, his bloodline, and every inch of his flesh. From this moment on, every motion he made would be the Tao itself. More importantly, the secret heart of his core had opened. The power of the three secret cores, both arms, both legs, and the heart, rushed through him, making him feel as if a single punch could pierce the entire Buzhou mountain. This power, sublime. Su Chen reveled inwardly. And yet at that very instant the entire primordial world fell into a deathly silence. Kunlun Mountain Yusu Palace. With a thunderous crack, a table carved of millennia-old warm jade before Yuanshi Tianzuan was shattered to powder by a single palm. His expression raced from ecstasy to horror, from horror to an ashen pallor, and finally to a corpse-like whiteness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he muttered, as if bereft the lofty bearing of a saintly master's disciple utterly gone. He did not perform Zhan Sanchi, he did not pay proper homage to the heavenly Tao. By what right could he break through? By what right could he step into the quasi-saint realm? That is the Hun Yuan thunder tribulation, the heaven's ultimate means to excise heresy. How could anyone possibly withstand it? He even split the sky. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt his worldview collapse in that instant. He had always believed that his teacher Hongjun's path, slaying the three corpses to attain the Tao, was the sole orthodox route. Now Su Chen had slapped him in the face with the rawest, most direct method. It turned out there was more than one road, and this other road seemed fiercer, more domineering than the one he had walked. An indescribable jealousy and dread swelled in his heart. Shouyang Mountain Bajing Palace. For the first time the ancient placid eyes of Taishang Daojun rippled with violent waves. He stared toward Buzhou Mountain, toward the fissure in the sky that would not close, and after a long silence let out a lingering sigh. Proving the Tao by force. Proving the Tao by force. Can anyone truly continue the path? Pangu the father did not finish. This child is no pond fish. The balance of the primordial world is utterly unsettled. For the first time he felt a tremor of doubt about his Tao of non-action. In the Fiend Court's Lingxiao Hall there was a stifling stillness. Dijun and Tai Yi stood side by side, their faces more ghastly than parents mourning a dead child. Especially Tai Yi, who clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his flesh, his whole body trembling. Brother. He succeeded. Dijun said nothing, but his imperial golden eyes were filled with an unprecedented gravity and apprehension. The great destiny array could summon Pangu's true form that had long been a plague upon the Fiend clans. Yet it required the gathering of all 12 Zuwu to unleash. And now, Su Chen alone displayed power comparable to perhaps surpassing the spectral might of Pangu himself. What did that mean? It meant the Wu clan possessed an inscrutable force that could overturn the board at any moment. The Fiend clan's claim to act for heaven and dominate the primordial world became a colossal mockery before such absolute might. This man, this Wu, has become a grave threat to our inner security. If he is not eliminated, our Fiend clans will never know peace. Dijun spat the words through clenched teeth. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhang Yuanzi looked at the ginseng fruit in his hand and suddenly found it no longer appetizing. In the fire cloud cave, old ancestor Hongjun jumped up from his cushion in fright. Su Chen seeks to defy heaven, he cried, patting his chest gratefully. Luckily, I forged a kind bond with him at Zixiao Palace. With such a great ally shrouding me, who would dare covet my Hongming purple aura? On Buzhou Mountain, Su Chen ignored the ripples his feet had caused. He felt the surging power within and already formed new plans in his mind. Elder brothers and sisters. He looked at them solemnly. I just broke through, my realm is still unstable. I must immediately seclude myself to fully assimilate this power. Of course. Dijiang nodded again and again, excited. 13th brother, seclude yourself with peace of mind. The affairs of the Wu clan need not trouble you. Indeed, we shall guard you. Zhu Rong and the others chimed in. Su Chen nodded and turned his gaze to Xing Tian and the two others. You three have done well. He paused and said, after I seclude myself, your cultivation must not stop. The future of the Wu clan needs pillars like you. We shall obey the command of the 13th Zuwu. The three shouted in unison. Su Chen cast one last glance at the great rift in the sky, and a cold smile curled his lips. Without lingering further, he stepped into the deepest recesses of Pangu Hall and vanished. 12 Zuwu and the three great Wu, along with the other potent beings of the primordial world, were left stirred to their cores by that earth-shattering axe blow, unable to calm themselves for a long time. Su Chen entered seclusion once more. The stone doors of Pangu Hall slammed shut, isolating all outside clamor. This time the seclusion would be different from before. He would no longer merely accumulate power. He would strive to truly comprehend, master, and become intimate with this entirely new body that belonged to a Hun Yuan golden immortal. The entire Wu clan, spurred by Su Chen's breakthrough, plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. They had stood up to the heavenly Tao and won. This victory injected every Wu warrior with the mightiest tonic of courage. For a time, Buzhou Mountain roared with savage intent. Battle cries shattered the sky as all Wu devoted themselves to frantic cultivation, determined to grow strong and follow in the 13th Zua's footsteps. Yet the primordial world, having felt the shock of that world-shaking axe, descended into a strange era. The terrifying fissure in the firmament took a full 1,000 years to mend under the repair of the heavenly Tao, but it etched itself forever into the memories of all the great beings. Pressure. An unprecedented pressure. Su Chen, who entered the Hun Yuan realm without performing Zhan Sanshi and without revering the heavenly Tao, relying on the body alone, loomed like an insurmountable mountain over everyone's hearts. All understood that the age was changing. If one did not break through now, they would be left behind, entirely stripped even of the right to play the game. Millennia slipped by in the retreats of the greats. In the Fiend Court, one day atop the 33 heavens, golden light burst forth, and auspicious clouds spanned 10,000 miles. Endless stellar force poured into Lingxiao Hall like a reversed river of the Milky Way. Two overwhelming presences, suffused with imperial majesty, surged upward to announce themselves. Ha ha ha, Quasi-Saint. I have finally stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm. Dongwang Taiyi's boisterous laughter rang through the clouds. A chaos bell hovered above his head, solar fires wrapped his body, and from him emerged a black-robed figure identical to him, but steeped in brutality and slaughter. Success in Zhan Sanshi. Simultaneously by Di Jun's side, a sinister corpse walked forth, wielding the He Tu and Luo Shu, filled with plotting and calculation. The two imperial fiends cut their corpses and ascended to the Quasi-Saint rank together. Su Chen. Di Jun tasted the swell of power within him, and a fierce light gleamed in his eyes as his confidence returned. What if you prove the Tao by force? Fate has chosen us. We bear the heavenly Tao's fortune. Now that we are Quasi-Saints as well, the Fiend clans need not be defeated. The Fiend clan's breakthrough seemed to open a curtain. Mere centuries later, from Kunlun Mountain toward Yusu Palace, and by Yu Palace erupted twin torrents of sword qi and jade pure light. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu likewise cut their evil corpses and entered the Quasi-Saint realm. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, brandishing the Pangu banner, looked upon his spawned corpse and regained his old pride. The barbarian's path is but a heterodox road. We who follow heaven's order are the true way. Suching, your debt with me will be settled in time. Tongtian, gazing at the corpse brimming with endless sword intent, felt battle flame rise within him. The stronger the opponent, the keener his excitement. Soon the same scene played out across the primordial world. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhun Yuanzi used an earth script born of the world's placenta to cut his corpse, linking his aura with the very veins of the world in a manner of profound gravity. In the fire cloud cave, old ancestor Hongjun, after long hesitation, succumbed to the lure of power. He used a thread of Hongmeng purple aura and his 99 soul-scattering gourd to forcefully cut his corpse. But the moment he broke through, the scent of Hongmeng purple aura leaked and immediately drew countless greedy gazes. Over the sea of blood, the Mingyi ancestor howled to the heavens. Using his own essence blood and emulating Nuwa's creation, he fashioned the Azura race. Heaven above, now I Mingyi create the Azura and shall be lord of the sea of blood. Azura, a torrent of meritorious golden light descended. Mingyi ancestor rejoiced, and by harnessing this vast merit and the twin swords Yuan Tu and Abai, he cleaved his corpse and became the sea of blood's first quasi-saint. In the west, at Mount Shumi, Jiayin and Zhuan Ti likewise cleaved their corpses to ascend. Even Dongwang Gong, who had once been humiliated at Zhixiao Palace and looked like a beaten dog, returned to his Zifu province and, driven by boundless resentment and hatred, miraculously succeeded, using the fortune of the 10,000 immortals' great purple mansion. Su Chen, the Wu clan. Dongwang Gong tasted the power of a quasi-saint, and his eyes burned with revenge. Wait and see. For the humiliation you gave me, I will repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In a mere tens of thousands of years, quasi-saint powers sprang up across the primordial world like shoots after rain. A new era dominated by quasi-saints had dawned. The Deluo golden immortals had been relegated to lower-tier combatants. The whole situation of the primordial world grew more tense and intricate than ever. The great powers expanded without restraint, amassing strength as if a cataclysmic war might erupt at any moment. Yet the Wu clan, the progenitors of all this, remained conspicuously low-key. They simply held Buzhou Mountain and trained with fanatic intensity, never venturing out. This bred unease in all. What were they waiting for? The man who had cleaved the heavens to appear from seclusion. Another century passed. One day, deep within the long quiet Pangu Hall, the stone door that had been shut for 10,000 years groaned and let out a creak. A presence none could read or fathom, seeped slowly from the seam. Creak. The ponderous stone door slid open inch by inch. A tall, lithe figure stepped out from the profound darkness. The instant he appeared, Dijiang and the 12 Zhuwu standing guard outside along with Xing Tian Qua Fu and Yi all felt an indescribable suffocation rising from the depths of their souls. It was as if before them stood not a man, but an endless chaos, a self-contained universe. He had returned to his primal truth, the Tao retracted within him. 13th brother. Dijiang rushed forward first, scrutinizing Su Chen with eyes full of emotion. You have finally emerged. We welcome the 13th brother's emergence. Zhu Rong, Gong, and others gathered around. Though Su Chen's appearance seemed unremarkable, the hidden pressure emanating from his depths was hundreds of times greater than it had been millennia ago. We welcome the 13th Zhuwu. Xing Tian and the trio knelt with resonant voices. Su Chen smiled faintly at them, and the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. Rise. He nodded, letting his gaze sweep across them. Well done, in these years you have all improved. During those millennia, Dijiang and the other Zhuwu had used the lingering Tao echoes from Su Chen's breakthrough to refine their own cultivation and had gained much. Xing Tian Qua Fu and Yi were reborn. They had long since stabilized at the rank of Great Wu and under Su Chen's guidance mastered perfect control of their power. Each now possessed strength rivaling top-tier Deluo golden immortals. 13th brother, so much has occurred in the primordial world while you were secluded. Dijiang's expression grew grave as he recounted in detail the upheavals of the past 10,000 years, especially the emergence of new quasi-saints. The Fiend clans Dijun and Tai, the three purities Yuanshi and Tongtian, and even Jin Yuanzi Hongjun Mingi. Even Dongwang Gong have slain their corpses and become quasi-saints. The primordial world has entered the quasi-saint era. The situation is more complex than ever. A weighty tone colored Dijiang's words. Su Chen listened and gave only a calm small "oh." He felt almost amused. He did not regard these newly risen quasi-saints at all. To him the Zhan Sanshi path was a dead end, a chain, the heavenly Tao fastened tightly to one's ankle. The stronger the three corpses one cut, the deeper the entanglement with heavenly retribution. Even if one lucked into sainthood, one would become a sophisticated puppet of the Tao. He walked the road of proving the Tao by force, a path that shattered all fetters and transcended. At root the two ways were not even of the same order. Oh, Su Chen's response was nonchalant, yet it caused the atmosphere of the Pangu Hall to tense up. Dijiang gazed at Su Chen's expressionless face, momentarily at a loss for words. Those are more than 10 quasi-saints. A terrifying force capable of stirring the entire primordial world and changing the colors of heaven and earth. How come when it reached the 13th brother it felt like mere hearsay, without any reaction at all? 13th brother, you must not be careless. Zhu Rong said anxiously, pulling at his hair. The Emperor Jun and Tai Yi of the Demon Clan's heavenly court, those few formidable figures from the Three Pure Ones, and that Eastern King all have grudges against us. They have all become quasi-saints, now surely harboring ill intentions and looking to cause us trouble. Yes, 13th brother. Hutu gently advised. Now that the great powers of the primordial world are emerging, the situation is treacherous. Although our Wu clan is not afraid, it is better to be cautious. Su Chen looked at the serious expressions on his brothers' and sisters' faces, feeling amused, but more warmed by their concern for him. Su Chen smiled. To sever the three corpses and attain the Tao, to sever the good, evil, and self, is to entrust them to the innate spiritual treasures. It sounds grand, but in reality, he extended a finger. First, this method binds oneself to the spiritual treasure. If the treasure is damaged, one's own Tao will also suffer injury. From then on, one would be timid, losing any semblance of a strong person's demeanor. He then extended a second finger. Second, and most importantly, the three corpses they severed are entrusted to the power of the heavenly Tao, borrowing the fortune of the heavenly Tao. In simple terms, it is akin to signing a contract of servitude with the heavenly Tao. From the moment they severed their corpses, their Tao would be eternally confined within the framework of the heavenly Tao, losing all possibility of transcending. The more corpses they sever, the greater the karmic debt to the heavenly Tao, tightening the chains around them. Even if they ultimately rely on merit and fortune to become saints, they would only be a more obedient puppet under the heavenly Tao. So do you think I need to regard such a group of heavenly Taoist dogs with any importance? Su Chen's words struck like thunder, resonating in the minds of the 12 ancestral witches. Although they did not cultivate their primordial spirits nor understood the heavenly numbers as descendants of Pangu, they inherently rejected and looked down upon the heavenly Tao. Su Chen's theory of heavenly Tao puppets struck a chord deep within them. Well said. Zhu Rong was the first to leap up, slapping his thigh and exclaiming excitedly. I said, how could those pathetic beings be compared to us? Turns out they are just a bunch of paper tigers. So the stronger they are, the more controlled by the heavenly Tao. Isn't that a good thing? A rare smile appeared on Zhu Aming's cold face. Dijiang took a deep breath looking at Su Chen with eyes filled with shock and understanding. He finally grasped where Su Chen's confidence came from. It was an absolute confidence that looked down upon all beings from a higher dimension. I understand now, 13th brother. Dijiang's brow relaxed. It is I who was being narrow-minded. However, he shifted the topic, worry resurfacing on his face. Those quasi-saints aside, our Wu clan itself faces a huge problem. Su Chen looked at him. Elder brother, please speak. Dijiang sighed, his voice heavy. Since the birth of our Wu clan, we now have a population of over 1 million scattered beneath the unyielding mountains. But the vast majority of them are just ordinary Wu clan warriors. The true backbone, the great witches who can stand up to thousands, are pitifully few, only numbering in the dozens. The Wu clan is a race with extremely strict bloodline restrictions. Even if they do nothing and do not cultivate, as time passes, the power of their bloodline will push their strength to the limit that their bloodline can bear. Yet this limit also firmly locks them out of further possibilities. The highest achievement of the great witches in terms of bloodline is the Daluo Golden Immortal. To strive for anything beyond that is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Dijiang's face was filled with helplessness. Just dozens of Daluo Golden Immortals facing the multitude of quasi-saints in the primordial world is truly too few. Once war breaks out, we are not afraid of high-end combat power, but our core strength will become our greatest weakness. This statement caused the lively atmosphere in the hall to fall silent once again. This is the inherent pain of the Wu clan. They possess the highest bloodline in the primordial world, but are also bound by it. Su Chen fell silent after hearing this. He understood that Dijiang spoke the truth. This was also one of the fundamental reasons for the ultimate defeat of the Wu clan during the later battles against the demon clan. The ancestral witches were strong, but fists alone could not contend against 4 hands. The demon clan has billions of demon soldiers continuously supplied, while for the Wu clan, losing a great, which means losing one, and they cannot replenish their numbers at all. To resolve this issue, there are only 2 methods. Either find a way to break the restrictions of the bloodline, or obtain more Pangu blood to fundamentally enhance the bloodline concentration of the entire Wu clan. Elder brother need not worry too much. Su Chen looked at everyone, breaking the silence. Things are in our hands. The restrictions of the bloodline can certainly be broken. His gaze held a penetrating power. Let us not forget our Wu clan has 13 ancestral witches. That is 13 Hunyuan golden immortals. As long as we are here, the heavens of the Wu clan will not collapse. Dijiang nodded heavily. Su Chen's words infused him with immense confidence. Let us go. I have been in seclusion for 10,000 years. It is time to see our clansmen. Su Chen said, standing up and striding towards the hall exit. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this clan he protected looked like now. Stepping out of the Pangu hall, a bustling, primitive, and vibrant aura hit him. Beneath the unyielding mountains on the vast plains, countless tall figures of the Wu clan were busily engaged in various activities. Some were pounding giant stones to build houses. Others were hunting in the mountains and forests, battling enormous ferocious beasts. More were in open fields, bare-chested, grappling with each other, honing their combat skills with every punch and kick producing a sound like metal clashing. Their faces were adorned with simple and pure smiles filled with hope for life and a desire for strength. When they saw Su Chen and the 12 ancestral witches, everyone stopped their actions, placing their right fists on their chests, bowing deeply, and letting out a shout like a roaring ocean. Salute to the ancestral witches. Salute to the 13th Ancestral Witch. The voices converged into a torrent soaring into the sky, making the entire unyielding mountain hum with resonance. Su Chen looked at these millions of clansmen, seeing their heartfelt admiration and fervor in their eyes, and a surge of pride rose within him. This is his clan, everything he wished to protect. He scanned the crowd, landing on 3 particularly conspicuous figures. Xingtian Quafu Dei. Su Chen's voice clearly reached the ears of the 3. Come here. Yes, 13th Ancestral Witch. Hearing Su Chen's call, Xingtian Quafu and Dei's eyes sparkled with immense joy. They immediately stepped out from the crowd, crossing hundreds of feet in a few strides to kneel respectfully before. Salute to the 13th Ancestral Witch. 10,000 years is enough to turn the seas into mulberry fields. And these 3 naturally great witches were no longer the same as they were at their birth. Su Chen looked at them with satisfaction. Not bad, you have all reached the cultivation level of top-tier great witches, only a step away from the Daluo Golden Immortal. I can feel that the power of these 3 is already mastered to perfection without a trace of waste. All thanks to the teachings of the 13th Ancestral Witch. Xingtian said in a deep voice, his tone filled with gratitude. A decade ago, Su Chen taught them to forget their instincts and return to the primitive, allowing them to be reborn in the Pangu blood pool. Over the past 10,000 years, they followed Su Chen's teachings, continuously honing themselves, leading to today's achievements. Get up. Su Chun waved his hand. You have done well not disappointing my expectations. He paused looking at the eager expressions of the three and continued. I once said mere brute force is not enough. You must learn to control your power, turning the mountain of gold into the sharpest sword. Today I will teach you how to make this sword even sharper. As the words fell, Su Chun extended 3 fingers pointing to the three's foreheads and lightly tapped. Buzz. 3 beams of golden light instantly entered Xingtian Quafu and dazed minds. A vast and profound piece of information exploded in their consciousness. This is the method of the 7 great secret chambers. Open the 7 great secret chambers of the human body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, arms, and legs. Each open chamber will increase their combat power. Combat power will increase tenfold. If all 7 secret chambers can be opened, it could multiply their combat power by 70 times. Xingtian and the others stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling violently from extreme shock. What an incredible secret technique this is. The Wu clan reveres power, and their combat style is simple and direct. This method of the 7 great secret chambers is practically the strongest cheat code tailored for them. They could not imagine what a scene it would be when a Wu clan member unleashed 70 times their combat power. This 13th Ancestral Witch. This technique is too precious. Quafu stammered, trembling lips, being the first to realize and wanting to kneel again. But Su Chun gently raised a hand to support them. I have already opened the chambers of the arms, legs, and heart. Su Chun said calmly, this technique is the foundation for the rise of our Wu clan. You 3 are the future hope of our Wu clan, the future pillars. I pass this technique to you hoping you can grow quickly and support our Wu clan. His gaze became extremely serious. Can you do it? We can. This time the 3 showed no hesitation, using all their strength to roar in unison. Their voices were filled with excitement at the heavy responsibility and the determination to fulfill their trust. Thank you, 13th Ancestral Witch, for granting the technique. We swear to follow the 13th Ancestral Witch to the death. For our Wu clan we will fight to the last drop of blood. The 3 bowed deeply again, and this time Su Chun did not stop them. Dijiang and the other ancestral witches nearby looked on with smiles of satisfaction. 13th brother, you have the demeanor of a leader. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. He is paving the way for the future of our Wu clan. Dijiang's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He understood that by passing this incredible secret technique to Xingtian and the others, Su Chun was not only granting them power, but also setting a benchmark. He wanted to show all the Wu clan that as long as they were excellent enough and worked hard enough, they could earn the favor of the ancestral witch and gain the opportunity to break free from the shackles of their bloodline and soar to greatness. This would serve as a stronger motivator for the entire Wu clan than any encouragement. Go ahead. Su Chun waved his hand at the 3. Practice diligently and do not disappoint me. Whenever you manage to open the first secret chamber, come find me. Yes. Xingtian and the others accepted the order and without a word turned to find a place, eagerly beginning to comprehend the profound technique. After handling this matter, Su Chun felt immensely pleased. The task force had already been arranged, and next it was time to deal with his own private assets. Elder brother, I leave the clan matters to you for now. Su Chun said to Dijiang. I just came out of seclusion and need to find a place to consolidate my strength. Go ahead, go ahead. Dijiang waved his hand. With us here you can rest assured. Su Chun nodded, bidding farewell to his brothers and sisters, and with a flash disappeared from the spot. He did not return to the Pangu Hall, but instead arrived at a rarely visited peak of the unyielding mountain. Here the clouds and mist swirled and the fierce winds howled. Apart from him, no living being dared to tread. System, finally I can take a break. Su Chun sat down on a smooth giant rock, speaking in his heart. Although he had been in seclusion for 10,000 years, his mind had never relaxed for even a moment. Breaking through to the Hongjun Golden Immortal and opening the heart's secret chamber, each step was like dancing on the edge of a knife. A slight misstep could lead to death. Now it was finally settled. He could open a blind box and relax a bit. System, open my treasure chest warehouse. Clatter. A virtual interface visible only to Su Chun appeared before him. On the interface, a dense array of treasure chests was displayed. At the top were 3 locked treasure chests radiating different glows. Fire Cloud Cave sign-in treasure chest, level 4. Wuzhuang Temple sign-in treasure chest, level 5. 33 Heavens sign-in treasure chest, level 4. Below them were mountains of level 1 treasure chests emitting faint white light. Su Chun took a cursory glance and exclaimed, good heavens, over the past 10,000 years, generating one every day, plus the ones saved up before, the quantity must be in the tens of thousands. I've struck it rich. Su Chun rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. System, 10 level 1 treasure chests can be synthesized into 1 level 2 treasure chest. How many levels can this pile synthesize into? Ding. Detected that the host has 36520 level 1 treasure chests. According to the synthesis rules, it can synthesize up to 1 level 7 treasure chest, 1 level 6 treasure chest, 1 level 5 treasure chest, and several lower level treasure chests. Would the host like to proceed with synthesis? Chen plopped down onto the smooth giant stone, gazing at the countless level 1 treasure chests stacked like a mountain before him, feeling as if he were a wealthy lord guarding a mountain of gold, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. A total of over 36,000. This was the hard-earned money he had saved day by day, without fail, over more than 10,000 years. System, are you sure this thing can be synthesized to level 7? Chen still felt a bit uneasy in his heart, as if he were asking a bank if he could exchange 30,000 coins for a car. Ding. The synthesis rule is 10 into 1 fair and square. The host possesses 36520 level 1 treasure chests, and according to calculations, he can synthesize 1 level 7 treasure chest, 1 level 6 treasure chest, 1 level 5 treasure chest, with several lower level chests remaining. The system's voice was still as cold as ever, but in Chen's ears it sounded like a celestial melody. 1 level 7, 1 level 6, 1 level 5. Chen's breathing became somewhat rapid, his eyes filled with light. In this lifetime, apart from the 2 level 9 treasure chests he obtained from the beginner's gift pack and signing in at the unreachable mountain, he had never seen such high-level items. Previously, his best luck was synthesizing a level 5 treasure chest, which yielded the 7 great secret techniques, directly resulting in a qualitative leap in his combat power. Now, not only was there a level 5, but also a level 6, and even an unheard-of level 7. If something great comes out of this, Chen dared not imagine, fearing that he might punch the mountain down in his excitement. Let's do it. Fortune favors the bold, though a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Chen took a deep breath as if making a significant decision and shouted with all his might at the system. Synthesize. Synthesize them all for me. Ding. Synthesis command confirmed. Beginning synthesis. As soon as the words fell, the mountain of white treasure chests before Chen seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, transforming into a white torrent. Countless white light points began to gather, compress, and merge frantically. 10 level 1 treasure chests fused into a level 2 treasure chest radiating green light. Next, 10 level 2 treasure chests fused into a level 3 treasure chest radiating blue light. The speed of synthesis increased, and the colors of the chests kept changing. Blue, purple, orange. The light grew increasingly dazzling, and the energy fluctuations contained within became more terrifying. Chen nervously stared at the constantly changing sphere of light, his heart racing. This was his savings accumulated over 10,000 years, his entire fortune. Finally, when 10,000 level 1 treasure chests were completely consumed, the light suddenly condensed, and a level 5 treasure chest radiating dark golden light, intricately engraved with patterns, quietly floated in midair. It worked. The first one. Chen hadn't even had time to rejoice when the synthesis did not stop. The remaining 20,000 treasure chests continued to fuse frantically. Soon the second treasure chest, radiating crimson golden light, also took shape. A level 6 treasure chest. Its brilliance outshone the level 5 treasure chest, and the Tao rhythm flowing upon it was even more profound. At this moment, there were still over 10,000 level 1 treasure chests remaining. The light mass they formed had already transformed into a glaring small sun, with the light climbing from its initial white to ultimately morph into a chaotic color that seemed to contain a trace of primordial purple energy. Buzz. When the last level 1 treasure chest merged into it, all the light instantly collapsed in. A treasure chest entirely shrouded in a gray chaotic color, simple and unadorned, resembling an ordinary stone slab, appeared before Chen. A level 7 treasure chest. It floated there quietly with no earth-shattering phenomena, but Chen could feel a slight tremor in his path of strength as he faced it. This thing is definitely a remarkable treasure. Ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 level 7 treasure chest, 1 level 6 treasure chest, 1 level 5 treasure chest, 2 level 4 treasure chests, 5 level 3 treasure chests, 2 level 2 treasure chests. Chen looked at the 3 high-level treasure chests lined up before him, rubbing his hands in excitement. Which one should I open first? His gaze swept back and forth over the 3 chests. One must have a sense of ceremony in life, and opening treasure chests is no exception. Good things should certainly be saved for last. Let's start with you. Chen's gaze ultimately landed on the level 5 treasure chest radiating dark golden light. Last time the level 5 treasure chest yielded the 7 great secret techniques. This time it can't be worse than last time, right? He muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. System, open this level 5 for me. With Chen's command, the dark golden level 5 treasure chest burst forth with a dazzling light. As the light faded, a fragment no larger than a thumb, which looked like a remnant left behind after something had shattered, quietly floated before Chen. The fragment was entirely glazed, covered in mysterious Tao patterns, And although it was just a small piece, it emanated a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend heaven and earth on par with the Tao. Su Chen merely glanced at it, and felt as if his mind was about to be drawn into that aura. This is, before he could react, the system's prompt echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Ding. Congratulations, Master obtained one innate supreme treasure fragment. Innate. Supreme treasure. Su Chen's mind was left in a blank haze. What did he just hear? An innate supreme treasure. That was the top treasure in the entire primordial world. It was the unmatched treasure transformed from the primordial blue lotus and the heaven-opening divine axe by the Father God Pangu during the creation of the world. The Taiji diagram of the Supreme One. The Panga banner of the Primordial One. The chaotic bell of Dongwang Tai. Each one possessed supreme power to suppress fortune and reverse the universe. It was the ultimate dream that even sages desired but could not obtain. He actually opened one. Wow, I struck it rich. This time I really struck it rich. A huge wave of ecstasy erupted within him, like a volcanic eruption instantly surging up to the top of Su Chen's head. He felt as if he might faint from happiness. With an innate supreme treasure, what demon races, heavenly courts, the three pure ones, or any so-called heavenly Tao would all have to step aside. Su Chen is the most dazzling one in the primordial. However, just as he was lost in endless fantasies, the cold voice of the system rang out once more, pulling him back to reality. Item: innate supreme treasure fragment. Description: collect 7 fragments to synthesize a complete random innate supreme treasure. The ecstasy on Su Chen's face instantly froze. He blinked, then blinked again, staring at the line of small text, reading each word one by one. Fragment. Collect 7 pieces. Random. The corners of Su Chen's mouth began to twitch. The joy that had just surged to the top of his head instantly deflated, turning into a wave of sadness. Isn't this a scam? Su Chen couldn't help but curse. After so long, it wasn't a finished product, but a voucher. A 7-0. This is akin to scratching a lottery ticket and revealing the words grand prize only to find a small line underneath saying come again for another bottle. The mood was simply more thrilling than a roller coaster. However, despite the cursing, Su Chen quickly calmed down. He reached out to hold the fragment, examining it carefully. Warm to the touch, but incredibly heavy, as if carrying a small world. Alright, a fragment is still a fragment, Su Chen comforted himself. After all, that was an innate supreme treasure. There were only about 3 or 4 in the entire primordial. If he could obtain a complete one from a level 5 treasure chest, it would be too dismissive of the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram. After all, that was an innate supreme treasure. There were only about 3 or 4 in the entire primordial. If he could obtain a complete one from a level 5 treasure, just 7 pieces, I can collect them slowly. Su Chen carefully stored the fragment away. This thing was more precious than any spiritual treasure he had. He calmed his emotions and turned his gaze to the second treasure chest. The level 6 treasure chest radiating crimson golden light. Since the level 5 opened a treasure fragment, the level 6 should yield something substantial, right? Su Chen thought to himself, having learned his lesson this time, not daring to hold too high expectations. As long as it wasn't a fragment, anything would do. System opened this level 6. The crimson golden level 6 treasure chest opened in response. This time there was no glazed light, nor was there any earth-shattering aura. A grayish light filled with primordial and vast meaning slowly rose from the treasure chest. Wrapped in the gray light was an ancient jade tablet devoid of any text, only bearing a shallow axe imprint, yet it seemed to embody the supreme, true meaning of the creation of heaven and earth. Su Chen merely glanced at that axe imprint and felt the imprint of his path of strength within his chest, buzzing, resonating strongly with it. This is... Su Chen's expression instantly became exceedingly serious. Ding. Congratulations, Master obtained the Grand Tao technique, the 3 axes of opening heaven. Boom. The 3 axes of opening heaven. These 4 words struck Su Chen's sea of consciousness like a chaotic divine thunder. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 3 axes of opening heaven. Isn't that the unmatched axe technique used by the Father God Pangu when he created the world? Although legends say that Pangu opened the primordial world with a total of 14 axes, only the initial 3 axes were the foundation of the entire creation process, the ultimate embodiment of the path of strength. How did he actually obtain this? Ha ha. After a brief shock, Su Chen could no longer contain his inner ecstasy and burst into laughter, looking up to the sky. His laughter was bold, soaring to the clouds, shaking the entire mountain violently. This came at such a perfect time. It was like someone brought a pillow just as I was dozing off. Su Chen's face flushed with excitement. What was he lacking the most right now? Not cultivation. He was already a primordial golden immortal standing at the pinnacle of the primordial. Not magical treasures. The axe of heaven in his hand was already a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, unparalleled in its lethality. What he lacked the most was a set of unparalleled offensive divine abilities that could perfectly combine his path of strength with the power of the axe of heaven. Previously, whether confronting the three pure ones Hedon, or cleaving through heavenly tribulations with the axe, he relied solely on his shallow understanding of the path of strength and brute force, lacking any method. But now it was different. This 3 axes of opening heaven was the ultimate killing move tailor-made for him. Su Chen eagerly probed his divine sense into the jade tablet, and an immense flood of information instantly surged into his mind. Technique: 3 axes of opening heaven. Grade: Grand Dao Technique. Description: this is the unmatched axe technique used by the great god Pangu to create the world containing the might of creation and the ultimate mysteries of the path of strength. First axe requires the realm of primordial golden immortal to perform. 1 axe strike can break myriad laws and open up small thousand worlds. Second axe requires the realm of primordial deluo golden immortal saint to perform. 1 axe strike can sever time and space, recreating earth, fire, water, and wind. Third axe requires the realm of primordial wuji deluo golden immortal heavenly Dao realm to perform. 1 axe strike can obliterate the Dao and return to chaos. Terrifying. So terrifying. Su Chen felt his spirit sway, blood boiling. Just the first axe requires the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal, and its power is to break myriad laws. This is simply the perfect accompanying skill for his path of strength. The second axe can even sever the river of time and space. As for that third axe, to obliterate the Dao and return to chaos. This has surpassed Su Chen's imagination. It is likely a power that even the heavenly Dao would tremble before. Good, good, good. Su Chen exclaimed 3 times, grasping the jade tablet, as if holding the entire future. With this set of axe techniques, his combat power would soar to a new level. What saintly beings could be dealt with in a single axe stroke? If that's not enough, then he could strike again. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to immediately find a place to test the power of the first axe, and solemnly stored the jade tablet away. Now only the last and most mysterious treasure chest remained. The level 7 treasure chest, which appeared unremarkable and shrouded in gray. Su Chen's gaze fell upon it. An innate supreme treasure fragment, a set of axe techniques passed down from the Father God Pangu. The rewards from the level 5 and 6 treasure chests had exceeded his expectations each time. Su Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. What earth-shattering treasure is hidden within this level 7 treasure chest? His eyes brimmed with unprecedented anticipation. System open. With Su Chen's command, the gray level 7 treasure chest opened silently. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor any divine light illuminating the 9 heavens. Everything seemed so plain, so unadorned. A slab about the height of a person, gray-brown, all overlooking, as if it were casually pried from the roadside, quietly appeared before Su Chen. Su Chen merely glanced at it, and felt his primordial spirit. No, it was his consciousness that was almost sucked in, making him feel dizzy, as if he were about to fall into the deepest level of enlightenment. Good heavens! Su Chen suddenly bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up, his eyes filled with horror. This thing was definitely not an ordinary item. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure, Hongmeng Steel. The system's notification made Su Chen's heart skip a beat. Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. What grade is this? Is it higher than a congenital Supreme Treasure? Hongmeng Steel. What on earth is that? Su Chen suppressed his shock and hurriedly asked in his heart. The name sounded impressive, but looking at its shape, it didn't resemble a weapon, armor, or even a technique. Item: Hongmeng Steel. Introduction. This is the initial judgment of the Dao, an unparalleled supreme treasure formed from the condensation of the 3,000 Dao laws during the time before the Hongmeng opened. It can help beings reflect upon their own Dao, clarify their path, and swiftly comprehend their own laws, stepping into the ranks of Quasi Saints. Note: each person can only view it once in their lifetime. The system's explanation clearly entered Su Chen's mind. Su Chen was stunned. He stood quietly in place, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. A full dozen breaths passed. A surge of ecstasy, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold stronger than when he obtained the 3 axes of opening heaven, washed over him like a flood, instantly drowning his reason. Ha ha ha! Su Chen's body trembled violently from extreme excitement. He looked at the Hongmeng Steel before him, his eyes burning with intensity, as if he wanted to melt the stone tablet. The 3 axes of opening heaven was a treasure that made him stronger. But this Hongmeng Steel, it was a supreme treasure capable of bringing about earth-shattering changes for the entire Wu clan. It was the hope for the rise of the Wu clan. He instantly recalled what his elder brother Dijiang had told him about the greatest predicament facing the Wu clan. The Wu clan had 13 ancestral witches as high in combat power, unafraid of anyone. Yet their core strength was severely lacking. Out of 1 million Wu clan warriors, only a few dozen truly reached the Great Witch realm. and those few dozen great witches were stuck at the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm due to the constraints of their bloodlines, unable to advance even an inch. This was the Wu clan's greatest weakness. But now the appearance of the Hongmeng steel perfectly solved this problem. Help beings comprehend their own laws stepping into the ranks of quasi-saints. Su Chen murmured, and he could already imagine that scene. Xing Tianhua, Fu De and the other top great witches of the Wu clan, after viewing this Hongmeng stele, would each break through in succession, stepping into the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortals. What concept was that? That was an army composed of quasi-saints. At that time, what demon clan heaven, what three clear teachings would all be crushed into powder beneath the iron hooves of the Wu clan. This was no longer a strategic level treasure, it was simply an external force that would strike at a different dimension. So refreshing. So exhilarating. Su Chen paced back and forth in excitement, feeling an endless surge of energy coursing through him. He carefully stored the Hongmeng stele into the system space. This thing must not be known by anyone, it was the Wu clan's greatest trump card. His mind began to race with calculations. Who should this Hongmeng stele be given to? When should it be used? How could its value be maximized? Plans formed rapidly in his mind. No, this matter is too significant. I must return immediately and discuss it with my elder brothers and sisters. Su Chen could not wait even a moment longer. He was certain that if Dijiang and the others learned of the existence of this Hongmeng stele, they would likely go crazy with joy on the spot. Imagining the shocked and astonished expressions of his elder siblings, Su Chen couldn't help but smile as he transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the direction of the Pangu Hall. As Su Chen raced at full speed, his heart was already bursting with joy. His mind was filled with a vivid. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan had exerted tremendous effort to slay a wicked corpse and was proudly announcing that he had entered the realm of quasi-saint. Yet when he turned around, dozens of quasi-saints stood there on Buzhou Mountain. Just imagining that scene made Su Chen feel utterly satisfied. Slaying 3 corpses? What outdated elimination technique is that? Our Wu clan values industrialization and assembly line production. I want to see whether they can slay faster or whether our Wu clan can break through faster. Su Chen thought more and more beautifully, increasing his speed, and within a few breaths he had returned to the front of Pangu Hall. Inside the hall, Dijiang and the 12 ancestral witches were indeed still gathered together. They all wore worried expressions, evidently still troubled by the news of the newly promoted quasi-saints that Su Chen had brought back earlier. The atmosphere in the entire hall felt somewhat oppressive. 13th brother, you have returned. Dijiang managed a forced smile upon seeing Su Chen. Has your realm stabilized completely? Yes, more or less. Su Chen nodded, looking at everyone's serious faces and deliberately built suspense, mysteriously smiling, as he said, elder brother, all of you look so worried. I just exited seclusion and brought you all a good thing. I guarantee that once you see it, you will be instantly filled with joy. Good thing. Zhu Rong scoffed, speaking in a deep voice. 13th brother, don't tease us. In the entire Honghuang, besides congenital supreme treasures, what else could possibly make us happy? Exactly, with that bunch of big shots and mixed feathered birds becoming quasi-saints, the pressure on us is quite significant. Gong Gong echoed. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He made a thought and directly took out the ancient Hongmeng stele from the system space, placing it in the center of the hall with a thud. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. He made a thought and directly took out the ancient Hongmeng stele from the system space, placing it in the center. 13th brother, you're not trying to use this thing to entertain us, are you? Zhu Rong scratched his head, looking thoroughly confused. They looked left and right, but found no hint of a treasure from this plain-looking stone tablet. It had no radiance of spiritual treasures and no pressure of magical artifacts. It was just like the ordinary stones at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Only Dijiang and a few others who had a deeper understanding of the laws vaguely sensed that this stele seemed a bit extraordinary, but they could not pinpoint exactly how. Su Chen watched the puzzled expressions of everyone, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a calm tone that could still shake the entire Pangu Hall. This stele is called the Hongmeng stele. Its only function is to allow beings to quickly comprehend their own laws after viewing it stepping into the ranks of quasi-saints. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, the entire Pangu Hall fell into a dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. The 12 ancestral witches, 12 towering gods and demons were all frozen, as if under a spell, their eyes wide, mouths agape, staring blankly at Su Chen. Zhu Rong's big hand, which was like a fan, remained suspended in midair, frozen in the act of scratching his head. Gong Gong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The gentle and beautiful face of Hutu was now filled with an indescribable shock as she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. What is this? After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Rong was the first to regain his voice, stuttering as he pointed at the stele, then at Su Chen, his voice trembling. 13th brother, could you say it again? I think I didn't hear clearly. You said this broken stone can help beings quickly break through to quasi-saint. Su Chen watched their ghostly expressions and felt elated inside, nodding vigorously. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. And furthermore, it's in batches. Boom. The words in batches completely ignited the Pangu Hall. My Pangu Father God. Is this for real? Heaven bless our Wu clan. Heaven bless our Wu clan. All the ancestral witches lost control at that moment. They were so excited that they spoke incoherently, each surrounding the Hongmeng stele, as if it were a rare treasure, touching it again and again, looking at it over and over. Dijiang's body trembled slightly as he hurried to Su Chen's side, pressing both hands heavily on his shoulders with tears of excitement already welling in his deep eyes. 13th brother. Is this true? His voice was hoarse with extreme excitement. Su Chen met his elder brother's fiery gaze and nodded vigorously once more. Absolutely true. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative answer, Dijiang could no longer contain himself, throwing back his head and letting out a long howl filled with joy and excitement. Good, good, good. He grabbed Su Chen's hand, his eyes bursting with unprecedented dazzle. Good, good, good. Dijiang repeated the word 3 times in a row, tightly grasping Su Chen's hand, his eyes shimmering with tears of extreme excitement, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. This was no longer surprise, it was a divine miracle. It was Pangu, Father God in heaven, sending them the unparalleled supreme treasure to break their destiny. With this Hongmeng stele, all issues of bloodline restrictions and lack of core strength would no longer be problems. He seemed to have already envisioned that in the near future the Wu clan's army would be filled with Quasi saints, with great witches everywhere. By that time, what demon clan heaven? What 3 clear teachings? In the face of their Wu clan's iron tide composed of Quasi saints, they would be nothing more than chickens and dogs, utterly vulnerable. 13th brother. You truly are the prodigy of our Wu clan. Dijiang's voice trembled as he could not find the words to express his current feelings. The other ancestral witches also snapped back from their initial daze, and the entire Pangu Hall was instantly overwhelmed by a tsunami of wild joy. Quasi saints. Batch production of Quasi saints. My heavens. Am I dreaming? Zhu Rong slapped himself hard, the crisp sound making him wince in pain, but his smile only widened. I knew it. I knew that once 13th brother exited seclusion, good things would happen. Gong Gong laughed loudly, excitedly, pounding his fist on the stone pillar beside him, causing even the unbreakable Pangu Hall pillars to crack like spider webs. Huda's eyes were red as she looked at Su Chen, her gentle gaze filled with pride and admiration. This younger brother whom they had watched grow up had now become the pillar of the entire Wu clan. Seeing his elder brothers and sisters nearly losing control from joy, Su Chen was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Nothing could be more satisfying than seeing his family happy because of him. He waited for everyone to calm down a bit before adding, however, the Hongmeng stele does have a limitation. As soon as he said this, the hall instantly fell silent. 12 pairs of eyes, focusing sharply on Su Chen. Su Chen pointed at the stele and slowly said, each person can only view it once in their lifetime. I see. Dijiang nodded heavily upon hearing this, his gaze becoming even sharper. This limitation was reasonable. If it could be viewed endlessly, then the Hongmeng stele would not just be against the heavens, it would directly overturn the fundamental rules of the entire Honghuang, and perhaps even the heavenly Tao would not allow its existence. One chance is already enough. For any Deluo golden immortal stuck at a bottleneck, this is an unparalleled opportunity capable of changing one's fate. This matter must be classified as the highest level secret of our Wu clan. Dijiang's face became extraordinarily serious as he scanned the crowd, speaking in an irrefutable tone. From today on, everything about the Hongmeng stele must not be known by anyone outside of the 13 of us. Those who disobey will be regarded as betraying the Wu clan. Elder brother, rest assured. We understand. The other ancestral witches also put away their smiles, realizing the seriousness of the matter. A person is innocent, but possessing a jewel brings guilt. If the news of the Hongmeng stele leaks out, the mighty beings of the entire Honghuang, including those high and mighty disciples of saints, would go completely crazy. At that time, the Wu clan would become the target of public criticism, facing a catastrophe. So who should be given this first viewing opportunity? Zhu Rong rubbed his hands, asking somewhat impatiently. Everyone's eyes converged on Dijiang. Dijiang took a deep breath, glancing at the 11 brothers and sisters beside him, then at Su Chen, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Our Wu clan's biggest shortcoming right now is that besides 13th brother, we have no other Hunyuan golden immortal to hold the fort. Thus, this first opportunity must be used on us. I decide that the 12 of us will immediately enter seclusion. Using this Hongmeng stele, we will break through that damned barrier and all step into the realm of Hunyuan golden immortals. Dijiang's words were resolute, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of all the ancestral. That's right. How could they forget about themselves? Each of the 12 of them was at the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm, just a step away from the Hunyuan realm. If all 12 of them succeeded in breaking through, then the Wu clan would possess a full 13 Hunyuan golden immortals, 13 Quasi-Saints. What a terrifying power, one capable of overturning the entire Hongjun landscape. Elder brother is right. Let's do it. I've long found that barrier unbearable. Once we all become Quasi-Saints, let's see if those demon clans dare to be arrogant before us. In an instant, all the ancestral witches' fighting spirit and enthusiasm were completely ignited. They looked at the Hongming steel before them, their eyes filled with longing and determination. Chen watched this scene with satisfaction. This was the result he wanted to see. Only when his elder brothers and sisters grew strong could the Wu clan truly stand tall at the peak of the Hongjun, unafraid of any storm. Dijiang turned around and solemnly bowed deeply to Chen. 13th brother, during our seclusion, the protection of the Wu clan will rely entirely on you. Rest assured, elder brother. Chen stepped forward to help him up, his voice calm, yet powerful. As long as I'm here, the sky of the Wu clan will not fall. Good. Dijiang said no more. He turned to the other 11 ancestral witches and spoke in a deep voice. Brothers and sisters, this is the foundation of our Wu clan that will stand forever. It is our only chance to break the fate and reverse our destiny. Everyone sit down. As soon as his words fell, the 12 ancestral witches hesitated no longer. They each sat cross-legged, surrounding the ancient Hongming steel tightly in the center. Their faces were filled with unprecedented determination and anticipation. In the next moment, the 12 minds sank into the stone tablet that expounded the ultimate truths of the universe. Inside the Pangu hall, it became quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The 12 ancestral witches sat cross-legged, their breaths completely contained, as if they had turned into 12 ancient, unmoving stone sculptures. Only the Hongming steel standing in the center emitted invisible, profound waves of the Tao, enveloping them within. Those mysterious patterns resembling tadpoles seemed to come alive, slowly flowing over the surface of the stele, reflecting the 12 distinct, yet originating principles of space, time, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chen quietly stood to the side, guarding his elder brothers and sisters. He could clearly sense that the 12 breaths which had reached their peak were undergoing a profound and essential transformation under the guidance of the Hongming monument. The bottleneck that had been tightly shackled by their bloodline began to show signs of loosening. It seemed success is merely a matter of time. Chen felt relieved. He believed that with the foundation of his brothers and sisters, coupled with the assistance of the Hongming monument, breaking through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm was a certainty. His gaze shifted away from the others, and his thoughts became active. While my brothers and sisters are in seclusion, I cannot remain idle. With a flick of his mind, the ancient jade slip containing the supreme truth of creating the heavens and earth appeared in his hand. The 3 axes of creation. This was the very foundation for his existence. Previously, he relied on brute force to cleave through heavenly tribulations, drawing upon his shallow understanding of the path of strength. But now, with this supreme axe technique passed down by Pangu, his combat power would experience a qualitative leap once more. The first axe can only be wielded at the Hunyuan golden immortal level, and with a single strike it can break all laws. Chen carefully contemplated the information within the jade slip, as if his consciousness transcended endless time and space, witnessing a towering giant wielding a divine axe opening up the heavens with unparalleled grace. That simple yet brutal move, which contained the profound truth of the simplest path, was deeply imprinted. So that's how it works. The path of strength can be used in this way. Chen's eyes grew brighter, his hand gripping the celestial axe, as the imprint of the path of strength within him began to resonate strongly with it. He did not leave the Pangu hall, though instead he found an empty space in a corner of the great hall and began to practice the initial stance of the first axe of creation with precision. Yet during this century, the entire primordial world fell into an eerie calm. Ever since Chen cleaved open the heavens and stepped into the Hunyuan realm, the witch tribe had completely sealed off Mount. Yet during this century, the entire primordial world fell into an eerie calm. Ever since Chen cleaved open the heavens and stepped into the Hunyuan realm, the witch tribe had completely sealed off Mount Buzhou, with no members daring to venture out. This unusual low profile caused a sense of unease among the various forces in the primordial world. In the heavenly court of the demon clan, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Emperor Jun sat majestically on his throne, surrounded by swirling starlight, his imperial aura more imposing than a century ago. He looked at the demon saints standing respectfully below, and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the hall. A century has passed, yet the witch tribe remains coiled within Mount Buzhou, too afraid to step out. It is evident that while Chen is strong, he is merely one person. We have all slain our corpses and achieved the Quasi-Saint realm, and with the protection of the great array of the stars, our strength is already on par with that of the witch tribe. Dong Huangtai stepped forward wearing the chaos bell and boldly declared, "Big Brother is right. The witch tribe is nothing but a bunch of brainless brutes. One Su Chen's breakthrough has frightened them into not daring to leave their homes. In my opinion, they are merely paper tigers with outward strength, but lacking substance. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction, relishing the feeling of being in power and exuding confidence. The shadow that Su Chen cast over him was gradually fading with the passage of time and the growth of his own strength. Send my decree, command the 10 great demon gods to intensify the training of our demon soldiers and continue to expand our territory. This primordial land will eventually belong to us. Yes, Your Majesty. The demon clan responded in unison, their morale soaring. However, for some reason a faint sense of unease lingered in Emperor Jun's heart. Would the witch tribe truly remain so docile? Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat cross-legged on his cloud bed observing his disciples, such as Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, who were listening attentively to the Tao, his expression returning to one of lofty pride. You must remember, as disciples of the Chan sect, we must act in accordance with the heavens, cultivate virtues, slay the 3 corpses, and only then can we be considered the true orthodox of the mystical gate and the righteous path of heaven and earth. The witch tribe, despite producing a single brute who fortuitously validated the Tao through strength, is ultimately a path of heresy going against the heavens and not recognized by the Tao and cannot endure for long. His tone was filled with disdain for the witch tribe and an absolute confidence in the path he had chosen. But only he knew that every night in the depths of his solitude the image of Su Chen cleaving through heavenly tribulations and opening the celestial gates would haunt his mind like a nightmare, igniting a flame of jealousy that burned fiercely within him. The entire primordial world was in a state of tranquility before the storm. Various forces were frantically accumulating power, and everyone believed that the next cataclysm sweeping through heaven and earth would revolve around the 2 colossal entities, the demon tribe and the witch tribe. The key to determining the outcome of this calamity lay in the number and quality of quasi-saints on both sides. Yet no one knew that a catastrophic upheaval capable of shattering the entire worldview of the primordial realm was quietly brewing within the silent Pangu Hall of Mount Buzhou. On this day within the Pangu Hall, Su Chen, who was meditating on the axe technique with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He abruptly stood up, his gaze intensely focused on the center of the great hall. There, seated cross-legged, was Dijiang, from whom a faint yet extremely pure aura of spatial laws had begun to seep out, akin to a tender shoot breaking through the soil. This aura had completely transcended the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He's about to succeed. Su Chen's heart raced. Big Brother will be the first to break through. The faintly leaking aura of spatial laws seemed like a signal, a fuse igniting a powder keg. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying momentum far surpassing that of the great Luo Golden Immortal erupted from Dijiang's body, capable of distorting all things. The void around him shattered inch by inch, only to be reformed in an instant, fluctuating wildly, as if a small world was taking shape within him. The barrier of realm that had troubled him for countless epochs was finally shattered in the most forceful manner, aided by the Hongming Monument. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Success. However, this was merely the beginning. As if triggering a chain reaction, the moment Dijiang broke through, Zhu Rong let out a thunderous roar. Roar. Endless golden divine flames surged from him, transforming his entire being into a blazing sun that incinerated all things. That violent flame law also broke through its limits, stepping into an entirely new domain. Next was a surging torrent of black water engulfed the entire hall, each drop weighing as much as a mountain, containing terrifying powers that corroded all things. Boom, boom, boom. The life laws of Jumeng, the metal laws of Rushou, the earth laws of Ho-Tu. 1, 2, 3. A full 12 powerful auras of different colors, all strong enough to make heaven and earth pale, surged into the sky one after another above Mount Buzhou. 12 beams of law that pierced through heaven and earth appeared without warning in the vision of all beings in the primordial world. At that moment, the entire primordial world fell silent. In the 33 heavens within the Lingshao Palace, Emperor Jun, who was discussing expansion plans with the demon clan, suddenly felt the entire heavenly court shaking violently. His expression changed, and he immediately rushed out of the hall with Dong Huang Tai. When they saw the 12 beams of law that seemed to pierce the sky from the direction of Mount Buzhou, the imperial aura on their faces was instantly wiped away, replaced by endless shock and pallor. That is from the direction of Mount Buzhou. Dong Huang Tai's voice trembled slightly with a hint of fear he hadn't noticed. It's the aura of the witch tribe. 12 beams. All of them carry the aura of the ancestral witches. Emperor Jun clenched his fists tightly, his golden eyes reflecting those 12 beams, with his pupils narrowing into the most dangerous pinpoints. This power surpasses the great Luo. It's quasi-saint. 12 of them. All quasi-saints. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Emperor Jun shouted in anger, feeling as though his head was about to explode. One Su Chun was already a fluke and anomaly. Now the 12 ancestral witches have collectively broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm on the same day. The realm they had painstakingly entered, risking their lives to slay the 3 corpses, was as simple as eating and drinking for the witch tribe. How unjust the heavens are. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. The teacup, made of warm jade aged for 10,000 years, silently turned to powder before Yuan Shi Tianzun. He stared blankly in the direction of Mount Buzhou, his face, usually proud, now filled with confusion and astonishment. Not slaying the 3 corpses. Not respecting the Tao of heaven. How can they? How can they break through? He murmured repeatedly as the belief he had always held dear, the pride he took in the orthodoxy of the mystical gate, was shattered by those 12 beams of light shooting into the sky. Beside him, Tong Tian Jiaozhu also wore a shocked expression, but after the shock, a fiery and intense battle intent ignited in his eyes. Only Tai Shang Dao Jun of Shouyang Mountain gazed at those 12 beams for a long moment before letting out a long sigh, filled with complex meaning. The orthodoxy of Pangu is ultimately the orthodoxy of Pangu. The situation in the primordial world has completely fallen into chaos. In Zifu Prefecture, Dong Wanggong, within his celestial palace, was dreaming of unifying the primordial male immortals and standing against the demon tribe in the heavenly court. When that terrifying pressure descended, he was so frightened that he fell from his throne, tumbling to the ground. He scrambled out of the hall, and upon seeing the 12 beams of light, his entire being was struck by lightning, his face paling. It's over. It's all over. The flames of revenge against Su Chun and the witch tribe, which had just ignited in his heart, were extinguished completely, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. In Wuzhuang Temple, the ginseng fruit in Zhang Yuanzi's hand fell to the ground with a thud. In the fire cloud cave, Hongjun Laozu was so frightened that he directly hid under his mat, trembling. Above the sea of bloodming, Laozu gazed towards Mount Buzhou, and for the first time an expression of fear appeared on his cold face. At this moment, the entire primordial realm, all the mighty beings, whether newly ascended Quasi-Saints or veteran great Luo, fell into a profound silence. They were completely stunned by this sudden, utterly unreasonable, shocking upheaval. They felt as if they were pieces on a chessboard moving to and fro, only for the player called the witch tribe to flip the board over, declaring the game over. In Mount Buzhou, within the Pangu Hall, 12 vast and boundless auras gradually calmed down. The 12 ancestral witches simultaneously opened their eyes. Their eyes shimmered with divine light, as if the sun, moon, and stars were being born and extinguished within them, and every movement resonated with the Tao. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the ancestral witches, Dijiang, the nominal leader of the witch clan, and their elder brother, solemnly adjusted his robe and deeply bowed his proud waist, which had never bent to anyone before, to Su Chun, who was countless yuan hui younger than him. 13th brother, please accept a bow from your elder brother. You are the unshakable foundation of our witch clan, the rightful guide. His voice was resonant and powerful, each word emanating from the depths of his heart. Elder brother, what are you doing? Su Chan was taken aback and quickly stepped forward, using a gentle force to support him. We pay our respects to 13th brother Zhu Rong Gong Gong Ho too. The remaining 11 ancestral witches all stood up at that moment, bowing in unison to Su Chun. On their faces there was no hint of reluctance, only the most sincere respect that came from the heart. If Su Chen's previous act of splitting the heavens had shocked and filled them with pride, then now Su Chun taking out the Hongmeng steel and allowing all 12 of them to collectively step into the primordial realm within a day was a grace of rebirth. This kindness was higher than the heavens and thicker than the earth. Everyone get up. We are brothers and sisters. We are family. If this continues, I might just get angry. Su Chen's face turned serious. From this day forth, Su Chun would truly be the core soul of ha. Zhu Rong was the first to break the somewhat serious atmosphere. Feeling the surging power within him, he could no longer hold back and let out a wild laugh towards the sky. So exhilarating. It feels incredible. I feel like I could punch through the 33 heavens. Is this the power of a Quasi-Saint? That scruffy bird called Tai, wasn't he quite arrogant after slaying the corpse first? Next time I see him, I'll make sure to hammer him and the bell into an iron disc. Exactly. Gong Gong also looked excited. And that Yuan Shi last time he teamed up with Tong Tian couldn't do anything to 13th brother. Now that we've all broken through, let's directly storm Kunlun Mountain and drown his Yisu Palace. The newly promoted ancestral witches were brimming with confidence and fierce intent. They were always fearless, having earlier been suppressed by those newly appointed Quasi-Saints, which had bottled up a fire in their hearts. Now not only had they caught up, but they had also all leveled up in one go. This explosive power made them eager to find a place to vent. Although Dijiang was also stirred as the leader, he had to consider more. He forcibly suppressed the battle intent within and turned his gaze to Su Chen, inquiring in a consultative, 13th brother, what shall we do now? Dijiang's voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible note of inquiry. Somewhere along the way, this youngest brother had become the unwavering center of gravity for them all. Su Chen's gaze swept across a dozen faces flushed crimson with exhilaration, power surging through their veins. Zhu Rong had already begun counting on his fingers, debating whether to first confront Emperor Jun at the Sunstar or raise Yuanshi's cultivation ground atop Kunlun Mountain. He smiled. A fierce, unyielding spirit, raw and untamed, was the very essence of their Wu clan. Yet now was not the time. Elder brother, esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Su Chen spoke. His voice, though quiet, hushed the entire Pangu hall into absolute silence. I know you feel invincible, like you could shatter the entire Hongjun realm with a single fist. Of course. Zhu Rong pounded his chest, so hard it rang like bronze. I'm bursting with energy. If I don't find someone to fight right now, I'll explode. Exactly. It's high time Hongjun learned the true might of the Wu clan. Gong Gong roared in agreement, mist coiling thickly around his form, battle fervor blazing in his eyes. Su Chen raised a hand palm downward, as if pressing down upon the air itself. We now number 13 perfected immortals of the Primordial Chaos Realm. The pinnacle of martial power in all Hongjun is unmatched by any other force. He affirmed their confidence before shifting tone. Yet have you ever wondered, why precisely now has Hongjun suddenly birthed so many quasi-sages? The question cooled the hall's fiery momentum like a sudden mountain wind. Dijiang's brow furrowed deeply as he sank into contemplation. Indeed, it defied reason. As if overnight quasi-sages had sprouted like cabbages in the field. The heavens of Hongjun are shifting. Su Chen's voice deepened, resonant and grave. A new epoch approaches, and the quasi-sage rank is but its entry pass. What do you mean? Xuanming's icy countenance softened with genuine bewilderment. It means there exists a tier beyond the quasi-sage, far more formidable. Su Chen enunciated each word with solemn precision. That realm is called the sage. Sage. The two syllables struck like thunderclaps, carrying the weight of cosmic decree, jolting the 12 ancestral Wu to their core. Though they cultivated brute strength rather than spiritual essence and ignored celestial fate, their bloodline, descended from Pangu himself, granted them an instinctive awareness of beings who transcended mortal existence. How powerful is a sage? Ho Tu asked softly. Her intuition whispered that the answer would shatter everything she knew. Su Chen drew a slow, measured breath. A sage anchors their spiritual essence within the celestial Tao, eternally unscathed, immortal beyond all tribulation. You may understand it thus: so long as the celestial Tao endures, a sage cannot truly perish. Even if you reduce him to ash and scatter his bones to the winds, he will resurrect instantly within the river of cosmic law, unharmed, unblemished. And beneath the sage, all others are but insignificant insects. This was no metaphor. It was irrefutable truth. The revelation struck harder than their collective ascension to quasi-sagehood. Immortal beyond death. All beneath the sage, mere insects. How can this be possible? Zhu Rong leapt up, roaring. No being can be truly indestructible. I refuse to believe it. Even a sage. If I incinerate him to dust, how can he possibly return? Indeed, 13th brother, this sounds implausible. Even Dijiang, ever composed, wore disbelief like a heavy shroud. Their Wu clan worshipped only strength, the unassailable authority of the fist. In their worldview, sufficient power could shatter anything, even destiny itself. Su Chen watched their shattered expressions and sighed inwardly. He knew how profoundly alien this concept was to a people whose faith resided solely in their own might. Every word I speak is truth, Su Chen declared with unshakable gravity. Soon Taoist patriarch Hongjun will deliver his third grand discourse. Upon its conclusion, the first sage of Hongjun will emerge, heralding an era where all cosmic laws will be rewritten by sages alone. Our current strength pales before such beings. It is utterly insufficient. A tomb-like silence descended upon Pangu Hall. Zhu Rong fell silent. Gong Gong ceased his clamor. A suffocating weight settled upon every ancestral Wu, shattering the inflated confidence born of their recent breakthrough. They feared no enemy, only one so omnipotent that battle itself lost meaning. If he could not be slain, how could war even begin? Then what must we do? Dijiang's voice was parched, his eyes locked on Su Chen, filled not with doubt but profound dependence. Simple. Su Chen's lips curved into a renewed, unwavering smile. They walk the celestial Tao, while we forge our own path. Yes, sages are immortal, but only under the celestial Tao. What if we grow strong enough to shatter the celestial Tao itself? His words pierced the gloom like a shaft of pure light, illuminating hearts dimmed by despair. Of course, they were Pangu's descendants. They cultivated the Tao of strength, They existed to defy heaven itself. What was the celestial Tao but dust beneath their feet? Therefore, until we possess the power to break all boundaries, our task is not to flaunt our might, but to gather strength in silence, to cultivate in obscurity. Let the entire Wu clan rise stronger. Agreed. Dijiang nodded firmly, the fog of uncertainty vanishing from his eyes, replaced by ironclad resolve. As 13th brother commands. From this day forth the Wu clan seals its mountains. No clansman may leave. Each shall train without cease. The other ancestral Wu echoed the decree. Their battle fervor had not been extinguished. It had transformed into something deeper, fiercer, and unbreakable. Seeing his elder brothers and sisters rekindle their purpose, Chen exhaled in quiet relief. Elder brother, the clan's affairs rest in your hands. Chen said, I must attend to certain matters of my own. I shall return shortly. He intended to use this precious window of growth to elevate the Wu clan's elite warriors. Leaving Pangu Hall, Chen did not journey far. In a blink, he stood atop a secluded peak of Buzhou Mountain, his personal cultivation retreat. Here, where he often entered deep seclusion, the summit held only a few crude stone huts built from massive boulders, radiating primordial vastness and ancient stillness. Chen stood at the cliff's edge, gazing down upon the boundless land below, where countless Wu clansmen thrived across their territories, honing combat arts and multiplying their lineage. Their auras now surpassed those of 10,000 years past. Yet Chen knew this was merely the beginning. The ancestral Whittier's strength had been secured through the Hongmeng steel. Now came the turn of the greater Wu. With a thought, a voice imbued with sovereign authority spanned dimensional voids, resounding directly within the ears of three greater Wu practitioners training in distant lands. Xingtian, Quafu, they, come immediately to my retreat. Xingtian, locked in mortal combat with a foe beast of the great Luo immortal rank in a remote valley, stilled mid-swing. His rugged face erupted with radiant, uncontainable joy. 13th Ancestral Wu. Without a second glance at his foe, he cleaved the beast aside with a single axe stroke and shot skyward like a meteor, racing towards Chen's mountain peak. Elsewhere, Quafu, who chased the sun itself to refine speed and endurance, halted mid-stride, and Dai, standing motionless in a dense forest, bow in hand, senses extended across 10,000 li to perceive every living pulse, also paused. All three received Chen's summons simultaneously. Their reactions mirrored one another, ecstasy, reverence, and a devotion bordering on worship. Moments later, three towering muscular figures stood before Chen. They knelt in unison, left knee striking earth with thunderous resonance, voices booming like temple bells. Hail, 13th Ancestral Wu. Chen's gaze lingered over them, then nodded satisfied. He sensed their bloodlines had reached saturation, like pressure vessels straining at the brink of rupture, needing only a single catalyst to trigger final metamorphosis. All thanks to the 13th Ancestral Wu's guidance 10,000 years ago. Xingtian's gravelly voice trembled with gratitude. They would never forget how Chen had once revealed to them the true nature of strength. Rise, Chen gestured lightly. You three possess the purest bloodline and most extraordinary talent among all Wu, not counting the Ancestral Wu themselves. You are the future hope of our Wu clan. At those words, future hope, Xingtian, Quafu, and Dai drew ragged breaths, chests heaving violently. Such praise was unparalleled. Today I summon you for a celestial opportunity, one I shall bestow upon you. Chen met their burning, expectant gazes, and withheld no mystery. I once imparted a secret art, the 7 profound treasuries method, which unlocks 7 hidden reservoirs within the human body. Each opened reservoir multiplies combat prowess tenfold. At these words their eyes widened impossibly wide. Tenfold increase per reservoir. What did that even mean? They dared not believe their own ears. This art is named the 7 profound treasuries method. Chen extended 3 fingers and tapped each of their foreheads, lightning fast yet deliberate. A resonant hum filled the air as 3 golden beams vanished into their minds. An immense arcane torrent of knowledge detonated within their consciousness, like the universe's first dawn splitting chaos. Unlock the 7 profound treasuries: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, arms, legs. Fully opening all 7 yields a 70-fold amplification of combat power. Xingtian, Quafu, and Dai froze, utterly transfixed. Their bodies trembled violently with overwhelming shock and elation. Their minds went blank. 70-fold. 70 times greater power. They could not fathom the cataclysmic scale of such might. It transcended technique. It was divine miracle. A miracle capable of reshaping the destiny of the entire Wu clan. Thump. Quafu dropped to both knees first, his lips quivering, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Ancestral Wu. This art, it is too sacred. We dare not accept it. Xingtian and Dai followed, instantly kneeling beside him. Their gaze upon Su Chen no longer reflected mere admiration. It burned with the fervor of absolute faith. "Since I offer it, you shall receive it," Su Chen replied, gently lifting them with a soft, sustaining force. "Our Wu clan now boasts 13 perfected immortals of the Primordial Chaos Realm. Our apex strength stands unchallenged. Yet a mighty clan requires more than pillars. It demands foundations. You three are the first stones I have chosen for that foundation. I charge you to master this art, swiftly shatter the shackles of bloodline limitation, ascend to the Primordial Chaos Realm, and become new pillars for our Wu clan." Su Chen's gaze turned solemn, commanding. "Can you accomplish this?" "Yes." This time, without hesitation, they roared in unison, pouring every ounce of their being into the vow. Their voices vibrated with the ecstasy of sacred trust and the unbreakable oath to die fulfilling it. "We thank 13th Ancestral Wu for this gift. We swear eternal fealty to 13th Ancestral Wu. For our Wu clan, we shall fight until our last drop of blood runs dry." They bowed deeply once more, and this time Su Chen allowed it. This was precisely the effect he sought. "Go," Su Chen waved them onward. "Find a suitable cave upon this mountain and enter seclusion. Emerge only when you have unlocked your first profound treasury." "Understood." Xingtian, Quafu, and Dei departed without delay, immediately seeking caves, eager to immerse themselves in the profound art. Watching their retreating silhouettes, Su Chen allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. The future of the Wu clan was now secure. Next he would wait, quietly, for the grand assembly destined to reshape Hongjun's cosmic order. Time flowed like water. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Hongjun entered an eerie, unnatural calm. After the 12 ancestral Wu collectively ascended to quasi-sagehood, granting the Wu clan 13 such masters, the once unassailable tribe unexpectedly sealed its mountains. Buzhou Mountain became a forbidden zone. No Wu clansman crossed its threshold. This unprecedented silence unsettled every faction across Hongjun, instilling deep-seated wariness and dread. Within the heavenly court of the Yao clan in the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun sat upon his imperial throne, his face dark as storm clouds. What devilry are the Wu clan scheming holed up in Buzhou Mountain? He could not comprehend it. By all logic, knowing their reckless nature, upon attaining 13 quasi-sages they should have stormed the heavenly court to settle scores with him. Why such unnatural quiet? When phenomena defy reason, malevolence lurks beneath. For 3,000 years Emperor Jun slept poorly. He sensed the Wu clan weaving some colossal world-shaking conspiracy. Brother, who cares what they plot? Dongwang Tai declared, the chaos bell hovering above his head, aura bristling with lethal intent. If they won't come out, we'll go in. Emperor Jun shook his head, eyes clouded with grim foreboding. His greatest regret was failing, when Su Chen first emerged, to eradicate him at all costs. Now this youth had become his most dangerous nemesis. And as Hongjun simmered with unseen tensions, its atmosphere growing heavier by the day, the stage was set for what would determine its ultimate fate. On this day, a profound sound of the great Tao, resonating with neither sorrow nor joy, reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, seemingly originating from beyond the 9 heavens, yet also echoing from the depths of every sentient being's heart. The time of the 3 lectures has come. Those with fate may come to the Zhixiao Palace 33 heavens away to listen to the teachings of the Tao. It is the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Boom. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. The entire wilderness instantly boiled. Countless mighty beings in seclusion opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing fervently into the boundless chaotic void. The 3rd lecture has finally begun. At Kunlun Mountain within the Yushu Palace, the primordial lord suddenly stood up, his usually calm face now filled with excitement and anticipation. The previous 2 lectures had allowed him to successfully slay his corpse and step into the quasi-saint realm. He had a premonition that this final lecture would be the key to whether he could take that last step and achieve the supreme, holy position. Tongtian, let's go. He didn't even have time to greet Taishang before transforming into 2 beams of light, with Tongtian shooting into the sky. At Shouyang Mountain within the Bairing Palace, Taishang Daojun slowly opened his eyes, glanced in the direction of Kunlun mountainside long, and rose to ride the clouds. In the heavenly court of the demon race, Dijun and Donghuang Tai, he showed no hesitation. Compared to the struggle with the Wu clan, the opportunity to become a saint was evidently far more important. At Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi put down the earth book in his hands. In the blood sea, the ancestor of the Dark River also sheathed the Yuan Tu and Abi swords. The 2 figures from the west, Jin and Junti, were filled with urgency, yet ran faster than anyone else. In an instant, the entire wilderness world stirred with tumultuous winds. Countless streams of light shot up from all corners of the 4 seas, and 8 wastelands converging towards the same destination, as if all rivers were returning to the sea. That destination was the Zixiao Palace, 33 heavens away. At this moment at Buzhou Mountain within the Pangu Palace, the 12 ancestral witches who were stabilizing their realms in seclusion were awakened by the grand sound of the Tao. They all opened their eyes wearing expressions of confusion. Is it that old man called Hongjun again? Zhu Rong scratched his head. Those things he teaches are so convoluted they make my head hurt. I won't go. That's right, our Wu clan doesn't cultivate the Yuan Shun. Listening to his teachings is like playing the lute to a cow. The ancestral witches clearly had no interest in this. Only Dijiang and a few others seemed to contemplate. They all turned their gazes outside the palace simultaneously. There a tall figure stood with hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. Su Chun wore a faint smile on his face. After waiting so long, it has finally begun. In the Saint era with the primordial purple energy and the division of the treasure rock. How could he Su Chun miss this top event of the wilderness world? 13th brother Hongjun is gathering people again. Should we go? Dijiang asked as he walked out of the Pangu Palace with a group of ancestral witches approaching Su Chun. They had now become accustomed to asking Su Chen's opinion on everything first. Su Chun turned around, looked at everyone, and smiled as he asked, "Eldest brother, do you want to go?" "I don't want to go at all." Zhu Rong was the first to shake his head. Listening to him talk about the great Tao isn't as practical as practicing a couple of punches myself. Exactly, the path of our Wu clan is different from theirs. The other ancestral witches echoed in agreement. Su Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Then I will go alone this time. He certainly wouldn't say he was going for the system treasure box. He remembered it very. Task triggered sign in at Zixiao Palace 3 times in a row to obtain a level 9 treasure box. He had already been there once for the first lecture. This was the second time. A level 9 treasure box. Just thinking about it made Su Chen's heart blaze with excitement. The level 9 treasure box from the novice gift pack had yielded the law of strength and the 9 revolutions Pangu mystical art. The level 9 treasure box signed at Buzhou Mountain had produced a growth-type axe for felling the heavens. Each one had brought about a transformation for him. This time in the Zixiao Palace, the top instance of the wilderness, what kind of earth-shattering treasure would the level 9 box yield after completing the task? Su Chun was filled with anticipation. Thus he absolutely had to go to the Zixiao Palace. But going alone is too dangerous. Dijiang was still worried. Those from the Sanqing and Dijun Tai harbored deep-seated hatred for you. What if they cause trouble for you at the Zixiao Palace? Eldest brother, do you think they still dare to act against me now? Su Chen smiled confidently. Dijiang was stunned, then quickly realized. Yes, the current Su Chun was no longer that solitary figure from before. Behind him stood a full 12 Quasi-Saints of the same realm. Anyone who dared to act against him would have to weigh whether they could withstand the thunderous wrath of the 13 ancestral witches. That's true. Dijiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, eldest brother, you all stay in the clan and wait for my good news. Rest assured, 13th brother, we will wait for your return. With the assurance of everyone, Su Chun had no further worries. His figure shimmered and transformed into a divine rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth, instantly tearing through the void and leaving the bounds of Buzhou Mountain, racing towards the distant 33 heavens. Su Chen's speed was astonishingly fast. The laws of space beneath his feet seemed to turn into docile sheep, allowing him to weave through and fold reality. In just a few breaths, he crossed endless mountains and rivers, arriving outside the southern gate of the 33. Along the way, he witnessed countless divine lights converging from every corner of the wilderness towards the same direction. There were immortals riding on auspicious clouds, great demons riding exotic beasts, and ancient beings with an aura that clearly indicated they had survived since antiquity. Almost all the prominent figures in the wilderness had mobilized. Su Chen paid no attention to them and continued upwards, directly passing through the 33 heavens, arriving in the chaos beyond. Ahead, a simple and majestic palace radiating an endless aura of the Tao quietly floated within the gray chaotic stream. It was indeed the Zixiao Palace. By this time, numerous figures had already gathered outside the Zixiao Palace. Upon looking around, the lowest among them were all at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the forefront of the crowd, several distinctly different factions were particularly eye-catching. One faction was led by Dijun, wearing an imperial crown and golden crow robe, alongside Dong Huang Tai, who held the chaotic bell with a rebellious expression. Behind them followed the demon sage Kuanpeng, as well as high-ranking members of the demon clan like Fushi and Yuhua. The other faction was the Sanqing, stepping on auspicious clouds surrounded by a mist of pure energy. The primordial lord remained expressionless, as always, his gaze proud, while Tongtian radiated battle intent. Only Taishang Daojun kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. In addition, there were also top loose cultivators like Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun and the ancestor of the Dark River. As Su Chen's figure stepped out of the void and appeared before everyone, the previously somewhat noisy scene instantly fell silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At almost the same moment, everyone's gaze converged on Su Chen. Shock, apprehension, confusion, resentment. Various complex expressions intertwined. A member of the Wu clan. How did he come here? Moreover, he came alone. Su Chen. A roar filled with endless murderous intent erupted from the demon clan's ranks. Dong Huang Tai stared fiercely at Su Chen, his golden eyes almost bursting with flames. The last time it was at this very place that this guy in league with the 12 ancestral witches had made their demon clan lose face. Now meeting an enemy made their eyes burn with hatred. Buzz. The chaotic bell emitted a soft ringing and a terrifying pressure that could suppress 3,000 worlds swept towards Su Chen. However, in the face of this pressure that would cause ordinary quasi-saints to change color, Su Chen's expression showed not even the slightest ripple. He even couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid, merely casting a faint glance at Dong Huang Tai. Want to make a move? Those three calm words seemed to contain some sort of power that commanded respect. Dong Huang Tai felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He suddenly remembered that the figure before him was no longer the great Luo Golden Immortal from before. He was a genuine Hunyuan Golden Immortal. More importantly, behind him stood 12 identical Hunyuan Golden Immortals. If he truly acted against him now, would there be 12 world-destroying attacks coming from the direction of Buzhou Mountain in the next moment? Just thinking of that scene caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on Dong Huang Tai's forehead. He forcibly swallowed back the battle intent that had surged to his lips. Humph. In the end, he could only emit a reluctant cold snort and withdraw the pressure of the chaotic bell. Seeing this, all the mighty beings around felt a wave of shock. That was Dong Huang Tai, the one holding a congenital supreme treasure known as the strongest below the saints. Dong Huang Tai. Yet he was driven back by a mere glance from Su Chen. Everyone realized that the era had truly changed. The current Su Chen and the Wu clan had grown into a colossal force that even the demon clan's heavenly court dared not provoke lightly. Su Chen strolled confidently, and wherever he passed the crowd automatically parted. Those who had once been his peers, or even stronger than him, now all lowered their heads, lacking the courage to meet his gaze, their innate fear impossible to conceal. This is strength. This is intimidation. Su Chen felt secretly pleased. This sensation was far more refreshing than arguing with the Sanqin over seats last time. He walked to the tightly closed doors of the Zixiao Palace, seemingly unchanging since ancient times, and finally stopped. Behind him, there was a deathly silence. Di Jun Tai, Yuan Shi Tong Tian, all eyes converged on his back, their expressions extremely complex. They were all speculating what this audacious Wu clan would do next. Could it be that he intends to forcibly break into the Zixiao Palace? Just then, creak. The heavy doors, seemingly bearing the weight of 3,000 daos, quietly opened inward with no sound. An indescribable, profoundly mysterious aura of the Tao flowed from the crack of the door, clearing the minds of everyone present. It opened. Everyone's spirits lifted, but no one dared to move. Because Su Chen still stood at the forefront. Su Chen did not turn back. He took the first step, entering this most sacred palace of the wilderness world. Only after his figure completely vanished behind the door did the crowd seem to breathe a sigh of relief, beginning to stir, rushing towards the great door. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, the scene before him opened up brightly. Inside the great hall, it was vast and magnificent with no beams or pillars, yet it seemed to form its own universe. At the forefront, amidst swirling clouds and mist, was clearly the place where Tao ancestor Hongjun would preach. System sign in. Su Chen silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Successfully signed in at Zixiao Palace. This is a consecutive sign-in. 33. Obtained 1 level 9 treasure box. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he sat down, people outside began to stream in one after another. Sanqing Di Jun Tai, Inua Jin Juandi. These top powers of the wilderness almost immediately locked their sights on the 6 purple mats. Their eyes burned with fervor. The last time during the lecture, those who sat on these mats returned without exception, successfully slaying their corpses and stepping into the quasi-saint realm. This was enough to indicate that these 6 positions represented tremendous opportunities. The primordial lord glanced at Su Chen, who seemed to be in a meditative state in the corner, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Humph, barbarians are still barbarians. They can't even comprehend such a heavenly bestowed opportunity. He coldly scoffed inwardly, no longer hesitating, and together with Tai Shang and Tong Tian unceremoniously walked toward the foremost 3 mats and sat down. Next, Nuwa gracefully walked forward and took the 4th position. Meanwhile, the Western Jane and Junti, adhering to their customary style, almost rolled and crawled to snatch the last 2 mats, fearing others would take them first. Seeing this scene, those who arrived a bit later, such as Di Jun and Kuanpeng, displayed expressions of immense regret and jealousy. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts, not daring to actually rush forward to seize. After all, the strength and backgrounds of these 6 were evident. Soon the 3,000 guests of the mortal realm gradually found their places in the Zixiao Palace and sat down. The great hall fell silent once more. Everyone sat upright, holding their breath, waiting for that supreme existence to descend. Time seemed to lose its meaning at that moment. After an unknown duration, without any warning, a figure appeared out of thin air on the swirling high platform. He looked like an ordinary old man with white hair and beard, an ancient visage, and no overwhelming aura. Yet the moment he appeared, all 3,000 mighty beings in the Zixiao Palace, including Su Chun, felt an indescribable sense of insignificance stemming from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were not facing a man, but a heavenly Tao, a universe. Sitting there, he embodied the Tao itself. We pay our respects to the teacher. Led by the Sanqing, the 3,000 mighty beings in the Zixiao Palace stood up in unison, respectfully bowing to the figure on the high platform. On the high platform, the ancient and calm eyes of Tao ancestor Hongjun slowly opened. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless time and space, lingering briefly on each person's face. When his gaze swept over Su Chun, there appeared to be the slightest unnoticeable pause, but soon it moved away. "Everyone please sit." Hongjun spoke slowly, his voice flat, yet seemingly imbued with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. "Thank you, teacher." Everyone bowed once more, then cautiously sat back down. This time is the third lecture, and also the final. Hongjun's first words made everyone's hearts leap. "The last one. What does this imply? This time I will explain to you the way of the saints." Boom. The words "way of the saints" struck like a chaotic divine thunder in the minds of the 3,000 mighty beings. Everyone's breathing became extremely rapid at that moment, their eyes filled with unprecedented intense desire and fervor. Saint. This was the ultimate purpose of their journey. Even Su Chun, who was in the corner, became completely focused. Although his path was different from others, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Listening to what this heavenly Tao saint is all about could only be beneficial. The great Tao has 3,000 paths, all of which can lead to the Tao. Hongjun's voice, steady and unhurried, gently echoed within the hall. However, to reach the saint realm, I summarize that there are 3 primary methods. Everyone perked up their ears, not even daring to blink, fearing they might miss any word. The first, to prove the Tao by strength. When these 4 words were spoken from Hongjun's mouth, Su Chen's heart thumped violently. He could clearly feel that the imprint of the law of strength in his chest had become scorching hot at that moment. Hongjun's words caused a wave of gasps to echo throughout the Zixiao Palace. To break the heavenly Tao? To transcend everything? What tremendous audacity! However, before they could fully digest their shock, Hongjun's next sentence fell like a bucket of cold water on everyone's heads. However, this method is extremely dangerous. Without great willpower, wisdom, and fortuitous encounters, one should not attempt it. Since the time of the great Pangu, no one has succeeded. Hearing this, the crowd immediately deflated. Indeed, who was the great Pangu? The creator who opened the heavens and the earth. To learn from him, wasn't that akin to an old immortal hanging himself, seeking a longer life? In an instant, nearly everyone crossed this path off their minds. Yuanshi Tianzun instinctively glanced at Su Chun in the corner, a barely perceptible cold smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fool, choosing a path that guarantees death while feeling self-satisfied. Su Chun naturally noticed Yuanshi's gaze, but he couldn't be bothered to care. At this moment, 4 words echoed in his mind. As expected, even Tao Ancestor had personally acknowledged that proving the Tao through strength was the strongest path among all methods to achieve sanctity. This filled him with boundless confidence. While others dared not tread or even think about this path, Su Chun was determined to walk it. He would carve out a road that had never been walked before, a path to heaven. Secondly, to sever the 3 corpses and prove the Tao. Hongjun's voice continued to resonate. This method involves severing one's own 3 corpses of good, evil, and obsession, entrusting them to a congenital spirit treasure. Once the 3 corpses are severed, one can align with the Tao and achieve the saintly position. Hearing this, the Sanqing Emperor Jun and other quasi-saints who had already severed one corpse burst forth with brilliant light in their eyes. This was the path they wanted to take. Thirdly, to prove the Tao through merit. This method involves establishing a great doctrine, enlightening sentient beings, or achieving unparalleled merit in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao will be moved and bestow boundless merit, thus allowing one to achieve the saintly position. Hongjun clearly laid out the 3 paths to achieving sanctity before everyone. The entire Zixiao Palace fell into deep contemplation. The 3 paths were clearly ranked. The first path, proving the Tao through strength, was the strongest, but also the most difficult, almost a dead end. The second path, severing the 3 corpses to prove the Tao, required vast amounts of congenital spirit treasures as support, presenting an extremely high threshold. The third path, proving the Tao through merit, seemed the simplest, But how easy was it to establish such unparalleled merit? Just as everyone was still struggling to think about which path to take, Hongjun's voice resonated once more. This time his words caused everyone's hearts to stop beating. Of course, regardless of which path you choose to achieve the heavenly Tao's saintly position, you will still need the cooperation of one essential thing. Hongjun's tone remained as calm as ever, yet to the ears of the 3,000 powerful beings, it was like a thunderclap. One essential thing. What could it be? All eyes were fixed intently on Hongjun, breathing forgotten. They had a premonition that what Tao ancestor was about to say was the most crucial secret of this lecture. Chen also narrowed his eyes. He vaguely had a guess. Indeed, he saw Hongjun slowly extend his right hand palm open. Buzz. A purplish stream of air roughly a foot long, shimmering with the color of primordial chaos, emanating supreme majesty, seemingly transcending the 3,000 paths, appeared in his palm. The moment this purplish stream appeared, all the laws of the great Tao in the Zixiao Palace bowed down and trembled before it. The 3,000 powerful beings present only needed to glance at it to feel as if their primordial spirits were about to be sucked in, as if they were witnessing the origin of the universe and the ultimate of the great Tao. This object is called Hongmeng. Hongjun's voice slowly rang out. It is the foundation of the great Tao, the essence of a saint. Under the heavenly Tao, to become a saint, one must refine a strand of Hongmeng, so that one's primordial spirit can be entrusted to the river of the heavenly Tao, achieving the position of a saint that is eternal and indestructible. Boom. Hongmeng, the foundation of a saint. If the previous 3 paths of proving the Tao were merely vague directions, then now this strand of Hongmeng was the only ticket to the destination. Gulp. Someone struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. In the next moment, the entire Zixiao Palace erupted completely. Everyone's gaze changed. It turned blood red. It was filled with unmasked primal greed and possessiveness. If gazes could kill, that strand of Hongmeng in Hongjun's hand would have been dissected 1,000,000,000 times. Even the usually expressionless Taishang sitting in the front had a violent ripple in his otherwise calm eyes. Yuan Shi Tianzun's breathing grew heavy. Dong Huang Tai, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The saintly position. This is the key to becoming a saint. As long as they obtained it, they could become the most exalted existence in the primordial world. To become the immortal and indestructible saint who governs the fate of all beings. Chen looked at the near-mad expressions of the crowd and let out a cold sneer in his heart. This Hongmeng is in essence a leash issued by the heavenly Tao. Refining it would indeed allow one to become a saint, but from then on they would be eternally bound by the heavenly Tao with no possibility of transcending. The Kwasa saint sitting on the mat, the Taoist of the Western sect, was the first to lose control. With a loud thud, he slid off the mat, kneeling on the ground, crying and snotting as he pleaded with Hongjun, "Master, be merciful. I am impoverished in the West with scarce spirit treasures, my disciples, and I have experienced countless hardships in pursuit of the Tao. Please, Master, bestow upon me a strand of Hongmeng. I would be eternally grateful." As he cried, the Taoist of the Western sect beside him also knelt down, his face filled with anguish. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Can one truly sell sorrow to seek treasures? Yuan Shi Tianzun's face revealed unabashed contempt. Utterly shameless. However, Hongjun on the high platform seemed to be oblivious, his expression unchanged. He quietly observed the crowd, then threw out another bombshell that left everyone feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Hongmeng is determined by the heavenly Tao. Hongjun's voice was devoid of any emotion. Under the heavenly Tao, the saintly positions are fixed. In my hand there are a total of 7 strands of Hongmeng. 7. Only 7. This number struck each person's heart like an invisible hammer. The entire Zixiao Palace with 3,000 powerful beings. Yet the saintly positions are merely 7. What does this imply? It means that the vast majority of those present will be eliminated. They will have no connection to the immortal and indestructible saintly realm. Boom. The hall, which had just been heated by the appearance of Hongmeng, instantly plunged into an icy atmosphere. A wave of emotions named despair and madness began to spread wildly among the crowd. If before everyone was merely greedy, now it was a fight for survival. Subtle yet filled with murderous intent glances began to sweep back and forth among the crowd. Each person sitting nearby transformed from a fellow Taoist into an enemy in that moment. Emperor Jun's expression was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. As the emperor of the demon race, destined to be the chosen one, if he could not become a saint, then what meaning did all his actions hold? Beside him, Kunpeng's cold, sinister eyes flickered with a predatory light. In the blood sea, the ancestor of the dark river exuded such dense, killing intent that it was almost tangible. Even the Sanqing sitting on the mat had their faces turned gravely serious. With 7 positions, how many can the 3 of them occupy? Su Chun watched all of this unfold, his mind fixed on a single word. Ruthless. So ruthless. Su Chun clearly saw through Hongjun's operation. This was a blatant scheme, placing a cake large enough to drive everyone mad on the table, then telling them that only 7 could partake. As for the others, the so-called fellow Taoists, the so-called peers, would become utterly worthless in the face of the temptation of becoming a saint. Silence. On the high platform, Hongjun Tao Ancestor's voice rang out once more. Clearly still calm and undisturbed, yet carrying an undeniable authority, it forcibly suppressed the impending chaos in the hall. Everyone was gasping for breath, their eyes red, staring intensely at him, or rather at the 7 strands of Hongmeng Ziki in his hand. Their rationality was being gradually devoured by greed and desire. There are 7 saintly positions already predetermined. Hongjun's gaze slowly swept over the 3,000 powerful beings below, as if looking at a swarm of ants. These 7 will be my disciples. Boom. This statement was even more impactful than the previous revelation of there are 7 saintly positions. To become the disciple of the Tao Ancestor. This not only meant achieving sanctity, but also implied having the most powerful backing in the primordial world from that moment onward. Who would dare to harm the disciples of the Tao Ancestor? In an instant, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. They all straightened their backs, held their breaths, and used all their strength to try to make the Tao Ancestor glance their way. The expectations, desires, and anxieties in their eyes intertwined, almost becoming tangible. Who would it be? Would it be me? This question screamed in the hearts of every individual. Emperor Jun clenched his fists tighter. He was the emperor of the demon race, destined to lead the stars of the universe. Who could compare to his achievements and status? This saintly position must belong to him. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face also regained its arrogance. He was the incarnation of Pangu's true lineage, inherently noble. Who in attendance could match his pedigree? This disciple position, who else but him? Even the usually grim-faced Jane and Junti were now visibly tense, clasping their hands together, murmuring incantations, not knowing what they were praying for. Only Su Chun remained indifferent, sitting in the corner like an outsider watching coldly. His heart was as clear as a mirror. These 7 positions had long been predetermined by the heavenly Tao, having nothing to do with your efforts or expectations. In this suffocating anticipation, Hongjun's gaze finally moved. His eyes slowly landed on the frontmost 3 positions among the 6 mats. Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tongtian. The hearts of the 3 skipped a beat at that moment. Here it comes. Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tongtian. Hongjun slowly spoke, naming the 3 individuals. You 3 are the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing the great merit of opening the heavens. You shall have saintly positions. As his voice fell, he flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 strands of Hongmeng Ziki, like 3 purple dragons with life, swiftly sliced through the void, precisely merging into the 3rd eye of the Sanqing, amidst countless envious, jealous, and even resentful gazes. Buzz. The 3's bodies trembled simultaneously. A profound and mysterious understanding of the Tao surged into their hearts in an instant. In that moment, it felt as if they could see the golden road leading to the realm of saints. Thank you, Master. Taishang Daojun was the first to react, deeply bowing to Hongjun, a rare hint of excitement flashing across his normally impassive face. Disciple pays respects to Master. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Zhaozhu were equally overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times to Hongjun. They did it. The saintly position they had long dreamed of was finally in their grasp. Meanwhile, the powerful beings behind them felt their hearts plunge to the depths in an instant. With 7 positions, 3 were gone in an instant. Why? Just because they were incarnations of Pangu. Countless eyes ignited with flames of jealousy, yet they dared not show any signs. For from this moment on, the identities of the Sanqing had changed. They were the direct disciples of the Tao Ancestor, the future heavenly Tao saints. Who would dare to object? Su Chen watched this scene unfold, feeling utterly unfazed. 3 chains. He even felt a hint of amusement watching Yuan Shi's smug expression, as if he had gained a great advantage. Little did they know, from the moment they accepted the Hongmeng Ziki, they had become puppets of the heavenly Tao, losing all freedom. Just as everyone was still stirred by the Sanqing's attainment of the saintly position, Hongjun's voice rang out once more. You 3 must possess protection from a great treasure in the future, as saints, to suppress the fate of the primordial world. As these words fell, everyone's ears perked up. Treasure distribution. The Tao Ancestor was about to distribute treasures. With a wave of his grand sleeve, an ancient scroll depicting the yin-yang dual fish flowing with endless mysteries of the great Tao appeared before Taishang. Taishang, your nature is one of non-action. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. It can control earth, water, fire, and wind. I bestow it upon you. Innate supreme treasure. When these 4 words left Hongjun's mouth, another wave of gasps echoed throughout the Zixiao Palace. That was an innate supreme treasure. In the entire primordial realm, the only publicly known innate supreme treasure was the chaotic bell in Dong, Huang Taiyi's possession. Now there was another. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that Taiji diagram, wishing they could snatch it away with their gazes. Taishang respectfully accepted the Taiji diagram, his joy evident. Hongjun nodded and waved his hand. An ancient banner inscribed with divine and demonic runes exuding endless primordial killing intent appeared before Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi, you govern slaughter. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Pangu banner. It specializes in offense and can tear apart chaos, obliterating myriad laws. I bestow it upon you. Another one. Yet another innate supreme treasure. Boom. The Zixiao Palace erupted completely. Everyone's minds buzzed, blanking out. They felt as if they were dreaming. The legendary innate supreme treasures capable of suppressing the fate of an era today appeared as if they were free offerings from the Tao ancestor. Disciple thanks Master for the heavenly grace. Yuan Shi Tianzun trembled with excitement, cradling the Pangu banner, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life at that moment. With this treasure and the position of a saint who in this primal world could be his opponent. He instinctively glanced in Su Chen's direction, his eyes brimming with pride and provocation, utterly unmasked. Fool, do you see? This is the benefit of following the will of heaven. No matter how strong you are, can you surpass? However, Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance, making Yuan Shi feel as if he had struck a punch against cotton, leaving him somewhat displeased. At this moment, all eyes were gathered on the last person, Tong Tian. Both his elder brother and second brother had received innate supreme treasures. Then he would surely not be an exception. Tong Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Hongjun Daozu waved his sleeve once more. This time what appeared before Tong Tian was not a treasure. Instead, it was an ancient formation diagram along with 4 ancient swords of varying colors radiating a murderous aura that reached the heavens. As the 4 swords emerged, the temperature in the purple cloud palace seemed to drop by several degrees. A chilling and bone-piercing terror, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, spread across everyone's hearts. The 3,000 great beings present were all resolute individuals, yet at this moment, just a glance at the 4 swords caused their primordial spirits to feel a prickling pain akin to being stabbed by needles. Such a terrifying aura of slaughter. Tong Tian, you are straightforward and decisive in your actions. Hongjun's voice resonated slowly. This is the sword formation of extermination, containing the 4 swords of extermination, slaughter, trapping, and absolute extermination, which I bestow upon you. Tong Tian stared at the sword formation before him in a daze. He could feel the power of this sword formation, the extreme aura of slaughter igniting the battle blood within him. But, Master, Tong Tian couldn't help but muster his courage to ask, why do my elder brother and second brother receive innate supreme treasures while I do not? His voice was filled with confusion and a trace of grievance. Both transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, and being your close disciple, why has my treatment declined? Is this not too biased? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall became rather peculiar. Everyone looked at Tong Tian with the eyes of spectators. This guy is far too bold. How dare he question the distribution of the Daozu in person? Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow and transmitted a reprimand to Tong Tian, third brother, do not be rude. Though he said so, he actually looked down on this sword formation in his heart. No matter how strong it is, can it surpass the Pangu banner in his hands? On the high platform, Hongjun Daozu did not show any displeasure. Instead, he rarely revealed a faint smile. Innate supreme treasures are inherently rare, bestowed by heaven and earth. How could they be so easy? Looking at you, this extermination sort of, for though not an innate supreme treasure, its slaughtering power exceeds that of the Pangu banner. What? Hongjun's words were like a bombshell exploding in everyone's hearts. The power of slaughter exceeds that of the Pangu banner. How could that be possible? The Pangu banner is recognized as the first attacking supreme treasure of the primal world. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression instantly turned somewhat unsightly. He had just been feeling pleased about obtaining the Pangu banner, and the next moment he was publicly smacked in the face by the Daozu. Tong Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Before he could even rejoice, Hongjun's next words caused him along with everyone present to fall into a stupor. This formation, if combined with the formation diagram, places the extermination sword formation. Only the 4 saints can break it. Boom. Not. 4 saints cannot break. Each of these 7 words struck like chaotic divine thunder, fiercely hitting the top of everyone's heads. The entire purple cloud palace fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, dumbfoundedly gazing at the 4 seemingly ordinary ancient swords, feeling as if their worldview had been completely overturned. A sword formation that requires 4 saints to work together to break. What does that imply? This is no longer a treasure. This is a bug. It's a cheat. In their perception, saints were already invincible beings. Yet now the Daozu told them that it would take 4 saints to break this formation. Does that not mean that as long as Tong Tian sets up this formation, he can single-handedly take on 3 saints without falling behind? Gulp. Someone uncertain who struggled to swallow. All eyes on Tong Tian shifted. From sympathy to amazement and fear. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face had turned completely dark. He stared intensely at the sword formation, his eyes filled with jealousy, almost tangible. Why? This is unfair. And Tong Tian himself, after the initial days, was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable extreme joy. Ha! He could no longer contain himself, throwing his head back and letting out a long howl filled with wildness and battle intent. Thank you, Master. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me. He was so excited that he stumbled over his words, hugging the extermination sword formation as if it were his own child, examining and cherishing it. What innate supreme treasure. Before my extermination sword formation, they are all rubbish. Right now he just wanted to find a saint to practice against. Su Chen watched Tong Tian look like he had received a new toy, practically bouncing, with joy, secretly nodding in approval. This extermination sword formation is indeed impressive. However, Hongjun is quite cunning. Bestowing such a lethal weapon to Tong Tian seems like favoritism, but in reality it planted a huge calamity for him. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. With Tong Tian being so outrageously strong, how will the other saints cope? In the future, during the function calamity, it would be entirely reasonable for him to be besieged by the other saints. The Dao's calculations are indeed interconnected with no gaps. Su Chen chuckled coldly within. After distributing the treasures of the Sanqing, Hongjun's gaze shifted once more. This time he looked towards Nuwa, who was seated on the 4th mat. Nuwa's heart instantly tightened. Nuwa, Hongjun spoke slowly, in the future you shall have great merit in the primal world, and may also become a saint. As his voice fell, the 4th stream of primordial purple energy transformed into a ray of light, flying into Nuwa's brow. Simultaneously, a fired ball that radiated the aura of fate flew before her. This is the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the red ball of fate, which governs relationships bestowed upon you. Disciple thanks the Master. A surprised smile appeared on Nuwa's face as she hurriedly stood up, bowing gracefully to Hongjun. Beside her, Fushi was even more excited, his face flushed happier than when he himself had attained the saint position. Meanwhile, the others were anxious. Another one. 4 of the 7 positions have been claimed. Only 3 are left. All eyes were fixed on Hongjun, the atmosphere tense, as if a string were about to snap. Hongjun's gaze passed over Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, finally landing on the last 2 mats occupied by the Western duo, who had been crying and seeking sympathy from the start. Jane and Junti. When Hongjun Dais's gaze finally fixed on Jane and Junti, everyone was stunned. How could it be them? These 2 guys, in terms of background, are not as good as the Sanqing. In terms of merit, they are not as good as Nuwa. In terms of strength, they also do not rank high. What do they have besides thick skin and the ability to cry? Could it be that the position of saint is really obtained through tears? For a moment, countless great beings were filled with absurdity and resentment. Even Yuan Shi Tianzun's proud face showed undisguised disdain. To be a disciple of the Daozu alongside these shameless people is simply lowering his standing. Yet after Jane and Junti felt Hongjun's gaze, they were first taken aback, then an overwhelming joy, as if they had won the lottery, instantly engulfed them. It worked. It really worked. Master is merciful. Master is very merciful. Junti Daoist reacted the fastest thud. He fell to the ground again, tears flowing like a tap that would. Disciple and senior brother have gone without food and clothing to revitalize the West day and night in hard practice, and have finally awaited the Master's kindness. Our West finally has hope. He cried while speaking, and his impassioned expression made it seem like he had suffered a great grievance. Next to him, Jane Daoist also wore a face of suffering, bowing in sync, perfectly embodying the image of a compassionate, enlightened being. Watching the performance of these 2 clowns, Su Chen was almost laughing with anger. Talent, truly talented. He realized that in this primal world, thick skin is sometimes a powerful strength. On the high platform, Hongjun still wore that expression of calm indifference. He looked at the 2 below and spoke. You 2 have great karma with the West, and in the future you will establish a great teaching to enlighten sentient beings and may also become saints. His voice paused, then he added, however, your connection with me is still shallow, so you shall be my registered disciples. These 4 words caused the smiling faces of the previously ecstatic Jane and Junti to instantly freeze. Though it was only 2 words shorter, the gap between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A close disciple is one of their own. A registered disciple, to put it bluntly, is merely a name with a distant relationship. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt slightly better. The unorthodox path ultimately cannot stand on the stage. However, could Jane and Junti be ordinary people? They merely froze for a brief moment before immediately resuming their tearful gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. To become the Master's registered disciple is already a stroke of luck for us. Disciples are willing to brave fire and water for the Master without hesitation. Regardless of being registered or not, as long as I can obtain primordial purple energy and become a saint, I would gladly be a registered disciple or even a firewood boy. Hongjun nodded, seemingly satisfied with their attitude. He snapped his fingers again, and 2 streams of primordial purple energy flew into the brows of the two. At the same time, a branch shimmering with 7-colored precious light and a golden radiant lotus lamp flew before Jane and Junti. This is the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12 grades of merit golden lotus, both bestowed upon you. Disciple bows in gratitude to the Master. The two, as if receiving a priceless treasure, hurriedly stored the treasures and bowed to Hongjun again. Thus all 6 on the mats had found their belonging. Sanqing and Nuwa became close disciples. Jane and Junti became registered disciples. The 6 streams of primordial purple energy now had their owners. Now, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, all the great beings who had not yet obtained a saint position focused their gazes on the last stream of primordial purple energy, still quietly floating in Hongjun Deus's hands. The final position. Boom. The atmosphere in the purple cloud palace ignited at that moment. If before they felt merely tense, now it was a blatant life-or-death frenzy. Who would obtain this last foundation for becoming a saint? Dijun's breathing became extremely heavy, his golden eyes filled with the Imperial's dominance and possessiveness. This last position must be his. He is the destined demon emperor. If he cannot become a saint, what face would he have to rule over countless demon clans? Beside him, the demon master Kunpeng's triangular eyes sparkled with calculation and greedy light. Amidst the sea of blood, the murderous aura surrounding Mingi had solidified into substance, and 2 killing swords hummed behind him, as if they could be drawn at any moment to slay anyone who dared to compete with him. Zhen Yuanzi of the 5 Zhuang Temple held the Earth Book, his expression solemn. He is the ancestor of Earth immortals, suppressing the earth veins of the primal world, and also possesses great merit. His friend Hongyun, a renowned benevolent person in the primal world, also wore a face of tension and all-powerful beings with strength, background, and merit raised their momentum to the peak at this moment. Subtle yet threatening glances bounced back and forth between them. In the air, invisible sparks seemed to crackle. A great battle was about to ignite. They were all showcasing their value to Hongjun Daozu in their own ways, hoping to gain even the slightest favor. Su Chun watched this tense standoff, shaking his head inwardly. A bunch of pitiful creatures. They fought until blood flowed, yet they did not realize that this last stream of primordial purple energy is the biggest pitfall. Whoever obtains it will face great misfortune. On the high platform, Hongjun Deus's gaze slowly swept over Jun, Kunpeng, Mingi, and the others. Whoever obtains it will face great misfortune. On the high platform, Hongjun Deus's gaze slowly swept over Jun, Kunpeng, Mingi, and the others. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. As the gaze of Hongjun Daozu passed over Emperor Jun, over Kunpeng, and finally landed on Su Chun, who sat in the corner like an outsider the entire time. The entire Zixiao Palace seemed to be pressed on pause. All the powerful beings, whether it was Emperor Jun Tai or Kunpeng and Mingi, had their faces filled with a crazed determination suddenly freeze. At that moment, their minds struggled to comprehend the situation. What was going on? Daozu was looking at that barbarian from the Witch clan. How could this be possible? Buzz. The chaotic bell in Dongwang Taiyi's hand emitted a suppressed hum, his golden eyes fixed on Su Chun, filled with disbelief and overwhelming rage. Why should he? Su Chun, a barbarian who disrespected heaven and earth and never bowed to Daozu. A mortal enemy who had destroyed their demon clan's summoning banner and repeatedly opposed the heavenly court. What virtue or ability did he possess to earn this final foundation for sanctification? Emperor Jun's expression was as dark as the stormy sea. As the destined demon emperor, he deemed his status noble and his merits boundless. This last holy position should rightly belong to him. But now Daozu couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, and turned his gaze to his most hated enemy. What was this? An insult? This was a blatant humiliation. The expressions of the 3 pure ones from Kunlun Mountain varied at this moment. Taishang remained indifferent, but the slight twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his inner unrest. Tong Tian frowned, his eyes brimming with battle intent. He didn't understand what his master was thinking, but he felt that if Su Chun really attained sanctification, future battles would surely become much more interesting. The one who reacted the most was Yuan Shi Tianzun. His usually proud face was now filled with astonishment and absurdity as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Him, a barbarian who doesn't cultivate his primordial spirit, who doesn't understand the heavenly principles, and only knows how to rely on brute force, is worthy of sanctification. What right does he have to stand alongside us, the true disciples of Pangu, the pillars of the Xuanmen in the ranks of sanctity? In his heart, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was filled with confusion and disdain towards Hongjun's decision. In his view, allowing Su Chun to attain sanctification was simply an insult to the very concept of sage. And as the center of attention, Su Chun himself wore a bewildered expression. What the hell? What was happening? Hongjun, old man, why are you looking at me? Su Chun instantly grew alert, sensing the numerous predatory gazes coming from all directions, as if they were about to devour him alive. He sat there motionless, but inside, he was already cursing. Why are you staring at me? I don't have anything special. No. Whoever wants that last position can take it. Oh, I don't care. Su Chen's thoughts were crystal clear. This primordial purple energy was like a leash issued by the heavenly Tao. Whoever refined it would have to serve the heavenly Tao. Su Chun practiced the path of the strength of the Pangu Father God, pursuing the supreme road of proving Tao through strength, emphasizing breaking all bonds and living freely. Put a collar around his neck. No way. He even suspected that this old man Hongjun was intentionally trying to set him up. Knowing that his witch clan was a mortal enemy of the demon clan, he still dared to place this last opportunity for sanctification right in front of him. If he accepted, would the demon clan let him off the hook? Would they not keep a close watch on him from then on, trying every possible way to kill him? If he refused outright, rejecting Deus's gift in front of all the powerful beings of the Honghuang, wouldn't that create an even bigger conflict? What a cunning plot. What a Tilbert's with an Estone scheme. Hongjun, you old bastard, you're really something. Su Chun cursed inwardly. At this moment filled with attention and the atmosphere reaching an extreme tension, Hongjun Daozu finally moved. He did not say a word, merely looking at Su Chun with indifference, then slowly flicked his finger. Whoosh. The final strand of primordial purple energy which tugged at the hearts of all the powerful beings in the Honghuang transformed into a stream of purple light. Under the gazes filled with jealousy, resentment, madness, and unwillingness, it tore through the space within the Zixiao Palace. Its target was none other than that innocent-looking Su Chun sitting in the corner. No. Emperor Jun let out an unwilling roar. Why? Dongwang Taiyi's eyes turned crimson in an instant. It's over. Everything is over. At this moment, all the mighty beings felt a deep-seated despair. The holy position was now completely out of their reach. And Su Chun, watching that strand of purple light draw ever closer to his brow, even feeling the aura of the foundation of the Tao within it, felt his face darken. Damn, this is real. Hongjun, you old bastard, are you forcing me to turn against you? That primordial purple energy in everyone's eyes was the supreme opportunity, the only ticket to the lofty position of sage. But in Su Chen's eyes, this thing was like a candy laced with deadly poison. It was a lethal trap. Not eating it would also offend someone. What to do? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Su Chen. Ultimately, all those thoughts converged into a single word. Fight. Su Chen, a descendant of Pangu, a primordial witch. Born to stand tall, how could he endure such humiliation? What of the heavenly Tao? What of Daozu? If you want to scheme against me, Su Chun, if you want to control my witch clan, you must ask the axe in my hand whether it agrees. That strand of purple light was now mere inches away from his brow. Everyone held their breath, waiting to witness the birth of the seventh sage of the Honghuang, the most unexpected one. However, in the next second, Su Chen moved. In the eyes of the 3,000 great beings of the Zixiao Palace, that gaze was filled with shock, jealousy, and despair. Su Chen moved. He did not adopt any defensive posture, nor did he attempt to dodge. He simply lifted his right hand casually. That hand with its distinct joints appeared unremarkable, but it seemed to contain a terrifying force capable of suppressing an entire universe. Then he faced that strand of primordial purple energy, which symbolized the supreme holy position, the indestructible, the ultimate dream of all beings in the Honghuang. He simply slapped it away. Smack. A crisp, resounding slap echoed throughout the silent Zixiao Palace, one that would be remembered throughout the history of the Honghuang. That primordial purple energy high above, as if it were above all beings, trembled violently in the air, then rolled and wailed, being forcefully slapped away. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Space appeared to freeze as well. Within the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 guests from the mortal realm, 3,000 of the most elite beings of the Honghuang. At this moment, they all stood like statues under a spell, maintaining their previous postures motionless. Their eyes were wide as saucers. Their mouths were agape, able to fit an egg inside. Their minds buzzed completely blank. What did they just— Su Chun, that barbarian from the witch clan. He just slapped away the primordial purple energy. Insanity. This world must be mad. Yuan Shi Tianzhen's proud face displayed an array of expressions at this moment, reaching a peak of brilliance. First shock, then astonishment, and finally endless absurdity and rage. Madman. A complete madman. How dare he? How dare he insult Deus's gift? How dare he desecrate the supreme, holy position? Yuan Shi Tianzuan roared wildly in his heart, feeling as if his Dao heart was about to shatter from Su Chen's shocking actions. That was a holy position. It was the supreme opportunity that took the three pure ones countless years of scheming to finally obtain. Yet here in the hands of this barbarian, it was treated like rubbish, casually slapped away. This was simply the greatest insult to him and to all who pursued the holy position. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were completely dumbfounded. They had just been despairing and furious over the loss of the holy position. But now they didn't know what emotions to use to face this scene before them. He doesn't want it. He actually doesn't want it. That was a holy position. Does he not understand what that represents? Wasteful. This is simply wasteful. The Western Zhuan Taoist was even more heartbroken, pounding his chest in despair, his face, which had just been streaked with tears, now filled with deep sorrow. If you don't want to just give it to me, how can you slap it away? What if it gets damaged? Zhuan's heart bled. He wished he could rush up right now and hold that slapped-away primordial purple energy in his arms, comforting. On the high platform, even the usually calm and unflappable Hongjun Daozu, whose heart seemed unfazed by anything, showed a trace of barely detectable fluctuation in his plain eyes. He had anticipated that Su Chen might refuse, but he never expected that Su Chen would use such a simple and brutal, ruthless and humiliating way to refuse. That slap was not just against the primordial purple energy. It was a slap to Hongjun's face. A slap to the heavenly Dao's face. Su Chen didn't care about any of that. He slapped away that annoying purple energy, feeling refreshed and enlightened. He dusted off his hands as if he had touched something dirty, then sat back down, looking indifferently at Hongjun on the high platform, the meaning unspoken. Trying to set me up? You're still too inexperienced. In the dead silence that slapped away primordial purple energy rolled in the air for a few rounds. Its brightness seemed to dim slightly, then it hovered aimlessly in the center of the great hall. Aimless. That thought ignited like a spark in a prairie fire, instantly igniting the hearts of all the powerful beings present that had fallen silent. Su Chen refused. The holy position granted by Daozu was rejected by him. Then this primordial purple energy was now a thing without a master. If it was a thing without a master, did that mean anyone could claim it? Boom. The dead Zixiao Palace, after holding silence for more than 10 breaths, was finally ignited by an even more frantic, hotter greed. It's mine. A roar filled with dominance and madness erupted from the demon clan's camp. Dongwang Tai was the first to react. He could no longer suppress the desire in his heart, transforming into a golden rainbow. The chaotic bell in his hand emitted a roar that suppressed heaven and earth, charging fiercely towards that primordial purple energy. He wanted to snatch it. Since that fool Su Chen didn't want it, then the holy position should belong to him, Dongwang Tai. However, he was fast, but someone was even faster. Brother, act quickly. Emperor Jun also acted simultaneously. The He Tu and Luo Shu above his head unfolded instantly, transforming into a vast starry sky, countless stars rotating, evolving, countless formations trying to trap that primordial purple energy within. The two brothers at this moment actually acted simultaneously. The holy position should belong to the virtuous. I see, it must be destined for me, Kunpeng. A sharp laugh echoed as the demon master Kunpeng's figure vanished in an instant, appearing next to the primordial purple energy. The next moment, a gigantic claw capable of blocking the sun reached for that purple energy. Kunpeng, you're asking for death. Emperor Jun and Tai were furious upon seeing this, temporarily abandoning their competition to turn their attacks towards Kunpeng. The Zixiao Palace was in chaos. It was completely in chaos. Su Chen's slap not only sent the primordial purple energy flying, but also shattered the thin ice named order and face within the Zixiao Palace. When greed and desire completely overshadowed reason, this sacred place of teaching instantly transformed into a bloody and brutal battlefield. Get away. This holy position is mine. Dongwang Tai roared. The sound of the chaotic bell transformed into visible golden ripples, wildly spreading in all directions, directly sending several scattered cultivators attempting to approach, flying out, spitting blood. Emperor Juntai, let me take care of this primordial purple energy. Kunpeng's figure like a ghost darted through the gaps in the attacks, his speed reaching its peak, every strike aimed directly at the essence of that purple energy. Kill. The ancestor of Mingyi was also completely mad. He had no extra words. The Yuan Tu and Abi's swords transformed into two blood-colored dragons, swirling with the intent to kill, directly staining the entire Zixiao Palace with ominous blood. His target was not the primordial purple energy, but all who dared to snatch the primordial purple energy from him. Boom. Bang. Clang. At that moment, the entire Zhixiao Palace was filled with radiant treasures. The laws danced. The chaotic bell He Tu and Luo Shu Yuan Tu and Abi, each rare, innate spiritual treasure, was being madly urged by their owners, fiercely thrown at their fellow cultivators. The so-called camaraderie among fellow disciples seemed so laughable and pitiful in the face of the temptation of sanctification. The three pure ones and Nuwa, who had already attained the holy positions, retreated far to the corners of the great hall, watching the crazy scene before them with complex expressions. The primordial heavenly venerable and Nuwa retreated at a distance. Their expressions varied. The primordial heavenly venerable looked at the fellow disciples before him, who had turned against each other and engaged in fierce combat for a sacred position, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Yet deep down he felt immensely fortunate. Fortunately, he was a disciple of Pangu, destined for greatness, and had been designated as a saint by his master early on. Otherwise, he might have been among those madmen fighting for supremacy. The mere thought of that scene made him feel nauseous. Nuwa frowned slightly. Yushi glanced at her equally shocked brother Fushi, and then at the Hongming purple aura that was weaving through the chaotic attacks, before finally focusing on Su Chun, who had instigated all this, yet sat calmly in the corner, as if merely watching a play. She couldn't understand why Su Chun would refuse. That was a sacred position. The ultimate goal that all beings in the Honghuang yearned for had just been casually dismissed by him. Did he genuinely not care, or was there some ulterior motive? Nuwa couldn't decipher it, but her intuition told her that this little ancestor of the witch clan was far more terrifying than he appeared. Is this what is called the grand trend of the heavenly Tao? To drag all restless elements into a life-and-death struggle, consuming and restraining each other, so they could no longer unite to challenge the authority of the heavenly Tao. What a clever scheme, truly a clever scheme. Su Chen silently praised Hongjun in his heart, before continuing to enjoy the spectacle leisurely. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He had no intention of claiming the sacred position. However, he wouldn't let the Zhixiao Palace be a wasted trip. His gaze had already surpassed the powerful beings engaged in fierce battle, focusing instead on the expressionless Hongjun Daozu atop the high platform. He knew that the real show had just begun. This sacred position was merely an appetizer. The true feast was yet to come. While Su Chun watched the drama unfold, the battles in the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. The Hongming purple aura under the onslaught of these top beings was like a fragile boat in a storm being tossed around wildly. It seemed to possess a certain sentience, every time narrowly evading capture at the most crucial moments. The chaos bell emitted a booming sound, once more sending Kunping spitting blood and flying backward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongwang Tai stretched out his hand to capture the purple aura. But at that moment, a brilliant starry scroll descended from the heavens, blocking his path. It was the river map and Luo book. Big brother, you. Dongwang Tai's eyes turned red in an instant. Second brother, this sacred position is crucial for the future of our monster clan. It is best for me to take charge. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as he watched the Hongming purple aura was about to fall into Emperor Jun's hands. Suddenly, a strange occurrence transpired. The Hongming purple aura, which had been passively evading, seemed to have grown weary of the dull chase. It trembled violently in the air, radiating brilliance. In the next moment, it disregarded the distance of space and timed the blockade of the river map and Luo book, the suppression of the chaos bell, and the murderous intent of Yuan Tuabi. It transformed into a streak of light that no one could capture, shooting off in a direction that no one could have anticipated. In that direction, there was neither an invincible monster emperor nor a murderous demon ancestor. Only a redrobed old Taoist whose face was filled with sincerity and who out of fear was hiding behind his friend. Wuzhuang Temple, a friend of Xinyuanzi. The greatest kind person in the Honghuang, the old good man. Red cloud. It went in that direction. As that streak of purple light tore through the sky and shot directly toward that corner, the entire Zhixiao Palace fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone's movements halted at that moment. Dongwang Tai's hand, which was about to grasp Emperor Jun for Emperor Jun's incantation to activate the river map and Luo book, also came to an abrupt stop. Kunping clutched his chest, his face filled with astonishment. The overwhelming murderous intent of the old ancestor of the Mingyi River also paused. Everyone's gaze followed that streak of light, collectively focusing on the inconspicuous redrobed old Taoist. At that moment, Red Cloud was hiding behind Xinyuanzi, peering out with half his head, watching the scene of divine beings battling and feeling grateful for his own cleverness. Fortunately, I ran fast. If I had been caught up in this, my old bones would surely fall apart. He was just a good person, usually kind to others, and most disliking conflict. Although he envied this sacred position, he knew that it was not something someone with his temperament could meddle in. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had no intention of competing or stealing. Being able to come to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao was already a great satisfaction for him. Yet he never imagined that trouble would seek him out. Whoosh. Before he could react, the streak of purple light had already arrived before him. Oh. Red Cloud was stunned, instinctively wanting to dodge. But the Hongmeng purple aura seemed to have eyes. No matter how he tried to evade, it locked onto him tightly. In the next moment, under the gazes of the 3,000 powerful beings present, the Hongmeng purple aura gently entered his brow. Red Cloud's body trembled violently. A profound sense of enlightenment surged to his heart in an instant, as if he saw the broad road leading to the realm of saints laid right at his feet. He stood dazed in place, reached up to touch his brow, and looked at the surrounding powerful beings who were petrified, his mind a complete muddle. Red Cloud was dumbfounded. Happiness had come too suddenly, hadn't it? Second brother, you. His companion Xinyuanzi was equally shocked, pointing at Red Cloud, unable to speak coherently. He felt happy for his friend, but then an overwhelming chill emanating from the depths of his soul instantly enveloped his entire body. He suddenly turned around. Inside the hall, pairs of crimson eyes filled with greed, jealousy, resentment, and immense killing intent had all locked onto Red Cloud. It's over. Xinyuanzi's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He knew that the moment his kind-hearted friend obtained the Hongmeng purple aura, he had already become the most sought-after prey in the entire Hongwang. He had become the target of everyone's wrath. Red Cloud. A roar filled with endless killing intent echoed from the monster clan. Dongwang Tai fixed his gaze on Red Cloud, the flames of rage burning fiercely in his golden eyes, able to incinerate the heavens. How could he endure this? They brothers had turned against each other and fought to the death here, only to be intercepted by a good man who had merely been watching the show from the beginning. Hand over the Hongmeng purple aura or die. Emperor Jun's voice was even colder, devoid of hee. Congratulations, Red Cloud. The monster master Kunping let out a chilling laugh, his sinister triangular eyes sweeping over Red Cloud as if surveying a corpse. Since you have such profound fortune, I trust you won't mind sharing some of that fortune with us. The old ancestor of the Mingi River was even more direct. He said nothing more, but pointed the two bloodied killing swords directly at Red Cloud. The implication was clear. Being locked down by such overwhelming murderous intent, Red Cloud's honest face turned pale instantly. He trembled in fear, his legs shaking. No, it wasn't me. It came flying to me on its own. He wanted to explain, but in front of these crazed individuals blinded by greed, any explanation was feeble. They only believed what they saw. They only knew that the Hongmeng purple aura was on Red Cloud. In the corner, Su Chun watched this scene, shaking his head inwardly. Poor fellow, he's grabbed the death warrant. He realized that Hongjun was truly malicious. He had purposely turned this final Hongmeng purple aura into an unowned object to incite contention. In the end, it ended up in the hands of a kind-hearted old man with no background and mediocre strength. Wasn't this clearly setting up Red Cloud to attract everyone's hatred? With Red Cloud as their common target, the monster clan, the heavenly court, Kunping, and the old ancestor of the Mingi River, these unstable factors of the Hongwang would temporarily unite to hunt Red Cloud. And they, in the process of pursuing and counter-pursuing, would continuously consume and fight among themselves. The heavenly Tao could then rest easy. Clever indeed, clever. Su Chen couldn't help but want to applaud Hongjun. Just at this moment, when tensions were high and a great battle was about to break out, those powerful beings who had not participated in the contention but had also not obtained the sacred position finally regained their composure from their shock. They knew the Hongmeng purple aura was out of their reach. Since that was the case, they had to find a way to gain some other benefits. Thump. A powerful being from an unknown tribe was the first